WNN City. Player, Bai Xi. Congratulations on entering the survival game. In the upcoming challenges, you will share the joy of survival with both fellow players and the indigenous inhabitants of this world. This round features a total of 215,370 participants, with 2,000 being players. Victory condition. Become one of the last 10 of survivors, which amounts to being among the final 21,537 individuals remaining. Players, strive to endure and secure your place among the last 10 of survivors. Game location, WNN City. Special reminder, death in the task world equates to true demise. The game will erase all traces related to the player, including those from the original world. In a dilapidated rental unit, Bai Xi stared in bewilderment at the luminous white screen before her. What on earth is happening? Wasn't she just washing up on the balcony of her dormitory? How did she suddenly find herself in a different place? Could it be that she was dreaming? Bai Xi raised her right hand and, without a second thought, bit into it, only to recoil in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What the hell are you yelling about in broad daylight? Disturbing people's sweet dreams? Have you gone mad over a man? A sharp voice erupted from the neighboring apartment, causing the wooden wall to rattle. Beginner side quest. Please select a safer place to reside. Quest reward, an unrestricted lottery draw. She was merely speaking at a normal volume. How could that be considered a disturbance? After speaking, Bai Xi surveyed her surroundings, the dilapidated sofa, the table with nearly all its paint chipped away, and the rickety stool with a missing leg, all contributed to an atmosphere of decay. The walls, eroded by time, appeared precariously close to collapsing, while a few ants, no larger than fingernails, scuttled along the corner. This house is so old. With a sigh, Bai Xi began rummaging through the space. Her presence here indicated that this was indeed her identity in this world. As anticipated, Bai Xi discovered her identification card bearing her likeness and a stack of cash tucked away in a black backpack. After a brief organization of her findings, she slung the backpack over her shoulder, secured the house, and prepared to depart. She decided to leave the house for the time, being it might prove useful later. Next door, a woman clad in a cheap bodycon dress, with an average appearance and a face laden with poor quality makeup, stood at the doorway, casting Bai Xi a disdainful glance. With a tone steeped in sarcasm, she remarked, "Things have been quite chaotic these past few days. Human traffickers are specifically targeting unsuspecting young girls." It was evident that Bai Xi's earlier comment had irked her. "Madam, perhaps you should tend to your own affairs first." With a roll of her eyes, Bai Xi turned on her heel and descended the stairs. She was preoccupied with fulfilling her mission, lacking the time to engage in trivial banter. In this survival game, the only objective was to find a way to endure. Death within the game entailed more than mere cessation of life. It also meant the obliteration of one's existence. Being forgotten by those one cherished was an exceedingly cruel fate, and Bai Xi had no desire to fade into oblivion. The rusted iron staircase creaked beneath her as she hurriedly descended, emerging from the urban village into the expanse of a modern city before her. The towering skyscrapers juxtaposed against the dilapidated makeshift shanties and aged buildings behind them create a stark contrast, resembling a realm steeped in despair and desolation. Bai Xi first took a bus into the city, where she procured a credit card with a limit of 10,000, the highest amount she could secure. Given that this was a game of survival, it was inevitable that calamities or other insurmountable forces would arise. A credit card that required no repayment is indistinguishable from a debit card. After extensive inquiries, Bai Xi found a well-secured residential community. Uncertain of her stay's duration, she opted for a 1-month rental. Ultimately, she paid double the rent to successfully lease a well-furnished 2-bedroom apartment. The moment the contract was signed and payment completed, the task notification signaled its fulfillment. Once the landlord and agent departed, Bai Xi searched online for a locksmith located far away and had a new lock installed. After bidding farewell to the locksmith, she secured the door and left the key inside. The individual who changed the lock informed her that by doing so, outsiders would be unable to turn the knob or gain entry unless they resorted to forceful means. Bai Xi settled into the living room and claimed her task reward, which was a chance to spin the lottery wheel. A vibrant spinning wheel materialized before her, evenly adorned with 5 colors: red, blue, green, gray, and white, with rewards ranked from highest to lowest: red, blue, green, G. Ray and white. Blind draw? Bai Xi scrutinized the wheel, but found no indications whatsoever. Never mind, let's draw. Everything is fate. Despite her words, she clasped her hands in prayer, gazing out at the azure sky before the draw commenced. Grandparents, please watch over me from above and grant me a fortunate reward. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xi pressed the center button of the spinning wheel labeled Start Drawing, and the colorful wheel began to whirl rapidly. Her eyes remained fixed on the wheel without a blink, until finally, the pointer came to rest in the red zone. Congratulations to player Bai Xi. You have drawn the red reward, granting you an activation experience for evolution. This activation will permanently enhance your personal attributes. Immediately thereafter, Bai Xi was seized by a wave of excruciating pain. Her complexion turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat streamed down her body. The sensation was unbearable, akin to the impending sensation of death, as if her entire being was being torn apart. After an indeterminate period, the pain gradually subsided, and Bai Xi regained her composure. Before her appeared her personal attribute information. Bai Xi. Level: C-class player. Points: 0 can be redeemed for composite attributes. Draw attempts: 0. Please draw within 1 hour of task completion. Otherwise, the accumulated attempt for this round will reset to 0. Composite attributes: 65. This is semi-data-based. For reference only, the human limit is 100, encompassing reaction time, speed, strength, etc., excluding intelligence. Ability level: Level 1, storage capacity of 2 cubic meters. Spatial leap of 1 meter. The game identifies this as a rare mutated spatial ability with unknown future potential. Items: none obtained from draws or tasks. Status: none using items may grant temporary or permanent statuses. Upon reviewing her personal attributes, Bai Xi gained a general understanding of herself and the game. She picked up the backpack from the sofa, and with a mere thought, it vanished, reappearing in a realm she could sense but could not pinpoint. With another thought, the backpack materialized once more. How astonishing! Bai Xi exclaimed in delight, experimenting repeatedly. Her gaze then drifted towards the television cabinet. In the next instant, she found herself indeed standing before the cabinet, though still a slight distance away. It seemed the maximum range was limited to 1 meter. Yet, this single meter could prove life-saving in critical moments, a splendid escape and lethal skill. However, she pondered how many times it could be employed in a day. Having used it just once earlier, Bai Xi felt a slight dizziness clouding her mind. The nature of this game remained a mystery. Thus, she decided it prudent to refrain from reckless experimentation. Stepping into the restroom for a brief refresh, she donned her backpack and ventured outside. With her limited gaming experience, she understood that resources were indispensable in survival games, and scarcity of supplies would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge in TH. Elative stage. Seizing the tranquil times, she resolved to stockpile as many resources as possible, ideally filling her space to capacity. Taking a taxi to the city shopping center, Bai Xi first purchased several sets of clothing for change. She then entered the supermarket for a grand shopping spree, unbothered by the expense of her credit card. Foreseeing a lack of hot water in the later stages of her mission, she hoarded self-heating rice, instant hot pot meals, along with bottled water, bread, biscuits, chocolate, milk, Andes, lighters, and the like. As she passed through the home textile section, she acquired a warm blanket and a tent, and within them all, she procured 2 multifunctional knives akin to Swiss Army knives. After completing all of this, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. With a gnawing hunger, Bai Xi sought out a bustling restaurant and ordered a bowl of beef noodles, savoring each bite with great deliberation. Recently, there have been numerous reports of missing persons filed at the police station. The news has covered it several times, remarked a slightly younger man, who appeared to be put on a bit of weight. These human traffickers are exceedingly brazen, abducting people in plain sight. The conversation of the three captured Bai Xi's attention, prompting her to take out her phone and search online, where she indeed discovered a wealth of information. In recent days, there have been an abundance of missing person notices, men and women, young and old alike. Coupled with the survival game, the disappearances of these individuals seemed far from straightforward. It was possible that they were also participants like her, perhaps resorting to drastic measures to achieve the 10 survival tasks sooner. If that were the case, she would need to exercise caution. I've been watching you all day, and finally found my opportunity. Your world is on the brink of destruction. Everyone is doomed. If you comply, I might allow you to live a little longer, came a brazen and lewd male voice. Bai Xi quickly pressed herself against the wall to hide. Have these taskers truly become so unrestrained? In the alley, a woman continued to struggle, but she stood no chance against a man, especially one who might have traversed several worlds as a tasker. Bai Xi hesitated for a moment, then resolutely chose to intervene. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed about a dozen pedestrians nearby. She picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it into the alley, then turned and cupped her hands around her mouth, raising her voice to shout, "Fire! Fire! Someone come, quickly!" As the commotion erupted, a crowd hastily converged upon the source of the disturbance. The lecherous man in the alley felt a surge of panic. No matter how formidable he deemed himself, he could not contend with such a multitude. Covering the woman's mouth, he glanced toward the alley's entrance, eager to discern which scoundrel had disrupted his nefarious intentions. Yet, Bai Xi had long since slipped away. She was far too astute to remain in the open after raising an alarm. Awaiting capture, as the throng swelled, the unsavory man reluctantly released his grip on the woman and fled through another alleyway. The woman quickly sought refuge in the shadows, pressing her hand tightly against her mouth, fearful of uttering even the faintest sound. Upon reaching the alley's mouth, the crowd discovered there was no fire to be seen, merely an absence of smoke. The young girl who had initially cried out about the fire had seemingly vanished in a thin air. The youth of today possess no sense of civic duty, one bystander remarked with disdain, prompting the crowd to disperse. With the audacity of the taskers on the rise and societal order unraveling, one could only imagine their increasing impudence. Bai Xi realized that this survival game encompassed not only inexplicable calamities, but also human malevolence. To emerge among the last 20,000 survivors would prove no simple feat on the second day of the game. The survival rate stood at an astonishing 99%. Early in the morning, Bai Xi received a notification on her phone. Last night, dozens more had mysteriously vanished, many in broad daylight. The city police were taking the matter very seriously, pledging to resolve the cases swiftly and ensure that the perpetrators face justice. Initially, she intended to remain holed up at home, content with her ample stockpile of supplies. However, a new task had presented itself. Novice side quest. Please remain at the city police station for 2 hours, within 10 meters of the vicinity. Quest reward: 1 lottery draw. With a task at hand, one cannot afford to be complacent. It is imperative to seize the opportunity during this novice period to garner as many rewards as possible, for such simple tasks may not present themselves again. Grabbing her backpack, Bai Xi stepped outside. It was just past 8 in the morning, the temperature was pleasant, and the birds chirped merrily on the trees. However, Bai Xi found their cacophony somewhat bothersome. She hailed a taxi, directing the driver towards the police station. Given the nature of the missing persons case, it was likely that numerous families would be reporting their loved ones, thus there should be valuable information available there. Upon learning of Bai Xi's destination, the driver engaged her in conversation. Strange occurrences have been particularly frequent lately. Just the other day, I drove a group to West Mountain Park. When I inquired about their purpose, they were rather vague and reticent. Did those individuals possess any distinguishing features? Bai Xi Inquit. The driver pondered for a moment. They carried a silver briefcase, which seemed quite valuable. They clutched it closely throughout the journey. Before she exited the vehicle, the driver cautioned her, "Young lady, with your beauty, you must be vigilant. There are those who may take advantage of the chaos." "I will be cautious. Thank you, sir." After closing the car door, Bai Xi turned towards the police station. As she approached within a 10-meter radius, a white light curtain materialized once more. Countdown initiated. A white countdown timer also appeared in the upper right corner of her vision. Bai Xi took a moment to survey the vicinity of the police station, familiarizing herself with the surroundings in case of any unforeseen circumstances that might require a hasty retreat. She then settled onto a bench in front of the station, where a crowd had gathered around a notice board, comprising individuals of all ages, including several children no older than 8. The wait felt interminable, and Bai Xi engaged in casual conversation with those around her to pass the time. As the discussion meandered, it veered towards the topic of missing persons. Bai Xi inquired, "Auntie, when did you realize your daughter was missing?" The elderly woman sighed. "I can only hope she simply went out to play and didn't have the chance to inform me." Bai Xi silently noted in her mind, between 6 and 8 o'clock 2 days ago. An elderly gentleman approached, his anxiety palpable. My grandson went missing yesterday morning. The teacher called to ask why he hadn't come to school, and that's when we realized he was gone. He has always been a well-behaved child and would never skip class. Something must have happened. Grandfather, when did your grandson leave the house? What time does his class start? Bai Xi probed. He leaves every day at 7 o'clock, and classes begin at 7:30. With the elderly gentleman and lady leading the conversation, others began to chime in, expressing their feelings and fears. While deep in thought, a child's startled exclamation broke through the air. The crowd rushed over to investigate. Lo and behold, a large hole lay beneath a tree, at least the size of 2 adult fists. How could there be such a large mouse hole here? Someone wondered aloud. That can't possibly be a mouse hole. What kind of mouse could create a hole this size? Another remarked incredulously. Soon, another voice rang out in surprise. Look, there's another one over there. The crowd hurriedly jogged over to the new discovery. This hole was situated in the roadside greenery, easily overlooked if one wasn't paying close attention. In contrast to the earlier speculation regarding a mere mouse, the aperture before them boasted a diameter of a good 30 to 40 centimeters, from which a series of rustling NDS emanated. Observing the slanted entrance, Bai Xi sensed something amiss and gestured for everyone to step back. That a glance at the countdown timer in the upper right corner revealed that only an hour and a half remained. The crowd retreated a meter, their curiosity piqued as they gazed into the inky blackness of the opening. Before long, the sounds from within the tunnel grew increasingly pronounced, causing the ground to tremble beneath them, and Bai Xi's brow furrowed ever deeper. It appeared her initial assumptions had been overly cautious. The first task had indeed been straightforward, yet the second could hardly be as simple. At that moment, several police officers emerged, evidently responding to a report from someone who had ventured inside. They cordoned off the larger and smaller openings with caution tape, while a familiar-looking officer turned to the onlookers and spoke. As he did, the noises from the larger tunnel intensified. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, but Bai Xi could have sworn she heard a crunching sound, which only served to heighten her anxiety. Silently, she distanced herself to the perimeter, taking refuge behind a large tree to observe the unfolding scene. At that juncture, the countdown timer indicated a remaining 80 minutes. Bai Xi took a deep breath, mentally encouraging herself. 80 minutes, she must persevere. Bai Xi, you could do this, keep pushing forward. Her gaze remained fixed on the timer as she silently counted the seconds. The crowd of spectators had thinned considerably, leaving only a handful of intrepid young souls, fueled by curiosity. The police retrieved a remote-controlled vehicle equipped with a camera and spotlight from the station and sent it into the tunnel, skillfully manipulating the controls to explore if further. What kind of creature could have excavated such a hole? Is this a snake den? It's so vast. Surely there isn't a millennium-old python lurking beneath? Any serpent of such magnitude would have long since achieved sentience, wouldn't it? Come now, why indulge in such wild conjectures? Let's be realistic. It could very well be a tunnel excavated by a mining or engineering team that accidentally veered off course. The crowd engaged in aimless speculation. 5 minutes passed in this manner, yet for Bai Xi, those fleeting moments felt akin to 5 interminable hours. Glancing at the situation in the distance, it appeared that the voices had considerably diminished, yet Bai Xi found herself increasingly hesitant to approach, opting instead to maintain a vigilant watch. While observing, Bai Xi noticed a strikingly handsome man standing across the street. He seemed to stand at least 180 centimeters tall, with a prominent nose and slightly pursed lips, radiating an extraordinary charm under the sunlight. What a splendid young gentleman! Which family does he hail from that he is out experiencing life? After a brief moment of astonishment, Bai Xi shifted her focus to the police, as a few onlookers erupted into screams. 74 minutes remained on the countdown. What was that fleeting glimpse we just witnessed? Was that a foot, perhaps? Did I see an eye as well? The young men were thoroughly frightened, yet couldn't quell their curiosity, reluctant to depart. Officer, you don't have any monsters lurking down there, do you? The policeman felt a twinge of unease. The fleeting image they had glimpsed was clearly not man-made. The young men lingered, their curiosity piqued, believing that with the presence of law enforcement, the danger could not be too great, and thus they, like Bai Xi, chose to hide at a distance and observe quietly. Bai Xi fixated on the situation near the police, occasionally glancing at the countdown, with an escalating sense of anxiety weighing heavily in her. The man across the street, also seemed to be observing the police. Could it be that he was here on a mission as well? Suddenly, the officer controlling the remote-controlled car shouted loudly, urging pedestrians to find shelter immediately. Before his words could fully resonate, an enormous ant emerged, its antenna-like feelers incessantly twitching. Bai Xi stood frozen, astonished. This ant was surely the size of an adult Bichon frise. Its massive mandibles could effortlessly sever bone. 71 minutes remained on the countdown. Upon surfacing, the colossal ant made a beeline for the nearest officer, who nimbly dodged but sustained a gash on his leg. Though the ant had grown in size, its speed seemed diminished, now akin to that of an ordinary human. However, their sheer numbers relished in overwhelming their foes. At the entrance of the burrow, more gigantic ants began to emerge one after another. Realizing the dire situation, the surrounding pedestrians began to panic and flee. A few young individuals pulled out their phones to snap a few photos before hastily retreating. At that moment, the man across the street sprang into action. Clutching a gleaming, sharp dagger, he charged towards an ant attacking an officer, swiftly severing its antenna with one decisive stroke. The pain provoked the massive ant into a frenzied struggle, its 6 blade-like legs piercing the pavement, before it lunged toward the man, with other gigantic ants closing in. The man displayed remarkable agility, skillfully evading the ants while delivering precise and lethal strikes. The contingent of armed police officers erupted from the house, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the advancing ants. The cacophony of gunshots reverberated through the air, creating a scene of utter chaos. Yet, the exoskeletons of these ants proved remarkably resilient, deflecting the bullets and leaving only shallow indentations upon their hardened surfaces. The man found himself encircled by the oncoming ants, yet he exhibited remarkable agility, plunging his knife into the back of a nearby giant ant. Using the force, he vaulted out of the encirclement, swiftly reversing his grip to deliver a second strike to the creature's head, continuing his fierce engagement with the formidable. However, the number of giant ants was considerable, and, as he escaped the initial trap, fresh adversaries soon converged upon him. The police began to falter, each officer bearing wounds of varying severity. 68 minutes remained on the clock. Bai Xi anxiously monitored the unfolding events ahead, oblivious to the approach of a colossal ant creeping up behind her. An instinctive chill coursed down her spine, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. Glancing back, terror filled her expression, prompting her to dash forward with urgency. The giant ant loomed merely 3 or 4 meters away, its massive mandibles appearing as if they were poised to strike at her feet. It was utterly terrifying. As Bai Xi burst forth from the chaos, the police immediately spotted her, calling out, "Get inside the police station, quickly!" With a speed she had never before summoned, she sprinted into the safety of the station, catching a glimpse of the man who had already dispatched several giant ants without sustaining any injuries. In stark contrast, the other combatants bore various wounds. Bai Xi was filled with admiration. This was the essence of true strength. As time elapsed, the battle outside grew increasingly fierce, and Bai Xi's anxiety began to mount. The number of large ants was increasing, and with just an hour remaining for their task, it would indeed be a miracle if this small group could endure for the entire duration. Even if they managed to last an hour, it was unlikely they would escape unscathed. In a hurry, Bai Xi took out her phone to search for information online. After all, a large ant was still an ant, and its vulnerabilities should be somewhat similar. She quickly inquired with the police if they had any of the necessary items. "I have lemons," came a response. It was not unusual for someone to enjoy lemonade. That was quite normal. However, the presence of vinegar was rather puzzling. "We often work overtime, and sometimes when hunger strikes, we cook noodles ourselves and keep some condiments on hand," the female officer explained with a shy smile. "Everyone has it tough," Bai Xi expressed her understanding. Afterward, they found a juicer in the break room and squeezed the lemons, filtering the juice through a cloth before pouring it into a watering can. With their preparations complete, the question remained, who would venture out? The remaining individuals were all clerical staff at the police station, apprehensive about the mimic. Large ants lurking outside. Bai Xi glanced at the countdown timer in the upper right corner. There was still a full hour to go. The number of large ants continued to swell, and it was not just an hour that would be daunting, even half an hour could yield an unfathomable increase in their ranks. Abandoning the mission was not an option. With a determined resolve, Bai Xi grasped the watering can and dashed outside. However, she did not rush recklessly. Instead, she approached the nearest large ant and sprinkled a stir of lemon and vinegar solution on it. As the scent of lemon and vinegar wafted through the air, the antennae atop the large ant began to twitch, and it recoiled slightly. Effective, Bai Xi thought with a surge of elation, as she circled the perimeter of the ongoing battle, liberally dispersing the concoction. The giant ants detected the pungent scent, their antennae twitching erratically as they retreated towards the burrow's entrance. The retreating ants alleviated the pressure on those engaged in the external skirmish. In haste, the group brought forth a large wooden plank to cover the entrance, securing it with stones to prevent the noxious odor from dissipating. Noticing that the giant ants exhibited no signs of emerging, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. The elder police officer turned to Bai Xi, expressing his gratitude. "Young lady, thank you. You were indeed our timely savior, preserving our lives. Mutual assistance is essential," Bai Xi replied with a smile, reassured that the mission was now likely secure. "Let us all enter the station and take a seat. We shall report our findings shortly." "For the moment, we should be safe," the elder officer reassured. Once inside the police station, the immediate danger subsided, allowing everyone to relax and introduce themselves. The elder officer was named Tan Mingshan, while the younger officer was Han Dong. Two additional officers in their 30s were named Zui Jin and Fang He, and the two female auxiliary officers were Du Yu and Huang Xing. The man who had bravely intervened was named Qi Shua. Bai Xi glanced at the countdown timer, noting that only 40 minutes remained. To avoid being prematurely dismissed, she initiated small talk. "Uncle Tan, is it just a few of you here at the police station?" This station appeared quite spacious. It seemed peculiar that only a handful of officers were present. "It is Saturday, and the others are on leave," Han Dong explained, sipping from a cup of hot water before turning to Qi Shuo with curiosity. "Brother Qi, your skills are remarkable. Have you trained in martial arts?" Qi Shuo replied, "I have practiced martial arts since childhood and possess some skills in hand-to-hand combat." "Young brother, I must say, your dagger is quite impressive. It can pierce through an ant's shell while bullets cannot. Your weapon effortlessly penetrates." Tan Mingshan had long taken note of Qi Shua's dagger, the sharpness of which surpassed his understanding. Bai Xi speculated inwardly that it was likely a reward from a system. "It was custom-made," Qi Shua replied, pulling out a cloth to wipe the colorless liquid from the blade. The black blade bore ancient patterns, its keen edge glinting ominously, as if resonating with the sound of weapons clashing in the air. By mere appearance, it was evident that this was no ordinary dagger. "Brother Qi, how does your dagger compare to the legendary divine weapons? Can it slice through hair or sever strand?" Han Dong inquired with keen interest, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the dagger. "It's not that formidable, it's just exceptionally sharp." After saying this, Qi Shua sheathed the dagger and stored it away. Noticing Qi Shua's reluctance to delve further into the topic, Han Dong hesitated to ask to see it again. Instead, shifting the conversation, "Brother Qi, which master crafted your dagger? Please share their contact information. I would like one just like it. With your meager salary, do you think you can afford such a divine weapon? This dagger must cost at least 100,000. Tan Mingshan chided, playfully tapping Han Dong on the back of the head and winking at him. It was clear that Qi Shua preferred to avoid discussing the dagger further, and Han Dong's persistent questioning was likely to become bothersome. Realizing this, Han Dong rubbed his nose and fell silent. Qi Shua observed the actions of the two with a detached demeanor, not particularly concerned. He turned his gaze to Bai Xi, his words laden with insinuation. "You possess quite the audacity, remaining here instead of fleeing." His smile was warm and friendly, yet Bai Xi, with a hint of cunning, feigned ignorance, replying, "I am simply driven by curiosity. Besides, I am quite far away, and there are police officers ahead, so I have no fear. Bai Xi, rest assured, as long as we are here, we will not allow you to come to harm," Han Dong assured with a pat on his chest, filled with fervent enthusiasm for his role in law enforcement as he stepped out of the school gates. At that moment, Zui Jin and Fang He approached, carrying several boxes of instant noodles. "Everyone must be hungry. I have little to offer, just these few cups of noodles. Anything to eat is fine. I am not picky, Bai Xi replied graciously. In the midst of their conversation, she cast a glance at the countdown, timer 32 minutes remaining. Bai Xi leisurely began to eat her noodles, occasionally engaging in light conversation with the group. The officers were oblivious to her peculiar behavior, merely perceiving her as a particularly loquacious girl with an insatiable curiosity. In her quest for rewards and to pass the time, Bai Xi, with remarkable boldness, engaged in awkward small talk, knowing that having accomplished her task, they would likely not meet. Again, in her audacity, she even dared to inquire of Ye Xiao, "Brother Qi, look, our encounter must be fate, indicating that we are meant to know each other. Are you in need of a leg ornament?" As a novice in survival, she thought that being taken under the wing of an experienced individual would be an exhilarating prospect. "Not in need. Thank you," Ye Xiao replied decisively, recognizing the folly in taking under his wing someone he had only known for less than 2 hours, with no familial ties whatsoever. The rejection came as no surprise, since the esteemed individual was unwilling, but she did not press the issue, for she was capable in her own right. After consuming a bowl of instant noodles and engaging in conversation for quite some time, Bai Xi found that her task duration had come to an end. Excusing herself to the restroom, she seized the opportunity to claim her task reward, and once again, the familiar spinning wheel made its appearance. "Dear ancestors, continue to watch over me." With a click, she initiated the lottery, and the vibrant wheel began to whirl. It soon came to a halt, landing on the green sector. Congratulations to player Bai Xi for winning the green reward this round, acquiring a speed enhancement card. This card will increase speed by 30% for a duration of 10 minutes. Beep. Detection indicates that the player possesses space-type abilities. All item rewards will be stored in the player's personal storage space. Please check your inventory. Upon receiving this new notification, Bai Xi felt a shiny card materialize in her storage space. Retrieving the rectangular card, she noted its enigmatic front design, adorned with rune-like patterns and unfamiliar characters. The only intelligible phrase read "speed increase 30." The reverse side contains several precautions. 1. Disposable items, designed for single use. 2. Temporal cards, offering non-permanent attribute enhancements, may be stored indefinitely. 3. There exists a certain probability that this card will drop upon a player's demise. This serves as a cautionary note for Bai Xi. With a survival rate of merely 10, the potential for card drops implies that players may engage in mutual slaughter to acquire each other's cards. As the game progresses and the number of survivors dwindles, encounters among players become inevitable. In the pursuit of survival, it is entirely plausible to eliminate other players to obtain their cards, thereby enhancing one's own odds of survival. This game proves to be more challenging than she initially perceived, particularly in the later stages, where formidable hidden players are likely to resort to violence. Whereas the earlier phases may offer a semblance of safety, as they require other players to complete tasks and acquire cards. She muses on the number of novice players like herself versus the seasoned veterans within a single game. Reflecting on her misfortune, Bai Xi laments her ill fate at being chosen by the game. She has created a small space within her surroundings specifically to store system rewards, items, and cards. Outside, Tan Mingshan is engaged in a phone call, while everyone watches him in silence. "Yes, I understand. Very well. We shall handle it ourselves. All right, I await your news." After concluding the call, before Tan Mingshan could speak, the group inquired, "Uncle Tan, when will the troops arrive?" Tan Mingshan shook his head, his face etched with worry. Numerous locations are besieged by large ants, and all military and police forces in the city have been dispatched to rescue the affected populace. For now, we are safe here, and we shall refrain from depleting our manpower. I have reported the weaknesses of the ants to the higher authorities, and a resolution should be forthcoming. They have instructed us to await further updates. Upon hearing that a solution is imminent, everyone felt a sense of relief, except for Bai Xi and Ye Xiao, who remained silent. "Uncle Tan, have you reported this significant incident to the provincial authorities? When can we expect assistance from other cities?" Bai Xi inquired. This was indeed the crux of the matter. If the mutated giant ants were pivotal to survival in this round of the game, it was highly likely that they would revolt later on. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the ant colony possessed even larger soldier ants. If the ordinary worker ants were already of considerable size, one could only imagine the enormity of the soldier ants. The mere thought of it filled Bai Xi with immense pressure. The survival game had another name, the death game. The message has been conveyed to the higher-ups. Given the gravity of the situation, they are responding swiftly. Tan Mingshan expressed his confidence in the military. Even if the government dispatches personnel, it will likely be tomorrow. These ants could emerge from their burrows at any moment, so we must exercise caution, Ye Xiao advised. Bai Xi nodded in agreement, fully aware that even if help arrived, they might not prioritize their situation. Self-preservation was paramount. Let us wait a bit longer. The city will contact us with any news, and we can coordinate with the rescue team then, Tan Mingshan suggested, seeking to rally the larger forces, confident in the government as a police officer. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Thank you, Captain Tan, Ye Xiao acknowledged with a nod. And what of Captain Tan? Bai Xi asked curiously. Alone. My parents passed away long ago, Tan Mingshan replied, displaying a sense of acceptance, though a hint of loneliness lingered in his words. I too am from out of town. The four of us are perfectly suited to keep each other company, Han Dong remarked with a smile. Tan Mingshan nodded, while Bai Xi remained indifferent, for she harbored no particular plans and felt indifferent to her surroundings. Accompanying the two responsible officers, Tan Mingshan and Han Dong, was certainly preferable to being outside. Uncle Tan. The answer quite formidable. Is this place safe? What if they tunnel through below? Bai Xi expressed her concerns. It should be fine. This is the municipal police headquarters. Constructed to withstand explosions, it's unlikely to collapse so easily, Tan Mingshan reassured her as he shook his head. The four settled down, awaiting news in silence. They retrieved their phones, perusing online updates, while the office television remained on, keeping them apprised of developments. I'm heading to the restroom, Ye Xiao announced as he rose and made his way to the lavatory by the stairs. Old Tan, we've been unable to reach the higher-ups. The city cannot attend to you right now. You must find a secure place to hide. This ant disaster is fierce. The voice on the other end was abruptly cut off by a panicked shout. Old Tan, I can't talk now. The line went silent with a disconnection tone. Tan Mingshan sighed. Let us hope for the best. The city is preoccupied with its own troubles. Did they not employ our methods? Han Dong inquired. Tan Mingshan shook his head. I don't know. The call ended abruptly. At that moment, the wooden board trapped beneath the heavy stone began to creak ominously. The large ants were emerging. Bai Xi noticed the disturbance. Another mound of earth had appeared in the landscaped area outside. Let us go. This place is no longer safe. Ye Xiao stood up, preparing to leave, and Bai Xi shared his sentiment, eager to depart. Without rescue in sight, and no reinforcements to be found, the presence of an ant nest below loomed ominously, isolated and vulnerable. After contemplating, Bai Xi resolved not to follow them. Although Tan Mingshan and Han Dong left a favorable impression, humanity is often put to the test in the face of calamity. Moreover, Ye Xiao, a fellow tasker, posed a latent threat to her. Thus, it was wiser for her to proceed alone. Having made her decision, the four parted ways as the ants began to emerge outside. They hurriedly exited the police station, aware that the speed of the ants matched their own, and being besieged would lead to dire complications. Once outside, Bai Xi cleverly devised a ruse. She did not head towards the direction of her rented apartment, but instead arbitrarily chose a path to sprint down. As she departed, she took special note of Ye Xiao, observing that he was heading in the opposite direction, which eased her mind considerably. The streets were desolate. The municipal government had issued citywide alerts regarding the giant ants, and no one dared to loiter outside. Assured that she was unaccompanied, Bai Xi retrieved her phone to navigate towards her rental. Her apartment was located on the 3rd floor, a safer choice than the ground level, and it was also deemed relatively secure for system tasks. Along the way, she occasionally glimpsed people looting food from nearby shops, while some audacious individuals lurked by the roadside, casting watchful glances at her. Bai Xi dared not meet their eyes nor linger, uncertain if they were players. Maintaining a respectful distance was the wisest course of action. Suddenly, the screech of tires pierced the air. Turning the corner, Bai Xi was astonished to see a familiar figure before her, and with a sycophantic smile, she exclaimed, Chi Ge. What a coincidence! Leaning against the wall with arms crossed, Ye Xiao regarded Bai Xi with calm composure and a friendly smile, responding, not a coincidence. I was specifically waiting for you. Oh, really? What business does Chi Ge have with me? Is it possible that he is in need of a leg accessory? Bai Xi, taken aback, alighted from the vehicle, subtly positioning her electric bike before her. Ye Xiao observed her subtle maneuver without concern and continued, You are a player too, aren't you? Ah, what? Bai Xi feigned ignorance, her expression one of confusion. What is a player? However, Ye Xiao saw through her clumsy act and chuckled. I initially thought you were merely an ordinary native, but it appears you are indeed a player, albeit a novice. How could I let such a splendid opportunity slip by? He straightened his posture, revealing a black dagger in his hand. Bai Xi's body tensed instantly as she reached behind her to retrieve the short knife she had previously purchased. Gu, what are you talking about? This is all so perplexing. Regardless, it makes no difference whether you understand or not. Ye Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of cold ruthlessness. Once I eliminate you, the truth will unfold, and I shall see what treasures you possess. As he spoke, Ye Xiao abruptly lunged forward, swinging the black dagger towards Bai Xi. Surprised by his speed, she pushed her electric bike forward and attempted to flee. But Ye Xiao was swifter. Before she could take more than a few steps, he had closed the distance, reveling in his dominance like a cat toying with a mouse. You haven't undergone enhancement yet. You're no match for me. In tandem, the black dagger aimed for her neck, sending a chill down Bai Xi's spine as the shadow of death loomed over her. In a moment of desperation, she activated a speed card, her senses heightened instantaneously, and the dagger's approach seemed to decelerate. With a swift retreat and a sidestep, she narrowly evaded the incoming dagger, the sharp blade grazing her skin and leaving a faint trace of blood on her neck. Ye Xiao's face revealed surprise. You utilized a speed card? How many tasks did you complete to acquire it? The novice truly receives preferential treatment. However, Bai Xi had no intention of indulging his prattle. She turned and fled. She was acutely aware that even with the speed card, she could not match Ye Xiao's prowess. Running was her only option. Yet, Ye Xiao was not inclined to let Bai Xi escape. He sprang up, lightly pressing against the wall, and leaped before her, seizing her neck with one hand and effortlessly lifting her off the ground. Do you see? This is the chasm between us. Even with the speed card, you remain slower than me, while my strength could easily extinguish your life. His gaze was devoid of warmth, perceiving Bai Xi as little more than a lifeless entity. Bai Xi's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on her forehead. Her feet flailed helplessly in the air as she grasped at his hand, attempting to pry it away. Yet, her meager strength was utterly insufficient to dislodge him. The oxygen in her chest dwindled, and she found herself in excruciating discomfort. Death loomed ominously. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to envision the gentle smiles of her grandparents, as well as her mother's lovingly prepared meals. On the brink of death, how could she still find the capacity to smile? Unlike others who would cower in fear, Bai Xi's composure astonished Ye Xiao. He had taken many lives, and all had been gripped by terror and pleas for mercy, yet this girl merely smiled. Then, in an instant, Bai Xi vanished. Before Ye Xiao could comprehend the situation, a short blade plunged forcefully into the back of his head, and Bai Xi collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Before the words could escape his lips, Ye Xiao met his demise, his face frozen in a visage of shock and disbelief. Player Bai Xi has executed a higher-tier kill on the mid-tier player Qiyu Bin, earning point rewards to be calculated at the end of the game. Once her breath steadied, Bai Xi rose to collect the 3 cards and the dagger lying on the ground, stowing them in her system space before swiftly retreating into the community. Upon entering her abode, her first action was to inspect for any signs of intrusion. Confirming her safety, Bai Xi exhaled in relief, sinking into the embrace of her sofa, curling up in a ball, overwhelmed by dread. It was only the second day of the game, yet she had already encountered 2 players, neither of whom were amicable. Particularly Ye Xiao, or rather, Qiyu Bin, had been a facade from the outset. His prior kindness and friendliness were likely mere ploys to gauge her. Bai Xi pondered where she had inadvertently revealed her naivety, allowing Qiyu Bin to be so certain of her status as a novice player. With a soft sigh, she mused to herself how arduous this game truly was. She retrieved the 3 cards dropped by Qiyu Bin, 1 speed card, 1 invisibility card, and 1 item card, along with Qiyu Bin's black gold dagger. Both the speed and invisibility cards were of green grade, capable of rendering her invisible for 10 minutes. The black gold dagger was classified as a gray grade weapon, a reward from the game, usable solely within its realm, as were the other cards. It seemed fortune smiled upon her, as her acquisitions were predominantly green and blue grade items, devoid of any white grade. After organizing her belongings, fatigue washed over her, and Bai Xi dozed off on the sofa. She was utterly exhausted. Outside, in the community streets, a group of individuals stumbled upon the lifeless body of Qiyu Bin. Boss, look over there, there's a dead man. A few individuals approached, gazing in astonishment at the lifeless form of Qi Yubin, murmuring in disbelief. A true master. A single blow brought him to his end. Observing his expression, one could see a visage filled with shock and incredulity. It seems he never anticipated his demise. Boss, was this the work of a player? Inquired one of the group, addressing the middle-aged man who was referred to as boss. He furrowed his brow, clearly an experienced player. We must tread carefully, lest we become his target. When Bai Xi awakened, it was already evening. She prepared a dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers, accompanied by steamed rice mixed with corn kernels. As she opened her phone, she began to eat while perusing new messages. The various online forums were ablaze with activity. My goodness, there is a massive ant nest beneath our community. Numerous individuals have been dragged into the ground. It's terrifying. I witnessed someone being gruesomely dismembered, piece by piece. We reside on the first floor. Is there anyone who can come to our aid? I'll offer a reward of 10,000. 10,000? Even if you offered 100,000, it's unlikely anyone would respond. Here is some advice. Brother, it's better to rely on oneself than to seek help from others. In a video, several individuals were surrounded by enormous ants, particularly a strikingly large black ant that dwarfed the others. My heavens, is this truly the apocalypse? Have you noticed? We can no longer receive news from the outside. We are only able to access communications from one city, as if other locations have been entirely blocked. I've noticed that too. I tried messaging a friend in the provincial capital, but my messages wouldn't go through. This is utterly frightening. Are we being confined, destined to serve as sustenance for these colossal ants? Panic and fear, stemming from the internet, have spread widely, subsequently impacting every individual in reality. However, Bai Xi remained unperturbed. Transporting them to this world and isolating the information of a city was, for the game, no formidable task. After observing for a while, Bai Xi shut her phone and proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. The information she had gathered online revealed not only that Wunan City had been cordoned off, but also that the ants appeared to be increasingly active. Moreover, after tasting blood, these ants seemed to go mad, their combat prowess soaring instantaneously. Just as Bai Xi was contemplating her next course of action, a message disseminated throughout the game, startling all players. During the completion of a side quest, a laboratory gene serum was inadvertently released, accelerating the game's progression. There are 24 hours remaining until the mutation occurs. Please prepare yourselves, players. Upon reading this announcement, players erupted in outrage. What the hell? Which bastard did this? If I ever cross paths with him, I swear I will make him pay. Is this person mentally challenged? How can someone voluntarily increase their task difficulties? In a concealed laboratory, a young man stared at the message before him, utterly bewildered. The large screen of his computer displayed, "Serum release complete. Expected to spread throughout the city within 36 hours. What have I done?" The young man could not comprehend. He had merely brushed against that red button by accident. It's over. I've become the enemy of the game. No, I cannot reveal myself. After some contemplation, the young man resolved to embrace the chaos. In any case, since the insects in this laboratory dare not approach, she might as well settle here, waiting for the game to conclude. Upon receiving the news, Bai Xi was equally astonished. Was such a maneuver truly possible? With 24 hours remaining until the game notification, it meant that the relatively safe window was dwindling to just that time frame. Bai Xi organized her existing supplies. The inventory within her space was sufficient for her sustenance for 10 to 15 days, and there were still some items yet to be stored, ensuring she could manage for 3 to 5 days without issue. The duration until the game's conclusion remained uncertain, and she pondered whether her provisions would suffice. However, venturing outside seemed far too perilous. Other players would undoubtedly seize the last 24 hours for stockpiling, so it was best for her to remain contentedly within her home. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Bai Xi was startled awake by a rumble of thunder. Subsequently, the sound of rain pattering against the window resonated, accompanied by the booming thunder as lightning illuminated the darkened room. She approached the window, gazing at the city streets washed clean by the rain, her heart sinking. On the third day of the game, the survival rate stood at 93. The heavy rain persisted throughout the night, and by morning, a gentle drizzle continued to dance in the air, leaving the streets pristine, while a few large ants wandered about. After finishing her breakfast, Bai Xi settled by the window, observing the unfolding situation outside. The previous day's game notification had arrived at 7 in the evening, leaving a mere few hours until significant changes would occur. Before long, Bai Xi found herself sweating profusely. Why was it so hot today? It felt akin to being in a steamer. The sky outside had brightened, though it remained gray and somewhat gloomy. The prior night's deluge had not fully penetrated, leaving the weather oppressively humid and uncharacteristically sultry. A series of knocks resonated from outside the door, accompanied by the anxious voice of a girl. "Hello, is anyone there?" Bai Xi approached the door and peered through the peephole, revealing a charming girl of about 15 or 16. "What is the matter?" Bai Xi inquired. The unexpected visit raised her suspicions. It was highly likely that it was premeditated. Past experiences had instilled a sense of wariness in her towards everyone, particularly players. "I don't have any antipyretics," she stated, though in truth, she did possess some. In her previous stockpiling of supplies, she had purchased a little of everything, albeit primarily food. "I'm sorry for the disturbance," the girl replied, disappointment flashing across her face, yet she bore no anger. In this apocalyptic world, where everyone lived in fear, offering help was a kindness, while withholding it was merely a duty. Before departing, she kindly cautioned, "Sister, do not go out in the rain, and avoid getting wet. This rain may pose a problem." The girl continued to knock on door after door, soon fading into silence. Bai Xi remained behind the door, frowning, torn between conflicting emotions and guilt. The girl genuinely seemed to need assistance, and her final words of concern struck a chord within her. Yet, Bai Xi was truly frightened, fearing that the girl's intentions were sinister, a test of her resolve. Growing up in a peaceful era, Bai Xi found herself in a moral quandary. Her heart urged her to aid the girl, but her reason cautioned her against the dangers of engaging with anyone. A few minutes later, Bai Xi donned her backpack and stepped outside. In the corridor, she listened intently, realizing that the girl was ascending the stairs to the 5th floor. Continuing to knock on doors, her vigilance unmistakable in the absence of others around. Does the girl truly require anything? She has ceased to care, finding solace in her own conscience. She knocked on every door of the 5th floor, yet received no response, feeling a twinge of despondency. However, she quickly rallied her spirits and ascended to the 6th floor. Upon reaching the stairwell, she spotted a pristine box of fever-reducing medication, which astonished her. Swiftly picking up the medicine box, a familiar scent wafted through the air. It was from that sister. The indifference of those around her did not incite anger. It was only natural for individuals to mind their own affairs in such apocalyptic times, yet a hint of disappointment lingered. Gazing at the medicine box in her hand, warmth enveloped her heart, and a smile crept onto her lips. Thanks to the girl's reminder, Bai Xi began to observe the organisms exposed to the rain. What was so extraordinary about this rain? The rhythmic patter of raindrops against the glass window instilled in Bai Xi an unusual calmness. After a moment of observation, she could ascertain that this rain was not the kind of corrosive acid rain. It bore no threat of erosion. Reflecting on previous reports, Bai Xi speculated, could it possibly be related to that genetic serum? After pondering for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion, she surrendered to the uncertainty. She was no technological prodigy, incapable of deciphering such specialized matters. Since the rain posed a danger, the prudent course was to avoid contact. In the current circumstances, remaining indoors was safer than anywhere else. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated, the cacophony sending a shiver down her spine. The rain intensified, with large droplets hammering against the glass as if intent on shattering it. The iron awning next door rattled violently under the onslaught. The ants that typically scurried about the street had vanished, as the rainwater submerged the entire thoroughfare, rushing toward the drain and forming a whirlpool. With such a deluge, did the large ants not consider relocating? Bai Xi pondered in confusion. Indeed, she discovered online that several office buildings and residences in the city had been overrun by ants. Many inhabitants had been slaughtered, some had fled through the rain, while others had managed to relocate to the uppermost floors in time. Just as she was about to click on the webpage for further details, her internet connection abruptly failed. Bai Xi wandered around her home, finding no network or signal in any corner. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 10:30 in the morning. It seemed the game's pace was accelerating, beginning with the loss of internet, followed likely by the disruption of water, electricity, and gas. With this thought, Bai Xi hurried into the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity while there was still electricity and gas to cook the meat and vegetables she had purchased, storing them in her space. Time within that space stood still, alleviating any concerns over spoilage or expiration. Bai Xi relied on her stockpiled bottled water, wary of using tap water. Water is the essence of life. Although her supply of mineral water was not abundant, it was sufficient for one person. As the afternoon approached, she pondered whether she would still be able to sleep after 7 o'clock, She needed to remain vigilant in anticipation of any forthcoming upheaval. Meanwhile, the siblings residing in the same building chose to conserve their energy. The girl held her 7- or 8-year-old brother tightly, gently patting his back, urging him to sleep. For soon it might be impossible. Obediently, the boy closed his eyes, murmuring, "Sister, I'm asleep now." The girl smiled warmly and closed her eyes as well, allowing the room to fall into silence. The game was challenging, yet she was determined that she and her brother would survive. By 6 in the evening, the skies cleared. Outside, the world looked revitalized. Aside from the reflective puddles, there was no sign of life, least of all the giant ants, as if they had vanished entirely. Before long, several individuals forcefully smashed the entrance of the supermarket across the street, gathering large bags of supplies before hastily moving on to other establishments. Behind the crowd, Bai Xi seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting around the corner, but when she turned to look again, nothing remained. She stared intently at that spot for a moment, yet there was no shadow to be found. Could it have been a mere illusion? Bai Xi shook her head, chiding herself for being overly alarmed, and continued to observe the unfolding chaos outside. A leader emerged, emboldening others to step out and rob nearby supermarkets, clothing stores, and gold shops without hesitation. Aside from the players and a few astute individuals, the vast majority remained blissfully unaware of the grave crisis, with many merely hoping to take advantage of the turmoil. From the gold shop across the street, a man burst forth in terror, shouting as he fled. He carried a backpack, not fully secured, from which dangled a hefty golden chain. Close behind him trailed a swarm of large ants, drawn by the blood he left in his wake. The sight of the crimson droplets incited the ants, who swarmed around him, and soon, silence enveloped the scene, leaving only a pool of fresh blood. Witnessing this harrowing tableau, Bai Xi felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Her reaction far more intense than when she had slain Qi Yubin the previous day. The imagery was overwhelmingly graphic. Before she could gather her composure, another store erupted with terrified screams. It was the very establishment that had been initially raided. Bai Xi swallowed hard, realizing that this was the accelerated phase of the game, fraught with peril at every turn. As time ticked away, the street fell eerily silent once more. At 7 o'clock, another announcement echoed throughout the game, signaling the next development. At present, the survival rate in the game stands at 85. All players are hereby alerted that due to the accelerated pace of the game, this round will transition into a difficulty mode. From this moment forth, those who endure for more than 7 days will witness a doubling of rewards for the final 10 of surviving players, while novice participants shall receive a threefold increase in their rewards. Players are urged to strive for survival. Upon this announcement, all players, particularly the seasoned ones, erupted in outrage. Damn it! Difficulty mode? Isn't that a challenge reserved for the advancement trials? One exclaimed, frustration palpable. God forbid I cross paths with you. I shall reduce you to mere pulp. What a stroke of misfortune to find oneself in the same round as such a fool. Bai Xi, however, did not exhibit the same level of reaction as her fellow players. She lacked a concrete understanding of what the difficulty mode entailed. At worst, it would simply be a bit more challenging. 30 seconds later, the luminous screen vanished, revealing a white progress bar in the upper right corner, indicating an 85 survival rate. Faced with this progress bar displaying her survival status, Bai Xi found herself at a loss. Lacking experience, she was uncertain of what the game's difficulty mode would specifically entail. She resolved to remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. Bai Xi commenced her preparations within the confines of her shelter, keenly aware that she must always be ready to depart. Previously, she had observed ants from her high-rise vantage point, and she considered that those larger ants might come seeking sustenance. Thus, no place was entirely secure. She changed into attire more suited for physical activity, discreetly stowing some provisions into her backpack. Subsequently, Bai Xi began her warm-up exercises. At 7:30, the white progress bar abruptly regressed to 80. With a total of over 215,000 individuals comprising both indigenous inhabitants and players, this 5 represented more than 10,000 lives. In a mere half an hour, over 10,000 lives perished. The game transformed each life into a mere digit. And behind every pulsating number lay the tragic loss of vibrant souls. In this moment, Bai Xi deeply felt the cruelty and indifference of the game. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, darkness began to envelop the surroundings, accompanied by a chorus of rustling sounds. The streetlights persisted, their orange-yellow glow attracting insects. offering a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a heavy object fell, knocking down one of the streetlights, which subsequently extinguished one by one, plunging the area back into darkness. A slender shadow crept up the opposite residential building, drawn towards a lit window, while other illuminated panes were rattled by something soaring through the air. Several dark figures darted towards Bai Xi's direction, prompting her to swiftly turn and press the switch on the wall, plunging the room into utter blackness. Bereft of light, the shadows adjusted their trajectory, veering to the side. Those who reacted slowly were not so fortunate. Beneath the cloak of night, terrified screams and desperate cries for help mingled with the unsettling sounds of unknown creatures scuttling and the crunching of bones, sending chills down one's spine and causing limbs to tremble. Bai Xi leaned against the wall, minimizing her exposure to danger, her vigilant gaze fixed on the commotion both inside and outside. Time ticked away, and the disturbances outside grew in intensity, with shadows seemingly turning upon one another in a frenzied display, creating a cacophony that rattled the doors and windows. On the fourth day of the game, around 4 or 5 in the morning, the noise outside gradually subsided, allowing everyone to exhale a sigh of relief. Indeed, this night had been fraught with terror. At 6 o'clock, the dawn gradually illuminated the sky, dispelling the shadows outside and leaving behind a scene of devastation. The exterior walls of the residential building were pockmarked with scattered small holes, shattered glass windows, and deep gouges in the plaster. The once pristine edifice had been reduced to a state of disrepair overnight. The streets were marred by dried brown stains resembling blood, strewn with shards of glass and unidentified severed limbs, while awnings and iron railings above swayed precariously. The commotion from the previous night had instilled fear in many. All had remained holed up indoors. The survival rate had plummeted to 75, with more than 20,000 lives lost. It was the 5th day of the game. The previous day had passed with relative calm, save for the emergence of those shadows at night. Due to the darkness, Bai Xi could only surmise from the indistinct silhouettes that these shadows were likely mutated insects akin to ants, presumably linked to some genetic concoction. Around 1 in the afternoon, as Bai Xi quietly consumed her meal, a knock resounded at the door. "Little girl, are you there? Could you spare us some water? The water supply was cut off so suddenly yesterday, and we have exhausted our reserves," spoke an elderly woman. Now on the 5th day of the game, with everyone confined indoors for durations ranging from 4 days to as little as 2 or 3, the available food was nearly depleted, and most critically, water was scarce, rendering rice inedible. The number of individuals compelled to venture out in search of sustenance and water would inevitably increase in the coming days. Drawing from her past experiences with novels and games, she knew this was the most perilous moment. Human calamities often surpassed natural disasters in their terror and ferocity. The man raised his chin toward the door, silently urging the old woman to continue her knocking. The elderly woman continued to knock on the door, pleading, "Little girl, I know you're inside. You went out the day before yesterday. Please help me. In times of difficulty, we ought to assist one another. Your silence is concerning. We might think something terrible has happened to you." Inside, Bai Xi rolled her eyes, thinking that asking for water was one thing, but being chastised for not lending a helping hand was absurd. Did they really intend to force their way in? As expected, the sounds of tinkering at the door lock confirmed her suspicions. Yet, Bai Xi remained unfazed. The lock she had installed featured a manual interior deadbolt, and she had also left the key in the lock, ensuring that no one could turn it from the outside. The locksmith had informed her that as long as the key remained in the lock, it was impossible for anyone outside to turn it. They would have to resort to force, but the security door was not easily breached without substantial tools such as a sledgehammer or a chainsaw. In her current predicament, acquiring such implements was no small feat, and the commotion could potentially attract unwanted attention. Outside, the earnest man, after a few minutes of futile effort, conceded defeat, his frustration evident as he slammed the door. The elderly woman's voice rang out again. "Little girl, this door is truly sturdy. If you're safe, then I can rest easy. Please be cautious in this situation." With that, the two turned and ascended to the 4th floor, where they would attempt the same tactic on another door. Inside that room resided 2 girls sharing a lease, who, unlike Bai Xi, were not as vigilant and were easily overpowered by the earnest man and the elderly woman. The 2 girls were terrified, and one, emboldened, seized an item nearby to chase the intruders away, only to be thwarted by the earnest man, who, alongside the elderly woman, subdued both girls. Despite her advanced age, The elderly woman possessed considerable strength in her hands. Soon after, the room was filled with the girl's terrified cries for help. The family next door remained oblivious, quietly consuming their meal. When the child attempted to speak, the grandmother silenced her with a mouthful of rice. "Darling, eat your food," she said, her untimely concern stark against the parent's silence and indifference. The child seemed to grasp the situation, disappointment flickering in her eyes, and mimicked her parents by refraining from speech while eating. After the two had departed, Bai Xi felt an alarm ringing in her heart. These individuals were not to be trifled with, and it was only a matter of time before they would come for her. Approaching the window for a glance, she felt relieved to remember that she had chosen a third-floor apartment, approximately 6 meters above ground, which would facilitate a swift escape. Bai Xi retrieved the rope she had prepared during her earlier foraging, measuring it to ensure it was of adequate length, and searched the room for a sturdy anchor point. Once she had mapped out her escape route, a sense of reassurance washed over her, prompting her to resume her warm-up exercises. Maintaining her physical condition was crucial for survival. At that moment, the survival rate had plummeted to 69, with over 10,000 lives lost. Bai Xi became even more vigilant, silently honing her skills while remaining attentive to the sounds around her. On the 6th day of the game, the survival rate stood at 58. The elderly woman knocked on her door 3 times that day, yet it passed without incident. On the 7th day, the survival rate fell to 43. With more individuals venturing outside during the day, Bai Xi, having sufficient supplies, chose to remain indoors while the elderly woman continued her routine of knocking thrice. On the 8th day, with a survival rate of 40, Bai Xi prepared a breakfast of pure milk and bread, savoring each bite when the familiar knocking echoed from outside her door. Compared to yesterday's gentle whispers and amiable exchanges, today bears a more menacing tone. "Little girl, I know you are inside. You haven't stepped out for days. Surely there is an abundance of food within. We are practically starving, our stomachs pressed against our backs. Can't you lend a hand? We are neighbors who often cross paths. Your behavior is rather selfish." Bai Xi calmly approached the door and peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside. "If you do not open up soon, I shall resort to breaking down the door." The elderly woman was evidently angered, her patience wearing thin. A woman behind her taunted, "Aunt Rome, you were not so courteous when you entered our home the other day. You know nothing." The elderly woman shot back, casting a scornful glance at the woman. The door remained locked, as she had not removed the key. "I called you Aunt Rome out of respect, and you dare to show such disdain?" The woman then turned to the honest man beside her, pouting, "Young, just look at Aunt Rome's attitude. After all, she is your woman." Upon seeing the woman resort to such tactics, the elderly woman felt a deep sense of revulsion. "Zhang Qingfang, do not try that with me. Wang is not a man easily swayed by beauty." "Enough," Wang Yong interjected, weary of the spectacle unfolding between the two women. Throughout his ordinary life, he had worked tirelessly on construction sites, never imagining he would be chosen for this extraordinary game, becoming a player. Although fraught with danger, it afforded him wealth and women, granting him the freedom to indulge in his desires, a truly exhilarating experience. With Wang Yong's admonition, both the elderly woman and Zhang Qingfang fell silent, their heads bowed, their faces reflecting deep resentment and loathing towards him. As the two individuals succumbed to his imposing demeanor, Wang Yong felt an overwhelming sense of pride, his self-esteem significantly bolstered. He stepped forward, grasping the large hammer beside him, ready to strike the door. In the next instant, the sound of a key turning echoed from within. Old Lady Rong's face brightened with unexpected delight. She hadn't anticipated that the girl would open the door herself, revealing her to be a rather gullible fool. Zhang Qingfang, however, wore a disdainful expression, eager to witness just how remarkable this little minx, whom Old Lady Rong incessantly praised, truly was. Wang Yong's expression flickered as he swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the entrance in anticipation. "What do you intend to do?" Upon the door's opening, Bai Xi stood there, her demeanor frosty as she regarded the trio, inadvertently drawn to the silver ring adorning Zhang Qingfang's right index finger. Zhang Qingfang shot Bai Xi a contemptuous glance, while Wang Yong's eyes remained glued to Bai Xi. The three intruders did not await an invitation, and Bai Xi made no effort to impede their entry. It was best to secure the door before confronting any threats. The daytime heat kept the creatures dormant, confined to the subterranean or shaded areas. The peril of venturing out in search of supplies was considerable, particularly on the ground floor. Many times, she had witnessed various individuals enter the same shop, never to emerge again. Most alarmingly, before dawn, she had observed numerous shadows infiltrate the building where she resided. Did they intend to remain, merely to nourish the worms? Initially, she had planned to depart after breakfast, but these intruders had thwarted her intentions, and the system had issued a most disheartening task. Novice side quest: please acquire the silver ring from Zhang Qingfang outside the door. Quest reward: 1 lottery chance. This task was indeed the epitome of last-minute urgency. The game demanded that she constantly face peril and actively evolve. After the three entered the room, Bai Xi turned and locked the door behind her. Rong Laupa and the others stared at her as if she were a fool. Little girl, do you have anything to eat? We are starving. Rong Laupa feigned politeness. Bai Xi shook her head, and their expressions shifted immediately. Wang Yong rose and approached Bai Xi. The smile on his face was repugnant. With a disdainful scoff, Bai Xi turned and entered the bedroom. The trio was momentarily taken aback. What a straightforward girl. Wang Yong followed her, while Rong Laupa and Zhang Qingfang began to rummage through the room. Inside the bedroom, Bai Xi's silhouette was strikingly beautiful. Her graceful curves and long legs made Wang Yong's mouth water. Oblivious to the danger lurking behind her, she held a blood-stained dagger, hesitating over whether to act. Little sister, as long as you behave, your brother will treat you well. In the shadows, Wang Yong revealed his true nature, lewd and revolting, as he eagerly secured the door. The next moment, a terrified scream echoed in the darkness. He clutched his neck, staring incredulously at Bai Xi, unable to comprehend how she had appeared before him in an instant. Soon, Wang Yong met his demise. Player Bai Xi has eliminated fellow player Wang Yong, earning points which will be calculated after the game concludes. This marked Bai Xi's second kill, leaving her somewhat unsettled, the disgust evident on her face. Her mind clouded, an after effect of her second skill, space jump. It was indeed a life-saving boon. After stowing the stamina potion in her system space, Bai Xi emerged from the bedroom. Rong Laupa and Zhang Qingfang had thoroughly searched the house, finding nothing to eat. Upon witnessing Bai Xi emerge unscathed, the two were taken aback. Blood began to seep from beneath the bedroom door, and as they peered inside, they found Wang Yong sprawled on the floor, his expression one of terror, blood pooling around him. Had this girl truly slain Wang Yong? The very same Wang Yong who could confront 3 or 4 young men head-on. In truth, had it come to a direct confrontation, Bai Xi would undoubtedly not stand a chance against Wang Yong. Yet, within a radius of 1.5 meters, she could instantaneously materialize at any location. This ability to teleport was not merely a result of speed creating an optical illusion. Rather, she genuinely traversed space, reminiscent of a mythical tale of shrinking distances. In the heat of battle, this skill could catch adversaries off guard, leaving them vulnerable before they could even react. This was precisely why Bai Xi effortlessly countered Shi Yubin and Wang Yong. They were utterly unprepared. With an air of calm, Bai Xi strolled into the living room and settled onto the sofa, directing her gaze towards the elderly woman, Rong. The woman hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling in supplication, exclaiming, "We never intended to bully you. It was all Wang Yong's doing. He forced us. We had no choice. Please spare our lives." Zhang Qifang, perceptive to the situation, followed suit and knelt as well. "That ring of yours is quite exquisite," Bai Xi stated, opting for directness rather than beating around the bush. Zhang Qingfang, momentarily taken aback, quickly removed the ring and placed it upon the coffee table, saying, "This is a family heirloom, passed down through many generations." Bai Xi picked up the ring, and upon realizing that the task was not marked as completed, thoughtfully inquired, "May I have this ring as a gift?" "Of course, if you like it, please take it." Zhang Qifang hastily sought to ingratiate herself. No sooner had she spoken than a system notification chimed in. "Task completed. Please submit your mission objectives." Bai Xi feigned placing the ring into her bag, but instead concealed it within her storage space. Curiosity piqued by the item coveted by the system, she desired to examine it further. However, her immediate concern was to deal with Zhang Qifang and her companion. She estimated that she could utilize her spatial leap one more time, exceeding that would risk her losing consciousness, a perilous situation indeed. Furthermore, should these two join forces, she would find herself at a distinct disadvantage. Even if she managed to eliminate one through spatial leap, her weakened state would render her incapable of confronting an unscathed adversary. Thus, Bai Xi resolved to dismantle them one by one, instigating discord within their ranks to prevent a united front against her. Zhang Qifang cast a sidelong glance at the old woman Rong, who bowed her head and gazed at Zhang Qifang with a pleading expression. Zhang Qifang inwardly scoffed. It was Rong and Wang Yong who were at fault. Wang Yong was notoriously lecherous, having bullied those two girls. The girls had plotted to eliminate him. only to be discarded by the couple. The old woman Rong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Qingfang, eager to explain, "I did not kill those girls. It was all Wang Yong's doing. I merely knocked on the door. Even if you did not strike the blow yourself, you are still an accomplice. Is it not how my husband met his demise at your hands?" Rong's animosity towards Zhang Qingfang was palpable, yet the latter reciprocated that disdain towards both Rong and Wang Yong. The couple's once loving relationship had now devolved into a state of abject submission and sycophancy, all due to their own machinations. What choice do I have? If I refuse to serve Wang Yong, he will surely kill me. Old Mrs. Rong argued with conviction. You all can sort this out yourselves. Bai Xi nonchalantly tossed the dagger, which was intended for Wang Yong, onto the table. The sound of the blade clashing against the glass resonated distinctly within the modest living room, capturing the unwavering attention of both old Mrs. Rong and Zhang Qingfang. Bai Xi observed with a detached demeanor, casually stating, 2 against 1. Without a moment's hesitation, old Mrs. Rong seized the dagger and lunged towards Zhang Qingfang, refraining from directing her aggression towards Bai Xi. From the very onset, this young woman had exhibited remarkable composure, having silently eliminated Wang Yong, which undoubtedly lent her an air of confidence. Naturally, one would choose the softer fruit to squeeze. In comparison to this enigmatic stranger, old Mrs. Rong had a better understanding of Zhang Qingfang, thus increasing her odds of success. However, Zhang Qingfang, being youthful and quick-witted, deftly evaded the thrust of the dagger. Feeling the sting radiating from her arm, Zhang Qingfang erupted in fury. You wicked old hag. You truly are ruthless. I shall not hold back. Grabbing a glass water jug from the nearby dining table, she hurled it at old Mrs. Rong. With a resounding crash, the jug struck old Mrs. Rong violently, blood streaming from her head. Shaking off the blow, she brandished the dagger and lunged at Zhang Qingfang. Zhang Qingfang, determined to take old Mrs. Rong down with her, expertly disarmed her opponent, ensuring that old Mrs. Rong could not seize the opportunity to counterattack. Yet, old Mrs. Rong's extensive experience soon led to a fierce struggle between the two, their combat appearing intensely vigorous. Bai Xi let out a cold laugh. The two seemed to be performing a duet. While the scene appeared tumultuous, neither party suffered any significant injuries, as both were astute in their maneuvers. Understanding the importance of preserving strength, both individuals likely contemplated how to seize an opportunity to eliminate their adversary. However, Bai Xi would not grant them such a chance. She retrieved a black gold dagger, playfully twirling it in her hand, and remarked indifferently, "The term 2-1 is not merely a jest." Zhang Qingfang and her companion exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with menace. They both cast their gaze upon the dagger lying on the ground and lunged toward it simultaneously. Yet, Zhang Qingfang, being closer, seized the dagger and swiftly turned to deliver a vicious thrust into the waist of old Lady Rong, who cried out in agony as blood gushed forth onto the ground. Bai Xi frowned slightly, still unaccustomed to such a brutal scene, despite having orchestrated it. Old Lady Rong collapsed, her expression one of terror as she pleaded with Zhang Qingfang. "Sister Zhang, we bear no deep-seated enmity. It was Wang Yong who murdered your husband. I had no part in it." Zhang Qingfang, dagger in hand, approached old Lady Rong like a vengeful specter of hell. "It has nothing to do with you? If you hadn't deceived us into feeling sympathy, we would never have opened the door. You deserve to die." With that, she plunged the dagger into old Lady Rong's heart. Although the blood did not spout as one might expect, old Lady Rong perished instantly. Zhang Qingfang smiled, relishing the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. She turned and placed the dagger upon the table, indifferent to the fate that awaited her, as she mused that such days were hardly worth enduring. Bai Xi, maintaining her composure, inquired, "Just moments ago, you were performing a duet. Now, you show no fear of life or death. Why? What does it matter how much we struggle? We are but mere dogs in this apocalypse, confined livestock, mere sharpening stones for others." Bai Xi mused. Zhang Qingfang's words were laden with meaning. "Do you know what Wang Yong said to flaunt himself before me?" A glimmer of despair flickered in Zhang Qingfang's eyes. He claimed that our city is imprisoned, that we are nothing more than NPCs in a game, existing solely to entertain. Zhang Qingfang let out a sarcastic laugh, likening us to livestock in a pen, where our lives are not our own. The farmers may choose to keep us a while longer if they are pleased, or slaughter us if they are not. Yet there are no repercussions for them, as we are merely their playthings, our existence trivial. Suddenly, Zhang Qingfang erupted in a fit of hysteria, appearing somewhat deranged. "Why should it be so? Why must we be their playthings? Why must I endure his humiliation? We are human beings, living, breathing individuals. She vented her frustration by smashing objects in the room, unafraid of death, indifferent to whether Bai Xi would be angered, only seeking to release the pent-up rage and profound helplessness within her. Bai Xi's brow furrowed deeper in understanding. Her own heart brimmed with fury, yet it was futile, and all she could do was strive to survive. Watching Zhang Qingfang unleash her unrestrained outburst, Bai Xi felt a strange sense of relief in the midst of this damned gang. After the outburst, Zhang Qingfang lay exhausted on the floor, her expression increasingly heavy with despair and sorrow. It is in rationality that one gains clarity of reality. This wretched game of the powerful, to hell with it. I refuse to be anyone's sharpening stone. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qifang inflicted a fatal wound upon her neck, causing blood to spurt forth, splattering onto Bai Xi. The room fell into an eerie silence as Bai Xi stood still, gazing at the pool of blood that surrounded her, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. In that instant, she found herself sharing the sentiments of many players, harboring resentment toward the game, yet feeling compelled to struggle through it. She comprehended why those players acted so recklessly, seizing the day with the mindset of enjoying life while it lasts. After my demise, let the floodwaters rise. Perhaps this reflects the psyche of many. After a prolonged silence, Bai Xi seemed to attain a sense of clarity. She settled onto the sofa, resting her feet upon the coffee table, utterly at ease. The 3 fresh corpses in the room did nothing to mar her good spirits, and she remained blissfully unaware of the metallic scent of blood in the air. She retrieved Zhang Qingfang's ring, inspecting it thoroughly, yet finding nothing amiss. What peculiarity could this ring possibly possess? Bai Xi pondered aloud. Has the player submitted the task objective? The holographic screen appeared once more. As she could discern no hidden truths, Bai Xi chose not to dwell on it and clicked confirm, submitting the ring. Upon its disappearance, a new message arrived. Task completed. Player Bai Xi has earned a chance to draw a lottery. Bai Xi claimed her reward, and the colorful wheel materialized once again. As per tradition, she offered a silent prayer for her ancestors' blessings before clicking to spin the wheel, which began to whirl. This time, it halted in the red zone. Congratulations to player Bai Xi. You have drawn the red reward and received 1 comprehensive attribute point, which will permanently enhance your abilities. Please claim your reward promptly. Comprehensive attribute points? Bai Xi was filled with delight, her heart brimming with joy. Grandpa and Grandma, you are simply amazing. I love you both, moi. In her exuberance, Bai Xi swiftly claimed her attribute rewards, and in an instant, she felt rejuvenated, a profound sense of comfort washing over her. Glancing at her personal attributes, she noted, level, C-class player, points, 0, lottery attempts, 0, overall attributes, 66, special ability level, level 1 space manipulation, storage space, 2 cubic meters, space leap, 1 meter, items, speed card X1, invisibility card X1, item card X1, black gold dagger X1, stamina potion X1, status, none this time. Her personal attributes were devoid of the lengthy explanations found during her initial assessment, appearing far more concise. After inspecting her body, she discerned that there had not been any significant changes. Perhaps the attribute enhancement was too minimal to notice. Checking the time, she realized it was already approaching 10 o'clock. And outside, the streets were sparsely populated with a few individuals scavenging for food. It was time for her to leave. This place was too perilous. She retrieved a rope. Securing it on the balcony, donned her inconspicuous backpack, and carefully put on her rubber gloves. Bai Xi then slid down from the balcony. The 3rd floor was merely 5 or 6 meters above ground, with a green belt below, rendering the descent relatively safe. A skilled individual could likely jump down without harm. However, Bai Xi, not quite adept, clambered over the balcony, gripping the rope tightly as she descended slowly. Upon reaching the 1st floor, the chatter from inside the house startled her. Oh no. She glanced up, nearly losing her grip and plummeting down. A swarm of large black rats gathered at the window, one atop another, their sharp teeth bared, with dark fur and bare, fleshy tails, incessantly gnashing at Bai Xi. Fortunately, the windows of this household were tightly shut, and the sturdy anti-theft bars outside were well welded, preventing the rodents from making their escape. Suppressing the shivers of terror coursing through her, Bai Xi swiftly descended a little further and, when she was 1 meter above the ground, leapt down, quickly rising to her feet and sprinting away. This was utterly terrifying. A room full of rats the size of adult cats. Surely, she would be reduced to mere bones. No wonder the mortality rate had surged these past few days. Who could possibly endure such a horror? Fortuitously, these creatures seemed to have an inexplicable aversion to light, rarely venturing outside during daylight hours. The neighborhood comprised 8 buildings, and Bai Xi resided in the third one, closest to the main entrance, which she could reach in a mere 2 minutes. However, the sight of those enormous rats had spurred her into action, and she dashed out in less than a minute. Just as she was about to escape through the main gate, a familiar voice called out behind her, "Sister." Turning around, she recognized the girl who had come seeking fever medication a few days prior. The girl approached with a beaming smile, accompanied by a little boy of 7 or 8. "Sister, we meet again. Thank you for the fever medicine. My brother is all better now." The girl appeared genuinely delighted, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Thank you, sister." The little boy, shyly peeking from behind his sister, gazed at Bai Xi with wide eyes and offered his grateful acknowledgement. Bai Xi, however, remained cautious. Denying any knowledge of providing fever medication, one could never tell if there was some hidden trap awaiting her. With the experiences of previous encounters, Bai Xi now regards everyone with suspicion, convinced that there are always scheming individuals intent on causing her harm. The scent lingering on the medicine box unmistakably carries your essence. I can discern it with my keen sense of smell. Tian hurriedly clarified, "Sister, we are not bad people. You are one of the rare individuals we have encountered since the game began, someone who harbors no malice towards us." The young boy nodded in agreement, gazing curiously at Bai Xi, and inquired, "Sister, have you just killed someone?" Bai Xi's vigilance intensified. Malefactors do not wear their wickedness openly. Qi Yubin is a prime example of this. Furthermore, these 2 siblings exhibited an air of peculiarity. She had not ventured outside, yet they could detect such subtle scents. Could the girl possess some form of olfactory ability? The boy seemed to share a related gift. They truly made an intriguing pair. It was merely a box of medicine. Nothing of great consequence. In this apocalyptic world, one ought to extend a helping hand when possible. Though her thoughts were noble, Bai Xi turned to leave. However, the siblings followed closely behind, their speed seemingly surpassing her own, making it impossible to shake them off. After being trailed for several streets, Bai Xi grew increasingly exasperated and halted to confront them. "What exactly do you want? I bear you no ill will, but neither do I extend any goodwill. Let us coexist peacefully, shall we? Miss, I am Tian, and this is my brother, Tian Mo. Let us form a team." Tian stated her intentions directly. Bai Xi replied, bewildered. "Is it possible to form teams in this survival game? Are you participating in the first round?" It is indeed permissible to form teams. Each team can have no more than 5 members, and no fewer than 3. Once a team is established, the likelihood of team members being grouped together increases significantly. Collaboration among individuals fosters greater safety and enhances survival rates. We have long sought companions for our ventures, yet the players we encountered were less than virtuous, harboring nefarious intentions. Explained Tian. "Sister, let us form a team." Tian Mo implored, his large eyes filled with an innocent plea as he grasped Bai Xi's garment. His cherubic face adorably round. "How can you so readily conclude that I am not a villain? I have just taken a life," Bai Xi mused, suspecting that this pair of siblings might be plotting against her. It is rare for strangers to suggest teaming up upon first meeting. "I have no desire to grow close to you." Tian shook her head, asserting, "In this game, if you do not take lives, others will take yours. However, those who kill are not necessarily malevolent." Bai Xi was not one to be easily swayed by flattery. Her inclination was to depart. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered regarding the siblings. "My ability lies in my sense of smell. While my brother possesses the gift of sensing others' emotions, one might consider it a form of power as well. We wish to ally with you because we are certain you are not a wrongdoer. You too are an ability wielder, are you not? We seek a trustworthy companion, and joining forces would grant us beneficial enhancements," Tian stated candidly, revealing both her and her brother's capabilities. However, Bai Xi remained resolute in her decision to refrain from forming alliances, recognizing the fickleness of human nature. "I do not wish to team up, and you should also refrain from making unwarranted commitments to others. People are capricious," she cautioned the siblings before turning away. She intended to leave the city for the countryside, as this urban environment had suffered considerable ecological degradation in the name of development. The wildlife in the wilds was, paradoxically, far less abundant than in the city. As she made her way, she found the shops on the ground floor overrun by abnormally enlarged insects and rodents, their sheer numbers inducing a sense of dread. At present, humans had become their most accessible source of sustenance. With the density of the population in the city, It was inevitable that these creatures would congregate in such areas. Although the wilderness posed its own dangers, it was unlikely to be as exaggerated as the chaos within the urban landscape. She could simply seek refuge in a quaint countryside cottage. Should her judgment prove erroneous, she would accept her fate. After Bai Xi departed, Tian Mo grasped Tian's hand and inquired, "Sister?" Tian looked down at her younger brother and asked, Mo, do you wish to team up with that sister?" Tian Mo nodded affirmatively. He sensed that Bai Xi harbored reservations towards them, yet held no intentions of causing them harm. "Then let us quietly follow her," Tian resolved, embracing a reckless determination as she pulled her brother along. Tian admitted to being audacious, casting aside her pride, for she felt there was no other choice. While teammates were prohibited from harming one another, those who wished to do harm would always find a way. If she teamed up with someone of ill intent, and they were separated during the game, her little brother, at just 9 years of age, would undoubtedly be devoured without a trace. Throughout their journey from the previous game to the present, they encountered numerous individuals. However, the only one who truly earned Tian Mo's approval was this sister. She could not afford to gamble any longer. What if in the next round, she and Mo were not paired together? Without her presence, her 9-year-old brother would be doomed. For the sake of Mo, even if it meant sacrificing her dignity, she would pursue this alliance. She sought nothing more than to team up, ensuring that she and Mo would be drawn into the same round of the game. Around noon, Bai Xi paused, taking a seat on a bench by the roadside to rest and partake of some food. The shop by the roadside intimidated her. She hesitated to enter, uncertain of the secrets concealed within. Throughout her journey, many who ventured inside in search of supplies had not emerged alive. The mutated creatures seemed to possess an instinct, waiting patiently within the stores as if anticipating the arrival of those seeking sustenance. In the distance, a trio searching for food emerged. "Boss, look, there's someone eating over there. She even has milk," one of the younger members pointed towards Bai Xi. The other two exchanged glances, their hearts laden with doubt. After 7 or 8 days of hardship, how could she remain so composed? "Let us complete our mission first," one suggested reluctantly, and the others nodded in agreement. After a brief discussion, they made their way towards Bai Xi. Bai Xi remained vigilant, having already noticed their presence, yet she feigned calmness. The more one appeared flustered, the more it revealed their fear. Maintaining an air of tranquility could instill apprehension in others, discouraging them from approaching recklessly. As the trio passed by, they cautiously observed Bai Xi. Tian and her brother hid at a distance, peering curiously. "Sister, that older girl is impressive. She's not afraid at all," Tian Mo remarked with admiration. Tian nodded in agreement. Once the three slipped into a narrow alley, they collectively exhaled in relief. "Goodness, that terrified me. She didn't flinch at all, and she even dared to stare at us. Why do I feel like she has her eyes on us? Let us hurry and leave. We can't afford to provoke her." The trio hastily departed. Bai Xi secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, hastily finishing her meal before continuing on her journey. By 6 in the evening, she finally exited the city, arriving at a quaint village. The entire village was eerily quiet, with several newly constructed buildings, their doors and windows yet to be installed, devoid of any inhabitants. Bai Xi intended to temporarily settle here, glancing back at the sibling duo who had been trailing her, sighing inwardly at their stubbornness. Having familiarized herself with the layout of the first floor and confirmed the absence of ant nests or other mutated creatures, Bai Xi ascended to the 3rd floor to survey her surroundings from a higher vantage point. The vicinity was characterized by overcultivated fields, and in the distance, low hills lay barren, with scarcely a tree in sight. This was a place colloquially known as one where birds do not lay eggs, inhabited by few and with little wildlife. For Bai Xi in her current circumstances, it represented an ideal sanctuary. Tian and her brother followed her inside, wanting to speak yet hesitant, fearing they might annoy Bai Xi. They settled in the corner opposite her, resting and consuming their provisions. Though they had stockpiled a considerable amount of food previously, it had been exhausted over the past few days, leaving only 3 packets of instant noodles and a few small loaves of bread. Tian retrieved 2 small loaves, handing one to Tian Mo, urging him to eat quickly. The pair soon finished the small loaves, yet Tian Mo's stomach continued to grumble, having expended too much energy that afternoon. Tian then pulled another small loaf from her bag and offered it to him. Rubbing his belly, Tian Mo wisely suggested, "Sister, if I massage it, I won't feel hungry anymore. Let us save it for tomorrow." He glanced at the survival rate of 38, realizing they still had 3 or 4 days to endure. The pitiful sight of the two stirred Bai Xi's compassionate heart. In her space, there remains a considerable amount of food, sufficient to last another 7 or 8 days without issue. The siblings, one around 8 or 9 years old and the other 14 or 15, exhibit a commendable spirit of mutual support and care amidst this apocalyptic setting, refusing to abandon or forsake one another. Their composure throughout their journey is noteworthy. Even when Bai Xi inadvertently reveals slight vulnerabilities, there are no signs of aggression from them. Bai Xi, who is easily moved to tears by even the most touching videos, finds it difficult to endure such pitiful displays. Yet, the lessons learned from past experiences keep her perpetually vigilant, forbidding her from placing trust in anyone. Bai Xi nibbles on a biscuit while sipping milk, as Tian Mo leans against Tian, feigning sleep, though he clandestinely watches Bai Xi, swallowing hard. The rumbling of his stomach is audible even to Bai Xi. After a lengthy pause, Bai Xi sighs softly, producing 2 loaves of bread and 2 cartons of milk, tossing them to the pair, insisting they eat, for children must not go hungry. Tian Mo yearns for the food but refrains from reaching out, gazing longingly at his sister. Tian hesitates momentarily before taking a loaf of bread, expressing her gratitude to her sister. She places a large loaf and a carton of milk into her bag, handing the milk to her brother, sharing a substantial portion of the bread with him. However, Tian Mo only tears off a small piece, precisely half of the loaf. Tian affectionately ruffles his hair, and the two of them happily begin to eat. Seizing the opportunity, Tian eagerly explains the concept of team formation to Bai Xi. According to her explanation, there are 2 types of team formations among players, one being temporary teams formed spontaneously, which need not be elaborated upon, and the other involving cards obtained by players. Upon successful team formation, each member of the squad receives a 3 to 5 enhancement to their effectiveness. As the camaraderie among team members deepens and their individual capabilities enhance, this synergy can be further amplified. Additionally, direct hostility among team members is prohibited, ensuring the stability of the group. Alternative methods of subterfuge exist, a fact that Tian has not concealed. What do you think, sister? Let us form a team. Tian retrieved a team card from the system space and presented it to Bai Xi, exclaiming, "Sister, look, I truly did not deceive you. I am hesitant to team up with others, fearing they might bully Mo. Bai Xi was taken aback by the sight of the card. She had never expected it to be given directly to her. Taking the card, she scrutinized the explanatory notes on its reverse side, confirming that Tian had indeed been truthful. If this were the case, forming a team seemed entirely plausible. The siblings exhibited a strong sense of unity, each possessing unique strengths and sufficient maturity. As for concerns regarding potential treachery among teammates, Bai Xi considered herself astute enough to avoid being outmaneuvered by 2 children. Thus, she decided, very well. Returning the card to Tian, she stated her agreement. Tian, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously and swiftly activated the card, anxious that Bai Xi might reconsider. After forming the team, Bai Xi sensed a slight augmentation in her strength. Upon checking her personal information, she found Bai Xi level, C-class player points, 0 lottery chances, 0 comprehensive attributes, 67. 98, 66, ability level, level 1 spatial ability, storage space, 2 cubic meters, spatial jump, 1 meter, items, 1, green tier, speed card 1, invisibility card 1, item card 1 2. Gray tier, black gold dagger 1, stamina potion 1. Status, 3 team comprehensive attribute bonus. Her overall attributes have increased by nearly 2 points. Bai Xi has now come to understand Tian's fervent desire to form a team. "You are such a wonderful sister," Bai Xi remarked, casting an admiring glance at Tian. Tian smiled shyly in response. As the card holder, Tian serves as the captain, endowed with a congenial skill that enhances the probability of allocation for herself and a chosen teammate. Without hesitation, she opted for Tian Mo, as her eagerness to assemble a team was also driven by concern for him. Despite his maturity, Tian Mo remains merely a child of 7 or 8 years, ill-equipped to navigate the game and survive on his own. The game exhibits a degree of leniency towards novices, which is why the siblings have been granted a team card. Bai Xi, should you and Mo find yourselves in the same round of the game, I kindly ask that you look after him a little, Tian implored. No need for excessive concern. Just keeping an eye on him would suffice. He is quite sensible and will not burden you. Tian bowed to Bai Xi, fully aware that her request might be seen as an imposition, yet feeling compelled to make it. Bai Xi assisted Tian in rising, saying, "Stand up. If the opportunity arises, I shall watch over him. Let us introduce ourselves anew. I am Bai Xi, 20 years old, possessing spatial abilities. And participating in my first round of the game." Bai Xi introduced herself. "I am Tian, 15 years old. My ability lies in heightened olfactory senses. And I am in my second round," Tian added. She gently patted her younger brother Tian Mo's small head and continued, "This is my brother, Tian Mo, aged 8. His ability is telepathy, which allows him to sense whether someone harbors malicious intent. Currently, he can only perceive individuals within a 2-meter radius. And he too is in his second round." The trio shared their gaming experiences with one another. In the second phase, survival becomes relatively more challenging, with fewer tasks being assigned. The third phase marks the critical moment of life and death. Many players resort to killing to seize cards in their desperate struggle for survival. However, novice players receive certain protections, as formidable opponents do not spawn near their initial locations. As long as they diligently complete the earlier tasks, they still have a chance to progress successfully. As the trio conversed, a resounding explosion erupted from the direction of the city, illuminating the sky with flames. What could have caused such a commotion? Bai Xi stood by the window, gazing at the distant blaze that seemed familiar from her afternoon passage. Tian felt a wave of relief, grateful that they had followed Bai Xi. Otherwise, they would likely face a dire night. The two exchanged glances at Bai Xi, recognizing the formidable prowess she possessed, and resolved to stay close to her. "Bai Xi, you and Mo should rest first. I will keep watch until midnight." "All right. I shall take over for you thereafter." With that, Bai Xi laid down to sleep, while Tian Mo nestled beside her, finding solace in slumber. In truth, Bai Xi did not succumb to deep sleep. She remained vigilant, not entirely lowering her guard around the Tian siblings. Around 11 o'clock at night, sounds echoed from outside. Bai Xi arose and approached the window, observing a hurried group approaching. "Quickly, there are houses ahead. We can pause for a moment." They had finally exited the city. "Grandpa, please take your time." The group settled on the ground floor, and based on the voices, it was a sizable assembly, comprising both the elderly and the young. "Professor Chen, you all rest for a while. I will go assess the situation for potential dangers." A familiar voice resonated. Bai Xi was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Tan Mingshan here. Han Dong was likely present as well. Shortly thereafter, Han Dong's youthful voice resonated. "Uncle Tan, I shall accompany you." Before long, footsteps and the beam of a flashlight echoed in the stairwell. Tan Mingshan and his companion ascended cautiously, the flashlight flickering, suddenly revealing a figure that startled Han Dong into a cry. The people downstairs were thrown into a panic, exclaiming, "What happened? What happened?" "It's nothing, just an acquaintance," came Tan Mingshan's composed voice as he turned to Bai Xi with a look of surprise. "I didn't expect to see you here. After our parting at the police station, who would have imagined we would meet again?" Bai Xi replied with a smile. At that moment, Tian and Tian Mo also stirred awake. The room filled with the sounds of rustling. Tan Mingshan chuckled. "Do you have more friends?" "Yes, I met them on the way," Bai Xi responded playfully. "Uncle Tan, your entourage is quite substantial. Primarily for the protection of Professor Chen, we encountered others along the way and decided to bring them along," Tan Mingshan explained succinctly. Though managing such a group was no small feat, Bai Xi, "Where are you headed?" Han Dong inquired. "There's no particular destination. It's sufficient to remain safe," Bai Xi replied. "Then shall we travel together?" Professor Chen mentioned that the monsters are densely concentrated within the city, while the outskirts are comparatively safer. Han Dong expressed his delight at encountering familiar faces on such a perilous journey. Bai Xi nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. "Very well. You all should rest. We will go downstairs to make arrangements." Tan Mingshan led Han Dong down the stairs, explaining Bai Xi's situation upstairs. There were murmurs of discontent among the crowd, accompanied by the presence of another idler. However, most of the provisions had been acquired by Tan Mingshan and Han Dong, and no one dared to openly oppose them. On the 9th day of the game, Bai Xi awoke from a light slumber and glanced at the progress bar. Survival rate 26. Out of 210,000. Only a little over 50,000 remained. Sounds echoed from the stairwell as Han Dong ascended, carrying 3 loaves of bread. "You're awake. I've brought some food for you," he announced. "Thank you, but there's no need to trouble yourself. We have enough," Bai Xi replied, patting her backpack. Han Dong observed Bai Xi and her companions, 2 girls and a child, and wondered about their meager supplies. No worries, we have plenty. Take some. This brother is not a bad person, Tian Mo whispered into Bai Xi's ear. Bai Xi gently pinched Tian Mo's small face and unzipped her backpack, revealing it brimming with food. Tian's backpack was similarly full. We truly have food. I thought you were just being polite. Since you have provisions, I shall leave you be, Han Dong said, a look of regret on his face, realizing he had underestimated them. Girls could indeed survive in this dystopian world. After finishing breakfast, Bai Xi and her companions descended the stairs. Tan Mingshan's group consisted of 8 individuals, including a kindly elderly man, Professor Chun, who was accompanied by his beautiful granddaughter, Chen Feifei, in her 20s. Additionally, there was a student couple, Li Meng and Fang Xiang, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Qian Qishan, a career woman under 30, He Mei, along with Tan Mingshan and Han Dong. My apologies for disturbing you last night, Professor Chun said with a warm demeanor upon seeing Bai Xi and her companions. It matters not, Bai Xi replied with a smile. Her demeanor reflected a reciprocal politeness. If you were courteous to her, she would extend the same courtesy in return. The other 5 members of the group cast a stoic glance at Bai Xi and her companions before turning back to their own tasks or engaging in conversation with other members of the team. Unfazed by their blatant isolation, Bai Xi understood that the mission required a mere 10% survival rate, implying that half of the participants were destined to perish. She felt compelled to investigate her surroundings in order to better prepare for any unforeseen circumstances or sudden changes. Tian, accompanied by her brother, exited the dwelling and gestured towards the village. Sister Bai, Mo, and I shall explore that area. Exercise caution, Bai Xi refrained from insisting they remain indoors. She knew all too well that in this game, one could rely solely on oneself. Without personal strength, death was an inevitable fate. Tian was burdened with a brother lacking self-defense capabilities, and thus she needed to fortify herself swiftly. Moreover, Tian Mo had to learn to be resilient, at the very least to avoid being a burden to his sister. So far, he had performed admirably. Bai Xi and the Tian siblings ventured into the village, taking divergent paths. As they delved deeper, Bai Xi's brow furrowed with increasing concern. The village remained eerily silent, just as it had the previous day, absent of the sounds of insects or birds, and not even a single ant in sight. Cautiously approaching a brightly lit house, she peered through the window, but found it unoccupied. After circling the premises, her search yielded no signs of life. What could account for the village's desolation? Bai Xi's heart brimmed with suspicion. This place ought not to be as perilous as the city. Where had the villagers gone? Pressing on, she continued her search through several more houses, her unease intensifying with each step. Suddenly, Tian and her brother emerged from the side, urging, Sister Bai, do not venture any further. Bai Xi inquired, what is the matter? The scent ahead is peculiar, Tian asserted. It carries a blend of a metallic tang and the stench of decay, accompanied by an unpleasant sour odor. She wrinkled her nose in certainty. Is there truly no one in your vicinity? Bai Xi pressed on. Tian nodded. Not a soul in sight. The house is covered in dust, suggesting it has been long uninhabited. Then let us refrain from proceeding further. This village is exceedingly strange, since our arrival yesterday. I have not heard the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Bai Xi was not one to recklessly confront danger. She held a firm belief in her instincts. She recalled having read an article asserting that intuition is the brain's subconscious conclusion derived from meticulous calculations. As they pooled their observations, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. The fields reflected a similar desolation, devoid of insects or any signs of life. Tan Mingshan's expression turned grave. Uncle Tan, we ought to leave post-haste. Who knows what secrets this village harbors? With just over a dozen of us, the majority lacking combat capability, any mishap could result in significant casualties. Bai Xi proposed. Should Tan Mingshan and the others choose not to depart, she would take Tian and Tian Mo with her. Very well, let us leave immediately. Tan Mingshan responded decisively, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Where shall we go? Han Dong inquired. Let us head west. The office previously mentioned a main force station there. We shall seek them out. With military protection, Professor Chin will be safer. Tan Mingshan turned to Bai Xi. Bai Xi, shall you join us? It would be prudent to have one another's support. Bai Xi cast her gaze upon the 2 siblings, Tian and Tian Mo, contemplating their opinions. Before she could voice her thoughts, Tian spoke up, stating, Wherever Sister Bai goes, we shall follow. Gently ruffling Tian's hair, Bai Xi turned to Tan Mingshan and declared, then let us proceed together. Managing both Tian and Tian Mo alone proved somewhat arduous. With Tan Mingshan and Han Dong accompanying them, their safety would be considerably enhanced. Upon their return, Tan Mingshan briefly rallied the group, yet reluctance loomed among them. This place is quite splendid. Why must we depart? One voiced. Indeed. Is it not entirely normal to be devoid of the chirping of insects and the songs of birds? It is now a mutated world. Should we truly fear their absence? Li Ming and Fang Xiang, the young couple, appeared weary and disinclined to continue their journey. Professor Chen shook his head, offering an explanation. Even amidst mutation, it does not transpire so swiftly. It is a gradual process, step by step. It is implausible for everything to transform in just a few days. Furthermore, throughout our journey, we have not encountered any mutated creatures. Uncle Tan and Brother Han, both seasoned, affirmed that there must indeed be issues within the village. Chen Feifei consoled them with a gentle voice. Li Ming silently rolled her eyes, choosing to remain silent. While the previously mute Qian Qishan and he may also agreed to seek out the larger group. Soon, the party was once again en route. To head west, they needed to traverse the village, and Tan Mingshan led them around its periphery, extending their distance. By 10 in the morning, the sun ascended, casting an uncomfortable heat that dampened spirits. The group's demeanor grew increasingly somber. Uncle Tan, might we find a place to rest? Grandfather is feeling quite overwhelmed, came a plea. Chen Feifei gazed at Professor Chen with concern. Tan Mingshan glanced at the professor, noticing that the elderly gentleman indeed appeared somewhat fatigued. Thus, they decided to find a place to rest. The group located a relatively clean dwelling at the village's edge. Bai Xi also felt wearied as the sun blazed overhead, causing irritability. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag and drank deeply. Tian also took out a bottle, first offering it to Tian Mo before sipping the remaining contents herself. Prior to descending in the morning, Bai Xi had prepared a considerable amount of food and water for them. The others had only a little water left, merely able to take a few sips. Observing Bai Xi and her companions swiftly consume nearly half a bottle, they felt envious. In a corner, Li Ming whispered something to Fang Xiang, and the two discreetly slipped outside. Tian noticed their subtle actions, sniffed the air, and frowned slightly, confiding in Bai Xi, Sister Bai, I detect a hint of blood. Are you certain? Bai Xi furrowed her brow. This matter could be serious. If there were indeed mutated creatures in the village, it would spell trouble. Tian nodded emphatically. Uncle Tan, we should leave promptly. This place is unsafe and fraught with potential dangers, Bai Xi suggested. Mutated beings are particularly sensitive to blood. They can become agitated upon detecting it, and if they linger too long, escape could become impossible. Upon hearing the immediate need to depart, the group expressed their discontent. They had only just begun to rest, and the sun outside was still scorching. Sister, we are merely at the village's edge. It cannot be that dire. Chen Feifei spoke softly, yet her words carried an undertone of reproach. We have been here for quite some time without incident. You are overreacting. Hime, who had spoken little thus far, also expressed her reluctance to leave, citing the oppressive heat. Tan Mingshan hesitated. His concerns centered on whether Professor Chen could endure the journey, which was of greater consequence, enduring a bit of hardship or risking one's life. Bai Xi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was it truly so difficult for these individuals to perceive the gravity of the situation? This was a post-apocalyptic world, fraught with imminent dangers and unforeseen calamities. Given the discord among them, it would be best to part ways. Bai Xi had no intention of lingering. She feared the possibility of unforeseen complications. She would not engage in heartfelt persuasion. Her prior warnings had already demonstrated her compassion. The others in the room appeared bewildered. Was she truly departing just like that? Hime had not anticipated Bai Xi's abruptness. After all, they were a team. How could she choose to leave alone? Chen Feifei was equally taken aback. Although she harbored no fondness for Bai Xi, she recognized that surviving in such an environment while caring for two children, one large and one small, was a testament to Bai Xi's capabilities. Tan Mingshan and Han Dong were also surprised. How could this girl leave without a word? Uncle Tan, should we follow her? Han Dong, in truth, concurred with Bai Xi. This village was too enigmatic, and it would be wise to depart sooner rather than later. Tan Mingshan also leaned towards an early exit. He turned to the group's sole elder and inquired, Professor Chen, can you manage? Not a problem. I can still manage a few steps, Professor Chen replied, fully aware that he was a burden to the group. Yet, he was reluctant to leave Chun Feifei behind. His existence still held some value, as he could protect her. Tan Mingshan surveyed their surroundings. What of Li Ming and Fong Xiang? Everyone glanced at one another, realizing they had not noticed the whereabouts of the two individuals. Perhaps they went to the restroom. He may suggested, having seen them leave. Since they had resolved to depart, it would indeed be prudent to do so without delay. Li Ming echoed in agreement. Observing the swift change in attitude of the two, he may retorted without hesitation. Weren't you both the most opposed to leaving? Why the sudden enthusiasm now? Li Ming had always been wary of her, fearing that she might steal her boyfriend, oblivious to the fact that she herself found him appealing. Li Ming, have you encountered something? Chun Feifei inquired, sensing the urgency in Li Ming's tone. What could I possibly have encountered? I'm merely concerned about finding a place to rest before nightfall, Li Ming replied dismissively, grabbing her and Fong Xiang's backpack and pulling him towards the exit. Since everyone is here, let us depart. Tan Mingshan frowned slightly. As a seasoned police officer, he sensed the unusual behavior of Fong Xiang and Li Ming. Yet prioritizing the unity of the group was paramount. With that, the group set off. He Mei and Qian Xishan led the way, while Tan Mingshan and Chun Feifei supported Professor Chun in the center, with Han Dong bringing up the rear. By the time they exited the building, Li Ming and Fong Xiang had already vanished from sight. What on earth has gotten into them, sprinting off like that? He Mei exclaimed in frustration. Their odd behavior sent a ripple of unease through the group, prompting them to quicken their pace, yet they remained oblivious to the underlying issue. After only a few steps, a cacophony of scuttling noises echoed from behind them. Turning to look, they were met with a swarm of densely packed black spiders, each the size of a groundhog. This is bad. Tan Mingshan's expression darkened, regretting not heeding Bai Xi's warning to leave promptly. Good heavens! How can there be spiders of such size? Qian Xishan was left in shock. Hurry, we must leave without hesitation, Tan Mingshan reminded him. He carried Professor Chun on his back and hurriedly ran towards the edge of the village, while Han Dong provided cover from behind. Chun Feifei, though urging her grandfather to hurry, had already sprinted ahead. Observing his granddaughter fleeing alone, Professor Chen sighed silently. Officer Tan, if it becomes too dangerous, please set me down. There is no need to risk your lives for an old man like me. Professor Chun, it's nothing to worry about, Tan Mingshan replied with unwavering determination. Professor Chen Kunshin was a national-level scientist, holding crucial research data. He could not be abandoned, and the mission must be accomplished. With so many spiders, what will you do? Fong Xiang suddenly had a bright idea. How about we seek out Bai Xi? Isn't she quite formidable? She could help rescue people. Yes, Li Ming wholeheartedly agreed, believing that this would not only save others but also alleviate their own guilt. The two hurried forward. After Bai Xi and the others departed, they felt no urgency. Having already escaped, Tian, where are you from? Bai Xi casually inquired, finding the journey somewhat dull. From Dongha Prefecture in Anqing came the response. Bai Xi was taken aback. When did an administrative unit evolve into a prefecture? Wasn't it supposed to be provinces and cities? Yes. Sister Bai, where are you from? Tian asked curiously, hoping to connect with Bai Xi after this round of the game. From Tianfu City in Nannan Province. Bai Xi fabricated an address, yet the administrative unit remained unchanged, testing Tian's knowledge. Bai Xi's words similarly astonished Tian. Is a province or city truly an administrative unit? I have never heard of it before. Bai Xi clicked her tongue. Perhaps we are not from the same world. Is it not one world? Tian's mouth dropped open, unable to close for a long while. She had never contemplated this question, having subconsciously believed that everyone belonged to the same world. Bai Xi shrugged, equally taken aback. If what Tian said were true, it would indeed be explosive news. Tian, who are the current prominent stars and famous figures in your world? Bai Xi inquired. If these renowned individuals differed, it would essentially confirm their disparate realms. Recently, a male celebrity named Hao Yu, who excels in film, television, and music, has been in the limelight, known for his striking good looks. It is rumored that he possesses a vast business empire, with many female celebrities and ladies from affluent families vying for his hand in marriage, Tian reflected. Why she felt a pang of annoyance. This sounded remarkably like a domineering CEO. Sister Bai, do you have such individuals in your world? Tian asked curiously. Bai Xi replied, no. Tian expressed a hint of disappointment, realizing that they truly belonged to different worlds. Hao Yu is a household name in our realm, known by all, Even Bai Mo nodded vigorously, affirming that the adjacent Miss S room and phone were filled with his photographs. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, encountering one another from disparate worlds is indeed fate, Bai Xi mused. But wait, if we hail from different worlds, how is our communication so seamless? At that moment, the game provided an explanation. All players entering the game world will automatically synchronize to the universal language of this realm, ensuring smooth communication. Gazing at the luminous screen before her, Tian was further astonished. The game had actively offered an explanation. Is there a problem? Bai Xi inquired, surprised yet not shocked. Tian gazed at Bai Xi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sister Bai, who exactly are you? Why do you receive such special treatment? What special treatment? Surely you can see it too. It is merely standard information that we simply overlooked before, Bai Xi replied, unconvinced by the notion of any extraordinary privilege. The trio continued their leisurely stroll, when suddenly, voices called out from behind. Bai Xi, wait up. It was Li Ming and Feng Xiang, both panting heavily from exhaustion. How did you catch up so quickly? What about Uncle Tan and the others? Bai Xi inquired. Hurry, we must rescue them. Feng Xiang gasped before continuing. When we left, the mutated spiders in the village went on a rampage. Tian leaned closer to the two, sniffing the air before turning to Li Ming and asking, are you hurt? Li Ming, feeling a bit awkward, replied shyly, I started my period. The three of them immediately took several steps back, eyeing Li Ming and Feng Xiang warily. So, it was they who were the culprits, yet they still had the gall to seek their help? However, considering that Tan Mingshan and the others were in danger, it seemed unreasonable not to assist them. Quickly, run ahead and find the main group. They should also be rushing this way to retrieve Professor Chen, Bai Xi urged. All right. Naturally, Feng Xiang wholeheartedly agreed, eager to avoid facing danger, and pulled Li Ming along as they dashed forward. Watching the two flee in a panic, Tian pondered. Do they not realize that mutated creatures are particularly sensitive to blood? Let them fend for themselves, Bai Xi replied, not wishing to judge others too harshly. After all, she had also acted out of self-preservation, willing to do whatever it took to survive. Let us observe from a distance. If an opportunity arises, we shall intervene. But if not, so be it. Bai Xi does not mind assisting others, but only under circumstances where her safety is assured. At this moment, Tan Mingshan and his group of 6 find themselves besieged by a swarm of spiders. Chun Feifei trembles, leaning against Professor Chun, while Qian Qishan has climbed a tree, shivering uncontrollably, and he may suffers an injury to her arm. Han Dong brandishes a large machete, fiercely striking at the approaching spiders, while Tan Mingshan wields a 10-centimeter dagger, striking with precision and lethal intent. You should bandage your wound. These creatures are particularly sensitive to blood, Tan Mingshan advises amidst the chaos of combat. hastily tears a strip from her clothing to dress her injury, but the scent of blood has incited the spiders into a frenzy, leaving no room for retreat. Uncle Tan, we have no idea how many spiders there are. We need to find a way to escape quickly, Han Dong laments, regretting his decision not to follow Bai Xi. They glance at the trembling Qian Qishan and Chun Feifei, expressing disdain. You two, stop standing there in fear. What good does that do? Lend a hand. Aren't spiders solitary creatures? How can there be such a vast swarm? Tian remarks, her scalp prickling with anxiety. Some spiders, during their juvenile stage, stay close to their mother. These must be the young ones, Bai Xi speculates. Surely not. Those are still juveniles? Tian exclaims, pointing at a spider nearly the size of a groundhog. Sister, it seems someone over there is injured, Tian observes quietly, his gaze fixed in that direction. Oh no. This is troubling. Bai Xi's impulse to rescue dims slightly. Given the relentless bleeding, she realizes that calming the swarm is an impossibility. Should we still attempt a rescue? Tian inquires. Yes. Bai Xi meticulously assessed the situation ahead. The pressure on her side was manageable, and there remained a glimmer of hope for their rescue. Since salvation was within reach, she resolved to extend a helping hand. Tan Mingshan and Han Dong were commendable individuals. The village was overrun with spiders, yet their numbers were comparatively sparse in the direction towards them, allowing for a potential escape route. With swift determination, Bai Xi made her decision and turned to Tian, instructing, you all should wait here for me. It would be wise to retreat a distance. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must be able to flee. Big Sister Bai, I will accompany you, Tian declared, displaying her loyalty. Bai Xi had treated them well, and she could not bear to witness Bai Xi risking herself alone. Very well. Please keep a vigilant watch for any spiders approaching from behind. Bai Xi then turned her gaze to Tian Mo. Ensure you maintain a safe distance. If the situation turns dire, swiftly head west. We shall find you. Understood, Tian Mo nodded. I have a speed card, so I am not afraid. Once the arrangements were made, Bai Xi drew forth her black gold dagger and, accompanied by Tian, stealthily advanced. The black gold dagger was a gray-grade weapon, significantly sharper than ordinary blades, allowing Bai Xi to dispatch spiders with remarkable efficiency. Tian followed closely, ensuring no ambushes would come from behind. Do not linger. We must withdraw quickly. If the mother spider appears, it will spell disaster, Bai Xi urged. The two stood at the periphery, forcefully carving out a pathway. The spiders, exhibiting a surprising degree of intelligence, seemed aware of the impending danger and refrained from approaching the perilous area. Qian Qishan hastily descended from the tree and was the first to charge forth, disregarding the others, followed closely by Hime. Han Dong carried Professor Chen on his back as they rushed outside. Chen Feifei, terrified, felt her legs weaken and cried, Uncle Tan, please help me. I can't move. Tan Mingshan pulled Chen Feifei up and dashed forward, while Bai Xi and the others had already retreated beyond the spider circle. At that moment, a disturbance erupted in the village. The houses in the center began to tremble, and collapsing bricks and tiles stirred up a cloud of dust. Bai Xi, her face etched with fear, urged Tian to flee quickly. Noting that Tan Mingshan and the others were still dawdling, she scolded, What are you waiting for? Run. The group snapped to attention and began to escape. Bai Xi led the siblings Tian in a frantic sprint, the noise behind them growing increasingly ominous. Chen Feifei was too frightened to keep up, and Han Dong and Tan Mingshan, having already expended considerable energy in their previous struggle, found themselves encumbered by Professor Chen and Chen Feifei, their pace faltering. Bai Xi and her companions had gained a significant lead, while the swarm of spiders was now less than 5 meters behind Tan Mingshan and the others. Bai Xi turned back and shouted, You four, run your own ways. Clinging together like this will only lead to our demise. Officers, you must flee without concern for me. Professor Chen was utterly spent. The ordeal had drained the elderly man of all his vigor. Chen Feifei leaned heavily on Tan Mingshan, unable to move on her own. Tan Mingshan looked at Bai Xi, pleading, Bai Xi, Professor Chen is a national-level scientist with crucial research data. He cannot perish. While he did not care much for Chen Feifei, he insisted that Chen Kunsen must survive. What time is it to still worry about data? Life is paramount. We must run, Bai Xi exclaimed. At this point, what does it matter about data? Life itself is at stake. Professor Chen retrieved a silver USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Han Dong. Young officer, all the information is contained within this device. You need not concern yourselves with me. Just ensure its safety. As long as it exists, my experiments can proceed without interruption. The password is 148,257. Remember it well. If entered incorrectly 3 times, the data will be irrevocably erased. As moments slipped away, the swarm of spiders drew nearer. You must flee at once. What are you hesitating for? Bai Xi urged, her anxiety palpable. However, Tan Mingshan was unwilling to abandon Professor Chen. He released Chen Feifei and, taking Han Dong's place, hoisted the professor onto his back, sprinting with all his might. Chen Feifei collapsed onto the ground, crying out, Grandfather, please don't leave me behind. Han Dong, exasperated, tugged at Chen Feifei and pulled her forward, indifferent to her stumbling. Yet, the burden of Tan Mingshan and Han Dong proved too great, and soon the swarm was upon them. As they faced imminent encirclement, Han Dong flung the USB drive away, entrusting it to Bai Xi. Keep this safe. The password is 148257. Bai Xi fumbled to catch the USB, bewildered. What are you giving this to me for? I'm not from this world. Bai Xi, you have the capability to survive. This USB is of utmost importance. Do not lose it, Tan Mingshan urged, casting a glance at the approaching mother spider. Run. In the distance, the massive mother spider scuttled towards them like a hill. Bai Xi realized that once it arrived, escape would be impossible. Just as she turned to flee, a game task emerged. Side quest, rescue Chen Kunsen. Chen Kunsen is a significant figure in this realm, possessing a considerable influence on global development. Please ensure his survival. Task reward, 1 point of comprehensive attributes. Bai Xi was on the verge of cursing, yet the allure of the comprehensive attribute points was too tempting. This was indeed a red reward. Gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, she turned to Tian and her brother. Tian, take your brother and quickly find the main force. I will remain here to assist them. Bai Xi, it's too perilous. We should escape together. Tian was reluctant to risk her life for those who were not directly involved. Previously, they had managed to cope, offering help where they could. But the situation had now escalated to a dangerous level. This is my mission. You must hurry. Bai Xi urged anxiously. If we delay even for a second, I might truly perish. All right, I will swiftly seek out the main force. Bai Xi, please wait for me. Tian rushed forward with her brother. With her keen senses, she should be able to locate the main force. Tan Mingshan and Han Dong had already sustained injuries, while Chen Feifei could only wail, utterly helpless, which infuriated Bai Xi. What good is crying? Stand up and run. Do not become a burden to them. Your grandfather has exhausted all his strength. You will only bring about his demise. Bai Xi spared no words, her temper fully unleashed. Professor Chen glanced at Chen Feifei. You all should take Feifei with you. Do not concern yourselves with me. Professor Chen, our mission is to protect you, not Chen Feifei. We can no longer afford to care for her well-being, Han Dong retorted bluntly, his patience with Chen Feifei wearing thin. Initially, he had found her gentle demeanor endearing, but it was disheartening to see her so terrified in the face of adversity. Bai Xi's and Han Dong's words, coupled with Tan Mingshan's silence, made Chen Feifei suddenly realize that they truly would not concern themselves with her any longer. The peril of death compelled her to rise with unwavering strength. Tan Mingshan and Han Dong's expressions softened. They were not beyond redemption. Once on her feet, Chen Feifei began to survey her surroundings. Over there, Bai Xi cleaved another path, the formidable mother spider looming less than 30 meters away. Hurry, Bai Xi urged. Bolstered by the mother spider, the smaller arachnids exhibited a marked ferocity. This route would not hold for long. Tan Mingshan and Han Dong hastily assisted Professor Chen in breaking through, while Chen Feifei surged ahead. Bai Xi continued to slash at the encroaching small spiders, diverting a fraction of her attention to Chen Feifei. Sensing something amiss in the woman's gaze, her demeanor was peculiar, watching without aiding or fleeing. Soon, Bai Xi had no time to consider Chen Feifei further, as the mother spider approached within 20 meters, accompanied by an even larger swarm of smaller spiders. Damn, they breed like rabbits. Han Dong cursed, cleaving a small spider's head with his blade. Bai Xi's movements quickened. Uncle Tan, you all must hurry. Tan Mingshan supported Professor Chen, while Han Dong held the rear. Bai Xi cleared the spiders nearby, allowing the trio to pass. Just as they emerged from the encirclement of spiders, Bai Xi was shoved, her body uncontrollably toppling towards the swarm ahead. Bai Xi, little girl, Han Dong and the others exclaimed in terror. As the small spiders drew nearer, Bai Xi suddenly vanished, her agonized cry echoing behind them. Tan Mingshan and the others rushed back. Bai Xi, are you all right? Terrifying. Bai Xi shook her head, casting a cold glance at Chen Feifei, her anger simmering within. Approaching Chen Feifei, she delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, You deceitful wretch. Chen Feifei, covering her face, feigned innocence. I did not. You simply slipped on your own. Bai Xi retorted, Am I unaware of whether I slipped or not? Consumed by rage, she struck Chen Feifei once more. I risked my life to save you, and this is how you repay me? Chen Feifei obstinately denied her accusations, while Tan Mingshan and Han Dong found themselves at a loss for words, and Professor Chen furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent. Moments passed, and the swarm of spiders closed in again. I'm done with this. To hell with the mission. I refuse to save that wretched person, Bai Xi declared, sprinting ahead. Tan Mingshan and Han Dong hurriedly assisted Professor Chen in escaping, paying no heed to Chen Feifei. You reap what you sow, Professor Chen sighed, feeling helpless. Chen Feifei scrambled to her feet, hastily following the group, but it was already too late. The mother spider was upon them. Player distance from mission objective exceeds 20 meters. Do you wish to abandon the mission? Confirming will deduct 10 points from the player's overall attributes. At this moment, Tan Mingshan and Han Dong could not afford to concern themselves with Chen Feifei, their focus entirely on Professor Chen. Chen Feifei, displaying her cleverness, clung closely to Professor Chen. Although her expression was far from pleasant, Bai Xi's recent display of teleportation had significantly elevated her standing in the eyes of both men. Unable to comprehend the situation, Bai Xi could only conclude that the woman was unhinged. Uncle Tan, do not stop, Bai Xi urged, realizing that if the mother spider drew near, their demise would be imminent. At this juncture, Bai Xi dared not engage in the fray. She had employed spatial leap, and coupled with her already depleted stamina, her body felt somewhat weak, devoid of any strength in her hands. Bai Xi glanced back, uncertain when the rescue would arrive. Tan Mingshan and Han Dong were also struggling to hold on. The swarm of spiders obstructed their mobility, and the distance to the mother spider was diminishing. Gripping the black gold dagger tightly, Bai Xi rejoined the fray, fighting for that single point of comprehensive attribute. She was determined. Meanwhile, less than a kilometer away, a military squad was hastening towards them. At the forefront stood a man with striking features and sharp brows, his countenance handsome. A white holographic screen displayed a new mission. Side quest, Rescue Chen Kunshin. Chen Kunshin is a significant figure in this realm, possessing a considerable influence on the world's development. Please ensure his survival. Time limit, half an hour. Mission reward, 1 lottery draw. As the holographic screen vanished, a countdown appeared in the upper right corner of the man's vision. Tian, accompanied by her brother, trailed behind the group, her expression anxious. Sister Bai, you must hold on. Today's ordeal had taken a toll on Tian Mo, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The soldiers noticed the siblings' predicament. Do not worry. If you cannot hold on, just make your way slowly. We will certainly rescue them. Tian glanced at her brother, then turned to the speaking soldier and pleaded. Military brother, you must save Sister Bai. She is a truly wonderful person. Rest assured, we will definitely save them, the soldier assured her. Tian and her brother gradually slowed down, yet they continued to strive forward, keeping pace with the team. Bai Xi and her companions had already engaged the mother spider head-on. Towering at least 3 meters high, the mother spider loomed over Bai Xi, who appeared as diminutive as an infant in its presence. Suddenly, the mother spider lunged with its left foreleg towards Bai Xi, who deftly sidestepped and narrowly evaded the attack. Almost immediately, the mother spider's right foreleg struck out, but Bai Xi performed a roll, again successfully avoiding the deadly appendage. Taking advantage of the moment, Tan Mingshan and Han Dong fired several shots at the creature's eyes, causing it to thrash violently in response to the pain. After rolling to her feet, Bai Xi glanced at the upper left corner and noted that only 5 minutes remained. This situation was untenable. She had to eliminate the colossal spider while she still possessed both stamina and speed. Quickly assessing the circumstances, Bai Xi retreated a few steps, then accelerated towards the mother spider. At the peak of her speed, she vanished without a trace. In the next instant, she reappeared atop the mother spider, gripping her obsidian dagger firmly and plunging it into the largest eye of the creature's head. The mother spider writhed in agony, attempting to throw her off. Utilizing the momentum of its thrashing, Bai Xi leapt to the creature's other prominent eye and struck once more. Meanwhile, Tan Mingshan and Han Dong continued to fire at the remaining eyes of the mother spider. The rapidly approaching squad, alerted by the gunfire, quickened their pace. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Bai Xi being flung from the mother spider's eye. The squad leader, in a swift motion, leapt up and caught the airborne Bai Xi. For a brief moment, as their bodies made contact, Bai Xi was momentarily stunned. Their gazes locked, and she noticed the squad leader's strikingly beautiful eyes, the left corner adorned with a perfectly placed beauty mark. Once they landed, the squad leader immediately released Bai Xi and averted his gaze, his ears slightly flushing with a hint of crimson. He was acutely aware that Bai Xi had been staring at his beauty mark. Subsequently, the squad leader executed a short-distance sprint, deftly stepping onto the side legs of the mother spider, and in a few bounds, he leapt atop her head. In his hand, a transparent longsword materialized, which he plunged downwards with great swiftness, embedding it into the mother spider's cranium. In agony, the creature thrashed violently, providing him with the leverage needed to thrust another transparent longsword into her. After only a brief struggle, the mother spider lay still. Concurrently, the mission was accomplished. Congratulations to the player Bai Xi for completing the side quest, Rescue Chen Kunshin, earning a reward of 1 point in overall attributes. Bai Xi hastily claimed her reward, and her personal attributes underwent a transformation. Bai Xi level, C-class player points, 0 lottery chances, 0 overall attributes, 69. 01, 67. Ability level, level 1 spatial ability, storage space, 2 cubic meters, spatial leap, 1 meter, items, invisibility card X1, item card X1, black gold dagger X1. Status, 3 team overall attribute bonus. Bai Xi was astonished to discover that the team bonus was determined by her base attributes. The higher her base attributes, the greater the bonus percentage. With an additional attribute point acquired, Bai Xi felt elated, relieved that her efforts were not in vain. "Are you all right, Sister Bai?" Tian inquired with concern, noticing that the mother spider had been vanquished. "Sister Bai, have you completed your task?" Bai Xi discreetly nodded in affirmation. "That's wonderful." Tian beamed, though she felt utterly exhausted. While everyone was busy clearing the small spider swarm, Bai Xi learned that the man who had rescued her was named Ye Xiao, the squad leader, and they had come to retrieve Professor Chen. As the crowd worked to eliminate the swarm of spiders, Ye Xiao utilized a recently acquired opportunity to draw a prize. As anticipated, the pointer halted in the white zone. Without a glance at the reward, he promptly stored it in the system's card storage, letting out a silent sigh. Bai Xi had been attentively observing Ye Xiao. His appearance was characterized by a clean and bright demeanor, and his serious expression lent him an air of gravitas. However, once he displayed other emotions, he softened. For instance, the gentle sigh escaping his lips now diminished the distance created by his earlier solemnity. Tian tugged at Bai Xi's sleeve, prompting her inquiry. "What is it?" "Sister Bai, the survival rate is about to drop." Tian pouted, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Bai Xi glanced at the upper right corner and noted that the survival rate had plummeted to 11. "Sister Bai, I wonder when we shall meet again, and if there will even be another chance." Tian suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Bai Xi embraced her, patting her back reassuringly. "We shall meet again. You and your brother must strive to survive, and I shall do the same." Tian nodded, determination in her voice. "I will not perish. As long as Sister Bai remembers me, I shall remain alive." Half an hour later, as the group continued to clear the small spiders, the survival rate dwindled to 10. A flash of white light enveloped Bai Xi, transporting her to a somewhat dim space, where the game interface reappeared. Detected that the player possesses an item card. Would you like to use it? All non-game reward items in the player's storage can be carried. Bai Xi rummaged through her system space and discovered the silver USB drive that Han Dong had given her. Oh no, she realized she had forgotten to return it to him. If I were to take this item away, would it have an impact on that world? Is it not this very thing that Tan Mingshan and the others are desperately trying to protect? If she were to take it, it would be quite unscrupulous. Non-essential items will be directly destroyed. Essential items will be duplicated and returned to the mission world. Oh, in that case, I shall take this USB drive. Bai Xi was somewhat curious about what classified information it contained. Item card redemption complete. Commencing settlement of player rewards for this round. Settlement complete. In this round, the difficulty mode lasted less than 7 days. The doubled rewards are voided. Player Bai Xi achieved an overlevel kill of mid-tier player Qi Yubin, earning 10 points. Additionally, player Bai Xi eliminated 3 rounds of player Wang Yong, earning another 10 points. This round's total reward is 10 points. With side quest completion rated as excellent, granting an additional 10 points. Player Bai Xi, you have earned a total of 50 points in this round. Would you like to exchange them for comprehensive attributes? Without hesitation, Bai Xi converted all her points into comprehensive attributes, as her foundation was rather weak and required enhancement. Comprehensive attribute exchange complete. The next round will commence in 15 days. Please prepare accordingly. In the mirror, she noticed her clothing was filthy, stained with spider blood, and her toothbrush lay on the ground, still foamy. Everything she had experienced felt like a dream, yet the state of her clothes and the fallen toothbrush, along with her clear sensation of the storage space, confirmed that this was no mere illusion. She opened her left hand, attempting to communicate with the storage space, and a silver USB drive materialized. Wow, indeed. Bai Xi, level, C-class player, points, 0, lottery chances, 0, comprehensive attributes, 72. Supernatural ability level, level 1 space type ability, storage space, 2 cubic meters, space jump, 1 meter. Items, 1, green grade, invisibility card 1, 2, gray grade, black gold dagger 1. Status, 3-team comprehensive attribute bonus, currently unavailable. Her base attribute has reached 72, which is commendable despite the absence of team bonuses. A base attribute exceeding 70 is quite impressive. With the attribute panel retracted, Bai Xi felt a significant shift in her demeanor. Although the game harbors dangers, the prospect of empowering herself is indeed promising. Moreover, her supernatural ability remains intact, allowing her to utilize it in this world. The dream of financial freedom is drawing near. Bai Xi hurriedly grabbed a change of clothes and dashed into the bathroom for a quick shower. In a matter of moments, she stood before her computer, inserting the silver USB drive. The screen illuminated with a password entry interface, cautioning that 3 incorrect attempts would result in automatic destruction. What was the password again? She cautiously input the password, double-checking, before moving the mouse to click confirm. It opened the USB drive contained 5 folders, devoid of names, merely numbered 1 through 5. Bai Xi clicked on folder number 1, discovering that its files were similarly unnamed, all labeled with numbers such as 1, 1, 1, 2, and so forth. Randomly selecting a file, she found it appeared to contain research data on photolithography, with complex data and formulas that left Bai Xi, a sophomore, utterly bewildered. Upon revisiting other documents, Bai Xi gleaned a general understanding from the beginning and conclusion. This photolithography machine appears to embody a cutting-edge technology with an accuracy of 1 nanometer, placing it at the forefront of global advancements. It is no wonder that Tan Mingshan and Han Dong are so determined to protect Professor Chun. The game has even released a mission concerning it. This device must hold significant importance for that particular world. Bai Xi further explored the development of photolithography machines in her world, discovering that the highest precision achieved globally is merely 3 nanometers. Thus, the 1 nanometer technology in her possession is indeed a pinnacle of excellence. At that moment, the sound of a door opening interrupted her thoughts, prompting Bai Xi to hastily close her notebook and glance anxiously at the newcomer. Relieved to find it was her roommate, she exhaled softly. The dormitory leader, Chunru, inquired, Xi, what are you secretly up to all alone? Are you afraid of us discovering something inappropriate? Her roommate, Xia, teased her. What scandalous material are you perusing? Xi, where did you find it? I can't seem to locate anything, exclaimed the anime enthusiast Shan with keen interest. Bai Xi opened her computer, revealing a browser interface. See, I am genuinely researching information, she asserted. Upon seeing this, the group lost interest immediately. You should get some rest. Did you stay up late binge-watching dramas again last night? I noticed you dozing off in class today. Shinru expressed her concern. Mama-chan, I admit my faults. I shall never stay up late again. Please remember to call me for meals. Xia pleaded as she pulled a thin blanket over herself and began to sleep. Holding such a groundbreaking technology in her hands left Bai Xi momentarily at a loss about what to do. May I pose a question? She turned to her friends. What is the matter? Nanxia has dozed off without even opening her eyes. Cici, please go ahead and ask. Shan set down her makeup brush and turned to Bai Xi. Chenru remained silent, also gazing at Bai Xi. I stumbled upon a topic online. What would you do if you were to acquire a world-class technology? Bai Xi looked on expectantly at Shan and Chunru. What kind of technology? Chunru inquired. Bai Xi pretended to ponder for a moment before stating, perhaps the lithography machine I just searched for. If you were to possess the world's most advanced lithography technology, what would you do? How advanced is it? Shan asked curiously, struggling to envision it. Chunru shook her head, not entirely in agreement with Shan's thoughts. Since it is a world-class technology, if an ordinary person were to acquire it, the means of obtaining it would inevitably be questionable, leading to suspicions. Moreover, with such cutting-edge technology, if you were to sell a copy, who could ascertain whether you have a backup? The best course of action would be to eliminate any trace. As she spoke, Chunru made a gesture across her neck. Bai Xi swallowed nervously, feeling a bit anxious, and softly remarked, is it really that severe? Not that severe. Chunru took a sip of water, preparing to enlighten them on the substantial upheaval such premier technology could instigate. With vivid descriptions, Chunru captivated Bai Xi and Shan, who both appeared pale with fear. Bai Xi even entertained the thought of keeping the technology hidden. At that moment, Nanxiao interjected, if you ask me, wouldn't it be better to donate it to the state? Surely, the country would protect you then. Our nation is not as ruthless as other capitalist ones. Donating is certainly an option, but it depends on to whom you would donate. Every regime harbors a few insidious pests. Thus, selecting the right individuals becomes paramount. The perspective of her roommates sparked a realization in Bai Xi. The technology she possessed was extraordinarily powerful, and it could potentially place her in peril. As the saying goes, a thief may operate for 1,000 days, but how can one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Caution must prevail. Regarding the notion of starting her own company, Bai Xi dismissed the idea. Firstly, she recognized her lack of capability to manage a company. Secondly, she simply lacked the time and energy to oversee such an enterprise. Relying on others was equally fraught with risks of exposure. She must fortify her personal abilities, otherwise, her survival in the next game would be uncertain. It was only by enduring each round of the game that she could earn the right to contemplate other matters. However, The risks associated with selling her technology outweighed those of retaining it, rendering it akin to a hot potato. After much contemplation, Bai Xi deemed Nan Xia's suggestion to be sound, yet the challenge lay in how to transfer the technology without revealing her identity. Suddenly, she remembered an important task she needed to attend to, so she decided not to have lunch with them. Grabbing her small backpack, she hurried out, leaving Hu Shanshan and Chunru in a state of bewilderment. "Shanshan, do you sense something amiss with Xi today?" Chunru remarked, feeling that Bai Xi had undergone some change, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. "Not at all. She's still the radiant flower of our dormitory," Hu Shanshan replied, gazing at her reflection in the mirror and touching her fair, delicate face. She lamented, "Despite my meticulous care for my complexion, it still pales in comparison to Xi's natural beauty. It truly invokes envy." The more Hu Shanshan pondered, the angrier she became. "Humph. One day of silence with her. You must remember this." Chunru opened her computer and began to work diligently. In a clandestine base somewhere in Tianhai City, the decor was minimalistic. Ye Xiao reclined on the bed, his long legs intertwined, hands resting beneath his head, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. Suddenly, he sat up. Brushing his fingers over the tear mole at the corner of his eye, his ears slightly flushed. A knock echoed from outside the door. Ye Xiao rose to answer it, revealing Vice Captain Yan Mo. "What is the situation?" Ye Xiao inquired. Yan Mo shook his head, reporting no personnel losses but indicating the circumstances were far from ideal. This time, there were no blue-level rewards, only 3 green levels, with the remainder all gray or white. "Let us convene a meeting," Ye Xiao declared as he stepped out of the room, Yan Mo following closely behind, a slight frown adorning his brow. On the training grounds, 2 young individuals engaged in a sparring session, while several others stood by, watching with keen interest. "This wretched game's cards are exceedingly difficult to draw. After so many rounds, I've only managed to draw a red card during my novice phase. The rest are all green, gray, or white." One teammate rolled his eyes in response. "At least you've drawn a red card. I've yet to see even a shadow of one. Can it get any worse than our captain?" The group nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. "Who said that?" The captain drew a green card once and completed non-draw tasks, thus obtaining both blue and green cards. That was only twice. 1 green card, 1 blue card. In comparison to the captain, they suddenly felt a sense of relief. The group nodded in unison. With Ye Xiao at the bottom, their spirits inexplicably lifted. By the edge of the training ground, Yan Mo smiled at the scene, while Ye Xiao maintained a serious demeanor. With such abundant energy, it appears the tasks are insufficiently challenging. Yan Mo remarked indifferently, raising his voice slightly to announce, "The meeting will commence in 10 minutes. After the meeting, each person shall complete 20 laps around the venue." Ye Xiao's deep voice resonated, understood. The chorus of voices from the crowd grew louder, equally synchronized and solemn. After casting a glance at everyone, Ye Xiao and Yan Mo continued their way to the meeting room. Once the 2 departed, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Having exited the school, Bai Xi took a bus to the city center, walking for nearly half an hour to arrive at the Huaca Institute's branch in Xiuqing. Armed police stood guard at the entrance, preventing ordinary individuals from entering. Bai Xi observed from across the street, while simultaneously searching online for any academicians she recognized who were unequivocally loyal to the nation. From morning until dusk, Bai Xi remained vigilant throughout the day. After a brief nap, she prepared to call it a day. This method proved ineffective. The academicians arrived and departed in vehicles, leaving no opportunity for her to meet them. Just as Bai Xi was about to leave, an elderly gentleman with white hair emerged, carrying a tattered cloth bag. She immediately recognized him as Han Yuanshan, an academician from the Huaca Institute. It appeared that Han had not driven. Bai Xi discreetly followed him into a nearby old residential complex. Perhaps due to mobility issues, Han's residence was on the ground floor. The door was opened by a kind, elderly woman, presumably his wife, Huang Meiwan. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xi took out a piece of paper from her bag and penned a few words. Chapter 22, Patriotic Citizens. Hello, Academician Han. Within this USB drive lies a document detailing a photolithography machine with an astonishing precision of 1 nanometer. The password is 148257. It is hoped that this contribution can aid in the development of our nation. The note is signed, a patriotic citizen who wishes to remain anonymous. After penning the note, Bai Xi placed the USB drive and the paper at Han Yuanshan's doorstep and gave a gentle knock on the door. "Who is it?" Huang Meiwan inquired. opening the door only to find the silver USB drive and a piece of paper lying on the threshold. Perplexed by the absence of a visitor, she glanced down the corridor, saw no one, and then brought the USB drive and paper inside, shutting the door behind her. Dear, who was it? Han Yuanshan emerged from the kitchen, curious. Huang Meiwan shook her head, raising the items in her hand. I don't know. Just this silver USB drive and this piece of paper. Han Yuanshan took the items from Huang Meiwan, scrutinizing the contents of the paper, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Do you think this USB drive truly contains such cutting-edge technology? It was evident that Huang Meiwan understood the implications of a 1-nanometer photolithography machine, which left her somewhat incredulous. Let us find out, Han Yuanshan replied, glancing at Huang Meiwan. Where is the computer we let Dodo play with? With the USB drive in hand, Han Yuanshan made his way to the second bedroom, followed curiously by Huang Meiwan. After powering on the computer, Han Yuanshan disconnected the internet and disabled the Wi-Fi before inserting the USB drive. Indeed, a password entry screen appeared. Upon entering the password indicated on the paper, the files opened, revealing 5 digital folders, just as Bai Xi had previously observed. Unbelievable. Such a brilliant concept. So this is how it is. Han Yuanshan's reaction revealed to Huang Meiwan that the document was most likely genuine. She felt a sense of joy and quietly exited the room, allowing Han Yuanshan the time and space he needed. After perusing several files, Han Yuanshan was astounded by the innovative ideas and designs presented within. He hastily picked up his phone and called several academicians he knew. Old Huang, come to my house quickly. I have something remarkable to show you that will surely be worth your while. Old Wu, Old Li. After making several calls, Han Yuanshan exhausted his network. Some were too far away to come, so he arranged a remote video call instead. Listening to Han Yuanshan articulate the contents, the academicians on the other end were equally astonished. Old Han, what has prompted this sudden clarity? This idea is brilliant. Our dream of chip independence might truly be achievable. Han Yuanshan was equally elated. Receiving their acknowledgement indicated that the document was very likely authentic. Half an hour later, the nearby academicians arrived. Seeing the large gathering, they were somewhat taken aback. Old Han, what is this significant matter that has summoned us all? Han Yuanshan eagerly waved them over. Come quickly. You must examine this document. It encompasses many aspects beyond my expertise. I need your insights. Oh, I must see what there is that you, Old Han, are uncertain about. Han Yuanshan projected the content from his computer, and as the group beheld the display, they too were left in a state of shock. How did this formula come about? Wait, slow down. No, I must take a moment to calculate this. The academicians seated themselves on the floor, grasping the paper and pen handed to them by Huang Meiwan, and began to compute manually. After a considerable time, one of the academicians gazed at the results on the paper, alternating between shaking his head and nodding in astonishment. Old Han, I never imagined you to be such a polymath. All these years, you have kept this hidden so well. With such brilliant ideas, you should have shared them sooner. Perhaps we would have already developed the lithography machine. Surely, this National Contribution Award is yours for the taking. Han Yuanshan smiled wryly and shook his head. If I truly possessed such abilities, how could I have concealed them until now? Upon hearing this, the group sensed there was more to the story. What is the situation? Old Han, do enlighten us. No need for dramatics. Han Yuanshan handed over Bai Xi's paper to the others and explained. This was discovered by my wife at the door this evening. It was a gift from a patriotic citizen to the nation. What? The group stared in disbelief, while several academicians on the other side of the network gaped, unable to close their mouths. Old Han, are you jesting with us? Such crucial information, and someone truly selflessly offered it, seeking neither fame nor fortune? Han Yuanshan sighed. I am equally astonished. Yet, this is the truth. A silence enveloped the room once more, until finally, a more senior academician from across the network spoke up. Old Han, bring this information to the capital. This matter is of great significance. Han Yuanshan nodded in agreement, and the academicians embarked on yet another round of discussion regarding the contents of the material. The matter has been resolved. Next, Bai Xi intends to enroll in a class to learn the art of combat. Although she harbors an interest in firearms, her finances do not permit such indulgence. Nonetheless, the combination of a black gold dagger with either sanda or boxing should prove quite effective. As she stepped out of the community, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The surroundings were illuminated, with street vendors lining the avenue. Bai Xi settled on the steps in front of her dormitory, gazing at the starry sky and listening to the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs. Rather than feeling fear, she experienced a sense of ease and contentment. In the world of missions, she had refrained from sleeping soundly at night, uncertain of whether an unexpected event might occur, or if someone might suddenly appear to take her life. She retrieved her phone and captured a photograph of the starry sky, posting it on her social media. A new chapter in life has commenced. Moments later, notifications began to arrive. Shinru, are you locked out of your dorm? In the darkness, Bai Xi repeatedly executed spatial jumps, curious to discover the limits of her endurance. Such attempts were too risky in the mission world, but here she felt secure enough to experiment freely. After 4 consecutive leaps, she began to feel overwhelmed, her head spinning and cold sweat trickling down her body. This was her limit. Another attempt would surely leave her fainting. Unsteadily, she made her way back to the steps and sat down, while Chunru and Nanxia sought out the dormitory supervisor to unlock the door. Chapter 23, Discovery. All right, Annie. We understand. It won't happen again. Hu Shanshan said politely. Chunru and Nanxia assisted Bai Xi into the dormitory, while Hu Shanshan fetched her bag. Xi, what happened to you? Hu Shanshan inquired. Feeling somewhat dizzy, perhaps due to mild anemia, Bai Xi leaned against Chunru, exuding a sense of fatigue. Han Yuanshan, accompanied by a USB drive and several esteemed academicians, chartered a flight to the capital under the cover of night. Good morning, esteemed academicians, greeted a military colonel as he welcomed them. Hello, hello. Han Yuanshan handed the note left by Bai Xi to the colonel, stating that individual preferred to remain anonymous, undoubtedly for compelling reasons. Once the military technicians completed their examination of the USB drive, the academicians boarded a military vehicle, clandestinely en route to a hastily arranged conference room. Early in the morning, Bai Xi arrived at the finest martial arts club near her school. The instructors, renowned for their ancestral martial prowess, were all retired military personnel, drawing many aspiring students eager to learn from them. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xi stepped into the luxuriously priced establishment. Upon hearing her intention to enroll in a class taught by the owner, the receptionist gazed at her in surprise, cautioning, "Are you aware that our owner's hourly fee is 800? Bai Xi nodded, having researched this prior to her visit. Very well, please follow me. The receptionist led Bai Xi to a nearby lounge area, donning a professional smile, and instructed her to wait momentarily. Once the receptionist departed, Bai Xi curiously surveyed her surroundings. The interior boasted a minimalist aesthetic reminiscent of military design, yet remained highly functional. Hello? A deep voice resonated, prompting Bai Xi to turn her gaze. Before her stood a somewhat burly middle-aged man. Greetings. Are you Coach Fu? Bai Xi inquired as she rose to face Fu Lian with intrigue. Fu Lian nodded, gesturing for her to sit, and inquired, "What motivated you to seek enrollment in my class?" Desiring to find a professional coach, Bai Xi expressed her intent directly. Her goal was to learn swift and effective techniques. With the next round of the game commencing in merely 13 days, she could not afford to be unprepared. After clarifying the requirements, Fu Lian devised a 10-day training regimen for Bai Xi. Let us first observe the results. If necessary, we may delve deeper later, Fu Lian remarked. Then let us commence, coach. The initial training exercise was to assess Bai Xi's physical fitness. Following a series of tests, Fu Lian was somewhat astonished, noting, "Your physical condition is commendable. Your foundational attributes are exceptional. Many boys cannot achieve your level. The resilience of children raised in rural areas is remarkable." Bai Xi replied with a smile. Her comprehensive attribute score of 72 surpassed the average of 60, placing her well above the norm. Fu Lian nodded, acknowledging, "Your physical capabilities are impressive. We can slightly intensify the training plan, which should yield better results than initially anticipated." After training for over 2 hours in the morning, Bai Xi, perspiring profusely, had lunch with Fu Lian before resuming her training in the afternoon. Bai Xi's performance continued to astonish Fu Lian, who felt a sense of regret for her talent, pondering what heights this young girl might ultimately reach. If only she were a bit younger. With a few more years of dedicated training, perhaps she could achieve remarkable success in competitions. At 4 o'clock, as Bai Xi exited the club, she felt invigorated, her body energized and in prime condition. Casting a glance across the street, she suddenly dashed away. In the game, Bai Xi had cultivated a habit of remaining vigilant to her surroundings, sensing that a few individuals had been watching her since her exit, an unsettling notion indeed. Upon witnessing Bai Xi's flight, several individuals immediately gave chase. The crowded surroundings rendered it difficult for Bai Xi to utilize her teleportation abilities, compelling her to flee towards areas with fewer people. However, due to her inexperience, she soon found herself cornered in a narrow alley, both parties panting heavily. "Little girl, why are you running?" inquired the leading man, who appeared to be in his 30s, as he planted his legs firmly and gasped for breath. "Of course I'm running. You're pursuing me," Bai Xi retorted, feeling as though her lungs might burst. The stamina of these individuals was astonishing. "We are from the Xiaoqing Brigade. You must accompany us," the man declared, producing his officer's ID. Upon closer inspection, Bai Xi noted that his name was Zhang Duo, a genuine soldier, and a lieutenant at that. Yet, she had committed no crime. Could it be? No way. She had only submitted her technology the previous day, and they had already tracked her down? "Do not even think about escaping. We are well aware of your information, and you cannot run away," the man reassured her, recognizing her wariness. "But I haven't committed any crime. Why are you detaining me?" Bai Xi pleaded, attempting to evoke sympathy. "We are not detaining you. We are inviting you," Zhang Duo replied curtly. "If we intended to apprehend you, we would be in military uniform." Bai Xi pouted, recalling that even the police wear plain clothes when making arrests. "We are truly not here to apprehend you. We need to take you to the capital. A high-ranking official wishes to meet you," Zhang Duo elaborated. "Oh, well, in that case," Bai Xi decided against resistance, realizing that once in the government sights, escape would be nearly impossible. She boarded the specialized vehicle, flanked by soldiers on either side, with 2 more in front. The 4 of them exuded a formidable presence, making her feel like a mere sprout among them. "What kind of soldiers are you?" she inquired. Bai Xi cautiously inquired. "The rural youth are resilient." Bai Xi still resorted to her usual perfunctory response. On their way to the airport, Zhang Duo received a phone call, and the group turned back towards the Xiao City military district. "Aren't we headed to the capital?" Bai Xi followed Zhang Duo down the corridor of the military district's office building. Zhang Duo replied, "The superior could not wait and has come to the military district to meet you." "Here to see me in person?" Bai Xi's face displayed surprise. Did she possess such high esteem? Of course. Zhang Duo halted, gesturing for Bai Xi to enter the room while he waited at the door. Bai Xi took a moment to mentally prepare herself, rubbed her face, relaxed her feet, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Inside, a middle-aged man around 50 sat behind the desk, smiling as he conversed with a man in military attire, who stood with a straight back. Upon seeing Bai Xi enter, the middle-aged man rose and said with a grin, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I hear you wish to see me?" Bai Xi stepped inside, her voice instinctively lowering. The man in uniform also stood, his towering stature making Bai Xi feel diminutive, prompting her to take a slight step back. He turned to face Bai Xi, and they both stared at each other in astonishment. Chapter 24. A Powerful Support. Ye Xiao? Bai Xi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the person before her, utterly taken aback. She had initially lamented that it was rare to encounter someone who perfectly matched her aesthetic, only to realize that they were players in the same world. This, indeed, must be fate. Ye Xiao was equally astonished, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes before it vanished. "Do you know each other?" the middle-aged man inquired as he approached from behind the desk. "We met in the task world." Ye Xiao's deep and melodious voice captivated Bai Xi, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The middle-aged man, a player, brightened at the mention, his smile widening. "Ah, a new player in our nation." Bai Xi nodded, feeling reassured. Evidently, the authorities were already aware of the gaming realm, alleviating her fears of being marginalized. "Little girl, we have yet to be introduced," the middle-aged man said, turning to Bai Xi. "My name is Dong Pingyu. You may call me Uncle Dong." "Hello, Uncle Dong," Bai Xi replied, and Dong Pingyu inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. He had merely intended to meet her today, as Ye Xiao suspected she might be a newly emerged player, but it turned out they were already acquainted. Dong Pingyu glanced at the two of them, a satisfied nod accompanying his words. 20 years ago, the state was aware of the gaming phenomenon and established a clandestine department, nameless and without any code names, hidden from public view. Ye Xiao is currently the head of this department and also the captain of the player squad. Bai Xi gazed at Ye Xiao with admiration. How impressive! To be deemed worthy to stand before the nation's elite at such a young age. However, she felt an internal conflict brewing within her. Should she choose freedom or honor? Noticing Bai Xi's hesitation, Dong Pingyu continued to present his offer. "Should you join the squad, all your expenses will be covered by the state, along with a monthly limit of 10 million on a bank card. With this card, you can purchase anything your heart desires, be it a sports car or a yacht. If you exhaust this month's limit, another 10 million will be available next month. Should that sum prove insufficient, you may submit an application for additional funds. In summary, as long as you remain loyal to the nation and adhere to the law, the state will provide you with unwavering support. Bai Xi was taken aback, astonished by the generosity of such terms. What was she required to do? The better the conditions, the greater the sacrifices demanded. After all, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Much like the current situation with the lithography machine, Bai Xi comprehended that this was the true intention of the state. Indeed, Dong Pingyu nodded solemnly, emphasizing that the existence of the game has made us aware of the presence of other intelligent beings and civilizations in the universe. This game hangs over us like a sword of Damocles, ready to descend at any moment, compelling humanity to fervently advance its technology. Should our planet ever become a realm of quests, we must at least possess the capability to confront such a reality. Dong Pingyu's words momentarily stunned Bai Xi. She had never contemplated such profound matters. Previously, her sole focus had been on survival and the pursuit of strength. Yet Dong Pingyu had elevated the discussion to the level of civilization and species. It was indeed reasonable to consider that if other worlds could transform into realms of quests, why could theirs not? Eventually, it would arrive upon their heads, whether in this generation or the next. Hence, the leaders prudently prepared, leveraging the game to cultivate a foundation for future generations. Dong Pingyu, now composed, spoke earnestly. Bai Xi, you may reflect on this matter thoroughly. Regardless of your decision to join, the state will not impose its will. Your autonomy is respected. I am willing to join, Bai Xi replied without hesitation. Since the situation was irreversible, she resolved to make her remaining days count, contributing some value to her existence. Ye Xiao cast an admiring glance at Bai Xi, a charming smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Dong Pingyu was equally pleased. The descendants of Huaxia always prioritized their nation and ethnicity. I have more questions to ask. Bai Xi pondered before inquiring. Whatever you wish to know, I shall disclose, Dong Pingyu replied, his demeanor grand and cheerful. However, the restriction on casual outings implied that she could not indulge in culinary delights at will. For the food-loving Bai Xi, this was a significant loss, rendering her existence incomplete. She felt compelled to clarify these intricacies of life, lest she find it difficult to voice her needs later on. Dong Pingyu erupted in hearty laughter, with Ye Xiao unable to suppress a subdued chuckle beside him. Your concerns are unfounded, he remarked, shaking his head in bemusement, reflecting that at 20, she was still but a child. The base would arrange for the nation's most esteemed scholars and professors to provide you with personalized instruction, with their direct tutelage. What qualifications could you not attain? Is that truly possible? Bai Xi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, you possess such privileges, Dong Pingyu affirmed, continuing to elucidate. Strictly speaking, you do not belong to the conventional military and are not bound by standard regulations. Apart from routine training, you may pursue whatever you desire, provided it is lawful. Given your exceptional capabilities, it is imperative to exercise self-restraint. Beyond that, you are free to enjoy fine dining, purchase cosmetics, clothing, or handbags, as long as it pleases you. However, there is one stipulation. International travel is not permissible without prior approval from superiors. To the nation, each of you represents an immense treasure. The country cannot afford to sustain even the slightest loss. Bai Xi nodded repeatedly. The conditions offered by the state were simply too favorable for her to decline. Little did she expect that her goal of financial freedom would be realized in such a manner. 10 million each month. She needed to carefully contemplate how to spend it. Bai Xi nodded and briefly shared her situation, which left Dong Pingyu and Ye Xiao utterly astonished. Chapter 25. The great treasure. You are merely in the first round of the game, and not only have you awakened your extraordinary abilities, but you have also received 2 red rewards? Dong Pingyu was in a state of disbelief, his gaze burning with intensity as he regarded Bai Xi as if she were a priceless treasure. Ye Xiao was equally amazed. Such fortuitous luck was simply extraordinary. What is your extraordinary ability? Ye Xiao's melodious voice resonated, while Dong Pingyu looked on with curiosity. Bai Xi replied, I possess spatial abilities. Spatial abilities are indeed remarkable. They allow for the storage of resources and prove to be invaluable in the later stages of the game. Dong Pingyu nodded in satisfaction. It was this very skill that enabled me to eliminate a mid-tier player, as well as someone who had participated in 3 rounds of the game, Bai Xi confessed. Bai Xi's second skill left Dong Pingyu and Ye Xiao dumbfounded. You, a novice in the first round of the game? managed to kill a mid-tier player? Dong Pingyu was overwhelmed with joy. Bai Xi's capabilities suggested that she might endure in the game for a prolonged period. Well, my ability to slay that mid-tier player was largely due to his underestimation of me. He completely failed to anticipate my capacity for spatial jumps, which allowed me to launch a surprise attack from behind. If Chi Yubin were less arrogant, or perhaps less dismissive of novice players, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. Dong Pingyu shook his head, differing in opinion, asserting that luck is indeed a facet of skill. Ye Xiao nodded in agreement and turned to Bai Xi, inquiring, "What did you acquire from the demise of these two individuals?" The mid-tier player yielded a speed enhancement card, a stealth card, an item card, and a gray-grade black gold dagger. The other dropped a stamina potion. Bai Xi felt somewhat dissatisfied, noting that the mid-tier player had not dropped a single red item. Ye Xiao, Dong Pingyu. The card draw rates in this game are notoriously low, and acquiring a weapon is already quite fortunate. Dong Pingyu suppressed his excitement, realizing that this young girl was indeed a treasure. Remarkable, Ye Xiao remarked nonchalantly, though internally he was engulfed in a storm of envy. Their division lacked a name or code, yet the members had whimsically dubbed themselves the Player Squad. Their base was situated in Tianhai City, atop a cliff by the sea, where an expansive manor had been constructed atop the flattened hill. As they journeyed, Bai Xi curiously gazed around. In this secure environment, her thirst for new experiences was unabated. The azure sky, the fluffy clouds, the lush vegetation, and the vast ocean. Was this not the embodiment of her dreams? She glanced at Ye Xiao's handsome profile, blinked, and asked, "Captain, how many members are there in our squad?" Ye Xiao replied, "Including you, there are a total of 7. 7 individuals? Are there only 7 chosen players in our entire nation?" Bai Xi found herself at a loss for words. It seemed that being chosen by the game was indeed a stroke of good fortune, or perhaps a sign of being favored by the heavens. Currently, aside from those who had perished within the game, there were only 7 survivors. A heavy silence enveloped her as she pondered the alarming mortality rate. Noticing her silence, Ye Xiao spoke up, "You needn't worry excessively. We have the backing of the state. All our training and survival techniques represent the most optimal strategies available. If you study diligently and master them, there should be no significant issues." Feeling a bit more reassured, Bai Xi thought to herself how fortunate it was to have the state's support. Any issues she might overlook would be addressed by them. Just then, a flamboyant red sports car approached. Upon spotting Ye Xiao at the wheel and Bai Xi in the passenger seat, the car's owner appeared astonished, swiftly executing a U-turn to pursue them and squeezing into the right lane. "Hello, beautiful," the owner greeted enthusiastically. Ye Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the two and cautioned, "Please drive safely." Bai Xi shook her head. "I'm a new team member." The driver's face lit up with surprise and growing more serious. He introduced himself. "I'm Liang Cheng. Welcome aboard, little sister." "Thank you. I look forward to your guidance," Bai Xi replied politely, adhering to the decorum of their first encounter. On the balcony of a high-rise in the villa, 3 individuals were leaning over, gazing down at the scene below. "The captain's car must have a beauty," the tall one declared earnestly. Suddenly, he grew animated. "There really is a beauty." The round-faced youth retrieved a pair of binoculars and peered towards the hillside, exclaiming, "Wow, she's stunning." The handsome young man, however, remained relatively composed, questioning, "Is there really such a need for excitement?" Tall and round-faced Chi exchanged a glance with their androgynous teammate, rolling their eyes before returning their gaze to the hillside. The petite beauty seemed to be enjoying a delightful conversation with Liang Cheng. "Oh, why do I sense a hint of displeasure from the captain?" No sooner had the thought crossed their mind than a green military vehicle surged ahead of the red sports car, leaving only its rear visible to the latter. An intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. The handsome man arched his brows, prompting the trio to hastily turn and rush downstairs. Meanwhile, Bai Xi and Liang Cheng were engrossed in their lively discussion when Ye Xiao suddenly accelerated, causing Bai Xi to look at him in confusion. Oh, Bai Xi was convinced. The captain was truly exceptional. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but also remarkably attentive. As they approached the estate, Ye Xiao slowed the vehicle. There were no guards outside the manor, yet numerous cameras rotated incessantly, and the entrance appeared remarkably high-tech and intelligent. As the gate opened, the car glided in smoothly, revealing a vast lawn, roughly the size of a football field. Opposite the lawn stood a crescent-shaped 4-story building, gleaming in silver with an eye-catching design. Near the cliffside of the base, there was a large garden, where purple irises were in full bloom. The green military vehicle executed a graceful drift and came to a steady halt in front of the crescent-shaped building, with the red sports car trailing closely behind, also stopping. Chapter 26. A new home. Bai Xi stepped out of the car, greeted by 4 handsome young men approaching. 3 of them were the same individuals from the rooftop earlier. The 4th, wearing silver-framed glasses, smiled warmly at Bai Xi, exuding an air of gentility. Ye Xiao proceeded to introduce the 4 to Bai Xi. The tall individual with a buzz cut is named Domination, while the slightly shorter, round-faced one is Ye Xiao. Another, notably beautiful and androgynous figure is Ye Xiao, who dons silver-framed glasses, exuding an amiable demeanor, and the vice captain, Ye Xiao, is equally friendly. Greetings, everyone. I am Bai Xi, having just undergone a round of games. I kindly ask for your guidance moving forward. Bai Xi, being the youngest among the 7 and a striking young lady, receives a warm welcome from all. Not a problem. If you have any questions, feel free to approach your brother Yuan, Ye Xiao assured with a pat on his chest. It's about time we had a girl in our squad. I'm quite tired of being surrounded by men, Domination remarked with a chuckle. Sister, do you have a boyfriend? Now that Bai Xi has just arrived. You should tone it down a bit, Ye Xiao interjected sternly, then turned to Bai Xi with a gentler expression. Come, let me show you to your room. Yes, let us choose a room first. All of them have ocean views, so feel free to pick whichever you like, Liang Chung finally chimed in, feeling slightly sidelined despite having met Bai Xi first. As Ye Xiao led Bai Xi to select her room, the other 4 stood on the verdant training grounds, silently fuming, thinking to themselves, Captain, have you taken the wrong medicine today? The dormitory is located on the 4th floor, the 3rd is designated for meetings and studies, the 2nd for recreation, and the 1st for training. Ye Xiao elucidated as they walked. Bai Xi followed him into the training room on the 1st floor, which, despite being a training area, appeared remarkably comfortable. They then ascended to the 4th floor via the elevator, which opened up to a spacious living room, adorned in the minimalist and stylish decor that Bai Xi particularly adores. Aside from the 7 players, the base also houses Chef Li and Chef Wang, who are responsible for the kitchen, as well as Aunt Lin and Aunt Lu, who take care of the cleaning, and Uncle Qian, the gardener. Ye Xiao provided a brief introduction to the basic situation. Bai Xi, with a sweet demeanor, nodded and inquired, May I seek their guidance? I am to enter the game in 13 days and wish to enhance my knowledge of firearms and combat. At this moment, her sole desire was to grow stronger. After all, losing her life would mean a significant loss of 10 million. Ye Xiao glanced at Bai Xi, surprised by her clarity of thought, and replied with a smile. If you seek their counsel, they will be delighted. Bai Xi then asked, Are the uncles and aunts aware of the game? Indeed, Ye Xiao said, pausing to look at her. The rooms without names at the entrance are unoccupied. Choose one for yourself. Bai Xi nodded and approached, noting that each room had a distinct design style, all featuring spacious balconies with ocean views. In the end, she selected a room that was both aesthetically pleasing and warm, particularly drawn to the white hammock chair on the balcony. Excellent choice, Ye Xiao remarked, nodding in approval upon seeing her selection. Bai Xi, thinking he was complimenting her taste, smiled modestly. Subsequently, Ye Xiao accompanied Bai Xi to the storage room to collect some daily necessities. As Bai Xi had just arrived, the base had not prepared any items for girls. Ye Xiao handed her a card and made a phone call, asking the 2 aunts to take Bai Xi into the city to purchase some clothing. Finally, our base has a girl, exclaimed Ye Xiao. You have no idea, Xi. The gentlemen, regardless of their age, were rather coarse in demeanor. Aunt Lu, plump and rather disdainful, looked upon the men at the base with a degree of disapproval. At last, there were fragrant young ladies, and I could finally indulge in the role of a mother. Aunt Wang gazed at Bai Xi with sparkling eyes. After exchanging only a few words, the 2 of them took Bai Xi in their car to the nearest shopping center, unleashing their shopping frenzy. Emerging from the fitting room, Bai Xi donned a knee-length white skirt, resembling a fairy that had stepped out from a painting, captivating even the sales assistant, who was accustomed to beauty. Absolutely stunning, Aunt Wang exclaimed. Indeed, it is quite lovely, Aunt Lu remarked, turning to the smiling attendant beside her. Please wrap this up, along with those few outfits we just tried on. Certainly, the sales assistant quickly folded the garments and packed them into a gift box. The total comes to 113,400. Aunt Wang snatched the purple gold card from Bai Xi's hand and handed it to the attendant, dismissively stating, I know it's not yours, it's Ye Xiao's card. You want to use it all, so why not make use of it? It turned out that while Bai Xi was meticulously selecting her room, Ye Xiao had come up and given the card to Ye Xiao. instructing the two ants to take Bai Xi shopping. Having just arrived at the base, Bai Xi had brought nothing with her. While the base provided daily toiletries, she lacked change of clothes. Bai Xi was taken aback. She had always thought the card belonged to Yan Mo and had been planning to repay him in the future. To her surprise, it was Ye Xiao's. Though he spoke little, he was quite warm-hearted and attentive. It's perfectly fine. With such an abundance of money, he won't run out, so feel free to use it on his behalf. Indeed, she, indulge in what you desire. Simply make the purchase. The captain of your household has never exhausted the limit of this card, so consider it a mere initiation on your part. Aunt Wang urged Bai Xi to sit down, while Aunt Lu gestured to the sales assistant, who clearly recognized the two women and respectfully withdrew. However, a sum exceeding 100,000 is rather excessive. Bai Xi felt somewhat conflicted. After all, this card was not hers. Were it her card, she might have impulsively indulged in a luxury sports car right then and there. Your exclusive card offers a monthly limit of 10 million. If you refrain from spending this month, it will reset to another 10 million next month, Aunt Wang whispered. Ye Xiao is perpetually busy. He scarcely has time to indulge in frivolities. Since he entrusted you with the card, it implies permission for you to spend freely. As she spoke, Aunt Lu led Bai Xi into another brand store, leaving her no opportunity to decline, while Aunt Wang followed suit with the card in hand. The two women guided Bai Xi through nearly every brand outlet in the shopping mall, leaving her legs weak from exhaustion. Suddenly, she keenly sensed an assailant approaching from behind. Wielding a dagger and advancing at an alarming speed, she had no time to evade. In the next instant, Bai Xi vanished from her original position, only to reappear behind the attacker, delivering a powerful kick. Chapter 27. Card Method Star. Oh dear. The struck individual stumbled forward, nearly falling clumsily. The voice was deep and resonant, unmistakably belonging to a middle-aged man. Bai Xi quickly realized that this was within the base, where no one would dare to ambush her. There were only a few middle-aged men present. Are you all right? Bai Xi inquired cautiously. Impressive. The ability to teleport is truly remarkable, came the voice of Dan Xian. A small team emerged alongside two elder gentlemen, and the onlookers gazed at Bai Xi with admiration and respect. Upon learning of Bai Xi's extraordinary abilities, their curiosity piqued. They wished to test her skills, unaware that her reflexes would exceed their expectations. As introduced by Dan Xian, the individual whom Bai Xi had swiftly dispatched with a kick was Chef Li from the kitchen, while the other two were the lean and jovial Uncle Qian from the gardening department and the portly Chef Wang. Subsequently, several uncles and aunts devised a tailored training regimen for Bai Xi, enabling her to swiftly acquire essential survival knowledge and combat skills. Additionally, a few seasoned players, including Ye Xiao, imparted valuable game strategies to Bai Xi. In summary, they emphasized 3 key points. 1. In the early stages of the game, it is imperative to diligently complete tasks to accumulate cards and survival supplies. 2. In the mid to late stages, one should seek safe havens, as each task world presents unique and often bizarre challenges that defy comprehension. 3. When one's strength is lacking, survival through caution becomes paramount. Bai Xi attentively absorbed each lesson, meticulously taking notes and demonstrating remarkable progress, thereby gaining a foundational understanding of the game. This illustrates the advantages of teamwork. Today marks the final day of the countdown before entering the game. Bai Xi donned athletic attire suitable for physical activity and commenced her warm-up exercises. Upon completing her warm-up and taking a sip of water, she intended to exchange a few words with Liang Qing nearby, only to vanish suddenly. Liang Qing, unfazed by the phenomenon of her abrupt disappearance, continued with his training regimen for the day. Player Bai Xi, total participants in this round, 303, 541, active players, 1,000. Strive to survive and become one of the final 10 of survivors. The current game location is Kafa Star, Zone 126. A special reminder, this is a world fraught with peril. In the dimly lit forest, Bai Xi meticulously scrutinizes the information provided by the game. Her overall attributes stand at 72, indicating that she has not been grouped with Tian Tian and her brother. The remaining stealth card and the black gold dagger in her inventory have also illuminated. A progress bar displaying the survival rate has appeared in the upper right corner since the beginning, currently at 99, suggesting that some have already perished. Surveying her surroundings, she observes the abundant vegetation flourishing here. The dense canopy obscures the sky, fragmenting it into countless small shards, while beams of light, swirling with fine dust, cascade through the gaps in the leaves. Is this a primeval forest? Bai Xi steps upon the soft, decaying leaves, producing a crackling sound, causing the small creatures hidden beneath the foliage to scurry away. Suddenly, a fallen fruit lands atop her head, covering her head. She looks up to see a creature with grayish-white fur, fluffy and resembling a monkey. It gazes vacantly at Bai Xi and the red fruit at her feet, then glances at its own empty paws. Reaching out, it plucks another red fruit from a nearby branch and begins to nibble on it. Its large round eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment as they fixate on Bai Xi. She, in turn, observes the little monkey, let's call it the little monkey, and they engage in a silent stare-off. Meanwhile, Bai Xi contemplates that since this is a primeval forest, the edible offerings must be these wild fruits. If the monkey can consume this red fruit, then surely she could as well. Shaking her hands and legs to gather her resolve, Bai Xi embraces the sturdy trunk of a tree and begins to ascend. As Bai Xi approached, the little monkey perched on the tree trunk hastily scampered higher. Yet, it did not depart, remaining perched aloft, curiously observing Bai Xi, even forgetting to eat the red fruit in its grasp. With a soft rustle, it ascended to a height of 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Bai Xi stood on a sturdy branch, reaching out to pluck a red fruit, inhaling its fragrant aroma. It was quite aromatic. This fruit was somewhat larger than an apple, too big to be held in one hand, with a subtly delightful scent. Glancing up at the little monkey, which cocked its head at her, its large eyes reflecting her image, Bai Xi noticed it recalling the fruit it held. Displaying its sharp teeth, it took a hearty bite, devouring half of it. Observing the monkey's impressive dentition, Bai Xi couldn't help but marvel at its hidden prowess. Unsure whether this fruit was indeed edible, she cautiously gathered a handful, about 10, placing them in her storage space, while also selecting a particularly small one to conceal in her clothing pocket. Watching as the red fruits in Bai Xi's hand vanished one by one, the little monkey's eyes widened in astonishment. It finished its own fruit in a single bite and stealthily crept a little closer. Although preoccupied with gathering fruit, Bai Xi remained vigilant, remembering that this world was fraught with peril. Despite the little monkey's seemingly harmless appearance, one could never be certain of its intentions. Never underestimate the cunning of animals. They are often quite intelligent. Swiftly collecting several more fruits, Bai Xi descended the great tree. The little monkey now less than 2 meters away from her. Once on the ground, she procured a 2-meter-long branch, cautiously probing the underbrush with each step she took. In the primordial forest, venomous snakes, insects, rodents, and ants abound. This place seems no different. One must tread carefully to avoid misfortune. After a short while, Bai Xi was drenched in sweat, feeling as though she were trapped in a steamer. Why is this forest so sweltering? Wiping the perspiration from her brow, she settled upon a smooth boulder, parched and weary. Surely, this mission cannot be a survival exercise in the rainforest? Bai Xi sensed that this task was far more arduous than the last. At least she had resources to gather previously. Now, she recognized only 1% of the flora, while the remaining 99% was a mystery, assessed solely by their appearance in the presence of creatures like small monkeys to determine edibility. Furthermore, she recalled watching a nature documentary that warned of the heightened dangers of the rainforest at night. No, she must first find a safe haven, otherwise, she would be utterly lost come nightfall. With this thought in mind, Bai Xi pressed on in search of a suitable place to spend the night. Suddenly, the little monkey emitted a sharp cry, bounding about the tree trunk with considerable commotion. Instantly alert, Bai Xi drew her black gold dagger and scanned her surroundings. Ahead, a creature resembling a cross between a snake and a lizard, roughly the width of an arm and adorned with 2 horns, crawled slowly towards her. Its back was covered in hard, black, rounded protrusions, and it possessed 6 sturdy legs armed with sharp claws, while its elongated tail bristled with barbs. The creature's black pearl-like eyes regarded Bai Xi momentarily before shifting their gaze to the small monkey, pausing for a heartbeat, then advancing toward the tree where the monkey resided. The little monkey, now perched high on the trunk, increased its vocalizations, causing the branches to tremble with a cacophony of sound. Bai Xi cast a glance at the little monkey, her heart filled with reluctance as she hesitated over whether to intervene. At that moment, a task materialized before her. Side quest: eliminate a round armored beast. As you embark upon your journey in this new realm, demonstrate your prowess and prove your ability to survive. Task reward: a chance to draw a prize. At this juncture, the round armored beast had ascended to a height of 2 meters. Positioned approximately 5 to 6 meters away from Bai Xi, while the little monkey was a further 7 or 8 meters distant. Just as Bai Xi finished perusing the task details, the round armored beast abruptly altered its course, baring its sharp teeth and lunging swiftly towards her. Concerned for the little monkey, Bai Xi had been vigilantly observing the situation and promptly detected the impending threat. She swiftly rolled aside, evading the beast's powerful bite. Yet the creature's speed was formidable, and it immediately pursued her. As she beheld the beast's gaping maw, filled with a myriad of jagged teeth and exuding a foul stench, Bai Xi nearly succumbed to nausea. In a split second, she executed a spatial leap, landing a meter away before rising swiftly to her feet, only to find the round armored beast charging at her once more. In the midst of her evasive maneuver, Bai Xi brandished her black gold dagger and inflicted a cut upon the creature, causing it to recoil in pain as deep blue blood oozed forth. The little monkey in the tree continued to shriek incessantly, attempting to intimidate the round armored beast. However, the beast paid no heed to the monkey, fixating its wary gaze upon Bai Xi. The dagger, capable of slicing through its formidable shell, instilled a sense of trepidation in the beast, and Bai Xi too remained on high alert. This round armored beast was exceptionally astute, even employing feints to lower her guard. Just as Bai Xi and the beast were locked in a tense standoff, the little monkey, which had been observing from the branches, suddenly leapt down and sank its teeth into the beast's back. Bai Xi grasped the dagger, seizing the moment to plunge it into the head of the armored beast, piercing it through and delivering a fatal blow. With the creature dispatched, Bai Xi settled onto the ground to recuperate. Meanwhile, the little monkey busied itself around the carcass, sniffing intently before pausing at the beast's neck, inhaling deeply several times, and even attempting to bite through the thick, tough skin. However, it found the hide impenetrable. You can stomach something so foul? Bai Xi mused. Nevertheless, she took her dagger and assisted the little monkey by slicing through the hardened skin, revealing the bluish flesh beneath. The monkey, with its claws, rummaged inside for a while, eventually extracting two translucent, pale blue stones that resembled the exquisite blue gems Bai Xi had seen online. After sniffing the stones, the monkey offered one to Bai Xi, while it kept the other for itself, cleaning it before consuming it. Bai Xi was astonished by the little creature's actions. How clever it was. It understood the importance of cleaning its food before eating, shared the spoils with its partner, and even bravely intervened at a critical moment to distract the armored beast. It seemed that the intelligence of animals in this world was not to be underestimated. Could these creatures play a pivotal role in the game? Lost in contemplation, Bai Xi cleaned the gem and examined it closely, but found no remarkable features. She then stored it away in her inventory. Upon claiming her quest reward, she clicked to spin the lottery wheel, which whirled with vibrant colors until the pointer finally settled on the gray segment. Congratulations, player Bai Xi. You have drawn a gray reward and received a bottle of stamina potion. Gray indeed. Bai Xi was taken aback, suddenly slapping her forehead in frustration. Realizing she had forgotten to seek blessings from her grandparents, thus squandering a precious opportunity for a lottery. She stored the stamina potion in her space and was just about to rise when a sharp pain shot through her neck. She inwardly lamented her misfortune, fearing the worst, and then succumbed to darkness. In the dense thicket, a small team of 7 or 8 individuals moved swiftly. Bai Xi found herself draped over someone's back, her head resting on his shoulder. The gentle rhythm of shallow breaths brushed against her sensitive skin, causing a blush to rise in her ears. Moments later, she barely opened her eyes, hearing the crunch of dry wood underfoot, while several men in ancient attire walked silently beside her, heads bowed in concentration. Quickly, Bai Xi became aware that she was being carried by a stranger, a fleeting panic washing over her. However, upon catching a glimpse of Ye Xiao's familiar profile, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered with surprise, "Captain, what a coincidence. We ended up in the same round of the game." With Ye Xiao, the formidable boss, by her side, Bai Xi felt entirely at ease. Her curiosity piqued as she began to observe her surroundings in this peculiar team. She noticed that Ye Xiao's attire was similar to that of the others, characterized by a crisp and elegant ancient style. Leaning closer, she quietly inquired, "Captain, when did you change into this outfit? You look quite dashing." The soft breath against her ear made Ye Xiao's throat bob, and he replied calmly, "I borrowed it." Yet, sensing her lingering concern, he added in a low voice, "This world differs significantly from our technologically advanced one. It is rather peculiar, so exercise caution." "Understood," she replied. Bai Xi nodded repeatedly. The proximity between them was already quite intimate, and her gesture drew them even closer, creating an awkward sensation. Noticing Ye Xiao's ears turning crimson and his face slightly flushed, yet maintaining an air of composure, the peculiar feeling transformed into embarrassment, prompting Bai Xi to spiral into self-doubt. Am I truly this heavy? Even the captain, with such a robust physique, struggles to carry me. In a dejected manner, Bai Xi slumped onto Ye Xiao's back, remaining utterly still. Observing her lack of movement, Ye Xiao presumed she was fatigued and instinctively reduced his pace, walking more steadily. However, his reaction only deepened Bai Xi's sorrow, as her inner self wept profusely. I am indeed too heavy. After a brief moment of melancholy, Bai Xi found her perspective shifting. She came to terms with her situation and resigned herself to it. At a height of 168 centimeters, it was unrealistic to expect to be as delicate as those under 160 centimeters. Weighing over 90 pounds was merely a distant dream for her. Silence enveloped them, and approximately half an hour later, the short but serious-looking leader at the front suddenly came to a halt. From the fabric pouch at his waist, he retrieved several small pouches and distributed them among the group, instructing them to keep these on their person, lest they be unable to traverse the upcoming snake forest. Bai Xi took 2 pouches and turned to Ye Xiao, saying, Captain, if you become weary, please set me down. I am quite heavy. It's fine, you're not heavy. Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly, the snake forest ahead is difficult to navigate. Oh, Bai Xi conceded, recognizing that the group's pace was brisk and that she likely wouldn't be able to endure for much longer. The thought of hindering the team's speed due to her limitations was indeed embarrassing. Captain, was it you who struck my hand earlier? Bai Xi spoke in a barely audible whisper, and the members of the team fell into an unusual silence, as she dared not draw attention to herself. No. Ye Xiao shook his head. There are some misunderstandings, but I will explain everything once we are safe. All right. Bai Xi obediently settled down, conserving her strength. After the distribution of the small pouches, the group resumed their journey. In their eagerness to swiftly navigate through the serpent forest, their pace quickened significantly. True to its name, the forest was teeming with snakes, and the air was filled with the hissing sounds of serpents amidst the foliage. Fortunately, the pouches they carried deterred the snakes from approaching. Although the serpent forest posed dangers, it also provided a considerable advantage. The temperature was markedly cooler than outside. As they ventured deeper, Bai Xi spotted several vividly colored small snakes, adorned with horns and possessing 4 diminutive legs, which gave her the feeling of having entered a mythical realm. With each step further into the forest, the group became increasingly cautious, and Bai Xi insisted that Ye Xiao no longer carry her, as the atmosphere felt perilous. Indeed, it was dangerous, surrounded by the incessant hissing and the sound of snake tails striking the ground. Everyone, be careful and do not provoke the snakes. Let us pass through quickly, the team leader cautioned. The members nodded in agreement, hurrying along behind the leader. However, as they neared the exit of the serpent forest, an unforeseen incident occurred. In their haste, one team member's arm was grazed by a sharp branch, and the scent of fresh blood permeated the air. Inciting the snakes into a frenzy, their hissing and striking intensified. Run! The leader shouted in terror, gathering his strength to flee out of the forest. Without hesitation, Bai Xi followed closely behind the leader. His experience assured her that staying with him was the right choice. Ye Xiao's speed surpassed that of Bai Xi, yet he lingered slightly behind her, vigilant of his surroundings while they both sprinted forth. The others, too, raced at their utmost pace. The serpent swarm had long since established its presence nearby, lurking with predatory intent, and at the scent of fresh blood, they surged forward en masse towards the group. The distance to the exit of the serpent thicket was approximately 50 meters. However, at that moment, those 50 meters transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Countless serpents of various sizes completely obstructed the exit, while slender snakes cascaded from the trees, resembling a rain of serpents from the heavens. Fortunately, Bai Xi and Ye Xiao had reacted swiftly, positioning themselves at the forefront of the group, a few meters away from the injured team members. Amidst the deluge of serpents, Bai Xi relentlessly swung her dagger, slashing at the flying snakes that lunged at them. Ye Xiao wielded 2 transparent ice swords, with several others hovering in the air, autonomously striking down the airborne serpents, thereby shielding both himself and Bai Xi within a protective formation of blades. Meanwhile, the team member who had inadvertently provoked this serpent calamity was now encircled by the swarm. The blood oozing from his wounds attracted the majority of the nearby serpents, drawing them towards him. Observing the dire situation, his teammates abandoned the thought of rescue, hastily fleeing while shouting, "Awu, I'm sorry. I cannot save you." Bereft of his comrade's support, Awu was swiftly engulfed by the writhing mass of serpents, and a more intense stench of blood pervaded the air. The surrounding serpents grew increasingly agitated, converging upon the source of the blood, momentarily alleviating the burden on Bai Xi and the others. These serpents were entirely unlike those she had previously known. Each possessed razor-sharp fangs, and Awu was gruesomely consumed alive, with blood pooling around him. The ground teemed with serpents that relentlessly crawled toward the unseen Awu. Some agitated serpents were unable to squeeze through, and instead, they lunged at the surrounding snakes, causing chaos within the serpentine horde. "Move." Ye Xiao's deep voice resonated in their ears, prompting Bai Xi to hastily follow in his footsteps as they fled. The ferocity of these snakes was overwhelming, and with their advantage in numbers, they had to seize the opportunity to escape before Awu was devoured entirely. As they ran, the lead figure suddenly came to a halt, frozen in place, trembling as he gazed toward the exit. Several vividly colored serpents, flicking their tongues, coldly regarded the group. Bai Xi and the others halted behind the leader. "Don't move, whatever you do," he gasped, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He swallowed hard. This was a dragon serpent, as swift as lightning and venomous beyond measure. A single bite would be fatal. Upon hearing the name, the other team members turned pale, cold sweat pouring from their brows. Bai Xi, however, wore an expression of astonishment. Was there truly a legend of dragons in this world? Or was it merely a matter of translation? Ye Xiao shifted his ears. Awu was nearly consumed, and if they delayed any longer, their demise was inevitable. "What weaknesses does the dragon serpent possess?" Ye Xiao inquired steadily. "The dragon serpent is the king of snakes, devoid of weaknesses and natural enemies, thriving solely on flesh and soul stones. The chance of encountering a being capable of producing a soul stone is exceedingly rare, akin to finding one among 100 beasts." Although the expression of the leader remained unseen, the despair in his words gnawed at the soul like the erosion of wind on bone. Ye Xiao furrowed his brow. They had barely entered this game for half a day, making it impossible for them to possess any soul stones. "What exactly is a soul stone?" Bai Xi asked. From the context, it appeared that a soul stone was something born within the bodies of wild beasts. Previously, the little monkey shared with her a blue gemstone. Could it be the soul stone? The soul stone is characterized by its transparency and varied colors, with even the most rudimentary blue soul stone valued at 100 gold pieces, an asset beyond the reach of us mere mercenaries. In any case, as death looms, the team leader does not mind spending some time enlightening Bai Xi. "I have it. I have the soul stone," Bai Xi exclaimed eagerly. "What? You possess a soul stone?" came the astonished voice of the team leader. "Miss Bai, do you truly have a soul stone?" The others echoed in delight. "It should be the soul stone. I retrieved it from the neck of a round armor beast, and it is blue and transparent," Bai Xi clarified. "That must indeed be it. The low-level round armor beasts do have a certain probability of yielding blue soul stones." The team leader, suppressing his excitement, continued, "Miss Bai, once you extract the soul stone, please throw it as far as you can. The snake beasts do not generate soul stones, but if one appears, all serpents will be drawn to it." "Understood," Bai Xi replied, feigning a casual gesture as she plunged her hand into her bag, clenching her fist before retrieving the soul stone from her spatial pouch. The moment the soul stone emerged, several dragon snakes at the exit of the snake forest began flicking their tongues with increased frequency, and the surrounding serpents grew restless. Without hesitation, Bai Xi summoned all her strength and hurled the soul stone to the side. In an instant, the serpents, including the dragon snakes blocking the exit, surged towards the soul stone. Bai Xi and her companions seized the moment, racing towards the exit at breakneck speed, but Bai Xi lagged behind. With urgency, Ye Xiao picked her up under his arm and charged forward, leaving the team leader and the other members far behind. Clinging to Ye Xiao's neck, Bai Xi gazed into the distance at the frenzied serpents vying for the soul stone. A few dragon serpents were the first to arrive near the coveted stone, but with only one to claim, they began to fiercely contest amongst themselves. Other serpents attempted to take advantage of the chaos, only to be swiftly dispatched by one dragon serpent, which bit down on its elongated body, causing it to dissolve into a pool of black water. "My goodness, this dragon serpent is exceedingly venomous, transforming its prey into black water," Bai Xi exclaimed in astonishment. "Captain, we must flee." With a powerful push, Ye Xiao executed a graceful arc in the air, securely landing outside the serpentine thicket while still cradling Bai Xi. Shortly thereafter, the team leader and the other members emerged, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, relieved to have escaped. "We must hurry. The serpent swarm might follow us out," Bai Xi urged, still clinging to Ye Xiao. The team leader, panting heavily, waved dismissively at Bai Xi, reassuring her, "Do not worry. The serpents will not venture beyond their lair. The external heat is unbearable for them." Upon witnessing Bai Xi and Ye Xiao's close proximity, the others understood. It became clear why Ye Xiao had been so animated upon discovering Bai Xi. Indeed, they were a pair. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, perfectly matched. Bai Xi exhaled in relief, yet as she realized she was still held in Ye Xiao's embrace, her cheeks flushed with an uncommon shyness. "Captain, please let me down. Everyone is watching. It's rather embarrassing." In that moment, it was evident that Liang Cheng and the others were right. Ye Xiao was a commendable leader, never forgetting his seemingly inept teammate, even in such perilous circumstances. Ye Xiao slightly bent down to place Bai Xi on the ground, ensuring she stood firmly before releasing his supportive grip. He began to observe the surrounding environment. The others, witnessing Ye Xiao's cautious demeanor, felt their suspicions confirmed once more. After steadying herself, Bai Xi surveyed her surroundings. There were no towering forests, only low shrubs and sporadic small trees. The dense woods had transformed into a vast grassland. Compared to the jungle, the prairie felt considerably safer, offering a wide field of vision where potential dangers could be easily discerned. While the group rested, the fierce battle within the snake forest had largely come to an end. As anticipated, victory belonged to a formidable dragon snake. This dragon snake, larger in size, held a significant advantage in strength, overpowering the smaller dragon snakes with ease. After consuming the soul stone, the remaining dragon snakes quietly retreated, and the serpentine horde gradually dispersed, restoring tranquility to the snake forest. Observing this, the leader sighed softly, pondering that the large dragon snake might soon attain sentience. Traversing the snake forest would become increasingly perilous. Is the soul stone truly that extraordinary? Just one can grant sentience? Bai Xi inquired with curiosity. This world is indeed peculiar, possessing such fantastical entities as soul stones. It is said that only beasts with a certain level of intelligence have the chance to birth soul stones. Wise individuals assert that soul stones encapsulate the wisdom and soul of these creatures, hence the name. Beasts lacking intelligence may attain sentience upon consuming a soul stone, while humans who ingest them have a chance to become more formidable. This is precisely why soul stones are deemed so precious. After speaking, the leader turned to Ye Xiao, remarking, "Brother Ye, your prowess with the ice blade was commendable. We owe our survival to you and Miss Bai. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation." Although Ye Xiao mostly protected Bai Xi, he occasionally diverted his attention to others, saving the team leader several times at critical moments. It was all a matter of luck, Bai Xi humbly remarked, slipping her hand into her pocket to retrieve a small red fruit she had prepared to distract attention, and inquired, "Team leader, is this red fruit edible?" "Indeed it is," the team leader replied with a smile after glancing at it. "This is called the Qigua. It is quite a treasure. Not only does it satiate hunger, but it also possesses certain healing properties, and it is rather rare to find." The others looked on with a hint of envy, eager to inquire about the location where the Qigua could be found, yet their unfamiliarity with Bai Xi held them back. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Abstaining from prying into matters that are not meant to be disclosed is the key to longevity. Sitting idly became somewhat tedious, and Bai Xi wished to pose some questions regarding the mission, but the presence of the others rendered her unable to voice her thoughts. At that moment, a young man in his 20s, adorned with a red talisman, approached her and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Miss Bai. I am Luo Shamping. I previously mistook you for a spirit being and struck you with a hand chop. My sincerest apologies." Luo Shamping appeared quite spirited, with a robust physique and a hint of youthful naivety in his expression. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Bai Xi inquired, "What would you have done had Ye Xiao not appeared?" "Spirit beings feed on flesh and are particularly fond of human flesh. Thus, they would naturally have been burned," Luo Shamping responded. Upon noticing Bai Xi's change in expression, he hastily clarified, "We possess tools to detect spirit beings and would not resort to killing lightly. Only upon confirming your identity as a spirit being would we proceed to incinerate. Just after we completed our detection, Brother Yi showed up and gave us a thorough beating. I am still in pain." As the setting sun cast a gentle glow, Luo Shamping gingerly touched his still sore backside. Bai Xi cast a grateful glance at Ye Xiao before turning to Luo Xiaoping and inquired, "Did he single-handedly take on all of you?" Luo Xiaoping nodded affirmatively, his eyes filled with admiration for Ye Xiao, recounting, "He left us utterly defeated." The team leader awkwardly acknowledged this, having always considered himself a moderately skilled fighter. Little did he know that they would be outmatched by Ye Xiao alone. The scene of their defeat was truly disheartening. However, Ye Xiao displayed a certain decorum, striking only their bodies and avoiding their faces. Impressive indeed. Bai Xi gave Ye Xiao a thumbs up, filled with admiration. Acknowledging his status as the top contender on the C-level combat power list, utterly unfazed by the grim reality of their defeat. The C-level players are monitored through two lists, capturing the attention of all participants, the combat power list and the potential list. The combat power list garners the most interest as it reflects a player's current prowess, while the potential list indicates future growth. Generally, those with formidable strength also exhibit significant potential. However, a few promising players often fade into obscurity. The rankings in the potential list are predominantly occupied by those with exceptional combat capabilities. For instance, Ye Xiao has consistently held the top position on the combat power list and remains within the top 3 of the potential list. Bai Xi speculated that his lower ranking in potential was likely due to unfortunate circumstances. As for the more advanced B and A level players, speculation abounds since no one has encountered these tiers in the game. It is widely believed that they do not undertake missions alongside C-level players. As a newcomer, Bai Xi would only gain access to the player forum and its rankings after completing 3 rounds of gameplay. Due to the presence of numerous seasoned players who lie in wait to prey upon unsuspecting newcomers, mercilessly slaying them and seizing their carts, many new players perish before they can even begin to develop their skills. Consequently, the game has revised its rules, stipulating that new players must complete 3 rounds before being granted access to the player forum. The absence of information from the forum allows the game to extend a degree of consideration toward novice players. Upon hearing this news, Bai Xi found it peculiar. After all, isn't the objective of the game to filter out the most skilled players? Why implement such a humane measure, providing a protective period for newcomers as if they were treasures? Yet the game continuously presents perilous tasks that incite fear. What is the true purpose behind this game? Bai Xi could not fathom that the civilization which created such a game would be idle enough to derive amusement from witnessing their struggle for survival. There must be a deeper significance at play. Furthermore, there was a critical absence of information regarding the game itself. The following day, after a long journey, Bai Xi and her companions arrived at their destination, Qinghe Village. Upon encountering Bai Xi and Ye Xiao, the villagers exhibited no wariness towards strangers. On the contrary, they were exceedingly welcoming. While Bai Xi maintained a facade of composure, her internal vigilance heightened. The village appeared exceedingly strange. There were neither elders nor children. Only robust individuals aged between 20 and 40, including women. It was one thing to lack elders, but how could there be no children? How, then, do they procreate? Moreover, the game had warned that this was a world fraught with danger. However, throughout their journey thus far, aside from the initial encounter in the snake forest, they had encountered little to no peril. It would be unreasonable to assert that the grasslands are devoid of peril, especially given that the survival rate in the upper right corner has plummeted to 96, indicating that this world is far from secure. However, Ye Xiao's mission is to remain in Qinghe Village for 3 days. Shortly after entering the village, Bai Xi received her second task, to uncover the secrets of this peculiar village where the absence of the elderly and children is evidently abnormal. Side quest: The Secret of Qinghe Village. A village devoid of elders and children is clearly unusual. Please discover the hidden secret of this village. Task reward: an item card. Under the pretext of tidying up the house, Bai Xi quietly urged Ye Xiao to converse in the temporary dwelling provided by the villagers. Captain, my second task has arrived. We must uncover the secret of Qinghe Village, and the reward is an item card. Bai Xi whispered as she closed the door and seated herself beside Ye Xiao at the table. An item card? Ye Xiao's expression reflected surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he responded earnestly, "We must endeavor to complete this task as thoroughly as possible." Bai Xi nodded and continued, "Captain, what should we do? On our way here, we encountered numerous large predatory animals, and given that the village is surrounded by open terrain, it should be quite perilous. Yet, they seem untroubled by such dangers." Sitting at the table, Ye Xiao furrowed his brow. Could it be that they possess some means to instill fear in the surrounding beasts, deterring them from approaching? Bai Xi speculated. That is indeed a possibility, Ye Xiao acknowledged, casting a glance at Bai Xi. In the early stages of the game, the dangers are unlikely to be overwhelming. Let us focus on gathering information and prioritize the completion of your task. While his own task offered a reward of a card draw, he was indifferent to it, as his luck was notoriously poor. The rewards for Bai Xi's task were distinctly defined, a card for an item, thus it was imperative to prioritize its completion. After reaching an agreement, the two parted ways. Ye Xiao would approach the men, while Bai Xi would engage with the women of the village. In front of a humble dwelling, two women were engrossed in conversation. With only 4 days until the harvest, have you prepared everything at your home? Inquired a woman clad in blue as she crafted shoe soles. The long-haired woman, her face partially obscured, responded, We've been ready for quite some time. This time, we must avoid any unforeseen mishaps. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the long-haired woman's tresses and exposing her uneven, mottled skin beneath. Quickly cover yourself. There are outsiders in the village. It would be troublesome if we were discovered, cautioned the woman in blue. The long-haired woman hastily adjusted her hair to shield her face, casting wary glances around her. As Bai Xi strolled through the village, she encountered the leader, Luo Shanhui. This village was comprised entirely of individuals bearing the surname Luo Shan, a matriarchal clan where women held authority. Their means of sustenance were primitive, relying predominantly on foraging and hunting, with farming relegated to a secondary status. Luo Shangu, where have you been? Bai Xi inquired upon noticing the beads of sweat on his brow and the dust that clung to his garments. I'm delivering some food to the old matriarch. Luo Shanhui replied with a smile, brushing off the dust from his shoulders, which swirled in the air like fine gray mist. Bai Xi, with her keen eyes, observed that the dust particles danced as they caught the sunlight, their presence unmistakable. Old matriarch? Bai Xi questioned, puzzled. How did you end up covered in dust while delivering provisions to her? Luo Shanhui explained that old AM is the eldest person in the village, already over 100 years old. In her advanced age, she prefers to remain indoors. On ordinary days, we, her juniors, often bring her gifts, and several elders in the village frequently visit her. However, the younger generation has yet to meet old AM, and as a man, I do not have the privilege to see her. The elderly ought to venture outside more often and bask in the sunlight, as it is beneficial for their health. Bai Xi felt a twinge of confusion, yet as an outsider, she refrained from probing further. That makes sense. Luo Shanhui nodded in agreement, courteously stating, if the opportunity arises, I shall mention it to the aunties. Subsequently, Bai Xi inquired about the surrounding area. The nearest city to Qinghe village is Fengling City. Located approximately 7 days' journey away, with no other villages along the way, only scattered hamlets near the city. Such a distance. Bai Xi exclaimed in astonishment. It appears the scope of the game is vast. If you intend to travel to Fengling City, you must prepare provisions for the journey in advance. The grassland does not offer as many wild fruits as the forest, Luo Shanhui cautioned. Luo Shangu, as Ye Xiao and I are newcomers, unfamiliar with the surroundings. Could you kindly take us along when the aunties go foraging? Bai Xi finally articulated her true purpose for the journey. She had little interest in Fengling City, as more people meant greater danger. Collecting information and stockpiling food was of utmost importance. That is certainly feasible. You and Brother Yi saved our lives. Feel free to voice any requests. Luo Shanhui waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a generous spirit. Due to pressing matters, he departed shortly after exchanging a few words. Gazing at the gray dust upon the ancient locust tree, Bai Xi appeared contemplative. An old matriarch, who had lived for over a century, never ventured outside, and was kept hidden from view. Her back was covered in fine, velvety dust. This village, devoid of both the elderly and children, exuded an unusual harmony and tranquility. Such a peculiar place this village was. After the locust tree departed, Bai Xi continued her stroll through the village and encountered 2 ants leisurely chatting in front of a house. Upon noticing Bai Xi's approach, the two greeted her warmly. Miss Bai, have you tidied up the house? Inquired one of the women clad in green, her face adorned with a smile, appearing to be in her early 30s. Beside her stood another ant, her long hair partially obscuring her face, who also smiled in response. Yes, it is all in order, Bai Xi replied, drawing closer. I appreciate your assistance. We have gathered enough provisions over the past few days and shall set forth for Windbell City. Not at all. It is we who feel remiss. You utilized soul stones to save Da Huai and the others, yet we have left you to prepare your own supplies. the long-haired woman expressed with an apologetic demeanor. "That is quite all right. I see that everyone is quite busy," Bai Xi said with a smile. Another strange observation struck her. In such a large village, they could scarcely muster enough provisions for 2 individuals for a week, and yet they appeared to be preoccupied with some preparations. Bai Xi was uncertain whether their inability to provide was genuine or merely an excuse to keep her and Ye Xiao from leaving. Nevertheless, for the time being, their decision to remain aligned with their objectives. According to Ye Xiao's information, there were no large predators in the vicinity of the village, nor even smaller animals, while Bai Xi's revelations were even more astonishing. Thus, it seemed that the ancestral hall and the reclusive old matriarch were indeed the crux of the mission. Ye Xiao spoke in a low voice. Bai Xi nodded, certain that there were secrets at play, for the old Mu was indeed peculiar. That night, the moon was obscured and the wind howled. Bai Xi donned a cloth, seemingly scavenged from somewhere, tied beneath her nose, giving her an air of rusticity. She cracked the door open slightly, peering cautiously into the darkness outside. Towering behind her was Ye Xiao, the silver moonlight casting a serene and ascetic beauty upon him. He arched a smile, observing Bai Xi before shaking his head in resignation. "Let us go." Bai Xi gestured with her hand, stealthily slipping out as Ye Xiao followed closely behind, akin to a devoted guardian. The pair made their way with utmost care to the ancestral hall in the village. In the distance, the hall was aglow with light, candle flames flickering. Bai Xi felt a pang of curiosity. Could there truly be someone keeping watch over the hall at this hour? "Let us investigate." Ye Xiao's deep voice resonated near her ear. Bai Xi paused, feeling the proximity of his voice as if it brushed against her earlobe, accompanied by the faint warmth of his breath. Turning to face him, she found Ye Xiao standing straight, his head lowered, a look of inquiry etched upon his features. Noticing Bai Xi's dazed expression, the corners of his mouth curved into a broader smile. Even his tranquil, starry eyes sparkled with mirth. Bai Xi shook her head, dispelling her inexplicable illusion, and quietly led Ye Xiao forward. The duo, one tall and one short, stood by the wooden window, peering through the slanted opening. Inside the hall, there was no one present. Several candle holders burned steadily in silence. Rather than ancestor tablets as one might expect, the centerpiece was a large, intricately carved hollow wooden sculpture suspended from above. Suddenly, Bai Xi tugged at Ye Xiao's sleeve, pointing at the wooden carving and whispering in astonishment, "Captain, look! Isn't there a gray bead in the center of that carving?" Indeed, he had immediately noticed the bead suspended in midair. The circular wooden sculpture concealed it remarkably well, rendering it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. The ancestral hall did not enshrine ancestral tablets, but rather a solitary bead, a peculiar cultural phenomenon of this world. Bai Xi found it utterly perplexing. Since the game had translated the hall to an ancestral temple, it should serve that purpose, should it not? Despite her myriad questions, the two refrained from rashly entering the hall. After observing for a while and noting the silence within, they turned towards Old Am's dwelling. Old Am's house was not far from the ancestral hall, resembling it in style, albeit slightly smaller. Strangely, it lacked windows, and the sole entrance was firmly shut. Bai Xi felt an increasing sense of unease. What kind of normal person could endure years in a windowless abode? Surely, Old Am would have perished long ago. Perhaps her descendants had erected this house in her memory. As they approached, they noticed the entrance was covered with the fine, velvety dust Bai Xi had mentioned. Ye Xiao crouched down, pinching some between his fingers, realizing it was not dust but rather a fuzz-like hair. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from a distance. Ye Xiao's ears perked up, and he cast a quick glance toward the source of the sound before swiftly rising and pulling Bai Xi into the shadows of the wall in a protective embrace. He made a gesture for silence, lifting his chin to indicate that she should look toward the distance. Bai Xi gazed into the distance where sounds emerged, observing several women, not yet 40, clad in vibrant red robes, approaching slowly. They held red lanterns in their hands, their expressions solemn. Upon reaching the front of the house, the leader of the women bowed respectfully before pushing open the creaking wooden door. A wave of musty, decayed odor wafted outward, spreading into the air, causing Bai Xi to grimace in disgust as she covered her nose. The stench was unbearable, reminiscent of the sour scent emitted by someone who had not bathed in years. At that moment, Bai Xi became convinced that the woman was indeed alive. How could a deceased person emit such an odor? In front of the house, the red-robed women entered in succession, and the door creaked shut once more. Bai Xi leaned against the wall, attempting to eavesdrop on the sounds within, but was halted by Ye Xiao. The walls, draped in deep gray velvet, raised concerns about toxicity, hence caution prevailed. The two waited outside for a while. An unsettling silence enveloped them, with no sounds emanating from within the house and no indication of the door reopening. On the third day of the game, with a survival rate of 94, Bai Xi prepared to venture out after freshening up. Despite the late-night ordeal with Ye Xiao, she awoke early. Today, she intended to accompany the women to gather provisions nearby. This round of the game focused on outdoor survival, and with Ye Xiao's presence, she needed to stockpile more food. Ye Xiao's task was to remain in the village for 3 days. If he departed, he would forfeit his chance. Thus, he stayed to assist with physical labor while discreetly gathering information. At the village entrance, the eldest woman counted the members present and inquired, "Is Miss Bai not here yet?" At last, she arrived. Bai Xi trotted over, breathless, exclaiming, "I'm here." Observing her panting state, AMU expressed concern, saying, "Miss Bai, your health is not quite up to par. You must take better care of yourself." He handed her a woven basket and cautioned, "When we venture outside, be vigilant. The wilderness is fraught with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts unlike our village surroundings." Bai Xi accepted the basket and seized the opportunity to inquire, "AMU, why are there no venomous creatures or fierce beasts around the village?" A younger aunt interjected, "That is because we have the protection of the elder AMU and the blessings of heaven." The group shared a knowing smile, their camaraderie evident, reflecting the harmonious relationships among neighbors. After gathering their belongings, they set off. Along the way, Bai Xi listened intently to the conversations, occasionally interjecting while keenly observing the surroundings. The lush vegetation rose to half a person's height, yet not a single wild creature was in sight, not even the smallest insect or mosquito. After approximately an hour of travel, a forest came into view in the distance, eliciting expressions of delight among the group. Upon passing a smooth, large stone, their pace slowed. At the forefront, MU produced a stick, cautiously striking the grass ahead, guiding the group forward with deliberate care. Chapter 33, Kapha Star Without Incident. Bai Xi and her companions reached the edge of the intended forest. This woodland was modest in size, traversable within half an hour. Compared to the forests Bai Xi had previously encountered, this one exhibited sparser vegetation, reminiscent of an artificial forest she had seen before. Untended for some time, the flora grew haphazardly, yet upon closer inspection, the tallest trees stood in a remarkably uniform and orderly arrangement. "Is this forest planted by our ancestors?" Bai Xi asked with curiosity. The elder chuckled and shook her head. "How could our ancestors possess such great power? A forest thriving in the arid plains is not a feat achievable by human hands. It is a divine blessing." Mention of the divine evoked a sense of reverence among the people, who expressed gratitude for such gifts. Bai Xi was somewhat taken aback to discover that this village still held religious beliefs. Remembering the prior game notification about the location being Kapha Star, District 126. She couldn't help but wonder if this world was entirely under the control of the game. As they entered the forest, Bai Xi followed behind the others, learning which fruits and plants were edible and which were not. During the fruit gathering, she discreetly stored a significant portion in her space, placing the remainder in her basket. In her search, she stumbled upon a yellow fruit reminiscent of raspberries. Unbeknownst to her, she pricked her hand on a thorn. Shaking her injured hand, she glanced at the yellow fruit and, almost instinctively, picked one. However, the fruit was overly ripe, and with a slight pressure, the skin burst open. To her astonishment, the small cuts on her hand began to heal on their own. Bai Xi widened her eyes in disbelief and hurriedly gathered a considerable amount of the yellow fruits, storing them in her space. After collecting about 3 to 4 pounds, she called out to the group in the distance, "Elder, I discovered a yellow fruit. Is it safe to eat? Is it poisonous? Could there be any side effects?" The others were drawn to her voice and, upon approaching, their faces lit up with delight. "The 100 Wounds fruit. Miss Bai, your fortune is truly remarkable. Such fruit is exceedingly rare, and you have encountered it upon your arrival, a magnificent tree no less. This fruit is not only edible, but also possesses the remarkable ability to heal various external wounds, a treasure that is hard to come by." AM nodded thoughtfully, further elucidating. "Judging by its size, it must have sprouted just this year. Let us gather the fruit while leaving the tree intact." "AM, how does this fruit differ from the red fruit I discovered earlier?" Bai Xi inquired with curiosity. Last time, Luoshan Huai mentioned that the red fruit also has certain healing properties, yet this 100 Wounds fruit seems to possess them as well. There is indeed a significant distinction. AM explained patiently. The 100 Wounds fruit is far more precious than the red fruit, offering superior healing effects, and it can counteract a multitude of toxins. In contrast, the red fruit primarily addresses internal injuries and requires substantial quantities for efficacy. Though it is said that consuming large amounts of red fruit can strengthen the body, the veracity of such claims remains uncertain, as we lack sufficient quantities to validate them. Having saved Luo Shanhui and his companions, the villagers expressed their deep gratitude towards Bai Xi. Am's words left Bai Xi in contemplation. The 100 Wounds fruit could heal external injuries and neutralize various toxins, while the red fruit was effective for internal wounds and could bolster physical health. She pondered whether either of these fruits held any efficacy against cancer. However, with ample time remaining in their adventure, they might yet encounter even rarer treasures, so it was prudent to keep both. Subsequently, the group worked together to harvest the fruit, and Bai Xi received a small half-pound while the others each took a modest handful. Inspired by the presence of the 100 Wounds fruit, Bai Xi's enthusiasm for foraging grew, and the others became increasingly eager as well. Before long, they discovered a flourishing tree laden with abundant fruit. AMU remarked that this fruit was quite filling. Consuming just one would stave off hunger for most of the day. The group eagerly ascended the tree's crown to pluck the fruit, with the agile Bai Xi following closely behind. The vast and dense canopy concealed over a dozen individuals, rendering them invisible from below. As Bai Xi climbed slightly higher, she began to gather every fruit within her reach, delighting in the satisfaction of personally harvesting them, which filled her with joy, urging her to ascend further. Upon glancing upward, she spotted a particularly large and vividly red fruit, though it was somewhat distant. Bai Xi attempted to stand and reach for it, but still fell short. The allure of that red, plump fruit was irresistible, and she fixated on it, stretching her hand in an effort to grasp it. In the next moment, to her astonishment, she managed to touch the fruit from afar. The scene appeared surreal. As Bai Xi extended her arm, her hand vanished, replaced by a white halo at her wrist, rendering her arm an appendage without a hand. Simultaneously, a severed hand materialized from thin air near the red fruit, sporting an identical halo at its wrist. Viewed from a distance, it appeared as though an arm had been severed at the wrist, the hand and arm positioned half a meter apart. Bai Xi gasped in realization. This technique was indeed possible. Previously, she had only transported her entire being, which was immensely exhausting. She was pleasantly surprised to discover the potential for localized teleportation. After successfully plucking the red fruit and placing it into her space, Bai Xi experimented several more times, gradually uncovering the method and gaining a clearer understanding of the underlying principles. Her spatial transitions effectively folded the space within a 1-meter radius around her into a singular dimension. To traverse the entirety of one's being requires the creation of substantial spatial voids, which consequently incurs significant consumption. However, when limited to a singular body part, the requisite spatial voids are markedly smaller, resulting in diminished consumption. With reduced expenditure, the frequency of usage increases. This revelation brought immense joy to Bai Xi. Her face adorned with a radiant smile, leading others to believe she was simply elated by the fruit harvest. Upon returning to the village, Bai Xi promptly shared this news with Ye Xiao, eager to convey her delight. Ye Xiao, equally pleased, affectionately ruffled Bai Xi's hair, encouraging her, strive for advancement. Your spatial abilities undoubtedly possess greater potential. Bai Xi also mentioned the matter of the 100 Wounds fruit, to which Ye Xiao felt it premature to make a decision. Given Bai Xi's fortuitous nature, she might encounter other valuable treasures. Today, Ye Xiao assisted Luo Shanhui and others in repairing their homes, during which he received an important tidbit of information. The village was preparing for the quinquennial sacrificial ceremony, the most significant event in their community, which mandated participation from all villagers, scheduled for 2 days hence. How fortuitous! Ye Xiao smiled outwardly, yet internally braced himself, based on his gaming experience. This ceremony was bound to harbor dangers. Indeed, their sacrificial rites had never accommodated outsiders, yet alas, by that time, you would have already departed. As Miss Bai indicated, you were heading to Wind Bell City. Luo Shanping struck a chisel against the sturdy stone slab, cleaving it in two, and handed a piece to a nearby villager to serve as a foundation for the dwelling. Ye Xiao acknowledged, falling silent, his apprehensions deepening. Chapter 34. Kapha Star 8. Listening to Ye Xiao's account, Bai Xi furrowed her brow in confusion. Why construct new houses? Does not every household in the village already possess a home? Luo Shanping mentioned that it was specially prepared for the new villagers. Ye Xiao remarked with a hint of detachment that this was precisely what aroused his suspicions. There were no children in the village. So where could the new villagers possibly come from? On the fourth day of the game, the survival rate stood at 92. Bai Xi continued her excursions to gather supplies while Ye Xiao assisted the villagers in repairing their homes. However, both of them received scan information. As the villagers seemed reluctant to elaborate, and the more they inquired, the more guarded the villagers became. On the fifth day of the game, the survival rate dropped to 88. The few red-robed villagers who had entered Old Mu's room had yet to reappear. With the commencement of the sacrificial ceremony looming tomorrow, all secrets were destined to be unveiled. A knock echoed at the door. It was Luo Shanhui. He entered, bearing a platter of fresh fruit. "Miss Bai, Brother Yi. I heard that you were about to leave, so my wife asked me to bring you some fruits." He continued, "You haven't gathered much fruit in the past few days. Surely, 2 people cannot suffice with so little." Luo Shanhui placed the fruit on the table, his demeanor as amiable as ever. "Thank you very much, Brother Luo Shan." Bai Xi replied with a smile, slightly inhaling, as a peculiar sweet fragrance wafted through the air, causing her to instinctively hold her breath. Ye Xiao, standing nearby, also sensed the unusual aroma and quietly mirrored her action. "Don't mention it." Luo Shanhui waved his hand graciously, glancing at the basket where Bai Xi and Ye Xiao stored their fruits. "Aren't you worried about leaving the Baishang fruit out like that? What if someone takes it?" After exchanging a few more words, Bai Xi felt the air in her chest dwindling. Ye Xiao silently moved closer to her side, finding Luo Shanhui to be an inexplicable source of discomfort. "Brother Luo Shan, we have also made our preparations and shall be departing shortly. In recent days, I have troubled everyone, so please convey my gratitude to all." Ye Xiao spoke politely, suggesting that it would be best to take their leave. Luo Shanhui, with his back turned to the two, paused for a moment before replying in a subdued voice, "Very well, I shall certainly relay your message. Thank you." Ye Xiao furrowed his brow slightly as he led Bai Xi outside. At that moment, Bai Xi felt dizzy, her mind entangled in a fierce internal struggle between the desire to breathe freely and the need for caution. She never imagined that she might one day choose to suffocate herself. Before she could resolve her turmoil, she fainted just as they reached the doorway, and Ye Xiao hurriedly caught her. His inherent attributes were considerably high, granting him greater resilience than Bai Xi, a novice with a mere 72. Yet, with the effects of the drug taking hold, he too felt a wave of dizziness. Inside, Luo Shanhui observed them, a smile gracing his lips, warm yet chilling. "Since Miss Bai does not wish to leave, perhaps the 2 of you should stay. Our Qinghe village is quite a pleasant place, not only secure, but also well-stocked with provisions." Luo Shanhui spoke with earnest sincerity, presenting himself as one concerned for their welfare. However, Ye Xiao meticulously analyzed their current predicament in his mind. Despite feeling slightly lightheaded, he believed he could manage to escape alone. Yet, the thought of leaving Bai Xi behind was simply unthinkable. Subsequently, Ye Xiao feigned unconsciousness as well. If they could not leave, then they would adapt to the situation. Once the 2 had collapsed, Luo Shanhui approached calmly, intending to separate them, but Ye Xiao held Bai Xi tightly, rendering Luo Shanhui unable to pry them apart. "Uncle Hui," he said, "if you can't separate them, then let it be. Brother Yi is clearly very concerned for Miss Bai, and it is impossible for you to part them." From the shadows emerged a young man, unmistakably the same individual who had recently come to apologize to Bai Xi, Luo Shanping. Luo Shanhui glanced at the 2 individuals entwined together and rose to his feet. "Let us escort them to the ancestral hall," he declared. Luo Shanping nodded and, accompanied by several others, carefully placed the 2 on a large wooden plank and proceeded towards the hall. Before they departed, Luo Shanhui cautioned, "Be mindful, do not harm them. Brother Yi possesses formidable strength, and Miss Bai is exceptionally fortunate. Once they become part of our clan, we shall grow even more powerful." The group nodded in agreement, cautiously carrying the 2 along, while Luo Shanhui entered the house, meticulously gathering the precious Baishang fruits and the solitary red fruit, placing them gently into a soft cloth bag. Such treasures could not be left unattended. Meanwhile, along the path, the young men were in high spirits, engaging in lively discussions. "Who would have thought our luck would be so splendid this year, encountering 2 such remarkable individuals?" One remarked. "Indeed, once our clan flourishes, we shall erect a city and name it Qinghe City." Curiosity arose regarding whether Bai Xi and Brother Yi would endure. Of course, Brother Yi is incredibly capable. It is Miss Bai who seems somewhat delicate. Perhaps she may struggle. What if Miss Bai does not survive? Do you think, brother, you would lose his composure? Would he lash out at us? The others exchanged glances, pondering this unsettling thought. Ye Xiao, too, contemplated the matter seriously. If he survived, what would become of Bai Xi should she not? With no answers in sight, Ye Xiao himself was uncertain of what lay ahead. A few individuals walked in silence until they arrived at the ancestral hall. At that moment, a considerable number of people had gathered before the hall. Upon closer inspection, aside from the few in red robes, everyone else was present. The crowd wore smiles, observing the steady-footed group with varying expressions of curiosity, joy, and anticipation. As the group approached, a leading figure stepped forward and declared, "Let us proceed into the hall." Once the surroundings fell silent, Ye Xiao discreetly opened a narrow slit of his eyes to survey the area, finding it empty. He then fully opened his eyes. Before him lay a spacious yet dim chamber, illuminated by a few candle holders, identical to those in the ancestral hall. I never imagined such a vast secret chamber existed beneath the hall, he mused, noting the desperate scratches on the walls, indicating that they were not the sole victims of this predicament. With no immediate danger present, Ye Xiao lowered his gaze to check on Bai Xi, reassuring himself that she was unharmed, merely unconscious. A sigh of relief escaped him. Approximately an hour later, Bai Xi began to awaken, her eyes meeting the distinct and well-defined jawline of Ye Xiao. Given Ye Xiao's formidable capabilities, he could have easily escaped. Yet here he was, ensnared by circumstances beyond his control. Ye Xiao shook his head. This sedative is insidious. A single dose can incapacitate you. By the time you realize something is amiss, it's far too late for any defenses. Chapter 35. Kapha Star 9. Bai Xi attempted to rise, still feeling lightheaded and unsteady on her feet. Ye Xiao, quick to react, supported her arm. Once she found her balance and took a moment to steady herself, she expressed her gratitude and began to observe her surroundings. This is the secret chamber beneath the ancestral hall, Ye Xiao explained. Ancestral hall. Bai Xi approached the entrance of the secret chamber, pressing her ear against the door to listen intently, but heard nothing. Above them lay the ancestral hall. Ye Xiao nodded affirmatively, indicating that tomorrow they would partake in a perilous ritual intended to transform them into members of that clan. Captain, aren't you feeling dizzy? Bai Xi inquired curiously, pondering how he was privy to such information. My composite attributes surpass yours, granting me greater resistance, Ye Xiao replied with an air of indifference. Bai Xi gave a thumbs up, filled with admiration. Truly, a master was distinct in every way, and she aspired to attain such prowess in the future. Turning her attention back, Bai Xi began to examine the heavy stone door of the secret chamber. Behind her, Ye Xiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, though the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his good spirits. Bai Xi inspected the door from various angles, tapping on its surface before stating, "Captain, this stone door isn't particularly thick. I believe I can slip through. Should we attempt to leave now? Not so fast. Your mission is to unravel the secrets of Qinghe village. The ritual is scheduled for tomorrow morning, so we must conserve our strength and look for an opportunity to explore tonight. If they were to vanish unexpectedly, I cannot ascertain whether the village would still proceed with the ceremony." The rarity of item cards weighed heavily on his mind. He preferred to prioritize the completion of Bai Xi's task first. Bai Xi nodded, settling down to conserve her energy, when a sudden thought struck her. "Captain, isn't the Baishang fruit capable of neutralizing all poisons? Shouldn't we consume a few?" They had shown themselves capable of administering toxins. Thus their words could hardly be trusted. Just as she voiced this notion, Bai Xi rescinded it. In the timeless confines of the secret chamber, boredom began to creep in as she waited, compounded by the lingering effects of the medicine, inducing a state of drowsiness. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, Ye Xiao broke the silence. Bai Xi gently tapped her drowsy head, swiftly lifting it again. "Can we proceed?" Ye Xiao nodded, and Bai Xi climbed up. A resounding, lingering goo-goo sound escaped her lips, leaving her utterly embarrassed. To dispel the awkwardness, she retrieved 2 crimson fruits from her space. "Captain, shall we have a bite to eat?" she suggested, only for the goo-goo to return once more. Where there is one, there is another. This time, she felt no shame, boldly embracing her thick-skinned nature. Handing one fruit to Ye Xiao, Bai Xi took a hearty bite of her own, her eyes squinting in delight. "This is exquisite." The fruit was not only bursting with juice, but also devoid of any sourness, possessing a refreshing fragrance that was far from cloying. It was no wonder the little monkey adored it. Indeed, it was no ordinary fruit. Ye Xiao took a bite as well, experiencing a more pronounced sensation, warmth blossoming in his stomach after consuming the fruit. Bai Xi offered him another, saying, "Captain, you should have more. These can heal internal injuries. You've been training so hard. You must have some internal damage." As they silently enjoyed their fruits, Bai Xi suddenly inquired, "Captain, have you used the reward from your mission? What did you draw?" "White rice," Ye Xiao replied, his expression remaining calm and composed. Bai Xi's eyes lit up with curiosity. "So rewards can include food too? What kind of food is it?" Ye Xiao responded, "A portion of white rice." In truth, white rice was not to be underestimated. It could prove to be life-saving in the later stages of the game. Bai Xi secretly commended her own cleverness, increasingly convinced that this reasoning held substantial merit. Chapter 36. The Star of Kaffa. Having finished their fruit, the two began their endeavor. Bai Xi lightly traced a circle on the stone door, creating a luminous ring the size of 2 fingers before her. She had now mastered the ability to effortlessly manipulate the dimensions of the folded void, and such finger-sized portals were at her command. Pouting, Bai Xi squinted one eye while peering out to observe the commotion beyond. To her surprise, it was pitch black outside. Wasn't the ancestral hall always illuminated at night? "This secret chamber lies underground," Ye Xiao reminded her. After a brief silence, Bai Xi burst into laughter. "Ah yes, I completely forgot. Captain, wait for me." With that, she vanished from her spot, and the door to the chamber swung open. The lanterns illuminated the dark passage, leading to a dimly lit staircase that ascended from the secret corridor. In the tranquil night, the air was devoid of the sounds of insects or birds. Only the whispering wind and the cool moonlight prevailed. The ancestral hall appeared unchanged from their last visit. Upon pushing open the grand doors, they were greeted by an eerie square altar adorned with incomprehensible symbols that sent chills down their spines, causing the hair on their arms to stand on end. "Captain, let's keep our distance. I sense great danger emanating from this thing," Bai Xi urged, instinctively pulling Ye Xiao away. She had always trusted her intuition, and she felt that this altar was not to be trifled with. Ye Xiao gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "It's all right. The energy above the altar is quite chaotic. It merely lacks a core to activate it." Bai Xi whispered curiously, "Captain, do you think we might have entered some fantastical realm?" "There is no fantastical realm. If anything, we, as ability wielders, are already quite extraordinary. In truth, we are inherently endowed with the ability to communicate with certain energies. However, our technological advancement remains insufficient to comprehend the information at this level. Our cells differ from those of ordinary individuals, and even our genes are distinct." Ye Xiao harbored skepticism towards fantastical realms, considering games to be sufficiently surreal. Yet, according to his understanding, this represented a civilization whose technological prowess had reached unfathomable heights. Rather than a mythos crafted by humanity, Bai Xi nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his perspective. Her ability to traverse through space stemmed from the manipulation of energy, which, when gathered in various forms and quantities, could manifest portals to different dimensions. Remarkably, despite lacking formal education on the subject, she instinctively understood how to execute these actions. Ye Xiao picked up a stone, weighing it in his hand before casting it toward the altar. A luminous barrier emerged, and Bai Xi instantly sensed the flow of energy. "Ah, there is spatial energy in motion. Are there other elements present?" Ye Xiao inquired. Bai Xi closed her eyes, intently focusing her senses. A look of astonishment crossed her face. "I am unaware of the purposes of the other energies, but the spatial energy serves as an embellishment, allowing individuals to levitate during rituals. How fascinating that spatial energy can be arranged in such a manner. Could it be that I might employ the aggregated small spaces to elevate myself?" However, a moment later, she furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "What is this peculiar arrangement? How strange. Why must it be structured in this way?" She had encountered a combination she had never seen before, one that eluded her understanding and was absent in her previous experiences. Bai Xi silently noted the peculiarities of the villagers. They were far from ordinary, possessing a profound understanding and adeptness in harnessing energy, as Ye Xiao remarked. In Chapter 37, titled Kaffa Star 11, the 6th day of the game revealed a survival rate of 84. Observing the sudden decline in this figure, Bai Xi realized that the pace of the game had intensified. She sat cross-legged on the ground, consuming fruit while fixating on the entrance of the secret chamber. Just as she finished the last bite, the door swung open, revealing Luo Shan Huai and Luo Shan Ping along with a few others. "You have awakened," Luo Shan Huai exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Bai Xi and Ye Xiao alert. With such formidable physiques, they would undoubtedly lead their clan to greater strength. Luo Shanping remarked with elation. The expressions of the others mirrored their delight. Miss Bai, Brother Yi, please follow us to the ancestral hall, Luo Shanhui said, slightly inclining his body and gesturing courteously, resembling the amiable elder brother he had always been. The others seamlessly stepped aside, their eyes filled with anticipation as they regarded Bai Xi and Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao maintained a stoic silence, while Bai Xi felt an equal discomfort. This was the essence of a smiling tiger, projecting an illusion of genuine friendliness while engaging in despicable acts behind the facade. Outside the ancestral hall, all the villagers had gathered, draped in black cloaks, encircling the altar and gazing intently at the hall. With a creak, the wooden door opened. Luo Shanhui and his companions escorted Bai Xi and Ye Xiao from within, eliciting a wave of excitement from the crowd, who smiled warmly at the duo. Yet, a chill coursed through Bai Xi's heart. Why were they so joyful, when it was evident they were leading her to her demise? Just 2 days prior, these villagers had been so welcoming and friendly, yet now they displayed such heartlessness. The locust tree led Bai Xi and Ye Xiao to the edge of the altar, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to the figure clad in strange attire. Silently, it withdrew. Upon the altar, the priestess regarded Ye Xiao with a nod of approval, then turned to commence her ritualistic dance. Feeling overlooked, Bai Xi's indignation simmered. Were they not a matriarchal clan? Should I not be afforded greater significance? Glancing at Ye Xiao, she pouted slightly and sighed silently, reflecting to herself that she was unworthy. Observing the priestess atop the altar, it became evident that favoritism existed in every corner. Notably, the priestess was devoid of any surrounding spatial energy, indicating her lack of affinity with spatial abilities. When a spatial ability user does not engage with energy, the ambient energy remains unchanged. However, once they attempt to connect with it, energy clusters around them. Thus, one's status as an ability user is discernible through the manifestation of their powers. Bai Xi was certain that this priestess was not a spatial ability user. Yet, how was she able to resonate with both spatial energy and other forms of abilities? Bai Xi focused intently on the altar, acutely sensing the fluctuations of energy, and soon uncovered the secret. In the priestess's hand lay a gray orb, the very one they had discovered earlier in the shrine. It was this orb that truly manipulated the diverse energies, while the altar and the priestess's dance functioned like a meticulously crafted formula, capable of summoning various energies as long as it adhered to the prescribed conditions. The village, so seemingly primitive, possessed such an advanced artifact as the gray orb. What exactly were they scheming? Ye Xiao spoke coldly. As another ability user, he too sensed the energy shifts upon the altar. This village, or rather this world, is far more intricate than they had anticipated. Brothers Yi and Miss Bai, do not be anxious. All is well. Once the ritual concludes and the old AM appears, you shall become our kin by passing her trial. In her heart, Bai Xi scoffed, who on earth desires to join your ranks? The absence of children in the village is due to your inability to procreate, is it not? The continuation of your lineage relies solely on the transformation of others. Yet, why are there no elders? Do you not age? Bai Xi inquired candidly. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as she furrowed her brow. Did I strike a nerve? Dear Miss Bai, once you become one of us, the truth will unfold before you. To survive, sacrifices must be made, remarked a woman whose long hair obscured her face. This statement deepened Bai Xi's frown. What kind of sacrifice was she alluding to? At that moment, the priest halted his incantations, and a disturbance emanated from the dwelling of the old AM. With a resounding crash, the sealed door swung open. A colossal worm, adorned with a human face, its back encased in dark, rigid armor, and its abdomen covered in gray, velvety fur, began to emerge slowly. Oh my goodness! Bai Xi could not restrain her exclamation. Could this monstrous being truly be the legendary old AM? The villagers around her knelt in reverence, welcoming the old AM. Rise, children, a familiar voice resonated. It was the voice of the leader AM who had entered the house earlier. Upon closer inspection, the human visage appeared to be a composite of several of the AM. The children this time are exceptionally gifted. They have seamlessly integrated with me. In the future, you too shall join our grand family, safeguarding more kinfolk. The crowd bowed their heads in reverence, as if their ancestors had suddenly manifested before them, some even displaying a sense of deep admiration. In Bai Xi's heart, thunder rumbled. Could anyone truly believe such words? And what of this talk of fusion? The notion of two species merging was utterly absurd. Bai Xi and her companion grew vigilant, for the truth was becoming increasingly evident. The villagers worshipped this colossal worm, seeking its protection, only to have the elderly consumed by it. Yet, the task prompt had not indicated completion, suggesting that there remained some crucial aspect undiscovered. Are you the elder AM? Bai Xi inquired. You are undeniably two distinct species. How could you possibly be kin? What trickery have you employed to instill such unwavering belief in them? The face of a person growing on the worm's body smiled. Child, you shall soon understand. With that, the great worm slithered towards the two. Bai Xi would not remain passive. Ye Xiao swiftly unleashed a flurry of icy daggers towards the worm. The creature, slow to react, failed to evade the daggers that pierced its massive form. Gifted individuals? You are indeed gifted individuals? The worm exclaimed with delight. I must consume you at once. Your genes will surely allow me to evolve once more. The worm turned to the villagers and commanded, What are you waiting for? Seize them. I wish to devour them now. In an instant. The eyes of all the villagers turned a fiery red. Their skin began to shed, revealing a texture reminiscent of the black armor on the worm's back. And their bodies began to transform into worm-like forms, albeit with 4 limbs. Bai Xi widened her eyes in realization. The so-called sacrifice they spoke of was to become such a monstrosity. Once transformed into writhing worms, all the villagers charged towards Bai Xi and Ye Xiao. The large worm, filled with excitement, seized a nearby limb worm and devoured it with a grumbling remark about its unpalatable taste. Hurry and catch them. They must be far more delicious. Simultaneously, a game prompt indicated that Bai Xi's mission was complete. It turned out that the villagers were merely food raised for it. After transformation, the villagers' combat prowess had escalated, particularly due to the armor on their backs, which was exceedingly tough. Even Ye Xiao's ice sword struggled to penetrate, leaving only deep gashes. While Bai Xi and Ye Xiao managed to fend off the villagers, the large worm slithered its rotund body towards the altar. It ascended beneath the gray orb at the center of the altar, gradually elevating itself as streams of white light flowed across the platform. Bai Xi had misjudged the purpose of the altar. It was not meant for them, but for this colossal worm. The creature relentlessly battered the altar with its body, angrily devouring the surrounding villagers, roaring for them to hurry and capture the gifted ones. Observing the large worm on the altar, Bai Xi noted subtle changes in the surrounding space. From the gray orb at the center, tiny passages extended, connecting to the nearby villagers. Something was continuously flowing through the gray orb to the villagers. Bai Xi's dagger sliced through their hardened armor, only to witness it swiftly heal. It was undoubtedly related to that orb. Turning to her side, she addressed Ye Xiao. Captain, cover me. That gray orb is the key. Ye Xiao thrust his sword into the eye of the oncoming villager, striking at the most vulnerable point. With unwavering determination, he shielded Bai Xi as they approached the altar. Witnessing their bold advance, the colossal worm exulted, Come forth. I shall devour you, and thus acquire my powers. Bai Xi let out a cold laugh, leaping onto the altar and swiftly closing the distance to the great worm. With a graceful motion, she captured the gray orb into her spatial realm. In an instant, she reappeared beside Ye Xiao, declaring, Let us depart. My task is complete. You dare steal my orb? Curse be you, roared the great worm. Its fury ignited as the gray orb vanished. In its wrath, the bloated creature crushed several villagers beneath its massive form. The villagers fell silent, their crimson eyes extinguished, no longer pursuing Bai Xi and Ye Xiao, instead turning their attention toward the great worm. The pair halted, casting their gaze back at the altar, where the corpulent worm had become sustenance for the villagers. With sharp teeth, they bit into the worm's tender abdomen, tearing away chunks of flesh, causing the great worm to writhe in agony, inadvertently crushing more villagers in its struggle. Yet, the villagers appeared oblivious to the carnage, consumed by their feast on the great worm, their bodies undergoing a transformation as their limbs grew robust and powerful. Captain, Bai Xi inquired, looking toward Ye Xiao. These villagers are on the verge of further mutation. Should they succeed, they will pose a significant threat. Eliminate them. They are beyond salvation. Ye Xiao commanded as he charged toward the altar, with Bai Xi closely behind. Devoid of the gray orb's enhancement, the villagers' defenses and offensive capabilities plummeted, making them easy prey for the duo. Their focus remained solely on the great worm, rendering them indifferent to everything else. Even death paled in comparison to their insatiable hunger for the colossal creature. As the two individuals finished dealing with the villagers, The colossal worm lay battered and on the brink of death, its abdomen nearly hollowed out. "Great talent, please save me. Grant me the orb," the great worm implored, gazing up at them with a pitiful expression. It seemed that this orb held great value. "My lord, feel free to inquire." The great worm felt a flicker of hope ignite within. Bai Xi posed several questions, all of which piqued her curiosity. A glimmer of cunning flashed across the worm's humanoid face, accompanied by a sycophantic smile. These were indeed significant inquiries. Bai Xi swiftly kicked the worm in the face, hastily warning, "If you utter a single falsehood, I shall destroy that orb. The gifted beings are naturally attuned to various energies. I am a creature from a higher dimension, having inadvertently fallen into this three-dimensional world. That gray orb serves as my converter. It is usable only by me." The veracity of the worm's words eluded Bai Xi, yet she gleaned crucial information. The gifted being referred to was indeed an extraordinary individual. Moreover, based on the worm's previous demeanor, the genes of the gifted were exceedingly rare. What else? This time, it was Ye Xiao who delivered a kick, eliciting a pained wail from the great worm. The gifted are a peculiar species, existing in a lower dimension, yet capable of communicating and even interacting with higher dimensions. It is essential to understand that the chasm between dimensions is vast and formidable. Every traversal between dimensions demands an unfathomable expenditure of energy and resources. Yet you manage to achieve dimensional contact with apparent ease. Does that not render you precious? You are the coveted gems of the universe, sought after by every advanced civilization, but your numbers are lamentably scarce. Searching for you is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The great worm gazed at Bai Xi and Ye Xiao, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation, lamenting, "I have traversed this world for so long without encountering a single gifted individual, yet unexpectedly, I find myself in the presence of two." Bai Xi and Ye Xiao exchanged glances and then delivered a kick to the corpulent body of the great worm. "Is this how your kind behaves? In the vast cosmos, amidst countless brilliant civilizations and myriad intelligent species, what is wrong with my appearance? I am considered a striking figure among my people. Had it not been for my unfortunate luck." At this juncture, the human face abruptly fell silent, displaying an expression of agony as it began to twitch erratically. "Quick, quick, give me the beads, give me the beads." Bai Xi instinctively recoiled, and in the next moment, the great worm's head exploded, splattering both of them. "How foul!" Bai Xi exclaimed, covering her nose, utterly repulsed by the sudden eruption. "Captain, this place seems quite safe. Let us remain here for a few days." Ye Xiao replied, "Indeed." Simultaneously, the remains of the great worm stirred, its belly heaving as a villager with four limbs emerged. He stood upright, resembling a human, his limbs and torso encased in pitch-black armor, with sharp black claws adorning his fingers, gnawing on chunks of gray flesh. In the distance, a dark cloud approached, exuding a foreboding and unstoppable presence. Chapter 39, Kapha Star 13. On the 7th day of the game, the survival rate stood at 75. Yesterday afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened. A light drizzle began to fall, and by evening, it transformed into a torrential downpour, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Fortunately, the house was sturdy, allowing Bai Xi and Ye Xiao to remain unconcerned about the elements. Seizing the opportunity presented by the rain, Ye Xiao conducted a practical training session for Bai Xi. A muffled groan echoed within the wooden cabin, soon followed by the girl's pleas for mercy. "Ouch, it hurts. Captain, please be gentler." Inside, Bai Xi knelt on the floor, her hands restrained behind her back, a visage of distress adorning her features. "Captain, I'm merely a novice. Please show some leniency." Bai Xi lamented internally, questioning why training was necessary even within the confines of a game. Rubbing her sore wrists, she pouted, "Oh." On the 8th day of the game, the survival rate stands at 67. The rain persisted, showing no sign of abating, and Bai Xi's daily training devolved into a cacophony of anguish. On the 9th day of the game, the survival rate dipped to 54. Today's downpour was more intense than yesterday's, accompanied by incessant thunder and lightning, the sky ominously overcast, as if it might collapse at any moment. Inside, Bai Xi lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Ye Xiao adjusted his attire and remarked nonchalantly, "You've made some progress. Keep it up. Your overall attributes have reached 72. You should be stronger." "Captain, when will I ever be as formidable as you?" Bai Xi, buoyed by Ye Xiao's praise, sat up instantly, her eyes sparkling with admiration as if they could speak. Their gazes locked for a fleeting moment before Ye Xiao averted his eyes, clearing his throat calmly and stating, "My overall attributes are 148. What do you think?" The disparity of more than double in overall attributes is not something that can be easily bridged. The human limit is only 100, and you've already attained 148? Bai Xi envied her. During her last game, she accumulated a total of 7 attribute points. Even if she were to achieve 7 points in every game, it would still require at least 8 rounds to accomplish. Captain, isn't your luck rather unfortunate? How did you manage that? Bai Xi's curiosity was palpable. Defeating other players grants you points. Back when I was a novice, many sought to eliminate me, yet I managed to turn the tables on them. Ye Xiao recounted nonchalantly. However, Bai Xi, who had been targeted by seasoned players, understood the peril inherent in such encounters. Moreover, Ye Xiao had never drawn a red reward, indicating that his extraordinary abilities were self-activated. Bai Xi found it hard to fathom the formidable challenges and indomitable willpower required to trigger such powers voluntarily. Ye Xiao was truly remarkable. Bai Xi gazed at him with a mixture of envy and admiration, which Ye Xiao found gratifying. In an effort to bolster her confidence, he encouraged her, "Make the most of your training and enhance your abilities. You will excel. Your powers are exceptionally unique." "Captain, I will strive to do my best. I just need to draw a few more attribute points," she replied. Extracting several fruits from her spatial storage, she shared some with Ye Xiao. Bai Xi then settled onto a small stool beneath the eaves, taking a moment to rest while satisfying her hunger. The torrential rain had persisted for 3 consecutive days, inundating many areas of the village. The foundation of this house was among the highest in the village, while the lower structures had already succumbed to the floodwaters. "Captain, how long do you think this rain will continue?" she inquired. Just then, a resounding clap of thunder echoed ominously, as if the heavens were in a fury, intent on obliterating all in its path. Chapter 40. Kappa Star 14. Suddenly, Bai Xi pointed towards several shadows moving through the curtain of rain, excitement coursing through her. "Captain, look, something is moving over there." Following her gaze, Ye Xiao observed the dark silhouettes swiftly advancing against the somber backdrop. Someone was approaching. Ye Xiao became alert. Such rapid movement was not characteristic of ordinary individuals. Under the rain, their small team of 5 spotted a village in the distance, their spirits lifting with delight. "Brother Leopard, there's a village ahead," exclaimed one of them. "By heavens, what splendid fortune! Just when we needed a pillow for our slumber. Surely, the village must have provisions. Let us hurry." The burly man in the group quickened his pace, leading the others towards the village. Bai Xi sat beneath the eaves, enjoying some fruit, while watching the increasingly large silhouettes. Ye Xiao, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, was acutely aware of their surroundings. With his exceptional attributes and heightened senses, he discerned that the team's situation was not overly threatening. As they drew nearer to the village, the group of men also noticed Bai Xi and Ye Xiao sheltered under the eaves. The two remained calm, observing them with composed expressions. The team's pace slowed as the leading burly man regarded Bai Xi and Ye Xiao with caution. This world was fraught with peril. Their party had dwindled from over 10 to just 5, necessitating constant vigilance. "I am Huang Shanbao," the burly man introduced himself. "The rain is relentless. We wish to seek refuge here for a few days." He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Bai Xi and Ye Xiao, aware that he did not fully comprehend their capabilities. It was prudent to maintain a cordial demeanor. "We are not villagers here," Bai Xi replied indifferently. She held no authority to grant or deny their stay, and considering the desolation surrounding them, the village was indeed the most sensible option for shelter. They had no choice but to remain. "Thank you." Huang Shanbao, accompanied by others, chose a house situated on higher ground at the far end of the village. As they passed by the ancestral hall, the 5 encountered the remains of large worms and mutated villagers. The recent rainfall had caused a sharp drop in temperature, significantly slowing the decomposition of the bodies, which, consequently, did not emit a strong odor. Such enormous creatures. Have we stumbled upon the lair of these monsters? Brother Bao, could it be that these 2 individuals are responsible for all these killings? How could that possibly be? Huang Shanbao scoffed lightly, gesturing towards the nearly invisible footprints nearby. The large worm was devoured by the surrounding insects. The true culprit lies with the owner of those footprints. Huang Shanbao doubted that Bai Xi and the others possessed such formidable prowess. After ensuring their surroundings were secure, he led the 4 temporary team members to search each house. As night fell, the rain intensified. A sudden clap of thunder split a distant tree in 2, charred and crackling under the deluge. Bai Xi anxiously gazed at the sky, hoping the lightning would not strike them. What terrible luck that would be. Ye Xiao lay on a makeshift bed crafted from several large crates, fully clothed in slumber. Indeed, he had always been fortunate. How could he be struck by lightning? Bai Xi turned and lay down beside him, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain outside. She shifted, facing outward, and noticed Ye Xiao sleeping across from her. Concerned about unforeseen events, Ye Xiao and Bai Xi had chosen to stay together. During the night, Bai Xi occupied the bed while Ye Xiao made do with a makeshift platform. Gazing at Ye Xiao's handsome profile, Bai Xi found herself wide awake. With such a breathtaking view, how could she possibly sleep? She started a conversation to break the silence. Ye Xiao kept his eyes closed, responding lightly. Bai Xi spoke intermittently to himself, while Ye Xiao occasionally replied. Chapter 41, Kapha Star 15. At the other end of the village, Huang Shanbao and his companions found plenty of food and were indulging in a feast indoors. After 9 long days, they finally enjoyed a hearty meal. The young men, overwhelmed with emotion, had tears welling in their eyes, and the others nodded in agreement. Goodness, this round of the game is exceedingly difficult. On the first day, I was chased by a beast larger than a tiger and barely escaped with a speed card. What a nightmare. I spawned right next to a gigantic creature and had to hide in its excrement for 3 days, nearly suffocating from the stench. In my previous team, someone was bitten by a green insect and simply perished. When will this torment end? As they spoke of the game, the group felt a mixture of fear and exhaustion, reminiscing about their peaceful past. Enough. Let us finish eating and get some sleep. I'm utterly exhausted from running all day. Unlike the others, Huang Shanbao felt grateful for the game, as it provided him with a chance to change his fate. On the 10th day of the game, the survival rate was at 45. After 4 consecutive days of torrential rain, the skies finally cleared. The blue sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft sound. The rainwater had risen to the eaves, and just a few more centimeters would see it flood the interior. Bai Xi crouched by the water's edge, scooping rainwater with a small bowl and pouring it onto the ground, fiddling with tiny black specks using chopsticks. After the rain ceased, a multitude of small black insects, roughly the size of ants, emerged in the water. In the distance, members of the Huangshan leopard team waded through water until they reached a modest abode, where they spotted Bai Xi squatting outside. They gazed at her for a considerable time before swiftly entering the dwelling to scavenge for supplies. Their search took a while, as they ventured far. Shortly thereafter, Liang Hao entered with a wicker basket in hand, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. "Do you know?" he exclaimed. "Yesterday, those two were a man and a woman." "We already know," came the retort. "We're not blind." "You know nothing," he scoffed. "That was a stunning beauty. I have never seen such a beautiful woman." Liang Hao chuckled lewdly, then whispered a few more details, eliciting a chorus of cheers from within the room. Due to the distance and the dim light of the previous day, they had failed to discern Bai Xi's appearance, only to discover she was indeed a beauty. And how could they let such a gem slip away? A glance exchanged among them silenced their chatter considerably as they resolved to test the waters first. Within the humble wooden cabin, the sound of chopping resonated. Ye Xiao was diligently preparing food, wielding a transparent ice knife with a focused expression. Bai Xi tended to the fire nearby, and as she observed Ye Xiao, she mused to herself. How harmonious and domestic this scene was, if only he had an apron. After 10 days of subsisting on fruit, Bai Xi could no longer endure it. She felt on the verge of vomiting. She urged Ye Xiao into the kitchen to prepare something more palatable. Although they had no seasonings, they at least possessed the most basic ingredient, salt. A simple boiled vegetable dish would surely be superior to gnawing on fruit. Just then, the sound of splashing water echoed from outside, prompting Ye Xiao to pause and glance toward the entrance. "Is anyone there?" came a polite and cautious inquiry, breaking the silence. "Who is it?" Bai Xi's voice carried a hint of impatience. These individuals approached with ulterior motives, undoubtedly signaling trouble. She needed to adopt a demeanor that conveyed unapproachability, ensuring they would not perceive her as an easy target. Indeed, the people outside hesitated for a moment, sensing that these two were not to be trifled with. Summoning courage, one inquired, "Might you have any surplus food? The fruits in the village have been spoiled by the rain, and many have been devoured by insects." "None," Bai Xi replied without a moment's hesitation, rising to stride towards the door, hands on her hips, exuding an intimidating presence. In the current circumstance, who among them could spare any provisions? If so many of you are struggling to find sustenance, how could we possibly have anything to offer? What? Do you perceive us as easy prey merely because we are 2 in number? Bai Xi believed herself fierce, her demeanor ironically endearing, as Ye Xiao silently shook his head with a smile. Outside, upon witnessing Bai Xi's stance, the young man was momentarily taken aback, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Realizing that help was not forthcoming, he chose not to linger. He dashed away, anxious to relay the news to others. Observing the retreating figure, Ye Xiao's expression darkened ominously. He was acutely aware of their intentions. They had set their sights on Bai Xi. Before Bai Xi turned around, Ye Xiao swiftly masked his countenance, not wishing her to glimpse the shadows lurking within him. Captain, do you think they harbor ill intentions? That individual made me uneasy. Despite his politeness, Bai Xi, though inexperienced in such matters, understood the necessity of vigilance and maintaining a wary disposition to survive, regardless of their schemes. Should they dare to confront them, they would meet a fatal end. Ye Xiao lowered his head and continued to chop vegetables, unburdened by any reservations in the game. As night fell, the brilliant Milky Way sparkled in the sky, proclaiming my existence to those far away. Beneath the vast dome, a group of shadows stealthily approached. It was the Huangshan leopard and his 5 companions. They halted about 5 or 6 meters in front of the wooden cabin, huddling together to whisper their plans. In a moment, I, along with Haozi and Shouhou, will block the door, while Tizi and Qinchuan will guard each window, ensuring that none escape. We shall catch them off guard. They are undoubtedly unprepared. Huangshan leopard's expression turned fierce, and I suspected they were players, likely possessing numerous cards. Brother Leopard, rest assured, we will not allow them to flee, one of his companions affirmed. Regardless of whether they are players, that woman alone is worth it. However, you must be cautious of that man, as he likely possesses some skills. Huangshan leopard harbored a degree of wariness towards Ye Xiao. The 5 moved according to their plan, stealthily approaching the wooden cabin. The rainwater had yet to recede beneath their feet, each step producing a soft splashing sound. As they neared the cabin, their movements grew increasingly cautious, finally positioning themselves at the door, straining to catch any sounds from within. The house remained eerily silent. Huangshan leopard gestured subtly, and Shouhou produced a short knife from his pocket, sliding it through the gap in the door, gently lifting it upward only to encounter resistance. With a delicate push, the wooden door creaked open, prompting Huangshan leopard and his companions to hold their breath and tense their bodies. The interior remained quiet, allowing them to exhale in relief as they stepped inside. The 2 guarding the windows also followed suit, and by the faint starlight, they approached the makeshift bed where Ye Xiao lay. The slender figure grasped the short blade, raising it high before plunging it down towards the head. However, the sharp knife merely sank into a mass of softness, devoid of the anticipated sensation of steel meeting flesh. At that moment, a creaking sound echoed from behind, as the wooden door closed of its own accord. In the stillness of the night, the sound resonated sharply, jarring the nerves of everyone present. From the corner behind the 5, a tall shadow emerged. Cloaked in darkness, its features remained obscured. Yet the group felt as if they were being scrutinized by a pair of piercing, menacing eyes. Just as Huang Shanbao contemplated taking the initiative, the shadow struck first with astonishing speed, the resounding cracks of breaking bones and anguished cries filling the room. The shadow moved too swiftly, outpacing even the world's sprinting champion. The 5, paralyzed by terror, had little time to react. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves kneeling on the ground, pain radiating from their knees, rendering them unable to rise. It was then they realized they had encountered a seasoned player. Bathed in the starlight filtering through the window, the figure became faintly discernible. It was Ye Xiao. Unbeknownst to Huang Shanbao and his companions, while they had been quietly conferring, Ye Xiao had already awoken, soon followed by Bai Xi. The 2 had stealthily risen and concealed themselves in the shadows untouched by starlight, patiently awaiting their prey. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Bai Xi felt a mix of admiration and envy. Truly remarkable. This was the velocity of an individual with an overall attribute of 148. To say it resembled a flash of lightning might be an exaggeration, yet it was undeniably dazzling. From the moment Huang Shanbao and his companions entered until they fell prone, less than a minute had passed. Emerging from the shadows of the corner, Bai Xi approached Ye Xiao, casting a malevolent glance at the group led by Huang Shanbao. What audacity you possess, roaming the night with intentions to kill, she remarked. The gaunt monkey, with an audacious grin, ingratiatingly replied, "It's merely a matter of finding common ground. wishing to engage in casual conversation. Huang Shanbao shot a disdainful look at the gaunt monkey, remaining silent. While the others began to plead for mercy. Please spare us. We were coerced by Huang Shanbao. We never intended to harm you. It was Haozi, captivated by the beauty of this young lady, who compelled us to act against our will. Bai Xi inquired about the identity of Haozi, prompting the three supplicants to hastily point him out. Enraged, she stamped her foot on Haozi's injured leg, causing his face to blanch in agony, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, it was she and Ye Xiao confronting them. Had it been another girl, they would surely have been unable to escape unscathed. Moreover, the synergy displayed by these individuals suggested this was not their first encounter. Contemplating this, Bai Xi considered delivering another blow, convinced these scoundrels deserved a thorough reprimand. However, realizing they were players, she restrained herself, inquiring if they possessed any valuable information. Yet, the most formidable among them, Huang Shanbao, had only participated in 7 rounds of the game, while the gaunt monkey had completed 5, and the others were mere novices with 4 rounds under their belts. Their knowledge likely paled in comparison to that of Bai Xi and Ye Xiao. Seizing the opportunity during the inquiry, Huang Shanbao attempted a desperate strike, only to be met with a flying ice dagger from Ye Xiao, which sealed his fate. The gaunt monkey and his companions stood frozen, their faces ashen, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their legs trembling in fear. What is it with you all? So hastily seeking your demise? 18 years hence, you could emerge as heroes once more. Bai Xi appeared relaxed, yet her vigilance was palpable. These individuals were players, and they might possess hidden strategies. She approached and picked up the cards dropped by the Huangshan leopard, 1 food card and 1 gray-level wealthy experience card. A wealthy experience? What kind of card is this? Bai Xi looked perplexed as she meticulously read the description on the back of the card. The wealthy experience card, true to its name, allows players to experience the sensation of being affluent during the round of gameplay, referencing the standards of the richest individuals in the game's designated area. Captain, look, we have a new card, Bai Xi exclaimed, handing the wealthy experience card to Ye Xiao. Holding the card, Ye Xiao felt a swirl of emotions. If one were to dismiss its value, it is true that wealth has its utility in the early stages of the game. Conversely, praising it would be misleading. In the critical later stages, it proves to be utterly useless. At that point, players are preoccupied with survival, and concerns about money become trivial. While it could allow for the hiring of formidable allies in the early game, in a post-apocalyptic setting, one could never be certain if they would turn against you. He had previously encountered a player who used a wealthy card, only to be backstabbed by hired mercenaries halfway through the game. Moreover, the more resources one acquires, the greater the likelihood of being besieged later on, exponentially increasing the danger. Captain, I believe this card holds promise. With wealth, we can procure more weapons and stash them away. The game would become much more manageable, Bai Xi suggested, referring to her personal space for concealment. Carrying an arsenal of firearms, who wouldn't be intimidated? Indeed, Ye Xiao replied, casting a cold glance at the animated group of lean monkeys around him. Information in exchange for lives. Let us execute one last ruse. Without information, we shall not linger. As he was about to eliminate the Huangshan leopard, he received a new assignment, leaving him no time to engage with these individuals. Chapter 44, Kapha Star 18, Side Quest, The Dutiful Messenger. Please deliver the letter to Windbell City on behalf of the Huangshan leopard before the end of this round. Your mission may save an entire city. Reward, a chance to draw lots. Through the luminous interface before him, Ye Xiao gazed at the 4 slender figures and declared, Your fate, life or death, is for you to determine. His low tone and the icy glint in his eyes sent shivers down their spines. This man exuded an undeniable aura of power. I must speak. Qian Chuan interjected hastily, unwilling to meet his demise at the tender age of 22. With Qian Chuan leading, the others began to share the information they had gathered. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? Given the nature of this game, death is surely inevitable, one remarked dismissively. Haozi cast a scornful glance at Qian Chuan, feigning composure as he continued. I once encountered a player who claimed that dying during a quest results in the deletion of pertinent information, but there are ways to circumvent this. If one can procure a stone known as shikong, grind it into powder, and apply it to the surface of an object, the game cannot intrude nor erase the data. However, this method is only effective on inanimate objects. Bai Xi listened, astonished. Is it truly possible? What else do you know? Subsequently, the group exchanged a few more tidbits of information, none of which held any significant value. Only Zhang Tai revealed a piece of information after ascending to level B. The task world is likely to encounter entities beyond comprehension, rumored to be beings from higher dimensions. What kind of higher dimensional beings? Ye Xiao inquired. I don't know. I have never seen them. I have merely heard that their methods of killing are bizarre, leaving ordinary people with no choice but to flee, as they are simply incapable of resistance due to the disparity in our dimensions. Zhang Tai gazed at Ye Xiao, questioning whether this information was valuable enough to exchange for his life. Naturally, I keep my word, he replied. As soon as the words left his lips, Qian Chuan and the thin monkey collapsed, their faces etched with unwillingness and anger. The thin monkey appeared somewhat astonished, not anticipating Ye Xiao's decisiveness, lacking any hesitation or negotiation. Ye Xiao, however, paused momentarily, furrowing his brow with a hint of regret. Haozi and Zhang Tai swallowed hard. Ye Xiao's speed was too swift for them to mount any resistance. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief for not having attempted any tricks. The room fell silent as Haozi and Zhang Tai quietly retreated to a corner, discreetly taking out healing potions to recover from their injuries. Ye Xiao observed them, but remained indifferent. Bai Xi began to collect rewards. The thin monkey received a white-level short sword, while Qian Chuan obtained a speed-up card, which could be considered among the best rewards of this game. Captain, quite fortunate indeed. A weapon and a green card. Bai Xi exclaimed happily as she handed the short sword and card to Ye Xiao. Yet, Ye Xiao only accepted the short sword, saying, you can keep the speed card. I never acquire green-level items. This time, I must be benefiting from your luck. Bai Xi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Ye Xiao chose to give the speed card to her. After careful consideration, Bai Xi acknowledged her genuine need and accepted the card. She cherished Ye Xiao's concern in her heart, vowing to repay him when the opportunity arose. Turning her back to shield herself from Haozi and his companion's gaze, Bai Xi discreetly stored the card in her space. Ye Xiao stood motionless at the door, resembling a formidable guardian. He then turned to Bai Xi and declared, shall we prepare to depart? However, Bai Xi hesitated, wishing to express that dawn had yet to break, the rain had not ceased, and there were still insects lurking in the water. Yet, she understood that Ye Xiao would not speak without purpose. If he insisted on leaving, there must be a valid reason. After retrieving a letter from the Huangshan leopard and tidying up briefly, the two departed. Meanwhile, Haozi and Zhang Tai exhaled in relief within the room. Damn, how unfortunate to encounter such an experienced player, Haozi fumed. Lamenting the loss of the slender monkey's dagger, Zhang Tai rose to stretch his limbs while Haozi remained seated. As he had sustained more severe injuries from Bai Xi's earlier kick, Zhang Tai inquired, are you able to stand? I should be able to. Please lend me your support. Haozi responded, attempting to rise with Zhang Tai's assistance. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen, prompting him to shove Zhang Tai away, his eyes wide with terror. Why? Haozi exclaimed in fury, bewildered that they were not allies. With a smile, Zhang Tai brandished a bloody dagger, twirling it with a sense of triumph. What need is there for explanations? Survival is the only motive that matters. Given Haozi's pre-existing injuries, the healing potion proved to be of little consequence. Zhang Tai watched as Haozi slowly bled. The horrifying sensation of blood seeping away and the anticipation of death was unbearable, causing Haozi's face to contort in agony. As the life drained from Haozi, Zhang Tai leaned closer and whispered into his ear, it is already the 5th round of the game. Why have you not yet learned that one must trust no one? Allow me to impart this crucial lesson to you. Embracing Haozi, Zhang Tai thrust the dagger forward, extinguishing the last flicker of life within him. The system interface illuminated at that moment. Player Zhang Tai has eliminated fellow player Liang Hao, earning point rewards to be tallied upon the conclusion of the game. Glancing at the interface, Zhang Tai nonchalantly retrieved the card that Haozi had dropped, cleaning the dagger on his lifeless form. He then cast his gaze towards the direction where Bai Xi and the others had departed, murmuring, I shall remember you. Before him stood a humanoid creature, clad in obsidian armor and equipped with razor-sharp black claws. No sooner had Zhang Tai exited the room than the creature lunged, its claws piercing through his chest, revealing his heart behind him. In a mixture of terror and disbelief, Zhang Tai watched as the creature savored his heart, devouring it piece by piece. As Zhang Tai collapsed, thoughts of liberation mingled with feelings of resentment and fury in his mind. After finishing the heart, the creature squatted beside him, a claw shattering his skull to continue its feast. One can never predict what unforeseen calamity awaits in the next moment. Let us depart, Ye Xiao said, turning towards the west. Bai Xi cast a final glance at the humanoid creature, noting the red talisman it clutched in its hand. Captain, has this game truly descended to such levels of cruelty? Bai Xi harbored an answer within her heart. Yet she found it difficult to accept the reality that with each round of the game, lives were lost, many lives. The pulsating figures in the upper right corner were not mere numbers, but rather the essence of life, lives numbering in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. To the civilization that orchestrated this game, were the players and countless indigenous people truly insignificant? What, then, is the value of life? Do not dwell on such thoughts. The imperative is to survive. We have a mission to fulfill. Ye Xiao offered little consolation, for he too had traversed this path. Only through personal understanding could one better confront the game. Besides, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 45, Kafa Star 19 on the 11th day of the game. The survival rate stood at 40. After departing from the village, the duo pressed onward relentlessly towards Wind Bell City. For several consecutive hours, they journeyed urgently, and Bai Xi felt fatigued, her body beginning to falter, yet she persevered. Noticing Bai Xi's pale complexion and the beads of sweat dotting her forehead, Ye Xiao halted, prompting her to stop as well. Captain, what is it? The survival rate has plummeted to 40. We have approximately 3 to 5 days before this round concludes. We must reach Wind Bell City as swiftly as possible. Let us take a brief respite. Ye Xiao found a large stone to sit upon, leaving no room for Bai Xi to refuse. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bai Xi also took a seat, acknowledging her exhaustion. She retrieved some fruit from her space and shared it with Ye Xiao, as they conversed while eating. Captain, after this round of the game, your overall attributes will reach 150, correct? Killing players significantly below your level yields no points. Ye Xiao swallowed the fruit in his mouth and remarked. Why? Bai Xi exclaimed in astonishment. Is it that the game forbids the slaying of lower-level players, permitting only the lower levels to vanquish the higher ones? Ye Xiao elucidated. It is not that it is prohibited, but rather discouraged. One only earns points by defeating players of comparable or superior skill levels. Otherwise, it would be far too facile for high-level players to accumulate points, resulting in a significant disparity. We have previously analyzed that the game's objective should be the cultivation of strength. Otherwise, such explicit protective measures for novice players would not exist. However, as mere sea-level players at the very bottom, the true purpose of the game remains shrouded in mystery. Bai Xi felt a pang of confusion and inquired. Was it not said that the game was discovered 20 years ago? Has no one ever advanced to B or A levels? Were there not players before us? Yet, I have never heard Liangqing mention it. Suddenly, it dawned on Bai Xi that perhaps their traces had been erased by the game. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. When the question expands to encompass the entire race, it evokes a stifling sense of suffocation. Humanity resembles free-range poultry. No matter how robust, they remain mere livestock awaiting slaughter. Those friends and family with whom one joyfully conversed yesterday may vanish from your world tomorrow, as if they had never existed. The burden of failure is truly immense. If no one remembers her, what significance does her existence hold? Bai Xi felt a wave of despondency wash over her, cloaked in sorrow and tinged with a faint sense of despair. Ye Xiao gently patted Bai Xi's head and softly reassured her. Thus, we strive to endure, living longer than anyone else. Although we may not recall the names, appearances, or experiences of our predecessors, we revel in the fruits of their sacrifices, the vestiges of their existence. We shall forever remember the legion of nameless heroes who bled and sacrificed for humanity in realms beyond our own. Upon hearing Ye Xiao's words, Bai Xi felt an even deeper sorrow. Despite their monumental contributions, the world bears no trace of their presence. No one remembers them, nor knows who they are. And even their commemorations are relegated to anonymity. After a brief respite, the two continued their journey, for keeping busy would stave off unwelcome thoughts. In the distance, a serene flock of sheep appeared, each as large as a calf, adorned with fluffy, snow-white wool, and sporting 2 sharp horns atop their heads. A mere nudge from these creatures could spell doom. The pair skirted around the flock, and Bai Xi noticed, at the edge of the group, a nest of white-shelled eggs, each the size of an ostrich egg. Since entering the game, she had consumed so much fruit that she was on the verge of nausea. Captain, look, there are eggs, Bai Xi exclaimed. She glanced around, noting the absence of any large birds nearby. Their parents were likely foraging elsewhere. Ye Xiao also surveyed the vicinity, confirming the lack of any formidable raptors, while the sheep remained tranquil, with the lambs nestled against their mothers. We'll take 2 when we pass by. They quickened their pace towards the nest. The approach of strangers caused the sheep to halt their grazing, growing vigilant, yet they did not instigate an attack. Purposefully moving closer to the nest as they walked by, Bai Xi reached out to collect 2 eggs and then swiftly turned to flee, ensuring the flock remained undisturbed. Who would have thought that the next moment, the flock of sheep near the nest began to stir restlessly, bleating incessantly, with some of them charging directly towards the 2. Goodness, I merely approached a little. Why such aggression? Bai Xi muttered as she ran, while Ye Xiao was equally bewildered by the sudden upheaval of the flock. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, on the verdant grassland, the 2 fled for their lives, pursued by a stampede of sheep, dozens of them. Roughly a quarter of the earlier flock. After the heavy rain, numerous small insects had emerged on the grassland. Though diminutive in size, they were highly poisonous, leaving swollen welts upon being bitten. During their frantic escape, Bai Xi was stung by one of the startled insects, resulting in a red, swollen bump on her arm and forehead. Yet, at this moment, she had no time to concern herself with appearances. The sheep were relentlessly pursuing them. For nearly half an hour now. Climb the tree, Ye Xiao suggested as they reached a massive tree, its trunk measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, robust and flourishing. Bai Xi hastily drew out her black gold dagger, embedding it into the trunk, and using the hard, raised bark to ascend, her left hand gripping a tree knot for leverage. As she neared the first branch, she called down to Ye Xiao, "Captain, you should hurry up." Seeing Bai Xi secure, Ye Xiao took a few steps back, sprinting forward to gain momentum, and with a powerful push against the trunk, leapt upward, landing on a sturdy branch 5 or 6 feet above the ground. Ye Xiao's movements were graceful and agile. Meanwhile, Bai Xi felt like a large caterpillar struggling to climb. A pang of envy surged within her. Was this the distinction between an expert and a novice? With a pout, she plunged her dagger into the tree once more and pulled herself up another notch. Once steady on his feet, Ye Xiao extended his hand towards Bai Xi. She glanced at him and firmly replied, "No need. I can manage," as she continued to scramble upwards. Without hesitation, Ye Xiao grasped Bai Xi's left hand, hoisting her up, while his right arm instinctively encircled her waist to steady her footing. It is often said that a man's head and a woman's waist should not be touched. Suddenly embraced by him, Bai Xi was momentarily stunned, her mind a blank slate as she gazed at Ye Xiao in astonishment. The sheep herd has arrived. Once Bai Xi regained her balance, Ye Xiao remarked casually. The flock encircled the tree, stamping their feet beneath it, ramming their heads against the trunk, their sharp horns drilling tiny holes into the bark. Yet, the tree remained unyielding. "Oh," Bai Xi uttered in a daze. Noticing Ye Xiao's calm demeanor as he observed the sheep beneath the tree, Bai Xi pondered, the captain likely did not intend this. Turning her attention to the relentless sheep below, she expressed her confusion. "I wonder why you persist so stubbornly. I have not provoked you. The vast prairie is yours, and others are not permitted to tread upon it. Is that so?" The white sheep, oblivious to her words, continued their assault on the tree, bleating incessantly. Could it be related to that egg? Ye Xiao suggested. The flock had previously been quite tranquil, showing little reaction even as they drew near, but erupted into chaos after the egg was stolen. It is not even their egg, Bai Xi suddenly realized, cautiously inquiring, "Sheep are viviparous, right?" "Not necessarily. This is an alternate world," Ye Xiao replied, uncertainty lacing his voice, "for the cosmos is vast and teeming with wonders." After some contemplation, Bai Xi retrieved a white-shelled egg from her spatial realm, causing the flock of sheep beneath the tree to stir restlessly, their movements becoming more vigorous. To her astonishment, it was indeed their egg. Could it be a sheep? Bai Xi mused, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. Just then, the egg she cradled began to emit sounds, and cracks appeared on its pristine shell. A rounded horn broke through the shell, revealing a small white head. Upon closer inspection, Bai Xi noticed a dark mark in the center of its forehead. The little lamb, with its sparkling black eyes, gazed at Bai Xi and let out a soft bleat. In haste, Bai Xi retrieved another egg from her spatial realm. The first lamb had already hatched, sporting 2 identical dark marks on its forehead. The lamb was quite affectionate, nuzzling against Bai Xi's hand, its fluffy coat providing a delightful sensation. The adult sheep, having sniffed the 2 little ones, called out in unison toward Bai Xi, and the lambs perched atop their backs, as if showcasing their newfound companions. Bai Xi widened her eyes in disbelief. Was the spatial ability so commonplace? Before she could ponder further, the flock, along with the 2 lambs, departed, and she and her companion resumed their journey to Winebell City. In light of the previous encounter with the white sheep, the two maintained a steady pace, subsisting solely on the provisions stored within Bai Xi's spatial realm. During their breaks, she occasionally examined a gray bead in her hand, instinctively sensing its extraordinary nature. Initially, the emergence of the two lambs brought her joy, as her spatial realm could contain living beings. However, she soon realized that the ability to harbor life within her space stemmed from the bead. Moreover, whether it was merely her illusion, she perceived that the color of the bead seemed to have faded somewhat, appearing less gray. On the 12th day of the game, the survival rate stood at 34. During their journey, they encountered numerous large animals, which they cautiously avoided in their haste. However, they found the sudden appearance of a small black insect rather bothersome. While resting and examining the bead, Bai Xi noticed that the annoying insects had vanished. "Captain, this bead also serves as an insect repellent," Bai Xi exclaimed with delight. Could it be that the absence of insects and other creatures around Qinghe village was attributable to this bead? Ye Xiao was somewhat surprised. They had always believed it was due to the giant worm and the villagers, as animals inherently possess the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Moreover, I suspect the giant worm was not entirely truthful. It must have concealed something. If we do not encounter anything better in the following days, let us keep it. Ye Xiao also found the bead peculiar. The creature that claimed to be a higher dimensional being seemed excessively anxious about the bead, suggesting its considerable value. On the 13th day of the game, the survival rate dropped to 28. After a day of travel, Bai Xi and her companions stumbled upon a dilapidated thatched cottage. Intending to rest there, Bai Xi patted her bag to ensure the bead was still with her. Ever since discovering the bead's insect-repelling properties the previous day, she had kept it close, and their journey thus far had been safe and smooth. Confirming that the bead was intact, they began to eat. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a group of people burst in. Upon seeing only two individuals inside, along with an abundance of fruit, they were filled with envy. "Friends, where did you find such an abundance of fruit? We have scarcely seen any along our journey, and edible ones are even rarer." The leader of the group greeted them with an overly familiar warmth, which, while sincere, would have been more genuine had there been less greed and covetousness gleaming in his eyes. Encountering each other was fate. They should get acquainted and assist one another. "Let us exchange some items for food." One of the team members chimed in. "We've been starving all day and can hardly endure it any longer." "What do you have to offer in exchange?" Bai Xi asked cautiously, observing the newcomers who had fixated on their provisions since their entrance, nearly drooling with desire. The leader of the group rummaged through his pocket and produced a rusty dagger. "This dagger is a treasured heirloom of our family, quite valuable. We'll trade it for some of your food." Bai Xi rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking, who are they trying to fool? This worthless dagger wouldn't even be accepted as a gift. "No," Ye Xiao replied calmly. "Exactly. We have enough food for ourselves. If you wish to eat, you must seek it out yourselves," Bai Xi declared fiercely, dismissing their attempt to take advantage of them. The leader's face darkened at their refusal, and his followers bristled with indignation. "Hey, you're overstepping, aren't you? We've been civil in our approach. Don't make us resort to harsher measures. Our leader is willing to exchange a family heirloom for your goods, which is a mark of respect towards you." Bai Xi glanced disdainfully at them. "Unnecessary. If it is indeed a family heirloom, you should keep it to pass down in your own family." The leader's expression turned stormy, and Bai Xi's audacity gave him pause. Yet, as the leader, he could not simply retreat. How could he maintain his authority if he yielded so easily? A woman, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached. Her features were unremarkable, yet her physique was exquisite, with ample curves and a voluptuous form that swayed with each step, creating a dizzying spectacle. The other members of the group swallowed hard, acknowledging the undeniable allure of her figure, perfectly balanced in all the right places. Bai Xi discreetly glanced at Ye Xiao, only to find him resting with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the beauty before him. Truly, as the captain, he remained unmoved by such temptation. The woman leaned in to whisper to the leader of the group, prompting a hearty laugh from him as he embraced her slender waist and tilted her chin, declaring that they would first indulge her desires. "You must treat her well," she teased, her fingers caressing his chest with a sultry giggle. The group leader led the woman behind the building, seemingly pleased with her advances, though his internal fury remained unabated. Inside the room, the others situated themselves, casting unfriendly glances towards Bai Xi and her companion. Soon, muffled sounds of rustling emerged from outside, followed by the woman's breathy moans and the man's low grunts. causing cheeks to flush and hearts to race. Bai Xi's expression turned to one of shock. Goodness! Engaging in such debauchery before everyone. How utterly shameless. It was evident that these individuals were likely players. From her understanding, only players would behave so recklessly in a game. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of some locals indulging in hedonism amid despair, reveling in reckless abandon before facing their demise. Meanwhile, the opposing team huddled together, exchanging lewd banter while occasionally casting furtive glances towards the outside. Those bold enough approached the window, peering in with insatiable curiosity, nearly drooling. Bai Xi, feeling a wave of disgust, quietly shifted closer to Ye Xiao and murmured, "Captain, let us depart." Ye Xiao opened her cool, piercing eyes and regarded Bai Xi displeased. "Then eliminate them." "Huh," Bai Xi responded, bewildered. "Isn't that a bit extreme?" She acknowledged her own cowardice. She had yet to overcome her internal barriers. To take a life, one must possess justifiable cause. If you seek to kill me, I shall retaliate, but I will not resort to murder over mere discord or conflict. While these individuals are indeed despicable, their transgressions do not warrant death. However, should they threaten her life, Bai Xi would not hesitate to strike back. Endure it for now. You will encounter such scenarios frequently. If you do not eliminate them, they will seek to eliminate you. This sentiment was undeniably harsh. Yet Ye Xiao hoped for Bai Xi's swift maturation. In this game, such occurrences were commonplace. She must learn to confront them rather than evade. Weakness of heart is a grave liability. Let this serve as a trial. With her head bowed, Bai Xi began to introspect. Noticing her somber demeanor, Ye Xiao furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of sympathy, but the harsh reality of the game compelled her to stifle a sigh. The mortality rate among novice players is alarmingly high, and she wished for Bai Xi's survival. After a brief interlude of silence outside, the team leader strode in, exuding vitality and confidence. Shortly thereafter, a woman entered, her steps somewhat unsteady. Bai Xi suspected it was an act. Observing Ye Xiao feigning sleep with closed eyes while Bai Xi kept her head down, the team leader smirked mockingly, perhaps believing the two were deliberately pretending to be unaffected. He walked to the opposite side, exchanged a few words with his team members, and then sat down to rest his eyes. Feeling somewhat fatigued and in need of a proper respite, the team members felt disgruntled, yet there was little they could do, acknowledging their inferiority in skill. Once they departed, only Bai Xi and two others remained in the room, the fatigued captain and a woman. "Captain, there is absolutely nothing edible in this vicinity, not even a single insect," one member remarked. "Captain, it will take us another 2 or 3 days to reach Wind Bell City. We cannot go without food." The hunger pangs left them feeling faint, while Bai Xi leisurely indulged in fruits. "Captain, there is clearly food available. Why venture outside to seek more?" A man in his 30s, seated against the wall, subtly gestured towards Bai Xi, whispering. The team members glanced meaningfully at their captain, clearly indicating the presence of food across the way. The captain's gaze shifted towards Bai Xi and her companion. When faced with the will to survive, any reservation seemed trivial. He rose and approached, with the others following closely behind to bolster their numbers. "Friend, as you can see, we lack provisions, and you possess an abundance. Would you not consider sharing some with us?" Bai Xi looked up at them, disbelief etched on her face. "You truly have the audacity to say such things. I have never encountered someone so shameless." With the faade now shattered, the others shed their pretense, their expressions turning menacing. "Damn it, you're refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead, aren't you? Little beauty, such words cannot be uttered lightly. In this desolate wilderness, fraught with peril. If you hand over your provisions and accompany us willingly, my friends might just take a liking to you." As he spoke, he licked his lips, his demeanor lecherous. Bai Xi was not one to tolerate insults. She advanced with determination, delivering a swift kick that incapacitated one assailant, followed by another precise strike to the abdomen of a second adversary, all while gripping her black gold dagger firmly. The first man clutched his injured groin, howling in agony, while the second staggered back, wincing in pain. The onlookers stood in stunned silence for a few moments, astonished by the unexpected prowess of the seemingly demure girl. "If your mouth is filthy, refrain from speaking," Bai Xi declared with indignation. The situation took a dramatic turn. "MD, attack. Kill the men, leave the women." The leader of the group charged towards Ye Xiao, convinced that eliminating this man would render the woman powerless. However, he had grossly underestimated Ye Xiao's capabilities. Unfazed, Ye Xiao rose and, as the leader lunged at him, he executed a powerful kick that sent the man crashing into the earthen wall. The man whom Bai Xi had previously struck now lunged at her, but she deftly evaded him and retaliated with a knife strike. The man who had been kicked in the groin quickly regained his composure, his fury directed at Bai Xi as he prepared to unleash a lethal attack. Under the leader's furious commands, several others turned their attention to Ye Xiao. The room was filled with anguished cries as those who attacked Ye Xiao lay motionless upon the ground. Only the leader remained, gasping for breath. Leaning against the wall, he regarded Ye Xiao with a mix of terror and curiosity. "Who are you? You are a player too, aren't you?" Ye Xiao regarded him coldly. The answer was evident. The leader, wary of Ye Xiao, silently used a healing card, wincing at the cost. Meanwhile, thanks to her formidable black gold dagger, Bai Xi managed to hold her own against the two men, achieving a stalemate in their fierce confrontation. Two individuals, one clutching their arm and the other limping, watched Bai Xi with a wary gaze. They had not anticipated the formidable prowess of this woman, who concealed her capabilities so adeptly. Little did they realize the caliber of those who had imparted martial skills to Bai Xi. They were the elite among the elite. Although her training had been brief, it encompassed the most practical techniques, complemented by the meticulous instruction of the formidable Ye Xiao. Could their rudimentary skills ever compare? Perish, Wu Dengen. As Ye Xiao confronted the team leader, the woman who had remained in the shadows suddenly produced a dagger from her concealment and lunged at Wu Dengen. However, her movements were sluggish, and her battle cry betrayed her intentions, allowing Wu Dengen to swiftly disarm her and, with a swift motion, slit her throat. Seizing the moment, Bai Xi darted behind Wu Dengen and plunged her blade into his heart from the rear. Upon witnessing Wu Dengen's demise, the woman exhibited a serene smile, as if liberated. Before collapsing, the children awaited at the entrance, clinging to their parents' legs, yearning to be embraced. Before Bai Xi's eyes, a luminous interface materialized. Player Bai Xi has achieved an extraordinary kill against C-level mid-tier player Wu Dengen, earning reward points, to be calculated at the conclusion of the game. In Chapter 48, Kappa Star 22, the two opponents who had engaged Bai Xi were left pallid at the ease of Wu Dengen's demise. They prepared to flee amidst the chaos but were intercepted by Ye Xiao, who broke their legs with a decisive kick. The agony of shattered bones penetrated their very souls, compounded by their existing injuries, leaving them gasping on the ground. After all, they too were players. Ye Xiao turned to Bai Xi and remarked that while he gained no points for his kills, she did. Previously, two individuals had been slain, and he had not anticipated this layer of consequence. It was only after the act that he became aware. However, one cannot entirely fault Ye Xiao, for he had never mentored newcomers, and throughout each round, he had been a solitary participant, accustomed to swiftly eliminating potential threats. Bai Xi approached the two incapacitated figures, delivering a decisive stroke to each neck, blood splattering across her attire. Player Bai Xi has eliminated fellow player Li Bing, earning a point reward, to be calculated at the conclusion of the game. Player Bai Xi has eliminated fellow player Lu Feng, earning a point reward, to be calculated at the conclusion of the game. Two notifications appeared before her, yet Bai Xi felt no exhilaration. The psychological and physiological toll of consecutively dispatching three individuals left her somewhat disquieted. She knelt down to collect the cards that the three players had dropped. Wu Dengen had relinquished 3 cards. A blue attribute enhancement card that increases overall attributes by 1 for a limited duration of 10 minutes. A green healing card that instantly restores 20 health and continues to restore 1 over 10 seconds. And a white food card, which contained a bowl of plain rice. Li Bing and Lu Feng each dropped a green card, corresponding to strength and hearing enhancements, similarly augmenting by 30 for a limited duration of 10 minutes. "Captain, this is quite a bountiful haul," Bai Xi exclaimed joyfully. Previously, she had fretted over possessing only 3 cards, but now she found herself in possession of several more. "Let us keep these safe." Observing Bai Xi's triumph in claiming 3 players and acquiring 1 blue, 3 green, and 1 white card, Ye Xiao felt a sense of astonishment, silently marveling at her extraordinary fortune. Bai Xi shoved the blue comprehensive attribute card and the strength card into Ye Xiao's embrace. "Captain, my overall attributes are low, so the effect of this enhancement card is rather negligible. The strength card is also of little use. You should keep them." Although she lacked cards, her luck appeared to be quite favorable. Liang Cheng and the others mentioned that Ye Xiao could never draw green or blue cards. Previously, he even gave a speed card to her. Now, Bai Xi was generous, believing that these 2 cards would be more effective in Ye Xiao's hands. "Captain, shall we bury that woman?" Bai Xi glanced at the corpses strewn across the room. She was indifferent to the fates of the others. They deserved their demise. A wretched group of scoundrels. However, when that woman had slain Wu Dengen, her eyes had turned crimson, revealing the depth of her hatred. She was likely a pitiful soul. Earlier, she had stepped forward to rescue Wu Dengen. It seemed she had wanted to save them. Bai Xi was a person who valued gratitude. Let her rest in peace. The two dug a grave outside the house and buried the woman, then continued their journey to Wine Bell City. On the 14th day of the game, the survival rate stood at 20. They encountered no other individuals, no large animals, and were not disturbed by pesky insects, passing through safely. On the 15th day, the survival rate dropped to 14. After a long journey of hardship, the two finally arrived at Wine Bell City. Though it was designated as a city, it lacked towering walls and valiant guards. Only two soldiers stood awkwardly, their uniforms in disarray. To Bai Xi, this hardly resembled a city. It felt more like a desolate town with a painfully sparse population. Yet, with the survival rate plummeting to 14, it was hardly surprising. At the city gate, the guards halted the pair, scanning them with a transparent orb. "What is this?" Bai Xi inquired. "It's a detection orb. How could you not know? Where do you come from, simpletons?" The detection orb flickered with light as the soldier waved his hand. "All right, hurry inside." Bai Xi wished to ask more questions, but the soldier's impatience was palpable. He had no intention of explaining further, especially since the game was nearing its conclusion and Ye Xiao needed to complete his task first. Upon entering Wine Bell City, Bai Xi received her third quest. Side quest, 100 injury fruit. Please sell the 100 injury fruits you have collected to the apothecary in the city. They will prove invaluable in alleviating a certain affliction plaguing the native inhabitants of this world. Quest reward, a chance to draw a lottery. The two parted ways, making their way into the city. The streets were devoid of any pedestrians, with no vendors setting up stalls along the roadside. And all the shops had their doors firmly shut. Bai Xi sought someone to ask for directions, but found no one. Glancing back at the soldiers stationed at the city gate, their expressions were filled with impatience. It was clear they would not assist her. Thus, Bai Xi had no choice but to proceed along the row of shops, exploring them one by one while searching for a cloth bag to store the 100 injury fruits. Fortunately, the city had only two intersecting streets, making it relatively easy to locate the apothecary. However, the door of the apothecary was also tightly shut. Bai Xi approached and knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone there? I am here to sell medicine." No response came from within, but the quest had to be fulfilled. She continued to knock and shouted louder. After a considerable time, a young voice replied, "We are no longer accepting medicine. Come back next year." Next year? Bai Xi was utterly bewildered. "I won't even be here tomorrow, let alone next year. Little brother, could you kindly open the door for me? I must sell you the medicine today, for tomorrow I shall no longer be here," Bai Xi coaxed gently. Reminiscent of the wolf soothing Little Red Riding Hood, the child inside furrowed his brow and inquired, "What kind of medicine are you selling?" After a moment of surprise, he added, "Please wait a moment." Bai Xi patiently waited outside, glancing at the survival rate of 13 displayed in the upper right corner, then surveying the eerily quiet street. This city was peculiar. Every household was securely shut, with strange symbols adorning the doors and windows. Approaching the apothecary, Bai Xi examined the symbol on the door, finding it oddly familiar. The pattern of this symbol bore a striking resemblance to a corner of the red talisman of safety that Luo Shanping carried. It seemed that the shabby hut they had previously inhabited also featured this design, albeit faded with time. Was it a local custom or a precaution against something? Just as Bai Xi pondered, a clattering sound of the latch echoed from within. The door swung open to reveal an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his white hair and beard flowing, accompanied by a child of 6 or 7 years. "Come in quickly." Without waiting for Bai Xi to respond, the old man pulled her inside. The shop's interior appeared quite ordinary, yet the symbol from the door was omnipresent on the tables, chairs, floorboards, and even on the sleeves of the child's clothing. "Young lady, are you here to sell Baishang fruit?" the kindly elder inquired. "Yes," Bai Xi nodded, handing the cloth bag to the old man. "As for the price, you may decide." She is eager to complete her task swiftly. As the survival rate has plummeted to a mere 12, she wonders whether the captain has finished his mission. Chapter 49, Star. End. The elderly man took the bag from Bai Xi's hands and, upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. So much? It appeared to weigh around 3 to 4 pounds. She had not consumed any 100 injury fruits in recent days, and only had a few red fruits left. The old man turned to the young child beside him and instructed, "Please fetch the box from the red cabinet." The child nodded slightly and turned to head towards the back room. "Miss, please wait a moment." The elder gestured for Bai Xi to sit beside him, but she anxiously focused on the survival rate displayed in the upper right corner, unable to remain still. The survival rate had already dropped to 12. Those final 2 points could vanish at any moment. This task was exceedingly simple, and she could not afford to squander it. Soon, the child returned, carrying a deep red lacquered box. The elder accepted the box and handed Bai Xi a colorless, transparent gem with a smile, saying, "Consider this colorless soul stone as your reward." Bai Xi promptly took the soul stone, and in the next moment, a game interface appeared before her eyes. "Congratulations, player Bai Xi, for completing the side quest, 100 injury fruit. You have earned 1 lottery chance." With the task completed, Bai Xi immediately relaxed, glancing at the soul stone in her hand. Curiously, she asked, "Elder, what is the purpose of the soul stone? You are not from our realm, are you?" The elder inquired with a knowing smile. Bai Xi nodded in affirmation. Under the guidance of the elder, Bai Xi attempted to sense the colorless, transparent soul stone in her hand. A gentle warmth emanated from her palm, and the soul stone gradually transformed into an empty shell. The elder and the young boy were once again taken aback, their expressions hardening with malice as the elder brandished a long sword, lunging towards Bai Xi. She swiftly dodged, glaring at the two, and exclaimed, "Are you out of your minds? Didn't you tell me to absorb it?" With the sword in hand, the elder smirked derisively. "I merely wished to test you, yet you have inadvertently revealed your true nature." Confused, Bai Xi retorted, "What true nature? Who here is still wandering about, but the YLNGRN? Only they possess the ability to absorb soul stones in such a manner. Though I am unaware of how you entered the city, creatures like you deserve to be eradicated." As she spoke, the elder swung his sword once more, aiming for Bai Xi, who narrowly escaped using a teleportation technique. "Goodness, old man, I am not in. If you persist, I will be truly angered." Bai Xi's fury intensified. She merely sought to sell a potion, yet had been unjustly labeled as in. Previously, even Luo Shamping had mistaken her for one. And now this elder echoed the same misconception. What exactly is in? The elder remained unconvinced, instead mocking her. "Is this not the same trick you used to deceive my wife?" Just then, the young boy, wielding a dagger, lunged at Bai Xi's lower back, shouting, "Return my parents to me." As the dagger neared her, Bai Xi vanished once more, teleporting outside the room. The street lay enveloped in an eerie silence, a cool breeze stirring a few fallen leaves into a whimsical dance through the air. Bai Xi hurriedly pressed forward, seeking to reunite with Ye Xiao. It was perilously dangerous. Could the others in the city also be intent on her demise? Was she now the scapegoat for the enigmatic beings? Inside, the old man, witnessing Bai Xi's sudden disappearance, displayed a look of regret. He opened the door to gaze upon the street, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he dared not pursue her. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao had just exited the government office and, upon seeing Bai Xi rushing towards him, assumed she was in peril and hastened to meet her. Before their reunion could occur, a blinding light erupted before them, signaling the end of the current game. Detected player possesses an item card. Would you like to use it? Bai Xi, without hesitation, chose the gray orb, and in the next moment, the light screen refreshed. Item card exchange completed. Commencing settlement of this round's game rewards. Settlement complete. In this round, player Bai Xi achieved an extraordinary victory by eliminating C-grade mid-level player Wu Dengen, earning 10 points for the kill and an additional 10 for the extraordinary defeat. Player Bai Xi also vanquished players Li Bing and Lu Feng in 4 rounds, earning 20 points. This round's game rewards total 10 points, and the completion rate of the side quest stands at satisfactory, yielding no additional points. Player has acquired a total of 50 points this round. Would you like to exchange for comprehensive attributes? Bai Xi, exchange, exchange, exchange. Comprehensive attribute exchange completed. In light of the player's repeated full exchanges for comprehensive attributes, the system has automatically activated the point attribute exchange. The next round of the game will commence in 15 days. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Bai Xi, level, C-class player, points, 0, lottery chances, 1. Comprehensive attributes, 77, 77, supernatural ability level, level 1 spatial ability, storage space, 3 cubic meters, spatial jump, 2 meters. Items, green tier, invisibility card X1, hearing card X1, healing card X1, speed card X1. 2. Gray tier, Black Gold Dagger X1, Stamina Potion X1. 3. White Tier, White Rice X1. Status: 3-Team Comprehensive Attribute Bonus, currently unavailable. Bai Xi was pleasantly surprised to discover that her supernatural ability had improved. Although she remained at level 1, her storage capacity had expanded, and her jump range had increased to 2 meters around her. Could it be due to that soul stone? What a mistake. She regretted it deeply. Had she known, she would have seized the opportunity to take that old man's lacquer box, which surely contained numerous soul stones. What's wrong with you, sister? Were you bullied in the game? Seeing Bai Xi's expression, Liang Qing assumed she had been mistreated and felt a pang of concern. Bai Xi glanced at Liang Qing, who looked utterly bewildered, and shook her head. It's nothing, just that I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Liang Qing. To him at present, a fortune of 100 million was truly not an extravagant amount, merely equivalent to 10 months' salary. Hold on, Big Liang. We'll discuss it in detail shortly. Bai Xi recalled she still had one lottery chance remaining, which she could not afford to squander. It's fine, you carry on, Liang Qing replied, wiping his forehead with a towel and grabbing a sports drink to quench his thirst. Bai Xi summoned the lottery wheel, clasped her hands in earnest prayer. Grandpa, Grandma, and both sets of grandparents, your precious one is about to draw again. Please bless me with 1 point of comprehensive attributes. The task world is perilous, and I nearly met my demise. Uffed. Liang Qing spat out a mouthful of water. Sister, what are you doing? Is this how one participates in a lottery? You wouldn't understand. Bai Xi shot Liang Qing a glance and clicked the lottery button, the pointer beginning to spin, her eyes following its movement. As the pointer gradually slowed down, Bai Xi's spirits lifted. Ha ha ha. Grandpa, Grandma, I love you all, moi. The white light screen before her displayed a new message. Congratulations to player Bai Xi. You have drawn the red reward this round, receiving 10 points, which have been automatically converted into comprehensive attributes. Chapter 50. The Archive Room. Bai Xi glanced at her personal attribute panel. Her comprehensive attributes had reached 78. With joy, she exclaimed, I drew 10 points and exchanged them for 1 point of comprehensive attributes. Red reward? Liang Qing was left dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Should I pray next time I draw? Suddenly, Liang Qing leaned closer, placing a hand on Bai Xi's shoulder. Sister, how do you feel about me? Although Liang Qing had a carefree demeanor and a hint of flirtation, he possessed a sense of propriety and sincerity in his interactions. Perhaps due to his wealth of romantic experiences, he understood girls well, contemplating matters that some oblivious men might overlook. Since Bai Xi's arrival at the base, Liang Qing had always treated her with warmth, akin to the mischievous older brother who would lead you astray in your youth. How about we discuss something? Liang Qing raised his eyebrows and said, Bai Xi, what do you think? Bai Xi, puzzled, glanced behind her, her fair face breaking into a smile. Captain, have you completed your mission? Ye Xiao nodded. Captain, I just drew 10 points. Have you drawn yet? Bai Xi inquired. Ye Xiao shook his head, his long fingers gesturing in the air as the pointer on the lottery wheel, visible only to him, began to spin. Liang Qing furtively observed Ye Xiao before turning to Bai Xi and asking, Have you and the captain entered the same round of the game again? Yes. We met early this morning. The captain took me through a round. This round of the game felt remarkably easy, with scarcely any dangers encountered. Even when threats arose, Ye Xiao handled them with effortless grace. Liang Qing, filled with envy, remarked, Isn't it exhilarating to win so effortlessly? The captain is ranked first on our C-class combat power list. There's no doubt he could clear the levels. Bai Xi nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. It was absolutely fantastic. Amidst their casual conversation, Ye Xiao's lottery results were revealed. Upon seeing where the pointer had landed and the system's notification, Ye Xiao momentarily froze, blinking in disbelief, fearing he had misread it. Captain, what did you draw? Liang Qing asked with curiosity. What could possibly elicit such a reaction from the captain? Was it a green or blue grade? A red lucky card, Ye Xiao quickly responded, a delightful smile spreading across his face, his eyes twinkling with joy. Wow, a lucky card? I can't believe such a thing exists. Liang Qing exclaimed, filled with envy. Having never seen a red card before, he had only encountered blue once. Bai Xi was thrilled to see Ye Xiao draw a red reward, exclaiming, Wow, this card is simply extraordinary. It can be utilized in life or death situations and also during the card drawing process. The news of Ye Xiao drawing a red card spread throughout the entire base in less than half an hour, leaving everyone astonished. Has the captain finally encountered a stroke of good fortune? Everyone in the base is well aware of Ye Xiao's historically poor luck. How could he suddenly draw a red card? Hey, do you think it might be due to Bai Xi's influence? She has always been fortunate, and the captain has spent quite a bit of time with her, as she was present during the card drawing. Yuan Xiu speculated, believing this incident to be related to Bai Xi. Indeed, it is quite possible, as Bai Xi also drew a red card at that moment. Liang Cheng recounted the situation, and the crowd brightened, their minds racing with ideas. Meanwhile, Bai Xi and Ye Xiao were in the archives on the 3rd floor, typing away at the computer. This archive room had been coated with fine hollow stone powder, rendering it impervious to the game's intrusion and modification of information. However, as a precaution, the archive lacked internet connectivity. The computers inside were devoid of network cards, thus physically incapable of connecting to the internet. Before long, Bai Xi completed her tasks, recording only her portion while Ye Xiao documented the remainder. The recording had to be swift, as an operation akin to data deletion and cache clearing would occur 1 hour after the game's conclusion. At that time, information related to deceased players would also be deleted or obscured by the game. Bai Xi stood up, stretched languidly, and faced a row of bookshelves, each inscribed with the names of the squad members, with Bai Xi's name at the very end. As Bai Xi printed the documents from her computer, she approached the nearby shelves and retrieved her personal folder. The first document contained her personal information, detailing her origins, home address, life experiences from the past 20 years, and even her scores from every final examination. The second document chronicled her last gaming experience and circumstances. Upon revisiting this file, Bai Xi profoundly recognized the game's formidable nature. Her memories of the players she had eliminated had begun to blur. Even now, as she gazed at the documents in her hands, her recollections remained indistinct. Of course, those individuals were insignificant. Whether she remembered them or not was of little consequence. Yet, a fear gripped Bai Xi that one day she might forget the important people and events in her life. A wave of indescribable melancholy and helplessness washed over her, momentarily distorting the space around her. Though it lasted only a few milliseconds, Ye Xiao, sensing something amiss, looked up at Bai Xi, but her unusual demeanor had already reverted to normal as she focused on the documents. Having completed his tasks, Ye Xiao approached to neatly arrange the files and said to Bai Xi, "Let us go." Bai Xi nodded and followed suit. After their departure, the lights in the archive room extinguished automatically, and the door closed tightly behind them, resembling a place strictly off-limits to scrutiny. In the afternoon, a woman in her 40s arrived at the base. Dressed in military attire, she bore a gentle smile that naturally endeared her to others. "Hello, my name is Yang Qing, and I am your dedicated psychological counselor." "Hello," Bai Xi replied, taking a seat across from Yang Qing. "Captain Yi expressed concern over your emotional instability, fearing it might affect your performance in upcoming tasks. Thus, I was asked to assist you in sorting through your feelings." Yang Qing's voice was melodious, akin to a gentle breeze that enticed one to listen further. "Captain?" Bai Xi exclaimed in surprise. "Ye Xiao truly is a warm-hearted individual. He worries greatly for you." Yang Qing nodded, offering a gentle smile, affirming, "Would you like to talk? Everything you share with me today will be forgotten once we step outside the base." Yang Qing was a proficient listener, not pressing for details, simply smiling as she patiently awaited Bai Xi to open up and share her discomfort and pain. "I truly cannot endure it. After taking a life, I still feel nauseous, filled with loathing, and I suffer immensely. I do not wish to kill, yet I am compelled to do so. It is excruciating. Why must I endure all of this?" Seizing this opportunity, Bai Xi unburdened herself of the pent-up discomfort that had long plagued her heart. Chapter 51. Running on the cliff once the defenses of the heart are breached. Negative emotions surge forth like a deluge, overwhelming everything in their path. Bai Xi recalled Zhang Qingfang, the woman who had become so desperate that she feared not even death, the villagers confined like animals, and Luo Shanping, who had transformed into the very monster she once despised. Additionally, she thought of the woman who had endured endless humiliation solely for the sake of vengeance. The brutal experiences of 2 rounds of the game, filled with life and death, resurfaced vividly in her memory. In an instant, sorrow enveloped Bai Xi, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "If you feel the urge to cry, then let it out." Yang Qing's voice remained gentle, soothing her with its tender reassurance. The anguish that lingers in one's heart does not dissipate simply because it remains unexpressed. Instead, it quietly burgeons in the shadows, awaiting the moment it can engulf you entirely. The most prudent course of action is to release it before it grows. Outside, the crowd appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing towards the third floor, where a room adorned with white curtains beckoned. 2 hours later, Yang Qing emerged from within, and the onlookers had long awaited her arrival. How is she? Bai Xi is all right, isn't she? Aunt Lu inquired with concern. She is fine, stronger than you imagine. Just give her some time, Yang Qing reassured them. That is a relief. She hasn't even graduated from university yet, and she has to endure such precarious circumstances. It is truly a burden for her, lamented the horticulturist Qian Zhongmin. Yang Qing turned to Ye Xiao and the others, cautioning them. I am unaware of the perilous tasks you are undertaking, but prolonged violence can subtly affect one's psyche. Bai Xi is unlike you. She does not possess a resilient mental fortitude. She is a flower raised in a greenhouse, untouched by the harshness of society, let alone the constant threat of danger and death inherent in your missions. Her transformation has only just begun, and I do not wish for her to follow in your footsteps and become a merciless machine devoid of reverence for life. After each mission, I will provide her with psychological counseling, so please inform me when the time comes. Yang Qing spoke with both candor and gravity. She had served as the dedicated psychological counselor for the base for over 2 years, and she had interacted with these young individuals. Despite their seemingly jovial demeanor, each harbored profound darkness within, a reality far removed from their outward appearances. On numerous occasions, she witnessed them in a state of frenzied madness, their eyes bloodshot, completely engulfed in a chaotic consciousness, akin to a beast driven to the brink of savagery, mercilessly slaughtering any living being in sight. This was not the plight of a singular individual. Each one of them had succumbed to such madness, at times beyond the reach of even profound hypnosis. In their hypnotic state, the truths they revealed instilled a deep-seated fear in Yang Qing. They resembled a horde of ravenous specters clawing their way from the depths of hell, donning human skins, existing beneath the sun, relishing this fleeting illumination. Most striking was Mu Yage, whose androgynous visage bore a smile steeped in darkness. As he detailed the various methods of consuming human flesh, down to the minutiae of steps and specific body parts. Terrified, she felt the hairs on her body stand on end and sought the company of fellow team members to muster the courage to delve deeper. Yet, the moment they awoke, their eyes reflected a chilling indifference, devoid of any semblance of humanity or compassion, sending shivers down her spine. Yang Qing could scarcely fathom the nature of the mission that could drive them to such extremes, but she dared not inquire, nor could she. Her duty was to provide psychological support to her team members, not to pry into the mission's details, and certainly not to disclose any related information, for that would be tantamount to treason. The Yang family had served in the military for 3 generations, their patriotic fervor ingrained in their very essence. And Yang Qing was no exception. This was precisely why she had been chosen as the team's dedicated physician. Rest assured, Dr. Yang, we will exercise caution. Ye Xiao and the others affirmed with nods. Bai Xi, the youngest member of their team and a girl, was cherished by them as a little sister, deserving of extra care. Shortly after Yang Qing's departure, Bai Xi emerged, her eyes red, but her demeanor considerably more relaxed. The crowd outside had already dispersed, mindful of the pressure their presence might impose on her. As the evening descended, a gentle breeze caressed her face, and her silky hair danced softly in the air. Bai Xi leaned against the railing, gazing at the horizon where the sky met the sea, the setting sun painting the vast expanse in hues of crimson. The seagulls soaring freely were the most vibrant embellishments of this picturesque seascape. What a beautiful sight! How had I never noticed how stunning the sunset from the rooftop is before? Liang Cheng's clear voice resonated from behind her as he approached, adopting the same posture to admire the sunset that he had witnessed countless times. Brother Liang, have you been sent as a representative? Bai Xi inquired with a smile, aware that her companions had dispatched Liang Cheng, the most understanding of girls, to lift her spirits. After a moment of silence, Liang Cheng turned his gaze toward the setting sun and began, in truth, during my novice period, I was filled with fear. However, as I encountered death more frequently and stained my hands with blood, I became numb. I began to perceive little difference between humans and dogs. One merely curses before dying, while the other bites. I do not consider myself a good person, yet I do not deem myself a bad one either. At the very least, I do not actively harm others, but should anyone harbor ill intentions towards me, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. He paused, glancing at Bai Xi before continuing. In fact, I am quite grateful for this game. Had it not been for gaming, I might have found myself in the realms of real estate, insurance sales, or laboring on construction sites, leading a life of mediocrity. However, gaming has bestowed upon me the opportunity to alter my destiny. While the nation has safeguarded me from truly plummeting into despair, the exhilarating sensation of teetering on the precipice is undeniably thrilling. Once you acclimate to it, you will grow to cherish it. Bai Xi propped her chin on one hand, gazing at Liang Cheng, and teased, "Brother de Liang, are you inciting me?" Liang Cheng, with utmost seriousness, corrected her. "How could I ever incite you? I am merely imparting wisdom. Players are akin to those ensnared by the game. Since resistance is futile, one might as well revel in it. Moreover, the freedom within gaming is boundless. What is unattainable in reality poses no restrictions in the virtual world. The rules of our world need not be imposed upon others." But she comprehended the essence of Liang Cheng's words. In the realm of gaming, one need not be excessively concerned with morality and decorum. Sometimes, even if one wishes to adhere to such principles, others may not reciprocate. Nevertheless, she yearned to hold on to a semblance of integrity. Perhaps there lay a different outcome? She shifted the conversation. "Brother de Liang, with so many beautiful women around, is there not one who could capture your heart?" In response, it was said that Liang Cheng had a penchant for attractive women, falling for each one he encountered. A quintessential playboy. Even within the confines of a task-oriented world, he would approach any alluring female he spotted. Chapter 52. A song unfulfilled. Liang Cheng did not refute this characterization and candidly stated, "If I were to love but one person, with so many beautiful women in the world, would that not be a disservice to the others? My affections for each of them are sincere until a breakup occurs. I shall not pursue any other. Moreover, who can predict whether the next round of the game will be manageable? The essence lies in the joy of the moment." Much like the majority of players, Liang Cheng adheres to a philosophy of seizing the day. However, unlike most, before he completely surrenders to indulgence, the state intervenes, imposing certain boundaries and constraints on his hedonism. Yet, Liang Cheng finds pleasure within these limits, relishing the freedom afforded to him. Bai Xi refrains from commenting on Liang Cheng's outlook on life, but as a friend, he is commendable. "Have you never been to sea? Come, allow me to take you," Liang Cheng said as he turned to Bai Xi. "To the sea? No?" Bai Xi was taken aback by the abrupt shift in topic, matching Liang Cheng's spontaneity. Nevertheless, the prospect of going to sea thrilled her. As a child from the inland, she harbored a natural yearning for the ocean and often found solace atop the building, gazing at the horizon where the sky met the sea. Upon hearing that Bai Xi and Liang Cheng were heading to the sea, Dan Xian and Mu Ye joined them, jogging to catch up with the trio. Let the commanders handle it. In the game, he and Bai Xi had scrutinized the orb numerous times, unable to utilize it. Yet it was evident that the orb was extraordinary. It would be prudent to leave its study to the scientists. Liang Cheng led Bai Xi to a small garden. To her surprise, behind the garden lay a narrow path embedded in the cliff, leading down to a private dock where 3 yachts were anchored. "There's a path here?" Bai Xi exclaimed in astonishment. Most of her time had been spent training, leaving her little opportunity to explore the base. She had not anticipated such a concealed trail along the steep cliff. Originally, there was nothing of the sort. The 3 of us, feeling rather idle, decided to carve a path primarily for the convenience of reaching the sea, as Sean Xian remarked. Sean Xian and I were merely assisting. With the true strength residing in Yegu, Liang Cheng added. Bai Xi cast a puzzled glance towards Mu Yegu. Carving through rock is indeed a laborious task, and Mu Yegu, with her delicate beauty, appeared almost frail. It was difficult to envision her wielding a hammer against the cliff face. Under Bai Xi's curious gaze, Mu Yeji's face flushed crimson, and she shyly replied, "This cliff is not particularly difficult. It is mainly due to Yuan Xiao's excellent tools." The beauty's bashfulness struck a chord with Bai Xi, stirring a maternal softness within her. Oh, Bai Xi nodded repeatedly. "You are beautiful, and everything you say is right. Mama loves you." Liang Cheng and Sean Xian exchanged knowing smiles, solemnly affirming, "Yuan Xiao's tools are indeed remarkable, but it is primarily Yegu's strength that makes the difference." Their words carried an unspoken meaning, but they were silenced by a fierce glare from Yegu, who stood behind Bai Xi. "Let us go. Stop dawdling. The sea awaits us." Liang Cheng urged the group to hurry along. They dared not provoke her. Yegu was not one to be trifled with. Observing the trio, Bai Xi could sense something amiss and quietly inquired of Sean Xian, "Brother Xian, is there some underlying story?" Sean Xian glanced at Yegu behind them and whispered to Bai Xi, "You will understand in due time. Yegu is not merely Yegu." Bai Xi was utterly perplexed. What could it mean that Yagu is not just Yagu? At the dock, 3 yachts of various colors rested serenely alongside the pier. Dan Xin pointed towards 3 yachts, saying, "The one at the far end belongs to Liang Cheng. The middle one is mine, and the other one belongs to Yuan Qiu. He specifically bought it to take apart for fun. We certainly won't use his dilapidated yacht. Who knows which screw might be loose? Take apart for fun?" Bai Xi was at a loss for words. Who would purchase a yacht merely to dismantle it? Could this be the legendary caprice of the wealthy? Yuan Qiu has a penchant for mechanics and electronics. He acquired this yacht in the very first month of his salary. Yagu explained. Well, she had forgotten. Every member of their team was a millionaire, earning tens of millions monthly and over 100 million annually. The trio from Liang Cheng set sail on Dan Xion's yacht, taking Bai Xi out to sea. It was her first time, and she felt a rush of excitement. Both the yacht and the vast ocean were foreign yet intriguing to her. Bai Xi appeared like a country girl entering the city. But no one looked down upon or mocked her. Yachts were beyond the imagination of ordinary families, so it was entirely natural that Bai Xi had never encountered one before. Their initial reaction upon seeing it for the first time was not much different from hers. As Dan Xion guided Bai Xi through a tour of the yacht, he shared insights and explanations. It's crucial to know how to operate a yacht. The scenarios in the game are ever-changing, and one can never predict what will happen. Learning as much as possible will surely prove useful at some point. Bai Xi listened intently to Dan Xion's teachings and experiences. They were seasoned players, each having navigated through numerous rounds, their wealth of knowledge far surpassing her own as a novice with just 2 rounds under her belt. For individuals halted in a marine expanse approximately 5 to 6 meters deep, where the azure waters were remarkably clear, revealing the vibrant coral reefs and diverse marine life beneath. You haven't brought your oxygen tank, Bai Xi cautioned, yet Liang Cheng had already submerged again, oblivious to her warning. Fear not, Liang Cheng is an adept swimmer. This depth poses no challenge, Dan Xion chuckled, displaying no concern for Liang Cheng's predicament. After a brief interval, Liang Cheng surfaced, clutching several lobsters as thick as an arm. Bai Xi hurried forward to receive the lobsters, but Liang Cheng handed them to Dan Xion instead, grinning, "Sister, do be careful. The shell of these lobsters is quite hard. A mere touch could cause a small injury." With that, Liang Cheng dove back beneath the waves. Dan Xion set the lobsters aside, and the trio resumed their vigil, while Bai Xi squatted on the deck, gazing at the waves crashing towards them. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance as a massive fish, several meters long, burst forth from the depths, its head as large as a car door. The long spear Liang Cheng had just cast was embedded in the fish's side, and he was being dragged along, sending up a flurry of white foam. Before Bai Xi could react, Mu Ye ascended to the deck, poised for action. The ensuing spectacle left Bai Xi agape, utterly astonished. No way it can unfold like this. Bowing to the master. Chapter 53. I am not drunk. Mu Ye leaped gracefully onto the back of the thrashing fish, its tail creating waves that rocked the yacht side to side, prompting Bai Xi to grasp the railing for stability. Once Mu Ye steadied himself on the fish's head, he unleashed a formidable punch, striking the large fish head with such force that a noticeable dent appeared. Before the fish could continue its struggle, Mu Ye followed up with several more brutal blows, causing splashes of water to spray onto Bai Xi's face. Under the relentless pressure of Mu Ye's fists, the flailing fish gradually ceased its movements, its entire head now sunken in. The entire sequence, from Mu Ye leaping onto the fish's head to subduing it, took no more than 3 minutes, leaving Bai Xi utterly astonished. Noticing her shocked expression, Dan Xion raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Now do you understand why I said Ye is not really Ye?" Bai Xi nodded earnestly, comprehension dawning upon her. She truly understood. She had always perceived Mu Ye as a serene and handsome figure. But who could have imagined the tempestuous spirit hidden beneath such a beautiful exterior? My goodness, who would have thought that beneath that lovely visage lay a heart so restless? Bai Xi felt as though that single punch could fell an ox. Hearing that Bai Xi had never consumed alcohol, Liang Cheng and Dan Xion persuaded her to partake a little. To their surprise, rather than becoming inebriated, Bai Xi grew increasingly lively and spirited with each sip. She boldly placed one foot on a stool, raised a bottle in hand, exuding an air of bravado, and declared, "Let us drink. We shall not cease until we are all intoxicated." As the saying goes, fate brings people together across 1,000 miles. Without it, they may never meet. I am truly delighted to encounter all of you, and I am grateful for your kindness. I shall not let you down. Cheers. With that, Bai Xi downed an entire bottle of beer in one go, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Is this what someone who has never drunk looks like? Bai Xi, your capacity for alcohol is simply remarkable. I am in awe. Two ants, carrying vegetables, set down their burdens and began to murmur discontentedly. You big men, how could you not take better care of her? Allowing her to drink so much all alone, Lin Wanyin reproached. Aunt Lin, this is not our fault. We merely poured her a small cup. The subsequent bottles were all consumed at her own insistence. There was no stopping her. Do not worry, Aunt Lin. Bai Xi possesses a formidable tolerance for alcohol. Just look at her, her spirit undiminished, her complexion unflushed, and her movements quite agile. What do you know? That is precisely the reaction of someone who is inebriated, Lu Lanxiang remarked, shaking her head, noting the youth's lack of experience. In the midst of their conversation, Bai Xi swiftly grabbed another bottle of beer, adeptly twisting off the cap, only to have it snatched away by Ye Xiao. Captain, are you joining in as well? Bai Xi gazed at Ye Xiao with her sparkling eyes, her gaze lingering on the beauty mark at the corner of his left eye. Noticing that Ye Xiao had no intention of returning the bottle, she cheerfully waved her hand. Here, take it. If you want more, I can open a few for you. Why stop now? The fun is just beginning. Bai Xi quickly darted to the beer cooler, lifting another bottle, and turned to Mu Yage. My dear, come have a drink. But do take it easy. Boys should learn to take care of themselves. However, in my presence, you need not worry. I shall protect you. Liang Cheng and Shan Xian stifled their laughter behind their hands. Mu Yage's face flushed crimson, his introverted nature and delicate beauty easily stirring the protective instincts and admiration of those around him. Consequently, during his childhood, he was susceptible to harassment, which gradually led to his increasingly reclusive and difficult-to-approach demeanor. Upon arriving at the base, with Yangqing providing him regular psychological counseling, coupled with several cheerful teammates from Liangcheng, he appeared to improve considerably. In the initial days after Bai Xi's arrival, she hesitated to engage with Mu Yage, finding him challenging to relate to. However, one day, while training, Bai Xi accidentally injured herself and, not wanting to cause concern, refrained from informing anyone. To her surprise, that evening, Mu Yage appeared at her door with a box of ointment. Observing his awkward and anxious demeanor, Bai Xi realized that he was merely at a loss for words in unfamiliar company, despite his amiable nature. You need not protect me. You are not as formidable as I am, Mu Yage said, his face flushed. I am quite capable on my own. Bai Xi glanced at the large fish skeleton nearby and replied earnestly, Yage, my dear, you are indeed impressive, yet that does not preclude a mother's love for you. The others erupted in laughter. Liang Cheng laughed to the point of tears, discovering that Bai Xi was a devoted fan of Yage. Dong Xian was equally surprised, joining in the laughter. However, when Mu Yage was quiet, his delicate beauty transcending gender boundaries easily evoked a protective instinct in the girls. No one had anticipated Bai Xi's unabashed expression of affection. It seemed she was genuinely smitten. Mu Yage's face turned crimson, unaccustomed to such overt declarations from others. Though shy, he felt a flicker of joy. It was indeed a delightful thing to be liked by someone he did not find disagreeable. Though the situation was somewhat amusing, he had always regarded Bai Xi as his younger sister, only to discover that she considered him as her son. Observing everyone's joviality, Bai Xi lifted a bottle of wine and urged, Come, let us continue drinking. As I gazed at Ye Xiao's towering figure, with someone on his shoulders still struggling, Liang Cheng suddenly remarked, Do you think this resembles a bandit seizing a captive bride? The others in the group fell silent. De Liang, are you trying to make a run for it? Yuan Qiu inquired with curiosity. Meanwhile, the two ants exchanged knowing smiles, their minds beginning to speculate. All right. It's already past 9. Let us finish up and tidy everything. We have classes at Tianhai University tomorrow, Yanemo said with a smile, starting to pack away the unused items. The group lamented in despair. Really? We have to attend classes again? I can't understand anything. Yangqing exclaimed, his face a portrait of desolation. It can't be Professor Chun, can it? Dan Xian asked cautiously, with Liang Cheng also pausing to listen, his expression tense. Yanemo shook his head, reassuringly stating, Don't worry. It's not Professor Chun. Both Dan Xian and Liang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it was not him. It's Professor Su, Yanemo replied with a faint smile. The relief on Liang Cheng and Dan Xian's faces froze, replaced by expressions of profound resignation. Inform Professor Su that Liang Cheng has perished and cannot attend his class. Dan Xian gazed at the sky, as if truly longing for his family. Chapter 54. You are drunk. Ye and Mo chose to ignore the two. Each time they had to attend class, these two concocted various excuses as if facing insurmountable peril. Captain, I speak sincerely. Please grant me a leave of absence. Dan Xin, noticing Yin Mo's indifference, pursued him with urgency. Dan Xin looked at Yin Mo with a sense of grievance, knowing that without a leave note, the captain would surely seize the opportunity to reprimand him under the guise of training. He kicked Liangqing, who was lying on the ground feigning death, and urged, "Come on, stop pretending to be dead. What is there to fear from that old man? Get up, I'll cover for you." "No, I refuse to attend Professor Su's class. Tell him I have died," Liangqing replied, flipping over to continue his charade. "Liangqing, have you angered Professor Su again?" Dan Xin and Liangqing were like brothers in misfortune, understanding each other well. Liangqing's exaggerated reaction undoubtedly signaled trouble. Nearby, Mu Yage clarified the mystery. "Oh, is it about homework?" Dan Xin felt a rush of relief at the thought of escaping, squatting down to nudge Liangqing and teasingly ask, "What kind of homework could cause you such distress? Share it with me, it would bring me joy." "Huh, you think you can gloat? This time, you won't escape." Liangqing shot Dan Xin a disdainful glance, turning away to avoid his gaze. He picked up a skewer of freshly grilled vegetables, took a bite, and then looked at Liangqing, proposing, "Liangqing, if you wash my socks for half a month, I'll help you cram at the last minute." "What do you say?" "Not a chance. Your foot odor could waft 3 miles away. Washing it thrice would still leave it stinking." Liangqing retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Then be prepared to face everyone's scrutiny," Yuan Xiao remarked with a hint of regret, rising to continue eating the freshly grilled vegetables. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a weight on his leg. Liangqing clutched his leg, speaking with resolute and uncompromising tone. "1 day. 10 days, Yuan Xiao replied nonchalantly. "A day and a half. 9.5 days. Liangqing. Yuan Xiao extended 5 fingers, indicating 5 days. "If we're going to do it, let us do it. If not, then forget it. Let us get to work." With that, Liangqing scrambled up and grabbed a few servings of vegetables, devouring them heartily, while reminding Yuan Xiao, "You should eat quickly too. We have to study all night. Old Su assigned me over 50 pages of content." Yuan Xiao felt his legs weaken, staring at Liangqing in astonishment. "How many pages?" "Over 50. Liangqing shrugged nonchalantly. "See you." Yuan Xiao turned to leave, having anticipated only 20 pages, thinking he could help Liangqing through it without much trouble, and avoid washing socks for 5 days. To his dismay, there were indeed more than 50 pages, almost half a book. Yuan Xiao instantly felt cheated. No wonder Liangqing had agreed so readily. He hurriedly covered Liangqing's mouth, exclaiming, "I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it." Ye Xiao carried Bai Xi into the dormitory building. Bai Xi fidgeted restlessly. "Captain, I don't feel well." Ye Xiao set him down and examined him closely, expressing concern. "What's wrong?" Bai Xi patted Ye Xiao's arm. "I'm uncomfortable. I've eaten too much. My stomach feels bloated." "Oh, understood." With that, Bai Xi headed towards the entrance, intending to drink first and then attend class. Ye Xiao tightened his lips and quickly caught up with Bai Xi, lifting him in his arms and entering the elevator. "Captain, do you have any alcohol in your room? Let us have another round. Then I can sleep in your room. Or you can sleep in mine." Bai Xi looked at Ye Xiao, blinking rapidly with a flirtatious gaze. "You're drunk." Ye Xiao calmly embraced Bai Xi as they exited the elevator, his expression unperturbed, save for the faint blush that tinged his ears. "I am not intoxicated," Bai Xi remarked, casting a glance at her reflection in a passing glass panel. She poked her cheek with her finger, finding it devoid of any redness. "Not red. You are indeed tipsy." Ye Xiao halted before a white wooden door, looking down at Bai Xi, uncertain if he should enter. Bai Xi quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, shaking her head in denial. "You cannot." Ye Xiao gestured for Bai Xi to open the door. She responded with a sweet smile, pressing her hand against the nearby sensor. And with a resounding click, the door swung open. The interior was decorated in a modern style, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern many charming little trinkets that softened the starkness of the contemporary design. It balanced fashion with the warmth and comfort of a home. After gently placing Bai Xi on the bed, Ye Xiao turned to leave, feeling it inappropriate to linger in a young lady's bedroom. However, as he pivoted to depart, Bai Xi sat up, eager to continue their revelry. "Captain, I'm thirsty, let us drink." Just as she was about to rise from the bed, Ye Xiao's voice rang out. "Do not get up, I shall fetch you some water." In the living room, Ye Xiao poured a glass of water. but his gaze fell upon a photograph beneath the coffee table, his eyes widening in surprise. The image featured a face that seemed hauntingly familiar. Yet he could not place it. The reverse side of the photo displayed another image of the same individual, albeit much younger. He wore a smile, holding a cherubic little girl who Ye Xiao instantly recognized as Bai Xi. But who was this young man? Why did the person in Bai Xi's photograph evoke such a sense of familiarity within him? Ye Xiao picked up the photograph and, holding a cup of water, entered the bedroom. He offered the water to Bai Xi, inquiring if she felt any discomfort. No, Bai Xi replied, shaking her head. Ye Xiao then revealed the photograph, asking, "Who is the person in this picture? Do you recognize them? Who is the big brother?" Ye Xiao pressed on. "The big brother is just the big brother." Bai Xi pondered for a moment, then admitted, "I can't recall. It's something from my childhood that I've forgotten." Seeing that, Bai Xi was also at a loss. Ye Xiao ceased his inquiries, gently ruffled her hair, and advised, "It's best to sleep early. Tomorrow, there is a class by a highly esteemed professor, and we mustn't be late." Bai Xi tugged at Ye Xiao's sleeve, her voice laced with a hint of whimsy. "Can I touch it just a little?" Ye Xiao was momentarily bewildered by Bai Xi's charm. "So beautiful," Bai Xi exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Don't touch recklessly." Ye Xiao's ears flushed crimson as he urged, "Let's go to sleep." Chapter 55. Am I drunk? As dawn broke, the gentle sunlight streamed into the room, heralding the arrival of a new day. Slowly awakening from the cozy embrace of her blankets, Bai Xi stretched languorously, rose to draw back the curtains, and opened the window. Inhaling a breath of fresh air, she made her way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. In the dining area, a sumptuous breakfast awaited: traditional Chinese Ye Xiao, congee, pickled vegetables, and free-range eggs, alongside Western delights of bread, milk, breakfast pancakes, assorted jams, and northern noodles. The once lively living room fell into a hush as everyone turned their gaze toward Bai Xi, who had just entered. Suddenly the focus of attention, Bai Xi paused, feeling a tad self-conscious. She lowered her head to inspect her attire and discreetly sniffed the air. The fragrance is delightful, and her attire is impeccable. Why does everyone gaze at me so intently? Is there something amiss? Bai Xi inquired. Shi, come and have your meal, Shan Xian beckoned. Bai Xi took a seat beside Shan Xian, opposite Liang Cheng and Yuan Xiao. Liang Cheng yawned, dark circles under his eyes, appearing rather listless, and Yuan Xiao mirrored his fatigue. The two had stayed up all night, catching only a brief nap as dawn broke. To Bai Xi's right sat Mu Yage, Yin Mo, and Ye Xiao, while to Shan Xian's left were the gardener Qian Zhongmin, Chef Li Guoquan, and Lu Lanxiang. Wang Jinshan busied himself in the kitchen, with Lin Wanin assisting him. Bai Xi served herself a bowl of congee, a plate of pickled vegetables, and slowly munched on a fried dough stick. Shan Xian observed Bai Xi intently. Indeed, everyone was watching her reactions. Noticing her composed demeanor, seemingly oblivious, Shan Xian softly asked, Shi, do you recall what transpired yesterday? Bai Xi responded with a puzzled expression. As soon as the words left her lips, Liang Cheng perked up, intrigued by Bai Xi's look of bewilderment, while the others slowed their movements, casting furtive glances in their direction. Yes, and then, she only remembered that everyone had been quite joyful, and she had indulged in a bit of alcohol. Hearing Bai Xi claim she had no memory of it, Ye Xiao let out a sigh of relief, yet felt an inexplicable tinge of regret. Oh, Bai Xi turned to Ye Xiao. Thank you, Captain. Ye Xiao responded nonchalantly. But Yin Mo glanced between Bai Xi and Ye Xiao, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Sister, do you truly not remember anything from yesterday? Liang Cheng leaned in closer to ask. Bai Xi shook her head in bewilderment, sensing something amiss in their expressions. Had she truly made a fool of herself while intoxicated? The surveillance around the base was extensive, capturing every moment from the training ground the previous night. As the cameras were designed to deter external intruders rather than monitor team members or staff, there were no cameras within the dormitory. The footage revealed Bai Xi, boldly holding a bottle, engaging in a spirited toast, followed by her insistence on drinking with Mu Yage, repeatedly calling her a beauty. It was a scene of utter embarrassment. Bai Xi's discomfort was palpable as she leaned on the table, shielding her face, unable to meet their gazes, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. She never imagined that her drunken state would lead to such disgraceful behavior. As the sounds from the video played, Liang Cheng suddenly understood. Ah, so that's why you were up so early today. You secretly copied the video. Such precious footage, of course, deserved to be preserved properly, even archived in the records room. Dan Xin, with an expression of righteous conviction, remarked, I do not wish to end up like my predecessors, leaving nothing behind. I want future generations to truly know we existed, rather than merely through a few written words. Video serves as the most vivid testament to our existence. What began as casual remarks left everyone momentarily stunned. The specter of the game loomed over each of them. As players, they feared not death itself, but rather the dread of being forgotten, of fading away. If life lacked meaning, then what was the purpose of living? A profound silence enveloped the room. Initially feeling awkward and wishing to disappear, Bai Xi suddenly realized that perhaps this was quite enjoyable. After all, life is often like this. The steaming buns were ready. At that moment, Lu Lanxiang and Wang Jinshan approached, each carrying a large platter of buns. Noticing the slightly tense atmosphere, they chuckled and said, "What are you standing there for? Haven't you been eager to taste Uncle Wang's buns for ages?" "I want 3. Liang Qing stood up, deftly placing 3 large buns onto his plate, savoring each bite. Uncle Wang's buns were simply delightful. Soon, everyone joined in, happily relishing the buns, and the previous silence seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. After breakfast, the group prepared to depart. Bai Xi followed them to the garage, where Ye Xiao pressed a button beside him, and the roll-up door gradually ascended. The white lights illuminated the cars, causing them to gleam brilliantly, nearly blinding Bai Xi. The garage was spacious, housing a dozen vehicles. Among them were Liang Qing's red sports car from her first day, the military vehicle that Ye Xiao had taken her in, and the more ordinary Zhonghao that the 2 aunts had driven her to the mall in. The remaining vehicles included a few standard cars, but most were high-performance sports cars. Bai Xi was unaware of the prices of these sports cars, yet their striking designs were undeniably captivating, sure to turn heads on the road. Then Xin approached a blue supercar, tapping the door and saying, "Cici, hop in my car, let's go for a spin. Bai Xi, if you fancy that one, feel free to take it. If you know how to drive, you can even take one for yourself. You're free to use any car in the garage," remarked Mu Yage beside her. Bai Xi glanced around. Mu Yage had chosen a vibrant yellow supercar, while Yan Mo opted for a discreet silver-gray sports car. Ye Xiao, on the other hand, selected a more conventional black vehicle. "I shall follow the captain." Bai Xi decisively chose Ye Xiao's relatively understated car, as she preferred a more low-key approach. "You have an eye for quality," Yuan Xiao praised. "The captain's car is among the 3 most expensive in the entire garage." Just as Bai Xi was about to step towards Ye Xiao, she paused and inquired of Yuan Xiao, "How expensive is it?" "No need to ask. The other 2 cars are undoubtedly over 20 million, Yuan Xiao replied. "With such extravagant spending, hasn't he Uncle Dong scolded you?" Bai Xi asked curiously. Chapter 56. Don't worry. He would rather we spend more. That way, he can be firm when making demands, Liang Qing remarked nonchalantly. Mu Yage reassured, "Don't feel burdened. This amount of money is but a drop in the ocean. This technology is not merely profitable, it also signifies a strategic advancement and breakthrough for the nation." Bai Xi ultimately boarded Ye Xiao's car. Liang Cheng and Yuan Xiao, having stayed up late the previous night, were reluctant to drive and also chose Ye Xiao's vehicle, making it a perfect fit for 4. Once inside, Liang Cheng and Yuan Xiao quickly succumbed to sleep. Bai Xi, seated in the passenger seat, curiously glanced around, her excitement palpable. It was her first time riding in such an expensive car, worth a mere 20 million. "Can you drive?" Ye Xiao asked, noticing Bai Xi's inquisitive demeanor. "I obtained my driver's license right after high school, but I haven't touched a car since. Proficient driving skills are essential in the game, one must master it." Bai Xi nodded repeatedly, prioritizing her adept driving skills. Over an hour later, she and her companions arrived at Tianhai University. 4 luxury cars simultaneously graced the campus, drawing considerable attention and sparking hushed whispers among onlookers. Liang Cheng and Yuan Xiao, still bleary-eyed, had just been roused from a brief slumber by Bai Xi. "Yuan Xiao, the information you shared with me yesterday, was it reliable? If Professor Su doesn't test on what you mentioned, I will hold you accountable," Liang Qing yawned, rubbing his face to shake off the drowsiness. "Rest assured, Professor Su will not pose overly challenging questions. His teaching objective is to familiarize us with cutting-edge technology, not to demand exhaustive study." Yuan Xiao waved his hand dismissively as he opened the door and stepped out, with Bai Xi following suit. The sight of 4 luxury vehicles and 6 dashing young men was undeniably striking. Students passing by either paused to admire, engaging in quiet discussions, or slowed their pace to steal glances, their eyes brimming with envy and longing. Among the 7 in the group, except for Bai Xi, each individual boasted a composite attribute exceeding 100, and their physiques and demeanor, honed through gaming experiences, far surpassed the ordinary. Even the round-faced Ye Xiao appeared as a gentle and handsome figure from a distance, not to mention Ye Xiao and the others. Bai Xi felt as though she had transformed into an awkward duckling trailing behind elegant swans. Although she had previously attracted attention, it was never this brazen, and the glances from the surrounding girls seemed less than amiable. Bai Xi subtly slowed her pace, creating distance from the striking young men. However, to her surprise, they halted in unison and turned to face her. Don't fall behind. Otherwise, you might struggle to find your classroom later. Oh, all right. With a soft sigh, Bai Xi quickened her pace to catch up. Under the gaze of passers-by, a few individuals arrived at the classroom for their lesson, accompanied by students from Tianhai University. Bai Xi and her companions were merely attending as visiting students, not as enrolled members of Tianhai University. The classmates seemed accustomed to such occurrences, though they regarded Bai Xi, a new face, with mild curiosity. The elderly professor at the podium, Su Shangyun, was today's lecturer, a renowned national academician of international acclaim. As anticipated, Liang Cheng was called upon during the class. With Ye Xiao vouching for him, he adeptly answered all of Professor Su's inquiries. The professor nodded in satisfaction, proceeding with the lesson. For Bai Xi, this class was somewhat torturous. Her limited understanding rendered her unable to grasp the material. And Liang Cheng and Shan Xin were in a similar predicament. They struggled to stave off drowsiness, appearing attentive while their thoughts wandered elsewhere. On the return journey, Ye Xiao encouraged Bai Xi to take the wheel, assuming the role of co-pilot to provide guidance. The prospect of a novice driver, particularly a female one, jolted Liang Cheng and Shan Xin awake, their hearts racing in trepidation. Sister, please be cautious. There are 4 lives at stake in this vehicle. Initially, Bai Xi's driving was indeed unsteady, her nerves heightened by the fact that this was a 20 million yuan car, entrusted to her for practice by a captain with remarkable confidence. That evening, Bai Xi called home to assure her parents of her safety. Aware that their daughter was serving the nation, Bai's parents refrained from probing further, merely reminding her to prioritize safety and assuring her that there was no cause for concern at home, as the benefits provided by the state were ample. With her parents' understanding, Bai Xi found solace, dedicating herself earnestly to her training and studies. Chapter 57 The Battle of the Setting Sun. A few scattered vendors along the street lethargically shouted their lackluster slogans, while passers-by hurried by, unwilling to linger for even a moment. At the end of a certain alley, Bai Xi shivered, drawing her thin garments closer around her as she gazed at the luminous display of the system. The current game boasts a staggering participation of 256 individuals, with 1,000 players actively engaging. Strive to survive and become one of the last 10 of survivors. The location of this round, City of the Setting Sun. Special reminder, the victorious side has a greater chance of survival. 340,000 people. This implies that in this round, 31,000 will perish. Bai Xi was taken aback by this figure. Her gaze then fell upon the special reminder. Victory. Could it be that there is competition in this round? As she pondered this, a chilling breeze swept in through her sleeves and pant legs, causing her body to involuntarily tense up, goosebumps prickling her skin. Bai Xi rummaged through her belongings, discovering only a neatly folded travel pass and a silver ingot weighing 1 tael. In this realm, her identity was that of a young girl named Bai Xi, who had come from Lingyuan village in search of her family. I must change my attire. Otherwise, before the game even concludes, I might succumb to the cold. Upon stepping out of the alley, she was greeted by an unfamiliar sight. The desolate and ancient streets, the frail and emaciated populace, the weathered walls, and the fragmented cobblestone path, all painted the world in shades of gray, each scene whispering tales of decay and despair. After a brief interval, Bai Xi rubbed her arms for warmth and entered a tailor shop. The clerk leaned against the counter, lazily wielding a feather duster, sweeping away non-existent dust with a lackadaisical rhythm. Upon the entrance of Bai Xi, the attendant immediately rose to his feet, greeting her warmly, "Esteemed guest. What may I assist you with today?" "I require a warm, substantial garment," Bai Xi replied. "The styles are all displayed upon the wall. Simply inform me of your preference." The attendant gestured towards the garments hanging on the wall, then scrutinized Bai Xi's peculiar and scant attire, inquiring, "Might you be a traveler from afar?" "I have come in search of family," Bai Xi explained. She cast her gaze around the shop, noting the predominantly dark-hued fabrics, with ready-made clothing primarily in shades of gray, black, and blue. However, These garments were not the flowing robes she had envisioned, but rather fitted, short-sleeved shirts paired with long trousers suitable for labor. "Kind sir, what are the prices of these garments?" Bai Xi asked. "How shall I put it?" The attendant responded. Bai Xi selected a gray cotton coat. Considering the unpredictable weather that might soon bring rain or snow, it was prudent to invest in something warm. In this frigid climate, coupled with this year's poor harvest, households were struggling, and everyone was doing their utmost to conserve resources, remaining indoors to avoid wasting precious grain. Life had become quite austere, and as she sought her relatives, there was no guarantee they would acknowledge her. Moreover, just half a month prior, the northern barbarians had launched an assault on Dongshan town, resulting in numerous casualties. Fear had gripped the populace. Whenever conflict arose, food prices were bound to soar. Bai Xi seized upon this crucial information and pressed further. "Do the northern barbarians frequently raid the borders?" "Indeed, they invade annually," the attendant replied, "though it remains uncertain where they will strike next. However, our Luoyang city is a significant stronghold, protected by a formidable pass, so we are not in grave danger." The attendant handed Bai Xi the neatly packaged clothing. Stepping out of the fitting room, Bai Xi inquired, "Kind sir, do you have any openings for employment in your establishment? My relatives are not particularly affluent, and they may not recognize me. I must rely on my own resourcefulness." After expressing my gratitude, I departed from the ready-made clothing store and made my way directly to the inn. However, the proprietor flatly refused to employ a female attendant, asserting that women lacked the physical stamina required for such duties. The autumn wind howled, mirroring the turmoil within Bai Xi's heart as she sat on the cold stone steps outside the inn. The chill of the stone was not merely beneath her, but rather it seeped into her very soul. How challenging it is to find employment. The disdainful glance from the innkeeper would linger in her memory for a lifetime. A plea for kindness, perhaps a morsel of food. Not far away, a beggar, emaciated and disheveled, clutched a battered bowl and stumbled towards passers-by and nearby vendors, beseeching for scraps, only to be met with impatience and a harsh shove. He staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, but even in his fall, he clung tightly to his bowl. Bystanders wrinkled their noses in distaste, sidestepping him. After a brief moment of stupor, the beggar rose silently, devoid of sorrow or joy, and trudged heavily to the street's edge, seeking a moment's respite, yet was mercilessly driven away by the nearby vendors. Ultimately, he retreated to a filthy alley. Leaning against a dilapidated wall, his gaze vacant as he stared into the overcast sky, uncertain whether he was alive or deceased. Bai Xi witnessed the entire scene unfold, and the innkeeper's contemptuous expression resurfaced in her mind, making her feel as if she were no different from the beggar. The sole distinction lay in her relatively presentable attire. Bai Xi gazed at the beggar for an extended period. He remained motionless. Perhaps he had succumbed to death. Taking a deep breath to alleviate the tightness in her chest, she approached the nearby bun shop. "How much for your buns and steamed bread?" 2 coins for a steamed bun, 5 coins for 2 vegetarian buns, and 4 coins for 1 meat bun. "I'll have one of each to sample the flavor." Bai Xi extracted some small silver coins, displaying her means to indulge in the buns. "Certainly. Coming right up." The proprietor promptly retrieved 2 slightly yellowed white buns from the steamer. Bai Xi tasted one and found it quite delightful. The buns were not merely made of white flour. They also contained a hint of cornmeal, giving them a slightly yellow hue. Handing the coins to the shopkeeper, Bai Xi declared with a flourish, "I would like 50 meat buns, 50 vegetarian buns, and 50 steamed buns. The remainder shall be exchanged for pickles and thin porridge." If she could not find work, so be it. She could afford to eat modestly. After all, even beggars managed to survive, and she still had the silver provided by the system. First, she would secure sustenance for the coming days before pondering other concerns. "All right, please take a seat, and I will prepare your order shortly." Upon receiving the coins, the shopkeeper bit into one to confirm its authenticity. Elated to encounter such a generous patron that day, Bai Xi settled onto a stool outside the shop, awaiting her buns and porridge. While waiting, she reviewed the task information once more. Based on the current intelligence, she perceived a significant likelihood of conflict occurring in this round of the game. This place was not akin to the perilous depths of a primeval forest. During peacetime, mass casualties were unlikely unless calamities or epidemics struck. However, the game had warned that the victors had a greater chance of survival. Thus, we can largely discount natural disasters and diseases, leaving warfare as the most plausible explanation. Furthermore, it is quite conceivable that players may belong to different factions, Otherwise, the game would not provide such a reminder. If all players were to unite under a single faction, the difficulty of the game would significantly diminish, as it would not be a formidable challenge for thousands of seasoned players to unite and secure victory in a war. Chapter 58. The Battle of Luoyang 2. As Bai Xi found herself empty-handed, the innkeeper graciously gifted her 2 large wooden barrels, one containing buns and pickles, and the other filled with thin porridge. As she departed, the innkeeper's wife cheerfully presented her with a set of chopsticks and a bowl. With a bare wooden stick in hand, Bai Xi hoisted the 2 barrels and ventured into an uninhabited alley, placing the items into her spatial storage. With provisions secured, her worries began to dissipate. Having resolved her hunger, Bai Xi, under the pretense of seeking employment, began to meander through the city. If survival was her aim, she must first familiarize herself with the territory. This would ensure that whether in retaliation or retreat, she would not be caught off guard. After wandering for a while, Bai Xi entered another inn. The establishment still hosted 4 or 5 tables of patrons, gathered together to engage in conversation and revelry. Alas, did you know? This year, the northern barbarians have fought fiercely over the grasslands, leaving them bloodied and battered. Good riddance, let them perish, a neighboring uncle lamented. The situation for the northern barbarians is dire. They may not survive the winter and are likely to raid our borders once more. With our Luoyang city fortified by a strategically advantageous pass, the northern barbarians cannot breach our defenses. Yet, rather than concern ourselves with the northern barbarians, we ought to be more mindful of grain prices. This year, the cost of grain has surged by 30%. If this continues, many may find themselves facing starvation once again. Upon arriving at the entrance, Bai Xi overheard the murmurs of the crowd, further affirming her suspicions. "Guest, would you like something to eat?" The innkeeper inquired with a smile. "Innkeeper, are you hiring?" Bai Xi asked, noticing that Bai Xi was not there for a meal. The innkeeper's smile quickly faded. He scrutinized her from head to toe and shook his head in refusal. "My dear girl, with such slender arms and legs, you are ill-suited for this arduous work. Perhaps you should look elsewhere." "Very well," Bai Xi replied decisively, turning on her heel and departing. Having gleaned sufficient information, she chose not to linger. The innkeeper was taken aback by her abruptness. He had prepared to usher her out, yet she left of her own accord. She continued to inquire at various establishments, seizing the opportunity to gather intelligence. Having spent nearly all her silver on a set of clothing, she lamented, "And the garments here are so unattractive." A woman clad in a red cotton coat expressed her impatience. "Have you uncovered any news?" The young man beside her ignored her and posed the question to a middle-aged man. The man shook his head, his expression grave. "This round of the game may very well be a war. This world remains ordinary, devoid of peculiar creatures or biochemical mutations. The most likely scenario is a conflict with the northern barbarians." Just as Bai Xi exited the grain store, she overheard a few individuals huddled in a corner, whispering to one another. "Players?" She mused silently as she sat on the stone steps outside the grain store, gazing despondently at the sky while keenly listening to their conversation. "Is it a competitive game?" One woman exclaimed in surprise. "If it is a competitive game, it will be quite challenging. Those seasoned players are cunning and formidable adversaries. We are currently on the defensive, and the northern barbarians may strike at any moment. Let us first gather supplies and simultaneously collect information." A woman nudged the young man beside her, indicating towards a girl seated on the stone steps, her expression one of despondency. "It shouldn't be her," the young man replied, shaking his head. "She has been searching for work in various shops, seemingly here to find her kin. Regardless of her true identity, we must prioritize the collection of supplies and intelligence. Should we encounter her later, we can deal with it then," the middle-aged man decisively stated. The three exchanged a glance at Bai Xi, their murderous intent concealed beneath the surface, before they slipped into a narrow alley, disappearing from sight. On the stone steps, Bai Xi did not depart immediately. She understood the importance of fully immersing herself in her role. Her vigilance heightened as she realized the ruthlessness of these seasoned players, who could kill without hesitation. She needed to don the guise of a girl searching for her family. As dusk descended, Bai Xi sat alone on the stone steps. Hugging her knees, her gaze cast downwards, lost in thought, evoking a sense of pity from afar. Passers-by would glance at her briefly before diverting their attention. Each had their own troubles, and none possessed the surplus energy to assist a stranger. In truth, Bai Xi was analyzing the current situation with her head bowed. Based on the conversation of the three individuals, this round of the game would undoubtedly be complex. The veteran players from both factions would seize this opportunity to amass points and cards. As a novice, she represented an ideal target, possessing valuable cards. However, the intermediate players harbored an even greater desire for points and would likely orchestrate a massacre within their ranks to secure them. When that chaotic battle ensued, she would simply take advantage of the turmoil. After all, any kill would yield points. Upon this realization, Bai Xi rose to seek a place to conceal herself. At that moment, her first task presented itself. Side quest: enter the general's mansion. Find a way to infiltrate the mansion of the cavalry general, while exercising caution to avoid being slain by the guards. Quest reward: a chance to draw a lottery. After perusing the task details, Bai Xi felt a surge of frustration. An expletive teetered on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed it down. Was this wretched game deliberately designed to torment her? The most perilous location in the city was undoubtedly the general's mansion. Was she to venture there to meet her demise? With a looming conflict on the horizon, seasoned players would seek to influence the war by gaining the trust of the city's commanding general. The general's mansion was among the prime choices for such endeavors. Alternatively, one might attempt to join the military, but as a new recruit, proximity to a general was nearly impossible. Thus, they were compelled to target the general's mansion as their point of entry. Bai Xi felt immense pressure. However, the initial task in any game is typically the simplest. If she could not complete the first task, the subsequent ones would surely be insurmountable. Weighing the pros and cons, she resolved to take the plunge and diligently fulfill her objective. This treacherous game seemed intent on directing her to the most hazardous places, compelling her to transcend her limits and rapidly evolve into an elite player. Yet, what purpose do these advanced civilizations behind the game have for such elite players? Their technology had reached unfathomable heights, allowing them to silently govern countless civilizations. What value could mere ants like them possibly hold? Unable to comprehend, Bai Xi could only speculate that the minds behind the game were somewhat deranged. Perhaps, akin to certain humans, they reveled in playing God, observing others struggle for survival. But could it truly be that simple? Chapter 59. The Battle of the Setting Sun 3. In the narrow alleys, Bai Xi crouched against the wall, gazing at the distant general's mansion. At the entrance, two imposing stone lions stood guard, while several soldiers clad in military armor stood erect, their eyes fixed ahead, hands resting on their sheathed blades, ever ready to dispatch any intruder. Goodness, who would have thought that ancient soldiers exuded such formidable presence? She had been told that without modern scientific training, they were lacking, but the fierce aura surrounding them suggested otherwise. If she dared to approach, she would likely be summarily ejected. How could she gain entry into the general's mansion? An idea struck her. Perhaps she could sell herself as a servant girl? After all, once her time was served, she would depart from this world. With newfound courage, Bai Xi resolved to venture forth and offer herself as a maid. Surely, the general's mansion would not refuse such an opportunity. Yet, before she could act, a tattered woman, resembling a beggar, dashed forward and fell to her knees at the threshold of the mansion. With a heartbroken tale of loss and desperation, she expressed her willingness to sell herself for a meager meal. After uttering her plea, the woman bowed her head repeatedly, her skin breaking with each resounding thud. Bai Xi couldn't help but admire her audacity. Such shamelessness and determination were indeed commendable. However, the soldiers at the entrance remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the woman's plight. Undeterred, the woman continued to wail, her cries echoing the depth of her despair. Moments later, a servant clad in blue emerged, looking down upon her with disdain, exclaiming, "Move along. Do you think the general's mansion is a place where one can simply sell oneself?" The woman, with tears glistening in her eyes, beseeched, "I implore the general's residence to take me in. I seek only a morsel of food." The steward scoffed dismissively. "There are countless souls who cannot find sustenance. We cannot accommodate them all at the general's estate. To gain entry here, one must possess a lineage of integrity, have undergone the training of a servant, or come from a family of slaves for generations. You, a woman who appears to have emerged from some impoverished corner, dare to aspire to the general's abode? Do you truly believe yourself worthy?" The steward's words left the woman momentarily speechless, her face a mask of disbelief. Was she truly deemed unworthy even to serve as a maid? The hidden observer, Bai Xi, shared in her astonishment, incredulous that even in ancient times, one must adhere to such stringent standards to sell oneself. Ah, the grandeur of affluent households. Seeing the woman's tenacious insistence, the steward summoned two other servants, who seized her and unceremoniously cast her into the street. their expressions fierce as they warned her sternly, "Kneel elsewhere. The general's residence is not a place for you to fantasize about. Should you continue to persist, the consequences will extend far beyond mere expulsion." The woman's heart quaked at the malice in their eyes. Further entanglement might indeed lead to her demise. Crouched behind the wall, Bai Xi patted her chest. Grateful for her decision to remain hidden, had she ventured out, she would have faced the same fate. The woman had unwittingly confirmed for her that a blatant offer of servitude would not suffice. It might instead raise suspicions of ulterior motives. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xi's mind sparked with inspiration. Why must one resort to selling oneself? The task at hand merely required her entry into the general's residence. It did not stipulate the duration of her stay. A subtle smile graced her lips as she quietly retreated behind the wall and stealthily circled the general's estate, seeking a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. Upon the wall, a small circle was drawn. With one eye open and the other closed, she leaned in to take a look. There appeared to be no one inside the wall, seemingly a small courtyard. After listening attentively for a while, she discerned the absence of patrolling servants. Then, Bai Xi stepped towards the wall and, in an instant, vanished from her original position, reappearing behind the blue brick wall. Simultaneously, a notification of task completion emerged before her eyes. Congratulations, player Bai Xi, for completing the side quest. Enter the general's mansion and receive one chance to draw a lottery. Yes, it was indeed essential to read the task carefully and scrutinize the details. Not rushing to participate in the lottery, Bai Xi crouched in the grass to observe her surroundings. This courtyard seemed devoid of inhabitants. Weeds thrived abundantly, and the gaps between the blue stone slabs were filled with withered yellow grass. The water in the rockery pond had long since dried up, and the stone table and benches were covered in a thick layer of dust. With a surge of courage, Bai Xi cautiously explored the condition of the courtyard. She was currently without a penny. If this courtyard truly was uninhabited, she could hide here undetected. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Outside, she had to worry about ruffians and potential ambushes, but here, she felt entirely at ease. As long as there were no ghosts, she was perfectly fine. After spending approximately an hour meticulously inspecting the courtyard, she found the main gate tightly shut and locked from the outside. The interior was furnished with bedding and all necessities, albeit cloaked in dust, suggesting it had been many years since anyone resided there. In this entire courtyard, she was alone, and Bai Xi was overjoyed. What extraordinary luck! To stumble upon such a splendid place within the general's mansion, though she wondered why this courtyard had been sealed off. Nevertheless, it was certainly a fortunate turn for her. Seated upon the stone bench in the courtyard, Bai Xi summoned the lottery panel, preparing herself for the draw. Following her customary prayer, she clicked Start Lottery, and the wheel began to spin. Congratulations, player Bai Xi, you have won the blue reward of this round, receiving a truth card. This card renders its target incapable of lying for a duration of 10 minutes with an activation time of 30 seconds. Another new card had emerged. As she carefully extracted it, Bai Xi scrutinized the usage rules inscribed on the back. The conditions for utilizing this card were somewhat stringent. She must remain completely still for 30 seconds, akin to the casting time required for spellcasting professions in online games. Furthermore, the card's effect could only be directed at one individual, who must be within 5 meters of her. However, the benefits were undeniably significant. The target would be compelled to answer truthfully to any inquiry posed. If wielded with skill, this card could prove immensely valuable, justifying its classification as a blue reward. After securing the card, Bai Xi retrieved a steaming bun from her spatial inventory, accompanied by a bowl of porridge. Settling comfortably on the ground of the courtyard, she indulged in her meal. She refrained from interacting with the surroundings, wary of the possibility that someone might unexpectedly discover her hidden presence. Once she finished eating, she took a moment to briefly review the new techniques she had recently acquired. After intensive training over an extended period, Bai Xi's combat skills had markedly improved, enabling her to handle several ordinary individuals with ease. Yet, those possessing genuine martial prowess still posed a challenge. As the training session concluded, the night deepened. Bai Xi entered her dwelling, retrieved a blanket from the cabinet, and found a secluded corner against the wall, where she could swiftly escape if necessary. Leaning against the wall, she wrapped herself in the blanket and closed her eyes to rest. In the midst of the night, the sky shimmered with countless stars, and the moonlight bathed the world in a silvery glow. Bai Xi quietly awakened from her slumber, her vigilance directed towards the distant, locked gate of the courtyard. She was acutely aware that a figure stood behind that door. "Awu, are you well? I shall soon avenge you. I will personally present the head of the Turk to you." After a moment of silence, the voice echoed once more, "Awu, wait for me." Then came the sound of retreating footsteps, resonating clearly in the tranquil night. Bai Xi felt a cold sweat break out upon her skin. What was happening? Was there someone in the courtyard, or had a life been extinguished here? Could it be haunted? Chapter 60. The Battle of Falling Sun. For the following day in the game, the survival rate stood at a remarkable 100. It was rare to witness a day with no casualties, or perhaps only a negligible fraction, less than 1%. Emerging from her tightly wrapped quilt, Bai Xi stifled a yawn. Her sleep had been restless, leaving her somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, the anticipated specters had not materialized, and the night had passed without fright. After stowing her quilt in her spatial pouch and having a simple breakfast, she approached the corner wall where she had entered the previous day. Ensuring that no one was outside, she seamlessly passed through the wall and swiftly departed. There were patrolling guards nearby. She could not afford to linger. Upon encountering Bai Xi again, her face still bore the marks of exhaustion, eliciting a rare display of benevolence from the tavern keeper. "Little girl, we are in need of a delivery assistant for food and wine. Can you manage that?" Yes, I can." Bai Xi nodded vigorously. Delivering food was no challenge at all. As long as it earned her some money, it was worth it. Living without a single coin was far too arduous. "We will pay you 3 coins a month, with 1 meal provided, though accommodation is not included." The shopkeeper was the first native to extend a helping hand to Bai Xi in 3 worlds, which stirred a flicker of emotion within her. "Is it possible to receive my wages daily?" she inquired, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "I've incurred considerable expenses along the way, and the surplus silver has been spent on this warm cotton garment." "Certainly," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. "As a newcomer, it would be impractical for you to be without some silver in your possession. After all, having already taken her in, there was no harm in providing daily wages." "Thank you, kind sir. You truly are a benevolent soul." Bai Xi expressed her gratitude profusely, showering compliments as though they were free of charge. The shopkeeper chuckled and shook his head, surprised by the girl's eloquence. Her lively chatter flowed effortlessly, each word unique and engaging. Subsequently, the shopkeeper summoned an assistant and handed Bai Xi a redwood food box, instructing her, "Deliver this to the Mi family's jewelry shop in East City. The client is the young lady from the Li family. Be sure to serve her with the utmost care, for the Li family holds considerable influence, even before the general." With the food box in hand, Bai Xi embarked on her journey as an ancient delivery person, encountering several individuals who appeared to be fellow players along the way. However, she paid them no mind, diligently fulfilling her task while discreetly gathering information. The other players harbored no suspicions about Bai Xi. It was hardly conceivable that anyone would seek a job like hers for mere earnings, especially without the intent of long-term settlement. Why expend such effort? A busy day always passed swiftly. "You did remarkably well," the shopkeeper remarked, pleasantly surprised by her efficiency despite her slender frame. He handed her an additional 2 coins. Smiling as he asked, "Will you return tomorrow?" "Yes," Bai Xi affirmed. Despite the toil, she gleaned a considerable amount of information, essentially grasping the distribution of power within this city. In Luoyang City, the most formidable figure is undoubtedly General Hou Mingxi, who wields military authority and is rumored to possess a noble title. Next in line is Guo Wenyuan, the county governor responsible for administrative affairs. On the surface, they appear evenly matched, yet in reality, Hou Mingxi exerts overwhelming dominance over Guo Wenyuan, rendering the governance of Luoyang City nearly a one-man show. This is evidenced by the audacity of the Hou family's scions to brazenly oppress virtuous women within the city. Chapter 61. The Battle of Luoyang 5. The dimly lit streets were desolate and lonely, with only a few weary souls hastening homeward. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Bai Xi glanced around the nearby alley, where only a fetid pile of refuse lingered, and nothing more. A smile of relief graced her lips. Perhaps the beggar had departed. Bai Xi was uncertain of what she hoped for. Perhaps a desire for the beggaress survival, or perhaps a quest for a flicker of hope. A yearning deeply rooted in her heart. Suddenly, she slipped into the shadow beneath an eave. In the distance, a figure raced toward her, a handsome young man. His face etched with terror. Following closely were piercing, shrill voices. "Hey there, why are you running? Come play with us." The speaker was a strikingly beautiful woman, accompanied by 2 equally stunning companions. "Run faster, don't be afraid. The more you fear, the more delectable you become, and the happier we shall be. I simply adore feasting on human players. You were truly delightful. The short-haired woman licked her lips, exuding an air of impatience. Grateful for this game that introduced her to such delectable delights, she reveled in the experience. The long-haired woman beside her appeared entranced, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Fixated on the man desperately fleeing before them, akin to a ravenous specter from the depths of hell. In the shadows, Bai Xi felt her breath catch. The words exchanged among the three were simple, yet their collective meaning ignited a fierce indignation within her. Cannibalism. This was an abhorrent act that Bai Xi, as a human, could never tolerate. It was her unwavering moral boundary. However, she was unaware of their true capabilities, and as a mere novice, she could offer no assistance, perhaps endangering herself in the process. Fear gripped Bai Xi, compelling her to stand idly by. The young man and the three women raced past her along the street, while the indigenous people hurrying nearby widened their eyes in terror, scattering in all directions. The short-haired woman's gaze fell upon one of the indigenous individuals. Swiftly breaking from the group, she appeared before him in an instant, her demeanor wicked and arrogant, relishing her dominance as if toying with an ant. The indigenous man, confronted by the serpentine woman, paled in fright, trembling uncontrollably. You are frightened, aren't you? She taunted, leaning closer to inspect him, a look of disdain crossing her features. He was too old, lacking the enticing scent of the younger man, unworthy of her consumption. Relief washed over the indigenous man, but in the next moment, the woman's sharp nails pierced his heart, blood erupting forth in a gruesome spurt. The fleeting expression of joy on his face, as he believed he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, was nothing more than a cruel jest at the hands of the woman. Compared to dying in terror, perhaps this is not so bad after all. The short-haired woman licked the bloody heart, grinning with insatiable greed. Yet your heart is rather delightful. I find it quite appealing. One bite after another, she devoured the heart, and when finished, she savored the blood on her hands. Then she turned and resumed her pursuit of her companions, filled with unbridled fury. This rage was directed not only at the three women, but also at the game's callous disregard for life. It was evident that these three women were far from human. In this game, there existed not only humans from other realms, but also these humanoid, sentient beings. Was this a deliberate design of the game? Or perhaps, in the eyes of its civilization, they are merely another form of life? Yet, such an advanced civilization could not possibly make such a rudimentary error. Everything must be intentional. Gazing upon the lifeless corpse, blood pooling around it, the thick scent of iron wafted through the autumn breeze, pervading the entire street. Yet, with windows and doors tightly shut, no one dared to emerge and investigate, nor did anyone bother to collect the remains of that innocent native. They are all mere insects. In this moment, a profound sense of desolation washed over Bai Xi, and the desire to grow stronger surged within her, more intense than ever before. Chapter 62. The Battle of the Setting Sun. 6. In the darkened city, countless shadows slithered from their crouched corners, restless and watchful of this world. In a secluded alley, a young man gradually slowed his pace. He had been fleeing for several hours and was beginning to falter. Behind him, the three women followed leisurely, akin to cats toying with their prey, relishing the chase before slowly consuming him. They cornered the young man in an alleyway, blocking his escape, inching closer with deliberate intent. You have not been obedient. After pursuing for so long, the long-haired woman inhaled deeply, seemingly reaching a peak of ecstasy, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful! I long to consume you." The young man, filled with humiliation, gazed at the three fiends, gripping a long sword, prepared to fight to the death. Alas, poor wretch! You are no match for the three of us. Comply, and perhaps we shall delay your demise. With a sigh, the beautiful woman gently bit her lip, contemplating a cunning idea. Why not devour you? This way, you would eternally reside within my being. Outside the alley, Bai Xi stealthily approached, keenly observing the unfolding events. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she resolved to follow and assess the situation. Should an opportunity arise, she intended to vanquish those three monsters. She could not bear to be a mere spectator, allowing life to be so brutally extinguished before her eyes. Should she remain passive today, departing unscathed, guilt and self-reproach would haunt her, for she would feel complicit, her hands stained with the blood of the innocent. She had faltered once, allowing an innocent native to perish before her. If she evaded responsibility again, she would inevitably choose to ignore similar circumstances in the future. Bai Xi refused to become that kind of person, She would rather confront death and fight valiantly to preserve her inherent kindness and humanity, especially when defeat was not a certainty. After careful analysis, she concluded that the speed of the three women was formidable, their combined attributes estimated to be around 100. However, armed with an invisibility card and a speed card, complemented by her elusive teleportation abilities, Bai Xi believed she had a chance to vanquish the three monsters. In the narrow alley, a young man brandished his longsword, lunging at the long-haired woman among the trio. Aware that his demise was imminent, he was determined to take at least one of them down with him. As he charged forward, the long-haired woman cast a derisive smile. Just as the tip of his sword approached, she deftly evaded his strike. Nearby, the beautiful woman and the short-haired woman remained unfazed, completely dismissing the young man. Your speed is far too sluggish. We have already engaged in nearly 10 rounds of this game, while you have barely managed 3 or 4. The disparity between us is far greater than you can fathom. Do you wish to continue? We would be delighted to entertain you. The long-haired woman purred with a seductive smile. The young man spat in disdain, retorting with contempt. A group of monsters that rely on plunder and the theft of genes through mating with other races. Do you truly think you are worthy of being called an intelligent species? The smiles on the faces of the three women faltered, struck by the painful truth, and they responded with fury, refusing a toast only to drink a punishment. I shall make you witness how you are slowly devoured. The young man would not passively accept his fate. He bravely advanced, determined to fight for his life. Meanwhile, Bai Xi, who had been observing for quite some time, finally took action. Chapter 63, The Battle of the Setting Sun 7. The young man's target remained the long-haired woman, for she was the weakest among them and his most attainable quarry. Utilizing his last remaining speed card and stamina potion, he wielded his longsword with unprecedented swiftness, launching another assault on the long-haired woman. The speed astonished the long-haired woman for a fleeting moment. She leaped lightly to evade once again. Yet the sharp blade grazed her arm, causing thick, dark crimson blood to seep forth. Enraged, she bared her pointed teeth, vowing a gruesome demise for her opponent. So feeble. How could you ever claim the right to mate? Beside her stood 2 figures, one with a cold, disdainful demeanor, arms crossed, while the other lounged against the wall, propping his left elbow with his right hand, delicately stroking his chin with a seductive smile, observing the increasingly furious young man, who was desperate for victory. Silence. I shall not be defeated. The long-haired woman underwent a transformation. Her eyes became slit-like, and her fingers morphed into razor-sharp claws. The 2 women beside her occasionally mocked her, their gazes towards the man growing ever more fervent. Anger fueled the long-haired woman's speed, making it increasingly arduous for the man to defend himself. As his body bore the marks of her lethal nails, the scent of blood permeating the air, stirring excitement among the 3 women. With a resounding thud, the young man was propelled backward by a kick, crashing against the wall, a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth. The long-haired woman approached him slowly, each step echoing his impending demise. At that moment, the short-haired woman's pupils narrowed into slits, her mouth agape in terror and disbelief. A black dagger materialized behind her, plunging directly into the back of her skull, only to vanish instantaneously, causing the short-haired woman to crumple to the ground. The sound startled everyone present. The beautiful woman stared in horror at her fallen companion, instantly adopting a defensive stance, her slit pupils and claws revealing her true nature. The long-haired woman was also alarmed. The ability to silently eliminate their companion right under their noses indicated that the individual lurking in the shadows was formidable, likely an advanced player. The young man, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, was filled with astonishment as he fixated on the remaining 2 women. Uncertain whether the mysterious figure was friend or foe, he recognized that their objectives aligned, eliminating these 2 women. In this scenario, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Meanwhile, the true instigator, Bai Xi, swiftly concealed the black gold dagger the moment she dispatched the short-haired woman, retreating silently over a meter away, becoming utterly still, even her breathing slowed to a whisper. These 3 women were indeed powerful, yet not to the point of being invincible. Employing an invisibility card, as long as she remained silent, they would neither hear nor detect her presence. The 2 women remained vigilant, attuned to their surroundings, but apart from the rustling wind, there was naught but silence. The beautiful woman gradually edged closer to the long-haired one, whispering urgently, "Let us go." Both activated their speed cards, preparing to flee, when the young man sprang into action. The mysterious figure's inaction suggested a degree of caution towards these two women. Thus, he would create an opportunity for him. Grasping his longsword, he charged forward, unleashing a fervent assault without any evasion or defense, compelling the two women to divide their focus to counter him. United, the women attacked, and the young man was soon left battered, his skin torn, revealing the bone beneath. Amidst the fray, Bai Xi made her move. A barely audible footfall captured the attention of the two women. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, the ominous black dagger, a harbinger of death, reappeared before the beautiful woman, plunging into the back of the long-haired woman's head. Then, under the gaze of the stunning woman and the young man, it vanished once more. Chapter 64. The Battle of the Setting Sun 8. The relentless deaths of her companions pushed the remaining beautiful woman to the brink of collapse. Her expression grotesque and terrifying, her mouth stretched wide to the roots of her ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp, serrated teeth. This was her true visage. The woman brandished her claws, frantically striking at the spot where her companion had once stood, but found nothing there. Just as she had perceived, the space was utterly vacant, deepening the dread within her heart. In a panic, she glanced behind her, to the left, to the right, and all around. Even the slightest whisper of wind felt like the mysterious figure moving beside her. In the pitch-black night, only the woman's frenzied howls and the faint rustle of the wind broke the silence, while the enigmatic presence haunted her, chilling her very soul. At that moment, Bai Xi, standing in the corner, grew tense, her gaze fixed intently on the woman, seeking an opportunity to strike. With only 4 minutes remaining on her invisibility and speed cards, she had to eliminate this woman before the enhancements faded. Otherwise, peril awaited her. The man, barely clinging to life on the ground, glared at the woman with hatred, lamenting that he would not witness her demise. The current situation was as follows. Bai Xi was in the corner, the man on the verge of death lay opposite her, and the woman stood in the middle, forming a triangular standoff among the three. The woman, wary of the mysterious figure, dared not act recklessly, while Bai Xi was apprehensive of the woman's speed. The pace at which the woman had attacked moments ago had been alarmingly swift, far exceeding Bai Xi's current capabilities. Should she be discovered, she would be at a significant disadvantage. Yet, the colder she became, the deeper the fear nestled within the woman's heart. She could discern no sound from the enigmatic figure, as if he had vanished into thin air. Bai Xi, too, could no longer afford to wait. Her mind raced with possibilities. What course of action should she take? The woman now possessed a sense of vigilance. The element of surprise had lost its potency, and confrontation became her only option. Bai Xi retrieved a bun from her spatial pocket and, utilizing a spatial rift, hurled it towards the corner of the wall, precisely 1 meter away. The moment the sound echoed, the woman sprang into action, a triumphant smile gracing her features. "I found you," she exclaimed. Before her words could fully dissipate, she dashed towards the corner. In that instant, Bai Xi created a rift through which her hand passed, wielding a dagger aimed at the woman's nape. However, the woman reacted with astonishing swiftness, evading the strike just in time. The dagger merely grazed her neck. The woman laughed heartily, relishing the moment as she gazed at Bai Xi. "You shall die today, it is inevitable." Meanwhile, Bai Xi, still hidden in the corner, felt a surge of exhilaration as a new realization dawned upon her. She had discovered a novel method of attack utilizing spatial leaps. As long as a part of her body traversed the rift, she could wield the dagger normally, despite its actual position shifting to behind the woman, 1 meter away. Thus, in the heat of battle, even if she sustained an injury, it would not be fatal, as her body remained safely distanced. The worst consequence would be the loss of a hand. Elated by her newfound skill, Bai Xi regarded the woman as a mere training dummy. Conversely, the woman found herself unraveling under Bai Xi's tactics. Despite the mysterious figure being so near, all her counterattacks fell short. This ignited a flicker of doubt within her. Yet the enigmatic figure blocked her escape, leaving her no avenue of retreat. In the midst of a fierce confrontation, the woman soon found herself battered and bruised. The situation had turned decidedly unfavorable for her. She dared not linger any longer. Enduring a grievous wound, she sprinted towards the alleyway with remarkable speed, managing to cover a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Observing that there were still 30 seconds remaining, Bai Xi swiftly maneuvered within 2 meters, brandishing her dagger to slice the woman's throat. The battle had reached its conclusion. Chapter 65. The Battle of the Setting Sun 9. With a sense of unwillingness, the woman succumbed to her fate, and Bai Xi exhaled in relief as the game notification materialized. Player Bai Xi has achieved an extraordinary victory by eliminating C-level mid-tier players Aaliyah, Malata, and Zhuamu, earning a point reward, to be calculated upon the conclusion of the game. 3 mid-tier players? Bai Xi's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. She had presumed they were merely 3 players slightly more formidable than herself. To her utter amazement, they were indeed 3 mid-tier players. Goodness, this was a tremendous windfall. With the defeat of these 3 mid-tier opponents, she would gain a total of 6 attribute points, adding to her original 78 points. Upon completing the game, she would earn an additional point, culminating in 85 attribute points. With this 7-point increase, the rewards from this round of the game were already more than sufficient. Nevertheless, Bai Xi did not forget to gather her spoils. She hurriedly approached to collect the cards dropped by the 3 women, totaling 5 in number, 1 red, 1 blue, 2 green, and 1 gray. The red card was a resurrection card, albeit in gray, signifying that Bai Xi could not utilize it, as the reverse side bore no explanation for its use. A valuable, yet useless card. The blue card represented an item card, while the green cards were a stealth card and a speed card, perfectly compensating for Bai Xi's expenditures. The gray card was a healing card. This healing card is of a lower grade compared to the green one, capable of instantaneously restoring 10 of health, with a continuous recovery of 1 over a duration of 5 seconds. In essence, the gray healing card can restore a total of only 15 of health, while the green card can restore 30. During the process of collecting cards, the duration of the invisibility card also came to an end. Beneath the radiant moonlight, a young man lay on the ground, his face reflecting a blend of satisfaction from vengeance and a profound sense of existential despair. As he beheld the gradually emerging figure, his expression shifted to one of reverence, yearning to utter words of gratitude, yet finding himself devoid of strength. Death seemed to loom ever closer. He managed a faint smile, tinged with anticipation. Surely, the mysterious figure would come to end his life. Regrettably, he had nothing left to lose. With this thought, the young man cast an apologetic glance at the approaching Bai Xi. Bai Xi, with her back to the moonlight, appeared surprised. After securing the cards, she intended to check if the man had dropped anything and to assist in collecting his remains. To her astonishment, he remained resolute. Approaching him, she inquired about a question that had long piqued her curiosity. Why, when pursued by those 3, did you not flee towards the bustling city but instead retreat to this secluded corner of the city's edge? The man, struggling to lift his head, could only make out an indistinct silhouette of modest stature. Yet, in the moonlight, Bai Xi perceived him clearly. With great difficulty, he shook his head, his lips parting to emit a voice as faint as a whisper that would cause many lives to perish. They are already pitiable enough and should not endure further calamity. Bai Xi stood momentarily stunned. He was the first player she encountered who chose compassion over indulgence and cruelty. Among the players she knew, Tian and her brother could be considered admirable. However, when faced with danger, their instinct would undoubtedly be to protect themselves. Even Ye Xiao and his companions were not particularly benevolent players. While they might possess a semblance of compassion, not everyone is deemed worthy of it. Back in Qinghe village, despite the multitude of people, Ye Xiao showed no psychological burden when it came to killing. He acted without hesitation. Liang Cheng and his group likely shared a similar mindset, driven more by a sense of duty and responsibility as citizens of Huaxiao than by any deep-seated emotions. Beyond that, there truly was little worth caring about. As for whether she could be considered a good person, Bai Xi was uncertain. Perhaps she once was, but after taking so many lives, she could not bring herself to make the judgment anymore. Chapter 66. The Battle of Luoyangten. Though the mysterious figure's appearance remained shrouded in obscurity, the man was acutely aware that she was observing him. Thank you. He silently expressed his gratitude with every ounce of strength he could muster, then closed his eyes, finally able to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. He was utterly exhausted. Since his brother's disappearance, he had not enjoyed a proper night's rest. It was only after his fortunate entry into the game that he found the means to begin investigating the truth behind his brother's vanishing. Just when he had begun to uncover some leads, he encountered 3 women in the game, inadvertently receiving news about his brother. It turned out that the sibling he had been desperately seeking had long since become someone else's meal. Now, with vengeance fulfilled, he harbored no regrets. Before he could even open his eyes, the mysterious figure's melodious voice resonated, urging him to cherish life, for it is a singular gift not to be easily relinquished. Live well. The tone was cool, yet imbued with a profound sense of care. The sound of clear footsteps echoed, and the man opened his eyes slightly, catching sight of the mysterious figure retreating into the distance. A smile of contentment graced his lips. Indeed, warmth still existed in this world, affirming that his perseverance was not in vain. No matter how dark the world may seem, in some obscure corners, there undoubtedly lies a light and warmth that is both desirable and enviable, waiting to be discovered. After departing, Bai Xi felt an increasing pang of regret. How could she have been so foolish as to use that green healing card? He was merely a stranger, and the gray card had already been an act of great mercy on her part. How could she have resorted to the green card? As she hurried towards the general's residence, she silently vowed that should she encounter a similar situation again, she would not hesitate to turn and leave, for lingering would only lead to greater losses. On the third day of the game, the survival rate stood at 99. The temperature had dropped significantly compared to the previous day, and Bai Xi was awakened by the cold, sneezing as she did so. The autumn morning breeze was biting, as the saying goes. The autumn frost and dew can break a person's bones. This was no mere proverb. She arrived early at the inn to continue her life as a delivery girl. Due to her outstanding performance the day before, the innkeeper had graciously raised her wage to 12 won a day. Whenever there was nothing to do, she assisted the staff in serving dishes or lent a hand in the kitchen with washing and chopping vegetables. The others held a favorable impression of this diligent and agreeable young girl, often engaging her in conversation. But she took this opportunity to gather a wealth of information. Though these individuals held lowly positions and possessed little wealth, they were born and raised in the bustling streets, their sources of information abundant and countless. Many pieces of first-hand intelligence were well within their grasp. Yet, more often than not, they remain oblivious to what news holds genuine value and what is merely frivolity and gossip. Most individuals seek mere amusement, passing the time in leisure. Master Tang, does the northern barbarians have cities? Bai Xi inquired while washing vegetables. Of course, Master Tang replied, chopping vegetables with precision. It's just that they aren't as splendid as our Luoyang city. Aren't the northern barbarians nomadic? How could there be cities? A nearby apprentice questioned. Decades ago, several major tribes of the northern barbarians seized some of our territory, and those cities were constructed by the subjugated populace, another master explained. Bai Xi, the innkeeper has sent you to the city defense camp, a voice called from outside. Ah, coming. Bai Xi set aside her tasks and stepped outside. Chapter 67. The Battle of Luoyang 11. On the counter in the main hall rested a rather ordinary redwood food box, while the innkeeper busily scribbled in the account book. Bai Xi approached the counter and asked, Innkeeper, what do you require of me? Is it to deliver something? The innkeeper looked up, smiling at Bai Xi, and gestured towards the food box beside him. You are to take this to the city defense camp. The city defense camp? Bai Xi lifted the box, weighing it in her hand. It seemed heavier than yesterday. Do they not have their own kitchen? Why must we deliver it? The city defense camp is a crucial military stronghold of the city. How could they allow an servant to enter casually without fear of compromising military secrets? This order did not come from the city defense camp. It was discovered by Dashin just now at the entrance. A note and some silver were left, specifying that it must be delivered to the city defense camp. The innkeeper shook his head and, after a moment of contemplation, advised Bai Xi to inquire about the location of the city defense camp. With that, Bai Xi set off. The camp was situated to the north of Luoyang City, not far from the northern city gate. This northern region was less prosperous compared to the bustling eastern, western, and southern districts, bearing a somewhat desolate air. The inhabitants here were primarily ordinary folk. The presence of the garrison provided a sense of security for the impoverished residents, as they were less troubled by ruffians and troublemakers. At the entrance of the camp, a regiment of soldiers marched in orderly formation, stirring up a fine, smoky yellow dust. Bai Xi stepped aside, holding her food box, and curiously observed the troop, clad in armor and wielding sabers at their waists. Their numbers and equipment suggested they were not merely on routine patrol, but rather engaged in a specific mission. Yesterday, when she delivered goods, she had seen the patrolling soldiers, but their numbers were far fewer, and their gear was not as formidable. The soldiers, too, scrutinized Bai Xi, as visitors were a rarity in this place, especially women. Was she perhaps a young wife delivering sustenance to her father or husband? Once the procession passed, Bai Xi approached the camp gate, only to be intercepted by the sentinels. Miss, this military camp is not open for visitation, one soldier stated. Bai Xi raised the food box she held. I am here to deliver this. You may have been misled. Our defense camp does not order takeout, the soldier chuckled. I am unaware of such a rule. Someone left this food box at the inn's entrance and requested we deliver it, Bai Xi explained. She was filled with curiosity about the contents of the food box, for it occasionally emitted sounds reminiscent of collisions. However, it was not the sound of bowls and plates clattering against the wooden box. It felt more akin to the impact of a spherical object. Bai Xi was certain that it did not contain food, yet she was unable to open it to investigate. Since leaving the inn, there had been someone covertly observing her. Presumably, the individual who had requested the delivery of the food box was ensuring that it reached the city defense camp without incident, thus keeping a watchful eye on her. Consequently, Bai Xi remained composed throughout her journey, feigning ignorance and dutifully acting as a delivery person. Nevertheless, an insatiable curiosity gnawed at her regarding the mysterious contents of the box, which had prompted such elaborate precautions. Along the way, she often contemplated creating a small spatial rift to steal a glance inside. But the pervasive gaze around her quelled her inquisitiveness. Just then, a voice urgently called from behind, "Miss, please wait." Turning around, she saw a man clad in black official attire, his demeanor dignified and cultured, striding purposefully toward her. The gate soldiers promptly straightened their posture, slightly bowing and nodding in "Greetings, General Zhang." "Ah, this is indeed meant for you," Bai Xi replied, handing the food box to the man, her gaze discreetly fixed on his actions, particularly his hands. Yet, deep within, she was brimming with anticipation. She was on the verge of unveiling a mystery, and her excitement was palpable. The man accepted the food box, lifting it high and peering down at it. What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be an unveiling? What would become of her curiosity? Who would come to rescue her intrigue? The two individuals gazed intently until the figure of General Zhang vanished from sight. "Oh," Bai Xi, undeterred, feigned a desire to depart, yet lingered, her eyes darting towards the military encampment. She observed General Zhang hastening towards the largest tent in the camp, accompanied by a burly man. Very well, Bai Xi acknowledged her overstepping. The gatekeeper had not chased her away, which was already a leniency on their part. To linger further would not only be shameless, but could also jeopardize her carefully crafted persona. On her way back, the sensation of being watched dissipated, leaving Bai Xi increasingly intrigued about the contents of the food box. What could possibly incite such alarm in a dignified general? She speculated on numerous possibilities, perhaps the severed head of an enemy commander, a rare treasure, an exotic fruit, or some peculiar creature, yet none of these conjectures satisfied her. The scant information at her disposal was insufficient to form a sound hypothesis. She realized that to obtain any valuable intelligence, she must find a way to engage with those in power. Though the common folk were often well-informed, discerning the truth amidst their tales was a challenge, requiring time for analysis and filtration. While it was difficult to connect with the elite, the results were undeniably rewarding. The dilemma, however, was that she currently had no opportunity to encounter individuals of such stature. Surely, she could not resort to seduction. The sacrifices involved were simply too great and beneath her standards. Upon returning to the inn, Bai Xi found herself somewhat preoccupied, contemplating strategies to access the upper echelons of society, ideally to connect with the military leaders of Luoyang City. This errand had ignited her curiosity. She sensed that the food box concealed a significant secret. Upon this reflection, Bai Xi approached the counter and engaged the innkeeper in conversation, gradually steering the topic toward the food box. "Innkeeper, the order delivered to the city defense camp is practically a no-cost venture," Bai Xi remarked, her eyebrows arched, embodying the demeanor of a money-minded individual. The innkeeper chuckled softly, gesturing toward Bai Xi with a nod, acknowledging the generous offer from the other party, who had indeed provided a silver tael. "How about this? I shall increase your wages by 10 won today." "Really? Thank you, innkeeper." Bai Xi feigned surprise, then shifted the discussion to the events at the camp gate. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Innkeeper, what exactly was in that food box?" The reaction of the deputy general was quite extraordinary. Suddenly, the innkeeper recalled something, reaching beneath the counter as he spoke. However, that slip of paper was rather peculiar. "Let me find it for you." Chapter 69. The Battle of Falling Sun 13. The innkeeper produced a 2-finger-wide slip of paper and handed it to Bai Xi. "Here, take a look." Bai Xi, intrigued, accepted the slip and examined it closely. The paper was rather ordinary in texture, and it indeed instructed the inn to deliver items to the city defense camp. "Innkeeper, this slip is quite mundane. There is nothing remarkable about it." Bai Xi expressed her confusion. "What is so strange about it?" "I must say, innkeeper, That joke is not amusing, she replied, a frown forming on her forehead. Was the innkeeper in high spirits due to a profitable venture, now teasing her? All right. I shan't jest any longer. Off you go to your duties. The innkeeper reached out, intending to ruffle Bai Xi's hair, but she adeptly evaded his hand. With a shy smile, Bai Xi reflected on the numerous ill-intentioned individuals she had encountered along her journey. Hasten to your tasks. In recent days, the city has witnessed an influx of visitors, resulting in a considerable number of guests. The innkeeper waved his hand dismissively. As the afternoon progressed, the guests continued to arrive, and Bai Xi found herself busily shuttling between the kitchen and the lobby. The innkeeper, the only one idling, stood behind the counter with a smile on his face, evidently fond of the industrious young girl. Whispers began to circulate among the patrons. Is this newly arrived girl a relative of the innkeeper? I haven't heard anything about it. Could it be that she possesses some remarkable background? Do not speculate recklessly. This girl has come from a small mountain village in search of her family. It is unlikely that she is related to the innkeeper. Perhaps it is due to her nimble hands and low cost that the innkeeper wishes to employ her long-term. As they conversed, a burly man nearby called out, "Young lady, more dishes, please." "Coming right up, please hold on." Bai Xi was busy taking orders from a newly arrived table. After noting everything down on paper, she hurried over, her enthusiasm palpable. "What additional dishes would you like?" "Another serving of beef." "Certainly." Bai Xi lowered her head to jot it down, not writing letters, but drawing symbols. Most of the inn staff were illiterate, and the dishes were represented by unique symbols. Having spent ample time in the kitchen, Bai Xi had long since memorized them. A nearby patron jested, "Little girl, as a delivery girl, you are so devoted to helping out in the inn. How much does the innkeeper pay you each month? With such a high salary, the innkeeper must treat you well." "Indeed. Remember the menu." Bai Xi smiled at the crowd and said, "Enjoy your meal. I shall go to the kitchen to deliver the menu." The kitchen was equally bustling, with the head chef grumbling yet maintaining a swift pace. Amidst the flurry of activity, the daylight gradually faded. Throughout the afternoon, Bai Xi was so engrossed in her tasks that she remained oblivious to the surging fondness the innkeeper harbored for her. The innkeeper's sudden concern caught Bai Xi off guard, prompting her to hastily decline. "No need. I live nearby, and shall be home shortly." With that, she departed from the inn. On her way back, she found herself increasingly puzzled. The innkeeper had exhibited an unusual warmth towards her today, not only raising her wages, but also inquiring about her well-being. Could it be that her excellence had led the innkeeper to perceive her as a talent worth nurturing through emotional persuasion? With this thought, Bai Xi couldn't help but smiled joyfully. Chapter 70. The Battle of Falling Suns 14. On the fourth day of the game, the survival rate stood at 99. Observing the survival rate in the upper right corner, Bai Xi was taken aback. It was already the fourth day, yet an astonishing 99 of the players were still alive, which defied the typical nature of the game. Were they perhaps concealing some grand strategy? Last night, that individual had returned, still standing at the entrance, calling out for a Wu with an air of longing. Who exactly was this Wu? Bai Xi had come to the conclusion that the man was most likely General Hou Mingxi. Yet, from what she had gathered, Hou Mingxi's wife was well within their residence, and it seemed improbable that he would reside in such a desolate place. Was this a Wu perhaps the general's unrequited love or a cherished memory? Given Hou Mingxi's expression of regret mixed with longing, Bai Xi's imagination spun a grand tale of love, hate, and the tangled emotions of infatuated souls. From his lips, she gleaned a piece of news. The individual known as Au had likely met his demise at the hands of a powerful figure named Tulu from the northern barbarians. In a bid for vengeance on her behalf, Hou Mingxi had orchestrated an elaborate scheme to eliminate Tulu. Of course, this had little to do with Bai Xi. Her interest lay solely in the intricacies of the plan. Regrettably, Hou Mingxi had no intention of divulging further details and departed shortly after, as if he had merely come to vent, leaving the small courtyard to serve as his emotional refuse. Upon entering the establishment, Bai Xi discovered that the others were already preparing for the day's tasks. After greeting the innkeeper, she seized a cloth from beside Dashin and commenced wiping down the tables and benches. "Bai Xi, you truly are remarkable. The order for the city defense camp has been submitted," Dashin remarked with admiration. In the eyes of the common folk in Luoyang, Hou Mingxi was akin to a local emperor. The city defense camp was his staunch stronghold, a realm far more formidable than the local government. "By sheer fortune, I encountered a certain vice-general who kindly assisted in delivering the items," Bai Xi replied with a smile, casting a glance at the innkeeper, who was diligently supervising the staff. Yet, She sensed that the innkeeper was observing her in return, fully aware of her gaze. A few of the workers whispered among themselves. The innkeeper seems to be in good spirits today. Has he encountered some fortuitous event? Indeed, it was not merely today. His cheerful demeanor had persisted since the previous afternoon. Behind the counter, the innkeeper set down his brush, donned a serious expression, and gazed out towards the inn's entrance before stepping outside. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xi discreetly approached Dashan to inquire about the food box. Dashan, was it you who discovered that food box yesterday? Indeed. I have no idea who left it there. So carelessly placed beside the inn's entrance. If someone were to take it, those couple of silver coins would be lost. Dashan washed the cloth in the wooden basin on the ground, wrung it out, and continued to wipe the table. It was placed on the lid of the food box, wrapped in a piece of burlap. Dashan looked at Bai Xi and asked, Sister Bai, what piques your interest in that food box? Are you curious? I believe it must contain something valuable. Otherwise, the military officer wouldn't have reacted so strongly, Bai Xi explained, half seriously. Anything worth a couple of silver coins must be exceptional. At this point, Dashan sighed and continued, You wouldn't believe it. Shortly after you left yesterday, a wave of customers suddenly arrived, and we were overwhelmed. Yet the shopkeeper was absent. The shopkeeper was gone. When? Where did he go? Bai Xi exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat, wondering if the shopkeeper was the one monitoring her. Just shortly after you left, he was gone for about half an hour. As for what he was doing, I couldn't say. I didn't dare inquire about the shopkeeper's whereabouts, Dashan replied quickly, finishing wiping the table and carrying the basin toward the kitchen. Bai Xi, we need to hurry. The shop is about to open. All right. Bai Xi responded, silently wiping the table, yet her mind was in turmoil. Did the shopkeeper have any connection to that food box, or was she overthinking it? She stole a few glances at him. There was nothing amiss. He appeared to be a competent shopkeeper, albeit a bit tall. Bai Xi was even more astonished. Goodness, if one couldn't discern the problem by now, that would indeed be strange. Could it be that the innkeeper is a hidden magnate of this world, running in merely to experience life? She approached with an air of feigned indifference, daring to inquire about his circumstances. After all, she was merely a lowly server, if necessary. She could abandon this job without a second thought. No one could stop her from leaving. Innkeeper, with such a large establishment, why have you not brought your family here? Bai Xi asked cautiously, her curiosity piqued. The innkeeper scrutinized her intently, making her feel as though something was amiss, prompting her to check her attire and ensure her face was clean. Suddenly, a soft smile graced his lips, and he replied lightly, I am all alone. I have no family. Bai Xi quickly realized that in this era, both men and women who remained single were often looked down upon. She hastily offered words of comfort. It's nothing to worry about. It's just that fate has yet to arrive. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will eventually come, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Observing the innkeeper's expression, she pondered on how to console him, only to find that he seemed indifferent to her words. Time to get back to work. Have I drawn your attention with my inquiries? The innkeeper lightly tapped her forehead with the end of his pen, chuckling softly, his tone gentle and soothing as a spring breeze. Bai Xi was momentarily taken aback, finding the innkeeper rather handsome, exuding an elegant and refined aura akin to that of a gentleman, despite being a businessman reeking of copper. How peculiar. She rubbed her slightly itchy head and turned to continue wiping the tables, working briskly. Noticing Bai Xi's contemplative demeanor, the innkeeper sighed, You are quite reckless, before lowering his gaze to continue scribbling in his notebook. As Bai Xi, engrossed in her tasks, suddenly realized something. A look of astonishment crossed her face. Wait a moment. How does the shopkeeper know I am inquiring about information? Could it be that he has always been aware and has intentionally allowed me to proceed? Observing the shopkeeper, Bai Xi felt her youthfulness, inexperience, and lack of worldly wisdom. Simultaneously, she sensed the shopkeeper was a master of concealment, quietly distancing herself from him. She resolved not to return the following day, as she had gleaned sufficient information and it was time to change venues. During lunch, she deliberately chose a seat farthest from the shopkeeper, opting to sit with several burly men instead. The shopkeeper, of course, noticed her subtle intentions but feigned ignorance, maintaining his usual amiable demeanor. In the evening, as he settled her wages, he inquired, Will you be coming back tomorrow? Throughout the day, Bai Xi had keenly observed, uncovering the shopkeeper's hidden depths. He was undoubtedly a practitioner of martial arts, and not without skill, though he mimicked his peers convincingly. His spirit and unconscious movements betrayed his true nature. He was far from an ordinary shopkeeper. Taking her wages, Bai Xi slipped away, unaware of the shopkeeper's faint, enigmatic smile behind her. Chapter 72. The Battle of the Setting Sun. 16. A withered leaf drifted down, landing on the shattered tiles beneath the eaves, accentuating the autumnal desolation. The streets grew increasingly deserted, with vendors having vanished. In the distance, a squad of patrolling soldiers from the city defense approached, their expressions stern, eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly. On the quiet street, Bai Xi stood alone at the edge, drawing the attention of the patrol. After a brief exchange, the squad continued their patrol. Bai Xi then turned towards the general's residence, only to encounter another patrol emerging from a cross street shortly thereafter. This captured Bai Xi's attention. The city of Luoyang was under martial law. Just a couple of days prior, there hadn't been this many patrols. Could it be that the recent surge in deaths had prompted the authorities to take this matter seriously? Beneath the starry night sky, in the dense forests beyond the city, a group of shadows traversed the darkness, their bodies rustling against the leaves, producing a soft whispering sound. They stealthily approached the towering fortress ahead, pausing on the low slopes, flanking the official road outside the city. At that moment, the fortress gates were firmly shut, and the sentinels stood on the city walls, vigilant to their surroundings. In the stillness of the dark, every sound was acutely perceptible, and the faint rustling carried by the wind caught the soldiers' attention. "You go rest. I'll keep watch." A soldier replacing the guard yawned and ambled forward. "Squad leader, pay attention to the forest over there. I sense something amiss in tonight's wind." Along with some unusual faint sounds, a team member reported. "Understood." The veteran waved dismissively, taking the post of the younger soldier. "This checkpoint is both high and sturdy. The city walls are a yard thick. The barbarians can't breach it." The junior soldier held back his words, turning to descend the tower, knowing he had no authority to question a superior. Just as he reached the bottom, a shout from the veteran rang out, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Immediately, a loud gong echoed from the tower, and within moments, the entire fortress sprang into action. Soon, a massive bonfire blazed atop the walls, and as the signal fire ignited, the barracks of Luoyang stirred to life. War had erupted. On the 5th day of the game, the survival rate stood at 95. Outside, chaos reigned. Yet Bai Xi leisurely enjoyed her breakfast. In the dead of night yesterday, was jolted by a message, prompting to hastily make his way to the city's outer pass to organize the situation. Meanwhile, the worried for her husband spent the night in sleepless anxiety, and the servants of the general's mansion dared not rest, enduring until dawn. This news left the heart in a state of turmoil, while others were preoccupied. Stealthily slipped into the kitchen, taking a peek through a small opening in a concealed corner to observe the happenings within. For days, the meals had consisted solely of steamed buns, porridge, and pickles, and even the lunch at the inn was devoid of richness. She felt as though she might perish from hunger. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone's focus was directed towards the front line, she resolved to indulge her cravings and gather a stockpile of provisions. As savored the stolen roast chicken in the courtyard, the second task of the current game arrived. Side quest, the adventure at the pass. Please maintain a legitimate identity and stay at the outer pass for 3 days, collaborating with the guards to protect the homeland and repel foreign invasions. Task reward: 1 unrestricted lottery draw. This task left in a state of confusion. What did it mean to act with a legitimate identity? In the previous task, she had easily infiltrated the general's mansion using her unique abilities. And now the game seemed to be plugging the gaps. The first task involved entering the general's residence, and the second task was a direct adventure at the pass. Was the game compelling her to join the fray of war? Yet, the battlefield was perilous. How could she navigate such dangers? Moreover, as a young woman, how could she gain access to such a military stronghold? After contemplating for a long while, smacked her thigh, her mind made up. "Very well. Since you have such expectations, I shall comply with your demands." But she turned and stepped into the house, gathering various supplies, primarily blankets and winter clothing. The temperature had been steadily decreasing over the past few days, and it was possible that snow would soon fall. She needed to prepare in advance. As she prepared to leave, she collected all the resources she could find in the courtyard, storing them away. As long as they fit, she welcomed more. The majority of her supplies came from the maid's quarters, as the items in the main house were made of exquisite brocade and embroidery, far too valuable. The maid's quarters contained less precious belongings, mainly blankets and winter garments, with hardly any silk or satin. Using these would not raise suspicions. At worst, she could simply claim her family was affluent enough to afford cotton clothing and bedding. Exiting the general's residence, Bai Xi carried a makeshift bundle on her back and headed toward the outskirts of the city. Among the soldiers stationed at the city gates today were a few patrons from the inn who recognized Bai Xi and exchanged a few words with her. Noticing her bundle as she moved towards the city's exit, the soldiers, intrigued, immediately recognized the girl who had come seeking her family. It was undeniable. This young lady possessed an extraordinary beauty, her complexion fair and radiant. He had never encountered such a lovely girl before. Make haste on your journey, one soldier advised kindly. These past few days have been quite unsettling, particularly at night. It is exceedingly dangerous to spend the night outdoors. What has occurred? Bai Xi inquired in response. The patrolling guards had already warned her several times the previous night not to venture outside after dark. Are you not aware? Another soldier leaned in, speaking in hushed tones. In the last couple of days, many have perished, and even more have gone missing, most incidents occurring at night. Some have even witnessed murders in broad daylight. Bai Xi feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Is it possible? Luoyang City is quite a large city. How could anyone dare to act so brazenly as to commit murder in broad daylight?" Two soldiers shook their heads in response. Who knows? The authorities have yet to uncover the truth. A few days prior, a man had been pursued by 3 women, one of whom killed a person in the street. The following day, the patrol team discovered the bodies of the 3 women in a narrow alley. All 3 were dead. Yet the man had vanished, leading to speculation that he was the one who had slain them. Just as Bai Xi was about to inquire further, the cough of the city defense captain resounded, prompting everyone to disperse quickly. "Little girl, you should leave this place of troubles at once," advised the first soldier. Chapter 73. The Battle of Luoyang. The pass outside Luoyang City is known as Pingyang Pass, a strategic location that is easily defensible yet difficult to attack, making it a coveted battleground. The northern barbarians feign attacks here annually, but this year's offensive has been particularly fierce, having persisted from last night until this morning before finally receding. The weeds flanking the official road flourish abundantly, teeming with life, though human presence is scarce. It takes a considerable time before one might catch sight of hurried travelers, occasionally disturbed by a galloping horse kicking up a light cloud of dust. Bai Xi glanced back with a slight smile, then turned to enter a nearby grove. 3 ruffians clad in gray cloth exchanged knowing smiles before following her into the woods. Without much effort, they soon located Bai Xi, who was calmly leaning against a tree, arms crossed, observing them with an air of tranquility. "Little sister, traveling alone is far too perilous. Would you allow your brothers to accompany you?" A man with a harsh and cunning appearance rubbed his hands together, his repulsive demeanor eliciting a sense of nausea. Beside him stood another man with a square face, who, upon catching sight of Bai Xi's beauty, was utterly astonished. "My goodness, such a youthful girl. She must be a delicate miss raised in a noble family," he exclaimed. "Little girl, if you obediently comply, I promise you a life of indulgence. You shall have everything you desire." This man appeared to possess a slightly superior appearance compared to the other 2, albeit still somewhat slender, dressed in fine cotton clothing, which made Bai Xi's mouth water. Bai Xi stood tall, unafraid, and with a sudden burst of energy, she lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to the lascivious man's chest. Following that, she landed a punch that knocked the square-faced man's chin askew, and with another sprint, she sent the slender man sprawling to the ground with a well-placed kick. Her movements were fluid and decisive, executed with remarkable precision, leaving the 3 men momentarily dazed. They had not anticipated such prowess from this young girl. The slender man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with rage as he exclaimed, "Damn it! Attack her! I will make her pay for this. We'll have our fun before selling her to the Chunong building." The trio surged forward, adopting a strategy of encirclement, believing that if one-on-one tactics failed, they could overwhelm her together. 3 burly men. Surely they could handle a mere girl? However, ouch, bam. Bai Xi showed no mercy, each punch landing with force, targeting the most sensitive spots, causing the 3 men to wail in agony. She had endured a month of rigorous training, each of her instructors being an elite among elites. Confronting a few ruffians was a trivial matter for her. Even if more were to come, she would remain unperturbed. In no time, the 3 assailants lay prostrate, weakly clutching their arms and heads, groaning in pain. Bai Xi stepped forward, placing her foot upon the face of the diminutive man, coldly inquiring, "Do you wish to live or die?" She had casually emerged from the city gates, engaging in conversation with several soldiers, her objective being this very man. He had been watching her for several days. loitering outside the inn, and even covertly following her during her deliveries. Deshan and the others had discreetly warned Bai Xi to exercise caution, for this man was known as Qi Ba, a notorious thug in Luoyang City. He had the backing of local nobility, rendering him untouchable. Many virtuous young women had fallen victim to his malice, leading to the demise of countless lives. Numerous impoverished families had nowhere to voice their grievances or seek justice, ultimately resulting in their ruin. Initially, Bai Xi had no intention of engaging with him. She was not a savior, nor did she possess the time to dispense justice. However, with Qi Ba now approaching her of his own accord and presenting an opportunity, she decided to seize the moment to perform a good deed. Do you have any idea who I am? I am a descendant of the Lin family, and I shall not let you escape. The humiliating position of being trampled upon filled Qi Ba with indignation and fury. Bai Xi's expression remained impassive as she released her foot from Qi Ba's face, seemingly casually delivering a forceful kick to his chest. Just as Qi Ba had allowed himself a moment of smugness, a searing pain shot through his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Xi once again placed her foot upon Qi Ba's face, exerting pressure that distorted it underfoot. Leaning slightly, she issued a chilling warning. Next time, I may very well crush your skull. Her voice was cold and merciless, resonating in Qi Ba's ears like that of a heartless demon, one who might indeed take his life. Fear gripped him. No, please don't kill me. I will grant you anything you desire, he pleaded hastily. He still had an abundance of wealth and beauties yet to enjoy. The thought of death was unbearable. The lecherous man and the square-faced fellow observed as Qi Ba lost his former bravado, now reduced to a pitiful state akin to that of a beaten dog. And a wave of satisfaction washed over them. Though they were Qi Ba's subordinates, they often endured his wrath, living in constant trepidation that a single misstep could result in being cast into a foul gutter. Witnessing his former arrogance, they felt a mixture of envy and resentment, begrudging his apparent fortune. However, there were advantages to aligning with Qi Ba. They could bask in his shadow, wielding his influence to gain an upper hand in private dealings, enjoying a semblance of superiority, and partaking in the women he deemed unworthy. Thus, they remained his most loyal sycophants. Bai Xi relaxed the pressure of her foot and inquired, I have heard you have secured the contract for Pingyang Pass. Do you possess the entry token? The token was her true objective, despite being a mere ruffian. Qi Ba boasted incessantly of being a descendant of the Lin family, yet no one from the Lin household had come forth to refute his claims. Leveraging his supposed connection, Qi Ba had acquired the logistics contract for Pingyang Pass, profiting handsomely. Yet, he was indolent, never attending to matters personally, instead delegating the task to farmers and merchants from Luoyang City to periodically deliver provisions to Pingyang Pass. Due to the formidable presence of Qi Ba, none dared to provoke him, and these past years had passed in a semblance of tranquility. However, the farmers and shopkeepers were unable to profit, often incurring losses due to their investments of labor and resources. Yet, avoiding the wrath of Qi Ba, the tyrant, could be considered a blessing in disguise. Ah yes, I need my badge, Bai Xi declared, prompting Qi Ba to hurriedly search his person. He gingerly retrieved a token and presented it to Bai Xi. Heroine, please spare me. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I shall certainly be more discerning in the future. Bai Xi accepted the token and examined it closely. It was a black iron badge, emblazoned with a large character for Lin on one side, and a depiction of rice stalks on the reverse. With this badge, I can freely enter and exit Pingyang Pass? Bai Xi inquired. How could that be? This is a token provided by the Lin family for the delivery of grain to Pingyang Pass, allowing access solely to the granary and kitchen. Other areas are off-limits. Qi Ba obsequiously replied, his demeanor shifting swiftly to accommodate Bai Xi's inquiries. As he pondered this, a smile crept upon his face, as if he could already envision Bai Xi begging for mercy. Do I need to present this token every time? I thought you never went there, Bai Xi pressed further. I do not go myself, but I provide a stamped image to the grain delivery personnel. Once inspected at the checkpoint, it is promptly incinerated, making it appear as though I have been there, he concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xi kicked him again, exclaiming, You truly are clever. I presume you've spent quite a sum on these arrangements? Chapter 75. The Battle of Luoyang 19. It turned out that the lecherous man and the square-faced one had remained silent, preparing to ambush Bai Xi once the moment was right, eager to display their prowess before Qi Ba. Bai Xi, having undergone 2 rounds of the game, possessed considerable experience. Thus, it was inconceivable for her to overlook these 2 significant hazards. Before either of them could act, She swiftly incapacitated them by breaking one of their arms with a decisive kick, leaving their faces ashen. Ba silently berated himself for his foolishness. Heroine, I have divulged all that I know and returned your token. I implore you to spare my life. Ba pleaded, kneeling in desperation, tears streaming down his face. Women are often swayed by compassion. If the circumstances are dire enough, they may lay down their dignity and plead for mercy, forgetting the wrongs committed by men. Bai Xi crouched down to pose further inquiries, interspersing these with previously asked questions to ensure that Ba could not dismiss her. After more than an hour, Ba, his face weary, remarked, Heroine, that is all I know. Indeed, that seems sufficient, Bai Xi replied. Unbeknownst to her, a black golden dagger had materialized in her hand. In a swift motion, she turned, and the sharp blade sliced through the air. Ba instantly ceased to exist, meeting the same fate as the other two. She then stored the 3 corpses in her spatial pocket and, 2 meters underground, created a spatial rift to inter them. It was far more prudent to eliminate them entirely and bury them in this desolate wilderness, where the earth bore no signs of disruption, making discovery nearly impossible. On the 6th day of the game, with a survival rate of 90, Bai Xi stood by the roadside, covered in dirt, gazing at the distant official road. According to Ba, today was the day for grain delivery. This presented Bai Xi with an opportunity. She could join the grain convoy entering Pingyang Pass and devise a plan to remain there. She waited until dusk when a troop finally appeared, moving at a leisurely pace. In the carriage, the young man appeared somewhat anxious. Uncle Huang, is it possible for us to enter without the insignia? Let's give it a try. Little Wuzi had previously sought out Ba, but he was not home. The usual brothel he frequented was also deserted, and neither Zhang Goxing nor Li Taizhu were to be found. In the distance, they spotted a young fellow clad in a gray cotton coat, looking disheveled, standing by the roadside. In order to blend into the military camp, Bai Xi Wang fashioned her hair into a male bun and used the eyebrow makeup she had scavenged from the courtyard to darken her exposed skin, her face, hands, and neck, transforming herself into the visage of a lean, impoverished young man, standing at a height of 168 centimeters. As the carriage approached slowly, Bai Xi leaned in and spoke in a hushed tone. Sir, are you part of the convoy delivering supplies to Pingyang Pass? Who are you, young man? I am here to deliver the insignia. A man named Ba sent me. Bai Xi produced a piece of paper bearing the insignia's imprint, grateful that she had rummaged through the courtyard for ink and paper before leaving. Indeed, it was better to be prepared. Upon receiving the paper, the middle-aged man inspected it, and, finding it to be the correct insignia, expressed his delight. Thank you, young brother. This insignia has truly saved us. After securing the insignia, the middle-aged man beckoned, quickly, get on the carriage. We must hasten to deliver the supplies. Bai Xi successfully followed the convoy into Pingyang Pass, with the task countdown commencing promptly. Although Pingyang Pass appeared to be a fortress, one could more aptly describe it as a small town, surrounded by imposing city walls. The center was a vast open space where soldiers were engaged in drills. Aside from the northern wall, which served a defensive purpose, the other walls housed barracks, armories, warehouses, and various other facilities. The destination of Bai Xi and her companions was the warehouse located beneath the western city wall, adjacent to the kitchen. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, while others busied themselves with unloading goods, Bai Xi found herself at leisure, her curiosity piqued by the soldiers undergoing drills in the training ground. She shook her head, bemused by the spectacle before her. At first glance, the training appeared commendable, yet upon closer inspection, it lacked cohesion, and indefinable vigor seemed absent, as did the resolute determination that should accompany such endeavors. Child, what does your head shaking signify? Do you deem their efforts inadequate? A nearby soldier, perceiving Bai Xi's disdainful expression, felt a surge of defiance. You, a mere child yet to mature, dare to look down upon the elite of Luoyang City? There is nothing amiss. Every soldier dedicated to the defense of our homeland is deserving of respect. I merely believe they ought to embody more, she replied. Their spirit is insufficient. Oh, and how do you envision they ought to be? A low, commanding voice resonated from behind, imbued with authority. Recognizing the voice, Bai Xi knew it belonged to General Hou Mingxi. Initially, her intention was merely to attract the attention of a military figure of some influence, especially given her affiliation with Ba, which assured her standing. She had hoped to showcase her capabilities, perhaps even as a mere soldier. However, she had not anticipated such fortuitous timing, encountering Hou Mingxi himself. With a glance from the corner of her eye and a slight raise of her brow, she began to articulate the formidable spirit she had witnessed in modern military forces, a readiness to sacrifice for their nation. The account left General Hou Mingxi and the nearby soldiers utterly astonished. Does such an army truly exist? They mused. One that is invincible and triumphant in all battles? Bai Xi shook her head. They were not invincible. Yet, for the sake of victory and the honor of their nation and people, they were willing to sacrifice everything. They were the eternal support of the common folk. As long as they stood firm, the populace need not fear turmoil or displacement, for they bore all burdens for us. After a moment of silence, Hou Mingxi's somber voice broke the stillness. Have you ever seen such an army? She fought valiantly to remain. Bai Xi turned to face Hou Mingxi, her tone ingratiating. Sir, are you still in need of personnel? I can do anything. Just provide me with a meal. Hou Mingxi scrutinized Bai Xi with disdain. What can someone with such thin arms and legs possibly do? Finish unloading and leave promptly. With that, he turned to depart. If you want to have me, then so be it, Bai Xi retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Her true ambition was to become a cook. It would allow her to stay without facing the perils of the front lines. Bai Xi approached the unloading convoy, assisting in carrying items. She effortlessly hoisted a large sack onto her shoulder and transported it to the warehouse with ease. Her strength was not inferior to that of an average man. With an overall attribute score of 78, her capabilities were no mere claim. This figure typically represented what most ordinary men could achieve only after years of training, making tasks like lifting goods a trivial matter. By the end of this round of games, her physical prowess would rival that of a professional athlete. It is noteworthy that a score of 100 in overall attributes signifies the pinnacle of human potential, and this is a composite value. Even the finest athletes tend to excel in specific fields, whereas players like her develop comprehensively. Chapter 76. The Battle of the Setting Sun. Witnessing Bai Xi effortlessly carry an enormous sack, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. This lad, seemingly frail, possessed such remarkable strength. Even if I could manage to lift such a hefty load, I certainly would not do so with such ease. Remarkably, he showed no signs of fatigue. This young man is truly impressive. Hou Mingxi stood silently atop the city wall, observing the scene below. My lord. This young man maintains a steady stance and exhibits remarkable agility. He does not resemble a mere peasant, but rather someone hailing from a martial arts family, commented the officer beside him, who then shook his head in disbelief. It is unfortunate that he is affiliated with Ba. How could someone of such caliber be drawn to such a wastrel? Hou Mingxi's expression remained composed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Could he possibly be from the Lin family? Their influence is indeed far-reaching. The officer gasped in surprise. The Lin family has already amassed wealth. Do they now dare to covet military power? Are they not afraid of inciting the general's wrath? Wasn't he merely here to deliver supplies? Let him remain in the kitchen. Hou Mingxi resolved to keep this young man, who had so conveniently presented himself. He was curious to see what schemes the Lin family might concoct. He hoped they would not hinder his plans, or else he would not hesitate to respond firmly. After unloading the supplies, Bai Xi discreetly approached the head chef, Liang Yong, who was busy tallying the day's provisions and vegetables. Due to the kitchen's frequent demands, coupled with staff shortages, both the storeroom and kitchen had temporarily fallen under his jurisdiction. Master Chef, may I have a word? Bai Xi inquired, approaching with a flattering demeanor. Liang Yong had already received directives from above and had intended to speak with the young man after the unloading was complete. Little did he expect that Bai Xi would seek him out first. In a secluded corner, Liang Yong looked down at Bai Xi and asked, What are you up to? Bai Xi handed him a jade hairpin and chuckled. Master, the kitchen is so busy. Surely you could use an extra pair of hands. What do you say? As she spoke, she began to feign hardship. Life is tough. Out there, I barely get enough to eat and wear, at least in the camp. I can enjoy a hearty meal. Liang Yong scrutinized her and skeptically remarked, In that outfit, can you really be short of food? Bai Xi shyly smiled and replied, To be honest, this was bought for me by young Master Ba. He assured me that once I entered the military camp, I would have ample food to eat. He even gifted me this hairpin. Understanding dawned on Liang Yong, and he smirked knowingly. I thought so. Why would this lad bring Ba's emblem and join the military? With such connections, staying with Ba would be far superior to entering the camp. It seems Ba has planted someone here. Recalling the instructions from above, Liang Yong accepted the jade hairpin and, with a hint of arrogance, said, Given your candor and understanding, you may assist in the kitchen. Excellent. Thank you very much. Bai Xi expressed her gratitude. pleasantly surprised by the smooth turn of events, realizing Qi Ba must possess a significant status. Initially, she intended to engage Liang Yong further to build rapport, but the sound of drums and gongs echoed from the city gate. Liang Yong quickly tucked the hairpin away and instructed Bai Xi, "The northern barbarians are back. Tell your people not to unload just yet. Prepare to receive the injured." Understood. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Liang Yong paused for a moment, murmuring, "Not bad." You can discern urgency and importance. At this moment, the grain delivery team was in a state of panic. They were accustomed to their routine deliveries and had never encountered such a situation. War, to them, seemed a distant and perilous affair. Bai Xi rushed over to calm the crowd, urging everyone to remain composed and refrain from scattering. They were to stay put and await orders, as they might soon be required to assist in transporting the wounded. Although the crowd complied, their hearts were anything but tranquil. As soldiers continued to assemble around them, surging onto the battlements, an atmosphere of tension spread silently among them. Had the northern barbarians arrived? Surely, we would not meet our demise. No, the army stands in the forefront, preventing the invaders from breaching our defenses. Yet, the barbarians are fierce. It is said that they kill without a second thought, beheading their victims with a single stroke. Should we not flee? A tentative voice, almost a whisper, suggested this notion. The proposal was instantly met with silent agreement, though none dared to openly endorse it. Enough, a stern voice commanded, as Uncle Huang, the leader, stepped forward to take charge. Everyone remain quiet and wait. If death is to come, it shall not be our turn first. Fleeing the military camp would brand you as deserters. And who among you wishes to face such a fate? Do not drag us down with you. The warning silenced the crowd, though discontent lingered in their hearts. They felt powerless to act otherwise. To abandon their posts during wartime, especially in such a significant military stronghold, would surely result in severe punishment, possibly execution. The group huddled in the corner, awaiting the inevitable summons for assistance. On the battlements, the sounds of clashing weapons and the cries of battle echoed. As wounded soldiers were continuously brought down, some bore long feathered swords embedded in their chests, unable to utter a sound, their lives hanging by a thread. The wound continued to bleed profusely, yet only a simple application of powdered medicine and a rudimentary bandaging with gray cloth sufficed. Some injuries were so severe that even after being bandaged, they persisted in bleeding. The accompanying physician often merely shook his head, rendered powerless. Bai Xi could no longer bear to witness this. Each of these wounds represented a life. There was no basic sanitation, no effort to prevent their demise. A soldier with an injured arm was brought in, and the doctor shook his head, indicating that the injury was too grave, urging the soldier to prepare himself for the worst. The soldier's eyes dimmed instantly, while the doctor silently tended to his wound. Bai Xi stepped forward and grasped the doctor's hand that held the medicinal bottle, drawing a look of confusion and irritation from him. Before he could voice his displeasure, Bai Xi exclaimed, "Your actions could lead to his death." Challenged in his authority, the doctor was incensed, glaring at Bai Xi. "What right do you have to claim I would harm him?" "I apologize for my harsh words," she responded. "However, a wound like his should first be sanitized, cleaned thoroughly before applying medicine, and finally stitched. This would promote faster healing and significantly reduce the risk of infection." Bai Xi spoke quickly, recognizing the need to resolve the issue without conflict. The doctor did not grasp her terminology regarding sanitation and infection, yet the prospect of preventing suppuration astonished him. "Can your method truly avert suppuration?" he queried, a mix of skepticism and hope in his gaze. On the battlefield, soldiers feared injuries most, once wounded. Their fate seemed entirely out of their hands. While complete prevention was impossible, the likelihood of suppuration could indeed be diminished, Bai Xi explained. She had learned the swift application of bandages, a fundamental survival skill that Ye Xiao insisted must be mastered and adeptly executed. Hurry, the doctor urged, his wound deep and bleeding profusely. Even if the bleeding ceased, there was a high likelihood of subsequent fever, and should he survive that, the wound could easily become infected. The onlookers understood that this soldier's life was likely hanging by a thread. They had witnessed many such cases, yet few had emerged unscathed. Chapter 77. The Battle of Falling Sun. Bai Xi requested strong liquor from the others, though there was no disinfected cloth available. The doctor mentioned that the cloth they had could be washed and dried in the sun, making it somewhat usable. After basking in the sun's rays, it should suffice. She also requested a fine needle, plucking several strands of her own long hair to soak in a small bowl of the potent liquor. Once her preparations were swiftly completed, Bai Xi turned to the soldier, asking gently if he could endure the pain. The soldier nodded. After all, this minor discomfort was trivial compared to the prospect of losing his life. Bai Xi handed him a piece of cloth to bite down on, warning, otherwise, I fear you may bite your own tongue. With that, she began to methodically tend to his wound. At the moment the liquor met the injury, the soldier winced. Veins in his forehead bulging, his eyes wide open, teeth clenched tightly. The spectators watched in horror, yet dared not utter a word. Believing this was the extent of his suffering, he was unprepared for the agony that followed when Bai Xi employed the liquor-soaked strands of hair as sutures, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, as the pain intensified, he eventually grew numb to it, making the sensation less acute. Subsequently, she applied medicine and bandaged the injury. After completing all these tasks, Bai Xi was drenched in sweat. It was her first experience practicing on a living person, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, she managed to accomplish it successfully. For the next 2 days, keep the wounds dry. If there is any sign of fever, remember to consult a doctor. Change the dressings in 2 days, Bai Xi advised. Although the results of her treatment were not immediately apparent, the sutured wounds were clean and easy to manage, thereby minimizing the risk of external contamination. The doctor, being a professional, quickly grasped the advantages of this approach. Throughout the subsequent rescue efforts, he consistently involved Bai Xi, frequently seeking her input and guidance. Bai Xi answered every inquiry, as she had already exposed her capabilities. If there were indeed other players here, they might as well compete. With the urgent battles raging ahead, the need for medical attention for the wounded was equally pressing, and everyone was occupied with their tasks. Observing the numerous injured on the ground, many of whom had already lost their breath and were growing cold, Bai Xi witnessed the grim reality of war for the first time. If the situation at the rear was already so harrowing, one could only imagine the heart-wrenching scenes at the front lines atop the city walls. On the 7th day of the game, the survival rate stood at 88. After a night of relentless work, Bai Xi finally found a moment to rest against the wall. Glancing at the survival rate in the upper right corner, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Over 345,000 individuals participated in the game, and 12% equated to nearly 40,000 people, with 50,000 already deceased. Ho Mingxi seemed largely unfazed, and the defenders of Luoyang City remained oblivious as well. With this thought, Bai Xi adjusted her position to draw closer to an officer who was tallying the casualties. The captains of various squads were reporting their statuses, and the officer in charge had furrowed his brow in concern. A large battalion reported 15 minor injuries, 7 severe injuries, and 3 fatalities. The 2nd Battalion noted 18 minor injuries, 6 severe injuries, and 2 deaths. As the reports continued, the expressions of the officers grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Bai Xi absorbed the information, meticulously analyzing it in her mind. Each battalion comprised 50 personnel, and the defending forces at Pingyong Pass totaled 5,300. The death rate hovered around 3%, suggesting that approximately 160 soldiers perished in battle last night. The game mechanics are infallible. A survival rate decline of 2% indicates that over 7,000 lives were lost. Where, then, did the remaining 6,000 casualties occur? Even accounting for the northern barbarians as the attacking force, their losses could not possibly exceed this figure by such a staggering margin. Had the northern barbarians not only besieged Pingyong Pass, but also launched assaults on other territories under the jurisdiction of Luoyang City? Yet, why was there no information regarding these events? Was Ho Mingxi deliberately concealing the truth? Or had the northern barbarians executed their strategy with such finesse that the scale of their slaughter went unnoticed? The weather grew increasingly frigid, prompting the majority of the populace to remain indoors, hibernating through the winter, and social visits became virtually non-existent. In this cold, corpses would not emit foul odors, compounded by the sluggish pace of communication in ancient times. If the northern barbarians attacked remote villages and committed acts of total annihilation, it is conceivable that such events could transpire without detection. However, as the saying goes, no plan is flawless. It is improbable that the villagers would simply await their demise. Surely 1 or 2 must have escaped. If the northern barbarians truly possessed such stringent operational capabilities, their strength should not be underestimated. I have never encountered a player of your caliber. Bai Xi deeply felt the gravity of the battle ahead. A melodious voice resonated beside her, and upon glancing up, she beheld a strikingly handsome man with a gentle demeanor, his brows and eyes seemingly adorned with a smile. Such individuals effortlessly evoke fondness and lower one's guard. However, Bai Xi remained vigilant. She would not repeat Qi Yubin's error. Statistically speaking, those with a score of 90 in appearance comprise less than 10 of the populace, and when considering factors such as height and capability, the likelihood of such traits converging in a single individual diminishes even further. Encountering someone of such caliber within the game undoubtedly indicated a player with enhanced attributes. As evidenced by the attractiveness of her teammates, none were unappealing. Thus, she concluded that one must exercise caution around handsome men and beautiful women encountered in the game. The higher their allure, the greater the peril. Before her lay a blood-stained training ground, where makeshift tents had been erected and fires ignited. Wounded soldiers lay on thin blankets, groaning softly. These were the less severely injured. The gravely wounded had been transported indoors. Why risk exposure to save them? The man gazed at Bai Xi with confusion. Is it not simply an act of kindness? She replied with a resigned shrug. She could not stand idly by while these soldiers, who fought for their country, perished before her eyes. The man retorted disapprovingly. They are destined to die sooner or later. What purpose does saving them serve now? Have you forgotten that the survival rate in the game is only 10? Those like them cannot possibly survive. As long as it brings me peace of mind. They fight for their homeland and its people. What wrong is there in that? I may be powerless in situations beyond my sight, but when it is right before me, not to act would be a source of guilt. The man gazed at Bai Xi for quite some time, his bewilderment deepening. You possess a sentiment and fervor for your nation and ethnicity that I find utterly incomprehensible. As you previously stated, you forge ahead with unwavering resolve and self-sacrifice. Thus, upon seeing them, you involuntarily project your heartfelt emotions and affection, perceiving them as kin from your homeland. In just a few succinct phrases, the man elucidated feelings and impulses that Bai Xi herself could not articulate. He paused momentarily before asking again, why do you harbor such emotions? I don't know. Perhaps it is because the place I live is exceedingly beautiful? Or maybe I have been brainwashed. Bai Xi replied uncertainly. The man shook his head with conviction. No, you are quite rational. You genuinely believe in and revere these sentiments from the depths of your heart. Bai Xi looked at the man in astonishment. Are you praising me? The man nodded once more, earnestly stating, through you, I can discern that your world must be extraordinarily unique. I hope to encounter others from your realm someday. Good luck. Bai Xi responded with indifference. Although he appeared more sophisticated than her, he would not dare to act with impunity here, lest he attract the ire of Hou Mingxi. No matter how formidable a high-level player may be, could he single-handedly confront thousands of elite troops? That is a fanciful notion. Ye Xiao would not even dare to utter such words. Chapter 78. The Battle of Setting Sun. After exchanging only a few words, Shi Qing was called away. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Xi felt an odd familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before, yet no recollection of him surfaced in her memory. Unable to recall, she chose not to dwell on it. When the time was right, she would naturally come to know. She continued to lean against the wall, feigning slumber. At noon, good news arrived. Yesterday, the bandaging technique employed by Bai Xi yielded remarkable results. When Hou Mingxi received reports from below, he was taken aback. He never anticipated that the young man would act so swiftly. It seemed that the Lin family had grand ambitions. The other players lurking around Hou Mingxi also turned their attention to Bai Xi, silently deeming her yet another foolish pawn offering herself for free. Yet, was Bai Xi truly so naive? That afternoon, Bai Man launched another assault, more ferocious than any prior attempt. It appeared they were resolutely determined to capture Pingyang Pass. Standing atop the city walls, Hou Mingxi surveyed the chaos below, where the barbarian soldiers, armed with various novel instruments, fought recklessly, his brow furrowed and expression grave. When had Bai Man learned to employ siege weaponry? Clearly, there was a formidable strategist guiding them. After a prolonged silence, Hou Mingxi let out a light chuckle. Well then, there was no need for me to exert myself to entice them. In a corner of the city tower, Bai Xi stealthily approached, observing the fierce battle, only to swiftly retreat moments later. Goodness, it was far too perilous. Arrows flew chaotically, and at any moment, one could strike her. Blood was spilling everywhere. The barbarian soldiers scaling the walls paid no heed to their opponents, swinging their broadswords indiscriminately. The defenders retaliated with long spears and heavy blades. Two soldiers coordinating to confront a single barbarian, delivering a fatal blow to its head. Blood spattered instantly, and one could even hear the sickening sound of the blade cleaving through bone, the grating of metal against skull, a jarring and brutal symphony. Bai Xi cowered in the corner, panting heavily. her small face drained of color, her mind plagued by the horrific scenes she had just witnessed. However, at that moment, her complexion was obscured by the shadows, concealing her pallor. Was she frightened? The teasing voice of Shirqing echoed behind her. No, Bai Xi replied defiantly, refusing to show weakness in front of others. During her free time that morning, she had inquired about Shirqing's identity and discovered that he was the strategist invited by Hou Mingxi, arriving a day earlier than her. Bai Xi was astonished. How had he accomplished that? After eavesdropping for several days in the courtyard, she had gleaned some understanding of Hou Mingxi's character: cautious, suspicious, meticulous, and extremely complex. For someone like Hou Mingxi, Shirqing had managed to earn his trust in such a short span of time. One could only commend him silently. What a remarkable feat. Is that so? Shirqing did not dismantle the protective facade Bai Xi had constructed for herself. His tone was gentle yet imbued with a seriousness and an imperceptible pity as he said, "This is just the beginning. You must prepare yourself." With that, Shirqing walked away from Bai Xi, heading toward the command center in the distance. Bai Xi was left in a state of confusion. Had he approached her merely to convey that message? The mind of a genius was indeed inscrutable. On the 8th day of the game, the survival rate plummeted to 75. Awakening from a slumber, Bai Xi was startled by the sudden decline in the survival rate. What had transpired yesterday? How could 30,000 lives have been lost in an instant? It seemed the battlefield extended far beyond Pingyang Pass. Was Shirqing alluding to this with his earlier remark? At this hour, before dawn, Bai Xi, weary yet resolute, made her way to the kitchen, where she once again encountered Shirqing. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his previously relaxed demeanor replaced by a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Bai Xi approach, he stood upright, his tone a blend of farewell and caution. "I must leave now. After completing your task, you should depart quickly as well. This place is no longer safe." Time passed swiftly for Shirqing, who came and went in a blur, leaving Bai Xi momentarily speechless, astonished by his words. "He knows I am a woman?" Bai Xi hurriedly checked her attire, face, hands, and neck. Even noting her rough voice, everything seemed in order. How did he discern that? Furthermore, given that Pingyang Pass was inherently perilous, why did he emphasize this point? Was there an unforeseen development? With a heart full of questions, Bai Xi proceeded to the kitchen, where she overheard hushed discussions among the others. It was said that around 3 or 4 in the morning, Hou Mingxi received an urgent letter and promptly departed from Pingyang Pass with his confidants. Thus, had Shirqing been waiting specifically for her? Why? With no relatives nearby and no acquaintances, what motivated his unexpected cordiality? To employ such a strategy of luring the enemy into complacency against her, a mere novice, was it not an extravagant waste? Bai Xi was well aware of her limitations. Despite possessing a slight edge due to her extraordinary abilities, she paled in comparison to the true powerhouses. Each time they sparred, Ye Xiao would effortlessly subdue her, leaving even Liang Cheng and the others unable to bear the sight. It was truly disheartening. Soon, however, Bai Xi found herself uplifted once more. Since Hou Mingxi had departed, it was likely that high-level players like Shirqing, who had been concealed by his presence, would also be leaving soon. What remained would be mere trifles. Perhaps she might even seize an opportunity to gather cards and points. Her prior experience in vanquishing those 3 women had granted Bai Xi a clearer understanding of her own strength. To put it metaphorically, she was a master among the mediocre, the tallest among the short. Moreover, she possessed an abundance of cards and unexpectedly formidable abilities. Ye Xiao once remarked that as long as she intensified her practical training and honed her abilities, claiming to be invincible among her peers would not be an exaggeration. Upon reflecting on this, Bai Xi felt a surge of joy. Nothing is more exhilarating than the realization of one's own progress. The offensive from yesterday persisted until the early hours of this morning, around 2 or 3 o'clock. The team had only just managed to catch their breath when yet another assault commenced. Was this a strategy of attrition? Did the northern barbarians not require rest? Drawing from previous experiences, everyone was well prepared. However, the ferocity of the northern barbarians' onslaught exceeded all expectations, rendering the defenders at Pingyang Pass utterly beleaguered. Bai Xi moved tirelessly among the injured, her body smeared with blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. On the 9th day of the game, the survival rate plummeted to 66. The decline, though surprising, was not entirely unforeseen. This monumental battle had commenced several days prior, although the focal point of the conflict was not Pingyang Pass. As for its true location, Bai Xi was uncertain. It could be the city of Luoyang, or perhaps some other place entirely. She had also begun to grasp the intrinsic logic behind the game's quest system. Indeed, the game tasks were challenging, yet they were never insurmountable for players. Recalling the final side quest in Wanted City, where the objective was to rescue Professor Chen, she realized it was essentially a mission to slay the mother spider. At that time, it had seemed overwhelmingly difficult for Bai Xi, which explained the exceptional rewards. Additionally, since Ye Xiao was nearby, Bai Xi had a reasonable chance of completing the task, prompting the game to issue such a quest. Chapter 79, The Battle of Luoyang. The disparity in difficulty correlates directly with the magnitude of the reward. Ye Xiao possesses formidable abilities, making the task of slaying the mother spider relatively effortless, thus receiving only a modest reward. In contrast, Bai Xi, whose skills are lacking, faces arduous missions that yield far more substantial rewards. Throughout, the game systematically cultivates and selects players based on their strengths. What intrigues Bai Xi is why Ye Xiao and the others have yet to advance to B-level players. Is it due to insufficient ability, or is there some prerequisite that remains unfulfilled? Although she has inquired before, their knowledge on the subject is scant. They are aware that advancement trials are the pathway to promotion, yet these trials are notoriously challenging, fraught with peril at every turn. Ye Xiao and his companions have never undergone such trials, for once summoned by the game to participate, there are only two possible outcomes: success or demise. Upon success, players ascend directly to B-level, severing their ties with C-level players, thus leaving them bereft of information. Bai Xi, why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry to the kitchen and lend a hand. Do you think you are here merely to play? You exhibit no sense of responsibility at all. Liangyang's temper has been somewhat frayed these past few days. Despite not being on the battlefield, the pressure they face in logistics is no less than that of the soldiers on the front lines. They are tasked with caring for the wounded and ensuring the fallen soldiers are properly interred on the hillsides within the city. Once the war concludes, they must promptly provide sustenance for the combatants, leaving them in a constant state of busyness. Here I come. Bai Xi jogged over, ready to assist. On the city tower, the expression of Chang Shan, the garrison commander of Pingyang Pass, was grim. From yesterday until now, they had been embroiled in fierce combat for a day and a night. The steps of the tower transformed into a path of blood. Exhaustion and numbness etched on every face, their armor bearing the marks of countless dents, while their uniforms were stained a deep brown with dried blood. The battle has resulted in over 1,000 soldiers dead or severely injured. Considering previous losses, fewer than 3,000 remain capable of taking to the battlefield. The northern barbarians' assault grows increasingly ferocious, and the reinforcements promised by Hou Mingxi have yet to arrive. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Shan instructed his adjutant, "Send a letter to Luoyang City. The situation at Pingyang Pass is dire. We require assistance." The adjutant nodded respectfully and departed. In a secluded corner of the stronghold, a small group whispered among themselves. "It seems Pingyang Pass cannot be held any longer. Should we not make our escape?" One suggested. "With Hou Mingxi already fled, what purpose do we serve here?" Another remarked, "I just saw a messenger leave. He must be seeking help." A man with a sharp, gaunt face scoffed, "Reinforcements are unlikely to arrive." The three turned to him, puzzled. "Do you know who Changshan is?" He continued. "He is the commander of Pingyang Pass." "What other identity could he possibly have?" "You imply something deeper," one of them responded. The sharp-faced man smirked. "Changshan is not aligned with Hou Mingxi. He is actually an envoy sent by Hou Mingxi's archrival, Prime Minister Guiqizhen, to monitor him. Hou Mingxi would relish in seeing Changshan perish on the battlefield. How could he possibly send reinforcements? If that were the case, why would he leave Changshan, a master of strategy, among his ranks while his other capable generals excel in defense? The realization dawned upon them. Hou Mingxi seeks to use him as a pawn for his own ends? How cunning. It is a pity he does not pursue a career in acting. His disdain for Changshan is hardly evident in his demeanor. When shall we make our departure? The sarcastic man smirked insidiously. He would certainly leave, but he would not depart without a price. Are you implying? A knowing smile passed between several of them. Chapter 80. The Battle of Falling Sun in the kitchen. Bai Xi sat on a small stool, washing vegetables in a red wooden basin, the icy water rendering her fingers a vivid crimson. Yet, her mind wandered elsewhere. Today marked the third day of the side quest, with merely 6 hours remaining until its conclusion. Given the game's usual nature, and bolstered by the reminder from Shurqing yesterday, the final hours were bound to be anything but simple. Suddenly, the sound of drums reverberated, followed by a deep thud that jolted Bai Xi from her reverie. She hastily rushed outside the kitchen, only to witness large stones descending from the azure sky like meteors. Rooftops, city walls, and soldiers caught unawares were met with a gruesome fate, blood and flesh scattering amidst the rising dust. Bai Xi stood frozen, disbelief washing over her. Wasn't the northern barbarians a nomadic tribe? Could they truly employ such tactics? Was it her lack of historical knowledge, or were the players of this generation exceedingly formidable, managing to construct catapults in just a few days? Observing the chaos as people fled in panic, accompanied by the ominous sounds of impact at the gate, Bai Xi realized that Pingyang Pass might not withstand the onslaught. Should she flee? But with 6 hours left to complete the quest, and the allure of an unrestricted lottery that might yield another coveted red item, abandoning the quest felt too regrettable. No, she gritted her teeth and resolved to endure. At that moment, the orders from Changshan were dispatched. Everyone, including logistical support, was summoned to the city walls for battle, save for the essential personnel who were to remain. Having ascended the city walls once before, Bai Xi decided to be prudent this time. She found a small iron pot in the kitchen and placed it atop her head for protection. As logistical support, they were not equipped with military armor, lacking even the most basic breastplates, possessing only a uniform. Observing Bai Xi in such a state, the others followed suit, diving into the kitchen and donning wooden buckets and basins atop their heads. This motley crew of logistical personnel cautiously ascended the city tower. Above, a tempest of arrows rained down, and the perilous scene unnerved many, causing them to tremble in fear. The city walls were battered and in disarray, a sight of utter devastation. Due to her considerable strength, Bai Xi was assigned the task of hurling stones. On the tower, there were pre-prepared stones. She merely had to lift and cast them down. Beside her stood a soldier wielding a crossbow, who, after releasing an arrow, swiftly took cover behind the wall. Noticing the newcomer Bai Xi, he quickly readied another bolt and greeted her with enthusiasm. "Brother, I am Su Feng. What is your name?" "Bai Xi." Unfortunately, fate was unkind, and he was grazed by an enemy's arrow on his arm. Bai Xi lifted a large stone and hurled it down towards those on the siege ladder, not bothering to check whom it struck. "Damn, that hurt." Su Feng leaned against the wall, uttering a low groan of pain, ripping a strip from his clothing to bandage his wound before resuming his task of knocking arrows. "You are quite impressive. I heard many speak of you for your assistance in treating the wounded. You're not so bad yourself. With such a commotion, you show no fear at all." Bai Xi lifted another heavy stone and let it fall. "I'm accustomed to it. Fear is futile," Su Feng replied with a nonchalant demeanor. They exchanged words, engaging in this intermittent dialogue as a means to alleviate the pressure and panic within. Meanwhile, on the other side of the tower, the situation was starkly different. Damn it, why is luck so cruel? Just as the decision to retreat was made, the northern barbarians launched their assault on the city. Are the opposing players devoid of common sense? Pingyang Pass, renowned for its fortifications, is notoriously difficult to conquer. What drives them to such desperation? Once reinforcements arrive, their previous losses will be rendered utterly futile. But wait, do they possess knowledge that reinforcements will not arrive at Pingyang Pass? Or do they have alternative strategies? Regardless, once this wave of aggression subsides, we must seize the opportunity to slip away. Several nodded in agreement. In times of war, defection is a perilous gamble. Capture means certain death. Moreover, the sentinels below the city walls make any descent conspicuous. Amidst the chaos of battle, where blades and arrows fly indiscriminately, many are consumed by a bloodlust that overshadows their own safety, recklessly charging forward, brandishing their swords with terrifying ferocity. The northern barbarians, towering and numerous, overwhelmed the defenders of Pingyang Pass. Witnessing our grievous losses, Changshan's brow furrowed like a mountain peak, and after much hesitation, he arrived at the arduous decision to employ arson. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. If reinforcements do not arrive, and the northern barbarians persist in their relentless assault, the fall of Pingyang Pass is but a matter of time. On our side, Bai Xi also faced dire straits, as comrades fell one after another, an oppressive weight of despair enveloping him. Then he turned to Bai Xi. "Brother Bai, could you lend a hand? I find myself in a bit of a predicament." Bai Xi assisted in preparing the arrows, while Su Feng, with his injured left arm, raised the crossbow, positioning his right hand on the trigger, swiftly aiming and firing. "How was that?" Su Feng inquired of Bai Xi, a proud smile gracing his pale visage. "I am the foremost crossbowman of our team." "Impressive." Bai Xi offered a commendation and continued to assist in loading the arrows. Before long, an old soldier approached, bending slightly as he delivered a kick to Su Feng, admonishing him. "You rascal, why aren't you hastening to bandage that arm? Do you wish to part with it?" Su Feng chuckled, replying cheekily, "Well then, are you not here to take over?" The old soldier, taking the crossbow with deftness, swiftly loaded an arrow, aimed, and released with a fluidity that surpassed Su Feng's own. It appeared Su Feng had been boasting. This veteran truly possessed remarkable skill. Soon after, several wooden barrels were brought forth. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, the lids of the barrels were removed, releasing a potent and indescribable stench, revealing a viscous black liquid within. In that instant, Bai Xi comprehended Changshan's intentions. "Good heavens, is that oil?" she gasped. If it were to spill upon oneself and ignite, the horror would be unimaginable. The local saying from Xiuqing came to mind. It's akin to being scalded. But now it was a matter of being burned alive, a fate far too dreadful to contemplate. As Bai Xi stood in shock, the soldiers maneuvered the barrels to the location where the barbarian troops had set up their ladders, tipping them over. Adjacent soldiers ignited torches with fire sticks, extending the flames toward the ladders outside the city walls. In an instant, several lines of fire surged forth, racing downward and consuming everything in their path. Within mere minutes, the area beyond the walls transformed into a raging inferno. The fleeing figures, engulfed in flames, exacerbated the blaze with the winds they stirred. Some individuals plummeted from the towering ladders, meeting a grim fate. This ruthless assault of fire disrupted the plans of the northern barbarians, who clearly had not anticipated such a fierce counterattack from the defenders of Pingyang Pass. Before long, the northern barbarians temporarily retreated. Everyone sat on the ground, seizing the moment to recuperate and partake in some dry rations, uncertain of when the northern barbarians might return. Changshan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to arrange for aid from Luoyang City. Chapter 81, The Battle of Luoyang. Youngster, I hear you chose to stay behind voluntarily? The veteran cast a glance at the charred Bai Xi, his gaze settling on the gleaming crossbow. Internally, he lamented Su Feng's negligence. This fellow has no regard for maintaining the crossbow. Look at the state it's in. This sentiment was known to at least half of the people at Pingyang Pass. What a misguided choice. He casually produced a soft cloth from his pocket and gently wiped the crossbow. We are but a group of individuals whose fates hang by a thread, striving desperately to escape this place. Yet you, on the other hand, eagerly moved closer, and now you find yourself unable to leave. Bai Xi was at a loss for words, sensing the veteran's tone of resignation and regret. Before she could respond, the veteran continued, "We are all conscripts, destined to serve as soldiers for generations. There is no choice in the matter. But you, a clean and innocent lad, why would you entangle yourself in this? Is it truly just for a meal?" Bai Xi shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. "Is it then for the sake of promotion and wealth?" The veteran sighed heavily, his face etched with melancholy and the defeat of reality. "You young ones think too simplistically. You believe that talent alone will elevate you above others. Little do you know, in the end, you are merely a dog for the powerful, summoned at will and discarded without a second thought. When deemed useful, you might receive a morsel. When no longer of use, if you're not slain, consider it a blessing. Surely there are other methods and paths," Bai Xi inquired. The old soldier offered a bitter smile and began to recount his tale. Perhaps for the first time, someone was willing to listen to his story, and he poured out his heart's anguish. "I enlisted at the age of 16, and now 30 years have passed. From Nanning County to Luoyang City, I have traversed numerous places, countless times hanging by a thread. I have fought bandits, dealt with local tyrants, and slain many invaders from the north and south. Yet in the end, I am but a mere conscript." At this point, the old soldier paused, his tone a mixture of reflection and resignation. "Fate is predetermined." Bai Xi, however, shook her head in disagreement, asserting, perhaps fate can be contested. Although she could not fully empathize with the old soldier's struggles due to their differing circumstances, she respected his choices. Each person has their own way of life, and others have no right to interfere. Bai Xi wished to fight. After all, since death is inevitable, why not live fully before it arrives? As dusk approached, with 2.5 hours remaining until the mission's conclusion, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. The delicate white petals drifted down, gradually cloaking the gruesome scene of lifeless bodies, veiling it beneath a facade of beauty and purity. During their conversation, Bai Xi learned the soldier's name was Fan Quanan, a name both ordinary and imbued with noble aspirations. The old soldier remarked that this was the first snowfall of the year, arriving earlier and heavier than in previous years. Shortly thereafter, new orders arrived. and everyone was divided into 2 shifts for duty, as Changshan harbored concerns that the northern barbarians would not easily relent and might take advantage of the situation. It was imperative that the city tower retained sufficient forces for vigilant guard duty. Bai Xi was assigned to the 2nd shift, and she welcomed the prospect of respite. The tranquil night deepened the already tense atmosphere, rendering it even more oppressive. On the city tower, soldiers stood resolutely against the biting wind, their senses acutely attuned, vigilant for the slightest sign of disturbance. Within the barracks, all were sprawled across the broad wooden bunks, the thunderous chorus of snores failing to awaken even the soundest sleeper beside them. The modest room exuded a harmonious air, albeit with a somewhat unpleasant odor. Bai Xi, wide awake, fixed her gaze on the countdown before her. Only 1 hour remained until the completion of their task. Just then, a faint rustling sound emerged from outside the barracks, prompting her to hold her breath and listen intently to the commotion. The noise was subtle, seemingly mingled with hushed whispers and footsteps, while her slumbering comrades, akin to pigs in their deep sleep, remained undisturbed. Bai Xi's instincts sharpened. After consecutive days of fierce battles, everyone was utterly exhausted. Aside from those on guard duty, it was unlikely anyone else would be active outside. Moreover, with the impending shift change in the latter half of the night, what could a few individuals possibly be scheming? Stealthily, Bai Xi followed suit. In the darkness, several figures cautiously approached the main gate. The guard, observing their approach, inquired with curiosity, "Taimu, it is not yet time for the changeover. What brings you here?" A middle-aged man's voice replied, "We received a last-minute notice to relieve you." The city guard, accepting without suspicion, responded with a smile, "That is splendid. I have been struggling to keep my eyes open." Several individuals discreetly retrieved the daggers concealed at their waists and advanced a few steps forward, each delivering a swift strike to the neck of the sentry guarding the city. The soldier clutched his throat in disbelief as he collapsed, his expression a mixture of shock and horror, having met his end not on the battlefield, but at the hands of those he had once called comrades. Hiding in the shadows, Bai Xi widened her eyes, rapidly assessing the situation and contemplating her next move. These individuals intended to open the city gates for the northern barbarians. Yet her own mission was still an hour from completion. Should the enemy breach the gates in that time, it was likely that the players would seize the opportunity to sow chaos. Over the past few days, she had meticulously observed, identifying at least 5 or 6 individuals she suspected to be players. Among them were heavy infantry, logistical support, and even a few kitchen hands who worked alongside her. Outnumbered and vulnerable, Bai Xi realized that a confrontation would be perilous. She had no desire to face all the players from Pingyang Pass, as such an encounter would not serve her interests and would deviate significantly from her carefully devised plan. Resolving her thoughts, Bai Xi retreated a few steps, blending into the darkness. Meanwhile, after their successful ambush, Taimu and his companions had yet to act further when the resounding sound of a gong echoed from the city tower. In an instant, the entire Pingyang Pass sprang to life. The soldiers on the tower shifted into a state of wartime readiness, rousing those in the barracks from their slumber. The commanding officer, Changshan, was jolted from his light sleep and hurriedly made his way to the tower, focusing on the defense of the city gates. On the tower, the soldiers who spotted Bai Xi wore expressions of fury, demanding to know what she was doing and if she understood the significance of the alarm. Bai Xi remained silent, turning and sprinting towards the city gates below, pursued by several soldiers. They were determined to capture the undisciplined scoundrel and administer a severe punishment. However, as several of them brandished torches and hurried down the city gate tower, the slippery ground nearly caused them to stumble, and the sight of the guards sprawled in pools of blood was even more shocking. An enemy attack. There are traitors within the walls. They urgently shouted to attract the attention of other soldiers, alerting everyone to remain vigilant for any unusual behavior. Simultaneously, they rushed to the city gate to inspect its integrity, momentarily forgetting about the pursuit of Bai Xi. Once they completed their tasks, a crowd had gathered, their expressions filled with rage as they beheld the fallen comrades. Chapter 82. The Battle of Falling Sun. Bai Xi concealed herself in the shadows, blending in with the throng of people arriving. The traitors had chosen a similar tactic. Yet it proved futile. The number of people at Pingyang Pass was overwhelming. Those on guard could testify against one another, and it would be glaringly obvious who was missing from the barracks once the soldiers awakened. Before long, several were apprehended, and Bai Xi's timely warning earned her commendation, while others were executed on the spot. Given that the northern barbarians had bribed the gatekeepers, a nighttime assault was highly probable. However, The situation was far more complex than it appeared. Unable to sleep, Changshan stood beside the model of the barracks, contemplating the upcoming defensive strategies. The others resumed their activities. For the day's events had illuminated the northern barbarians' resolute intent to seize Pingyang Pass. The surroundings fell quiet once more, and new guards took their positions at the city gate. Shortly thereafter, a heavy creaking sound echoed, followed by the clatter of hooves. Alarms surged through them. The city gate had been opened. Everyone sprang to their feet in an instant, the veterans' faces etched with terror. They understood that if the city gates were breached, all hope for Pingyang Pass would be lost. Changshan felt as though he might faint, his mind swirling in confusion. Were there spies from the northern barbarians within Pingyang Pass? Had the earlier commotion merely been a ruse to divert his attention from the defense of the city walls? Bai Xi was equally bewildered. The only ones capable of stealthily opening the gates were the newly assigned guards. Yet, they were all seasoned veterans of Pingyang Pass. Had they, too, been seduced? Good heavens! The opposing players had orchestrated such a profound stratagem, quietly corrupting so many without their side noticing a thing. Bai Xi marveled. Who could have anticipated that the adversary had additional reserves, employing the same cunning tactics? This unexpected maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse. Amidst the astonishment, confusion, and dread of the crowd, the northern barbarians advanced relentlessly. The barbarian cavalry, robust and tall, overwhelmed the defenders who could no longer exploit their height advantage, resulting in a stark disparity in strength. The entirety of Pingyang Pass had devolved into a battlefield, with merely 15 minutes remaining until the mission's conclusion. Bai Xi resolved not to delay further. The enemy was formidable and unpredictable. Who could say whether they had more tricks up their sleeves, ready to ambush these novice players? Drawing her black gold dagger, Bai Xi charged out of the barracks into the fray. The clashing of weapons, the roars of soldiers, and the sounds of strikes filled the air. On the city walls, the defenders continuously rained arrows down upon the barbarian forces, but their accuracy was poor, hindered by the chaos of the melee and the fear of hitting their comrades. A barbarian soldier, noticing Bai Xi's petite and slender frame, charged directly towards her. She brandished her black gold dagger, slicing through the air with determination. A random barbarian collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how he had met his demise. Bai Xi swiftly made her way towards the grand gate leading to Luoyang City. The outer gate had already been flung open, with barbarians pouring in relentlessly, while the inner gate remained firmly shut, leaving the defenders of Pingyang to fight like trapped beasts. Leaning against the city gate, Bai Xi fixed her gaze on the chaotic melee before her, occasionally glancing at the countdown in the upper right corner. Others soon joined her, casting a fleeting glance her way before turning their attention to unfastening the heavy bolts on the gate, then collectively straining to rotate the massive wooden wheel. Gradually, the heavy door creaked open a narrow gap, just as Changshan and his men arrived. With a swift thrust of his sword, he pierced through one of the intruders, seething with rage, ready to mete out merciless retribution. Once this gate was breached, Pingyang Pass would be irrevocably lost, and they would all be branded as traitors. In that eventuality, the northern barbarians would surge forth, directly targeting Luoyang City, home to nearly 150,000 souls. They had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Changshan couldn't fathom that Ho Mingxi would be so reckless. Factional disputes could wait, but now was a moment of life and death for the nation. He believed it impossible that Ho would refrain from dispatching troops. Yet, Changshan had evidently underestimated Ho Mingxi's ruthlessness and overestimated his loyalty to the throne. With a single command, Changshan's personal guards advanced to execute a few individuals, but those few would never surrender willingly. With a disdainful smirk, they effortlessly countered the attack, dispatching several of the guards with swift and decisive movements. Bai Xi recognized these individuals. They were the suspected players she had identified earlier, and she could now confirm her suspicions. Changshan stared in disbelief at them, questioning when the army had acquired such formidable talents. Then, he was filled with anger. With such capability, why do you not strive against the enemy, but instead flee at the crucial moment? A few shrugged their shoulders and replied, "We are not from here. Why should we risk our lives for you?" Changshan did not comprehend the meaning behind these words, and another player spoke up. "General Chang, you should hasten to confront the enemy. We can promise you that we will not open the city gates until complete failure is imminent. However, once you depart, we would appreciate your assistance with one matter." "What matter?" Changshan inquired. The player shook his head, unwilling to divulge. "If you wish for my help, you must also take action to assist me in defending Pingyang Pass." Changshan cast a glance into the distance, seizing the opportunity to make a demand. Stop rambling. The barbarian soldiers are approaching. We must defend ourselves. Bai Xi exclaimed in a flurry, not even considering the situation as she continued to babble. There were still 10 minutes left for the task. They had to hold their ground. Watching the retreating soldiers and the barbarian warriors approach, the players internally cursed. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Changshan was stalling for time, waiting for the barbarians to arrive. Even without words, they would have to assist in the defense. In the corner by the city gate, due to the location being more sheltered, the group built a protective barrier for Bai Xi, rendering her a pitiable figure in need of safeguarding. Detached from the fray, she watched like an onlooker as the others battled the barbarians. The resentment among the players reached a boiling point as they glanced at Bai Xi, reveling in the fruits of their labor, akin to gazing at a lifeless body, wishing fervently to rid themselves of her presence. Hey, what are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and lend a hand. So many are fighting for their lives. And you just stand there watching? Just a moment ago, I should have dealt with you. The unpleasant attitudes of a few individuals incited Bai Xi's rebellious spirit. With only 2 minutes remaining until the mission's conclusion, she felt her legs weaken. She feigned fear, timidly speaking, yet her feet remained firmly planted. Why approach now? One more or one less player made little difference, especially when each of these players seemed eager to devour her. Had there been no players present, she might have stepped forward to assist, but the risk was too great. She couldn't be certain they wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics like Qin Feifei. These individuals were far more cunning. Damn it, useless. With that exclamation, the players shifted their focus to the ever-increasing horde of barbarian soldiers. Meanwhile, Changshan regarded Bai Xi for a moment before turning away, fully committed to facing the enemy. His contemplative expression made Bai Xi feel as if he could see right through her, causing an inexplicable sense of unease. At that moment, a system notification arrived. Congratulations to player Bai Xi for successfully completing the side quest, The Adventure at the Pass, earning 1 opportunity for an unrestricted lottery draw. Dismissing the notification panel, Bai Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 83. The Battle of Luoyang 27. Completing the mission meant Bai Xi could escape at any moment. The absence of coercion felt truly liberating. She discreetly observed, preparing to slip away unnoticed. However, amidst the chaos of battle, while she was largely overlooked, her every movement was still visible, forcing her to remain in the shadows. At this juncture, the influx of barbarian soldiers intensified, and soon Changshan and the players could barely hold their ground, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. No, we cannot afford any further delays. The few of us are no match for the overwhelming forces. We must depart swiftly. The players who had previously sought assistance from Changshan turned to him, imploring, General Chang, we must leave at once. Pingyang Pass cannot be held. There is no need to sacrifice your life. With unwavering determination, Changshan shook his head and replied, I am a general of the court. My duty is to protect my homeland. I shall not flee in the face of danger. The other players scoffed, saying, if you are willing to sacrifice yourself for honor, then we shall not accompany you. As they approached the Great Wheel, intent on opening the city gates, Changshan firmly opposed them. Witnessing their resolute intent to depart, he took decisive action, destroying the Great Wheel alongside his loyal guards. Enraged, the players glared at Changshan with furious eyes. What are you doing? If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Were it not for your usefulness, I would slay you myself. Changshan smiled calmly, unfazed by their vitriol. We can either resist the barbarian forces together and await reinforcements, or we shall perish together. Reinforcements? You must be dreaming. Ho Mingxi will not send troops. He seeks to use this as an opportunity to eliminate us. Abandon that notion. Do you realize that Ho Mingxi, in his quest for personal vengeance, has used the entire populace of Luoyang as bait to lure Haru? Tens of thousands of Luoyang citizens have perished, yet Ho Mingxi has shown no significant reaction. He would be unlikely to dispatch troops. The players unleashed a torrent of cruel mockery, their words piercing to the core. Impossible, Changshan exclaimed as he cleaved a barbarian charging towards him. It was hard to believe that Ho Mingxi would truly disregard the lives of the people. Whether you believe it or not, we must depart today. A group of players united in their efforts to slay the brutish soldiers before them, racing towards the city gates, where a narrow gap, no wider than a palm, awaited. They pushed. Together, they attempted to force the heavy gates open. Yet the weight of the door proved too formidable for their collective strength. They swiftly bypassed the corner where Bai Xi stood, turning to the soldiers guarding the city and calling out, "Those who wish to survive, come and assist in the push." After a moment of hesitation, a few of the city guards approached. "No, you are soldiers of the court, loyal to His Majesty. How can you become accomplices to the barbarians?" Changshan exclaimed in anger. To open the city gates now would merely facilitate the entry of the savages into Luoyang. In the corner, Bai Xi keenly observed a diminishment in the ferocity of the barbarian assault. It seemed they intended to reap the rewards without any effort. The soldiers felt a pang of guilt, yet their resolve solidified as they gazed intently at Changshan. "You are a general, should you perish. The court will remember your valor. We are but ordinary foot soldiers. Even if we were to die here at Pingyang Pass, who would remember us? Our families might not even receive the most basic compensation. We cannot sacrifice ourselves in vain for His Majesty." The sentiments of the soldiers resonated with others. "You privileged elites have never regarded us as human. You withhold our wages, oppress the common folk, committing every atrocity imaginable, and yet you expect us to fight for you?" One soldier spoke up, "My brother lost a leg and an arm on the battlefield, yet he received not a single coin of the compensation owed to him, and was falsely accused of cowardice. This court does not deserve our sacrifice." Changshan's brow furrowed like a mountain peak. He was aware of these circumstances. While he maintained his own integrity, refusing to engage in corruption, he could not prevent others from doing so. "However, you are, after all, the subjects of the Daong dynasty, intrinsically linked to it. If the city gates are truly open, do you believe you can escape unscathed, whether it be the current barbarian soldiers or the future court?" "None shall spare you." Changshan let out a soft sigh. He understood the northern barbarians all too well, for they are devoid of honor and show no mercy when slaying the people of the Central Plains. As he spoke, the city gates creaked open slightly. "General Chang." "You are mistaken," a coarse voice interjected. A burly man, clad in fur and bearing an unkempt beard despite his youth, strode forth, causing the barbarian soldiers to halt their advance. "Alihan!" Changshan exclaimed in astonishment. Alihan was indeed one of Tulu's formidable generals. His presence raised the question, had Tulu truly arrived as well? Quickly, Changshan composed himself and replied with a measured tone, "I did not expect you would come in person." With victory within reach, Alihan radiated pride, yet his words dripped with malice as he retorted, "I should not have ventured here. But witnessing your demise with my own eyes makes the journey worthwhile. My only regret is that years ago, I showed mercy to you wretches." Changshan harbored equal resentment. His gaze fixed on Alihan's ashen forehead, seething with anger. If only Commander Lin had not shown leniency back then, had he eradicated you completely, countless innocent lives would have been spared from their tragic fates. Indeed, were it not for your Commander Lin, we northern barbarians would have never had a moment's respite. Each of our tribes erected statues in his honor. Alihan laughed mockingly. Changshan's fury surged, veins throbbing on his forehead. The disgrace and humiliation of one's own general receiving gratitude from the enemy is a profound insult. They intend to eternally brand Lin Ruching upon the pillar of shame. Once calm, Changshan turned his gaze towards Alihan, remarking on the brilliance of their siege. "What? Is the mastermind too timid to reveal themselves?" Receiving accolades from the adversary, Alihan smirked at Changshan, trying to extract information. "Very well, I shall indulge you. After all, your defeat is inevitable." Alihan stepped forward, towering over Changshan, scoffing. "Pingyang Pass is merely an inconsequential element in the grand scheme. The strategist would not deign to appear personally. I am here solely to witness how you, the cold-blooded executioner Changshan, will meet your demise. The strategist is a guiding beacon bestowed upon me by the heavens, meticulously calculating your every reaction. Alas, the strategist is not present to witness the fall of Pingyang Pass." Changshan gazed at Alihan, consumed by a desire to rend him limb from limb. While Alihan reveled in the pleasure of being despised, there is no greater joy than inflicting torment upon one's enemy, driving them to gnash their teeth in hatred. Bai Xi, observing from the sidelines, was captivated by their exchange. With the context of their dialogue, coupled with the sealed courtyard at Ho Mingxi's residence, Bai Xi's imagination of the unfolding drama of enmity and vendetta was vividly enriched. At that moment, a chorus of joyous voices erupted from behind Changshan. "It has opened. The city gates have been breached." Several players swiftly surged through the narrow opening. Bai Xi felt a surge of anticipation, yet recalling the players who had rushed ahead, she decided it prudent to wait a while longer. Let them run for a while. Dealing with these ordinary individuals is far easier than confronting players. Chapter 84. The Battle of Falling Sun. 28. Changshan understood that the fall of Pingyang Pass was inevitable, and he sighed inwardly. The soldiers stationed here numbered at least in the hundreds, while the northern barbarians were overpowering, leaving them scant time to escape. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly turned to Ali Khan and stated, "I may perish, but grant them their freedom. Are you beseeching me?" Ali Khan erupted into boisterous laughter, reveling in the sense of vengeance etched upon Changshan's face. "Very well. If you kneel before me, I shall allow their departure." The surrounding soldiers bristled with indignation. "You must be dreaming. Our general of Daong shall never bow to you northern barbarians. The general will fight to the last. The men of Daong are no cowards. Even in death, we shall stand tall. It is better to die heroically than to live in humiliation." Changshan observed the righteous anger of his soldiers, raising his bloodied sword and pointing it at Ali Khan. "Impossible. Let us fight." Ali Khan smirked derisively. "Changshan, your compassionate heart is truly repugnant. I vividly remember when you slaughtered my northern barbarian people. I bear no guilt in slaying your kind," Changshan replied, his demeanor unyielding and devoid of remorse. Meanwhile, Bai Xi, marginalized and pitiful, felt a tempest of emotions swirling within her, entirely overlooked amidst the turmoil. The emotional drama intertwined with national grievances and personal vendettas had escalated. Soon enough, the two factions clashed once more, this time with blades piercing flesh and every strike drawing blood. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, and estimating that the earlier players had fled, Bai Xi prepared to make her discreet escape. As she stealthily maneuvered through the narrow gap in the city gate, she discovered Changshan and the formidable Ali Khan were merely 2 meters away from her. Thus, she leaned against the gate, concealing her hand behind her back, using her body as a shield. With deftness, she retrieved the obsidian dagger while edging closer to the entrance, continually slashing. Strangely, Ali Khan bore an array of wounds both large and small, and the faint halos surrounding him stood out starkly in the darkness. The surrounding barbarian soldiers were engulfed in terror, while the allied soldiers erupted in cheers. Thus, retribution had arrived. Even the heavens had bestowed punishment. Seizing the opportunity, Changshan and the resistance fighters retreated to the gate, positioning themselves beside Bai Xi. "You dare to employ sorcery?" Ali Khan bellowed in fury, commanding, "Kill. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one alive." In an instant, the barbarian soldiers surged toward the group, yet the narrow gap offered little passage for so many. However, most had already managed to escape, leaving only a handful desperately pushing outward, while the rest stood resolutely alongside Changshan to face the northern barbarians, observing her inability to squeeze through. Bai Xi was about to slip away when Changshan grasped her arm and pulled her behind him, shielding her as they pushed toward the gap. When Changshan finally propelled her out of the city gate, Bai Xi was momentarily dazed. "Go to Luoyang City and deliver these items to Lord Long, the governor. He will know what to do," Changshan urged, blocking the gap as he called out to Bai Xi. Meanwhile, the other resisting soldiers formed a protective barrier behind him. Bai Xi stared blankly at Changshan, whose face was smeared with blood, while behind him, barbarian soldiers continued their ruthless slaughter. Yet, he remained steadfast, a common soldier resolutely devoted to his commander. "Let us go." On Changshan's face were expressions of urgency and hope as he observed the child for a considerable time. Possessing a compassionate heart, yet not overly benevolent, he would not hesitate to act decisively when necessary. He was capable of fulfilling this entrusted task. She hurriedly turned and dashed towards the nearby forest. To run along the official road now would be tantamount to courting death. Only by retreating into the woods could she evade the pursuit of the marauding soldiers. As she sprinted, Changshan's final words echoed in her ears. "The fate of the 150,000 citizens of Luoyang rests in your hands." What a predicament! Bai Xi muttered under her breath, hastening towards Luoyang City. Just as Changshan had entrusted her with the token, a new task had appeared. Hidden task, Changshan's entrustment. Player Bai Xi, congratulations on acquiring this round's hidden task. Within 3 days, deliver Changshan's token and letter to the governor of Luoyang, Long Shiyan. Task reward, a green level dagger. This reward was indeed enticing to Bai Xi. The gray level dagger was already remarkably sharp, so how formidable could a green level weapon be? Through her inquiries, Bai Xi learned that weapons in the game were exceedingly rare. The lowest tier, white weapons, were akin to ordinary cold weapons in their world, with a relatively high probability of occurrence. Gray weapons were considered legendary armaments, capable of slicing through iron like mud and severing hair with a mere breath. As for green-level weapons and above, they had never seen them nor encountered any players wielding them. Only Ye Xiao had witnessed higher-level players using green-level weapons that could effortlessly slice through steel. Regrettably, he had not obtained one. In the dark thicket, only the cold moonlight faintly illuminated the path ahead. Bai Xi advanced swiftly through the dense forest, not far from the official road, guided by the dim light. Suddenly, she halted her steps, paused for a moment, and then stealthily approached the official road. Before long, a resounding clatter of hooves echoed across the broad thoroughfare. Straining her gaze in the direction of the sound, she discerned a tall figure atop a horse, his features obscured. Yet such stature could only belong to the formidable northern barbarian general, Alihan. Bai Xi shot him a fierce glare. Originally, she had intended to slip out of the city gates and devise a plan to deal with Alihan, but the actions of Changshan had disrupted her scheme, allowing Alihan to evade danger. After a thorough search, no anomalies were detected. Once the barbarian soldiers had passed, Bai Xi refrained from revealing herself immediately. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Alihan suddenly emerged from the roadside, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that I was too tense?" Following him were the cavalry regiment that had just departed. Goodness, how fortunate I was to pay close attention during the captain's lecture. Otherwise, today would have been disastrous. On the 10th day of the game, the survival rate stood at 56. After a night of relentless travel, Bai Xi finally arrived at Luoyang City before dawn. Yet the scene that unfolded before her made her gasp in horror. The darkness of night had concealed the surroundings, but with the arrival of dawn, everything gradually became discernible. Lying in the dense woods outside the city, Bai Xi bore witness for the first time to the true meaning of rivers of blood and fields strewn with corpses. Beneath the city walls, bodies lay in disarray, their red plumes fluttering in the cold breeze. The world, which should have been a pristine white after the snowfall, had transformed into a vivid crimson instead. As a gentle wind blew, a suffocating stench of blood filled the air. A few commoners, clad in thin gray garments, hastily approached from the distance. Chapter 85. The Battle of the Setting Sun. Suddenly, a small and slender child, no more than 6 or 7 years old, darted forward, followed closely by others. However, he was swiftly tackled to the ground by an older child. His tender face struck against the hard armor, blood oozing from his wounds. Yet he paid no heed, his eyes fixated on the half-piece of bread clutched in his hands, desperate to tuck it away. The larger child pinned him down, preventing any movement, then reached out to snatch the bloodstained morsel. At that moment, the other children arrived, their gazes ravenous, akin to famished wolves, ready to lash out at anyone who dared to obstruct them. Just as the scramble ensued, an elderly man unexpectedly emerged, seizing the half-piece of bread. The children stood by, wide-eyed, as the old man devoured the morsel with a gluttonous fervor. The small child's eyes brimmed with fury as he watched the elder consume what he had coveted. Once the old man finished his meal, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his otherwise vacant gaze. He cast a cold glance at the children who were fixated on him before turning away to continue his search for sustenance among the corpses, hidden in the underbrush. Bai Xi was utterly shocked. Her worldview was once again shattered. It became painfully clear to her that in the face of hunger, all morals and regulations dissolve into mere illusions and fanciful notions. What troubled her further was the sight of the tightly shut gates of Luoyang City in the distance, where the guards remained indifferent, coldly observing the chaos unfold. The desperate souls scavenging amidst the ruins did not harbor any hope that the city could offer them salvation. The scene before Bai Xi left her in a prolonged state of disbelief, lingering in her stupor even after the scavengers departed. She comprehended the concerns of the city guards. Once the gates were opened, it could present an opportunity for the northern barbarians, who could ascertain whether these commoners were intentionally dispatched by the enemy, or if spies were mingled among them. Furthermore, if they were to toss down provisions, a greater throng of citizens would undoubtedly gather. In the event of conflict, they would become innocent victims, potentially exploited by the northern barbarians to leverage against Luoyang City. Thus, indifference seemed the most prudent course of action. Yet, regardless of the myriad of reasons and the depths of her anguish, to witness her own people suffer was an inherent wrong. Feeling melancholic was futile. How could one lament the plight of others when they lacked control over their own existence? Was there something amiss with her judgment? Bai Xi shook her head, softly chastising herself, as a solitary tear escaped the corner of her eye. While the dawn had yet to break, she stealthily positioned herself beneath the city wall, her fingers brushing against the solid structure. Breaching the wall was implausible. It was at least 5 to 6 meters thick, and should she attempt to penetrate it, She might be crushed by the very bricks. Contemplating this, Bai Xi navigated along the wall until she reached the city gate, where she created a small opening to ascertain the situation within. No one. She slipped through the gate and proceeded with familiarity towards the interior of the city. Her destination was the inn where she had previously resided. The staff there knew her well, and it would be a suitable respite while she gathered information about the happenings in the city during her absence. As the inn had yet to open its doors, Bai Xi settled on the steps before it, reminiscent of her earlier arrival. Observing the increasingly desolate and dilapidated streets, she found herself struck by a sense of nostalgia. It was astonishing how merely 3 or 4 days could evoke such profound sentiments. She wrapped her cotton coat tighter around herself, a foul odor wafting toward her. Bai Xi finally realized that after wearing this outfit for over 10 days, it had developed an odor. Although she had received a military uniform at Pinjiangwan, the garment was too thin, clearly insufficient for winter, forcing her to make do with summer attire. Bai Xi only draped it over herself, leaving the cotton jacket underneath untouched. In the biting wind, she silently waited. When Deshawn opened the door, he found Bai Xi sitting alone on the stone steps, looking utterly forlorn. Bai Xi was diligent and nimble, her cleverness making the tasks in the shop considerably lighter. After her departure, it was not the shopkeeper who missed her most, but rather the other employees. Deshawn, why did you take so long? I'm nearly frozen to the bone, Bai Xi remarked, glancing at him. Deshawn chuckled, finding her words inexplicably amusing. Bai Xi rose and followed Deshawn into the inn, where he fetched a pot of hot water from the kitchen, pouring her a cup of water that had been warming on the charcoal stove since yesterday. Drink something warm to help you feel better, Deshawn said with his simple sincerity. Holding the steaming cup, Bai Xi surveyed her surroundings. The inn remained as it had always been, with its chipped tables and chairs, and the shopkeeper's counter, eternally clean and tidy. Deshawn moved beside the shopkeeper, taking a cloth and draping it over his shoulder, then carrying the basin of water that had been left in the room before they departed yesterday. The temperature inside was slightly warmer than outside, so by placing the water indoors the night before, it would be less frigid when used for cleaning the tables the next day. Although the water remained cold, it was certainly preferable to the freezing conditions outside. There's been a fight. Just 2 days after your departure, the invaders struck, imposing martial law within the city, barring anyone from leaving and preventing outsiders from entering. Daxian, while wiping the table, remarked, they say the invaders have killed numerous people outside. Villages have been utterly slaughtered. As he spoke, he shook his head in fear. From where did such news originate? Bai Xi sipped a cup of hot water, feeling warmth envelop her like a small, sunbathing cat on a winter's day. I heard it from the beggars. The city has seen an influx of them lately, all homeless souls. Daxian swiftly finished wiping the table, wrung the cloth in cold water, and proceeded to clean another surface. Has anyone reported this to the authorities? Bai Xi inquired. Yes. Someone had previously beaten the warning drum at the magistrate's office, only to be beaten half to death and thrown out. By the time the officials sluggishly prepared to investigate, the invaders had already arrived, and the matter was left unresolved. At this point, Daxian sighed, alas. We common folk merely wish to live our lives in peace. Yet calamity has befallen us, making existence arduous. Dashtin's ambiguous attitude, whether optimistic or pessimistic, brought a smile to Bai Xi's face. Let's see how things unfold. Given the current situation, our inn likely has no business, and it remains uncertain whether the innkeeper will allow me to stay. The innkeeper? I haven't seen him in many days. He hasn't shown his face since your departure. Upon hearing this, Bai Xi's interest was piqued, prompting her to inquire further. The shopkeeper is quite enigmatic, exhibiting a formidable presence. According to Dashin, the shopkeeper did not return to the establishment the day after her departure. On that occasion, Bai Xi happened to be en route to Pingyang Pass, where she encountered Qi Ba and his companions. It wasn't until the following evening that she managed to intercept the grain convoy by the roadside. This suggests a temporal alignment between the shopkeeper's departure and her own. Yet, where could he have ventured? As their conversation was brief, other staff members soon arrived, greeting Bai Xi warmly. She subtly inquired about the shopkeeper's whereabouts, but none of them seemed to possess any information regarding his location. Bai Xi assisted the others in tidying up, yet with the sparse clientele, there was little to occupy them. Meanwhile, the northern barbarians launched yet another assault outside the city. The already scarce pedestrians on the streets vanished without a trace, and every household shuttered their doors and windows tightly. Seizing the opportunity presented by the absence of onlookers, Bai Xi made her way to the magistrate's office to deliver a token of authority. Due to Ho Mingxi's deliberate machinations against Cha Shan, Bai Xi could not reveal that she had escaped from Pingyang Pass. Thus, she remained outside the magistrate's office, hoping to catch sight of Long Shiyan. The surrounding attendants were equally cautious, wary of incurring his displeasure. As dusk fell, Bai Xi slipped into the magistrate's office through a secluded corner. Uncertain of Long Shiyan's study's location, she searched for 1 or 2 hours, narrowly avoiding encounters with passing servants and maids on several occasions. Fortunately, she evaded danger and successfully located Long Shiyan's study. At the entrance stood a servant on guard, prompting Bai Xi to conceal herself in a nearby corner, where she made a small opening in the wall to peer inside. Within the study, Long Shiyan was engaged in conversation with another individual, a man whom Bai Xi recognized as the handsome young man pursued by 3 women on a previous occasion. Bai Xi leaned in, faintly overhearing the handsome young man say that Hou Mingxi's words should not be entirely trusted. This individual was ruthless and cold-hearted, concealing unknown machinations behind the scenes. As long as Pingyang Pass remained secure, Luoyang City should face no significant issues. The northern barbarians lacked sufficient supplies. If we steadfastly refuse to open the city gates, they will inevitably retreat once their provisions are exhausted, Long Shiyan remarked. Yet, the situation in the surrounding villages and towns remains uncertain. The northern barbarians advanced too swiftly for any adequate response. This was the source of Long Shiyan's concern. Hou Mingxi had nearly seized control over the entirety of Luoyang City, leaving him, the county magistrate, effectively powerless. Many messages were received belatedly, and his own mansion harbored numerous individuals loyal to Hou Mingxi, rendering him utterly helpless. My Lord Long, is there no possibility of seeking aid from the court? The situation may be more dire than we envision, the handsome young man suggested, glancing at the survival rate of 54 in the upper right corner, subtly indicating that the citizens outside the city had likely already fallen victim to the northern barbarian slaughter. Long Shiyan shook his head. News of the invasion had already reached the court. Without concrete evidence, the court would be reluctant to dispatch troops. The court was not governed solely by the emperor's will, and moreover, the chancellor would be more than pleased if Hou Mingxi met his demise, making any military assistance improbable. At that moment, a sound of something hard rolling across the floor broke the silence of the study. For an instant, Long Shiyan felt a surge of panic upon realizing that someone had managed to infiltrate his magistrate's residence undetected. However, he quickly regained his composure, retrieving the object from the ground. Upon opening it, he discovered a token wrapped in a letter, the contents of which left him utterly astounded. Last night, the Pingyang Pass fell, and Changshan, as the commander, sacrificed himself for his country. Long Shiyan expressed his profound sorrow. The handsome young man appeared astonished. How could the seemingly impregnable Pingyang Pass be breached? Was there a traitor who opened the city gates? Could it be a trap? The handsome young man inquired. Long Shiyan shook his head, revealing that the token known as the Falling Wild Goose Order was personally bestowed upon Changshan by the Prime Minister. Known only to the Prime Minister, Changshan, and himself, Changshan had always kept the Falling Wild Goose Order close, never parting with it. Its appearance here signified Changshan's demise. Moreover, the letter was penned in Changshan's hurried scrawl, indicating he wrote it in haste. With the loss of Pingyang Pass, the entire Luoyang would be utterly exposed to the north, rendering this battle perilous. As he spoke, Long Shiyan swiftly turned and approached the desk, hastily inscribing a message. He needed to expedite the delivery of news and evidence. Outside, after Long Shiyan picked up the token and read the letter, Bai Xi had completed her mission. She had not anticipated that the hidden task would be so simple. Wouldn't it be better to have more such tasks? Bai Xi felt a surge of joy, failing to consider that few could navigate the county governor's estate as effortlessly as she did. For others, the difficulty of this task would increase exponentially. Merely entering Luoyang City posed a significant challenge, let alone stealthily infiltrating the heavily guarded governor's residence without revealing oneself. The greatest difficulty of the task lay in delivering the message to Long Shiyan without Hou Mingxi's knowledge. Once exposed, one could not guarantee that Hou Mingxi would not resort to desperate measures, resorting to violence to silence her. This was the most perilous aspect of the mission, and fortunately, Bai Xi's abilities were perfectly suited to address this challenge. That night, under the cover of darkness, a lone figure on horseback quietly departed from the southern gate of Luoyang. Upon her return, she first searched the courtyard thoroughly, finding no traces of anyone having been there. Subsequently, she claimed the rewards for 2 completed tasks. Let us start with the lottery. Bai Xi summoned the lottery page, engaging in her customary pleas for fortune, and then, with her eyes closed, clicked, "Start drawing." The wheel spun rapidly. After what felt like an eternity, she heard the sound of the wheel coming to a halt. Instantly, she opened her eyes to reveal yet another red reward. "Congratulations, player Bai Xi. You have drawn the red reward for this round and received a precious binding card. The holder of this card can bind any known player, with an 80 probability of being assigned to the same game round, significantly enhancing the survival chances of novices. A special reminder, please choose your teammates wisely, as the game does not prohibit any form of conflict between teammates and bound players, aside from direct elimination." This card is remarkable. Holding it in her hand, Bai Xi examined it closely, noting that its hue was deeper than that of a revival card, indicating that even cards of the same level possess varying qualities. Suppressing her excitement, Bai Xi claimed the green-level dagger. She had a penchant for daggers, as they were not only compact and easily concealed but also allowed for surprise attacks. This particular dagger was named Bai Yu, with a hilt of moonlight white adorned with exquisite patterns. It felt like wood yet possessed an extraordinary softness, providing an excellent grip. The blade was nearly transparent. Without the hilt, it was almost imperceptible, only revealing its reflection from specific angles. Bai Xi delicately drew the dagger across the edge of a stone table. And to her astonishment, the hard stone yielded as easily as tofu, a piece falling to the ground, despite the dagger not having touched the surface at all. The blade's brilliance could slice through stone as easily as tofu. Truly, it deserved its status as a green-grade weapon. The black-gold dagger could now be put aside. Subsequently, Bai Xi wielded the dagger, practicing throughout the courtyard, familiarizing herself with the white moon. She also assessed the width of the blade's aura, cautious not to harm herself in the process, as that would be an unwise misstep. Chapter 87. The Battle of Luoyang 31 on the 11th day of the game. The survival rate stood at a mere 46. Outside the city, the battle raged fiercely, while within its walls, anxiety gripped the populace. Many were restless, eager to incite chaos amidst the turmoil. Bai Xi remained holed up in her small courtyard, intending to stay there until the game's conclusion. The villages outside had been completely ravaged, and the forces dispatched to thwart the northern barbarians suffered devastating losses. When Long Shiyin received the news, he fainted from shock. Over 100,000 innocent lives had been mercilessly slaughtered, and as the county magistrate, he bore a heavy burden of responsibility. Meanwhile, Hou Mingxi, as the commanding general of the region, faced even greater culpability. Upon regaining consciousness, Long Shiyin immediately sought out Hou Mingxi, confronting him with indignation. "Hou Mingxi, how could you be so ruthless? Those were countless lives. Are you not afraid of haunting nightmares?" "Please, Lord Long," the deputy general interjected with a laugh, extending his palm. The surrounding soldiers exuded an intimidating aura, and Long Shiyin, consumed by fury, found himself powerless. Lacking military authority, he could not contend with Hou Mingxi and could only watch as events unfolded. Yet, he had not anticipated any resolution from this encounter. His sole objective was to divert Hou Mingxi's attention. He hoped that the court would receive his message: Luoyang City must not be subjected to Hou Mingxi's reckless actions. "Hou Mingxi, you shall face retribution," Long Shiyin muttered angrily before departing, unable to contain his rage. Outside the city of Luoyang, the formidable army of the northern barbarians loomed ominously, a dark mass advancing upon the gates. The garrison swiftly dispatched a messenger to report to Hou Mingxi. Within the study stood two individuals. One bore a somewhat stern demeanor, a square face adorned with a thick beard, presenting an air of ruggedness. This was Ye Xiao, one of the recently recruited soldiers. The other, handsome and gentle in appearance, with a smile illuminating his features, was Shi Qing, an acquaintance of Bai Xi. Hou Mingxi shook his head, his expression resolute. The city of Luoyang must not truly fall into the hands of the northern barbarians. Though I may become a pariah in the eyes of Daong, the success of a general is often built upon the sacrifices of many. Some costs are essential. This endeavor serves both as vengeance and a means to eradicate the viable forces of the northern barbarians. In the next 50 years, or perhaps even longer, Daong shall bask in tranquility. As he spoke, a flicker of emotion surfaced in Hou Mingxi's demeanor. This, too, could be viewed as a form of atonement. Ye Xiao stifled a quiet chuckle, perceiving the contradictions within Hou Mingxi, a man capable of enacting such ruthless strategies for revenge, yet burdened with guilt, yearning for redemption. The entire populace of Luoyang, numbering over 20,000, stood poised to ensnare the northern barbarians. Although the outcome may prove favorable, the price is exceedingly steep. Thus far, both sides had suffered grievous losses. In this conflict, the northern barbarians had endured significant casualties, yet they found themselves with no avenue for retreat. Let us adhere to the established plan. Ye Xiao was indifferent to the toll this world exacted. His sole focus was to fulfill his mission, to ensure that Haru met his demise within the general's residence. Subsequently, Ye Xiao and Shi stealthily departed from the general's estate. Before long, the war erupted anew. The northern barbarians displayed their merciless nature, herding a throng of ragged, emaciated civilians, predominantly the elderly, the weak, and women and children. The barbarian soldiers mingled among the populace, steadily advancing toward the city gates. The soldiers atop the city tower, their stern visages softened, gazed into the distance. Their eyes ablaze with fervor as they beheld the approaching barbarian warriors. "Damn it," one muttered, "I shall not rest until these scoundrels are vanquished." As he spoke, the barbarian assault commenced. The massive wooden rams struck the city gates with a resounding thud, reverberating through the hearts of the defenders. What should be done? A counterattack would inevitably endanger the lives of thousands of innocent citizens below. Yet, should they refrain from retaliation, over 100,000 souls within the city would be at risk. Once the gates fell, the citizens would face a massacre, as evidenced by countless villages beyond the walls. In the face of the dire situation, all present had already made a choice in their hearts, to sacrifice the few for the many. However, this decision was beyond the soldiers' authority, and the commanding generals dared not make it. Should such an order be issued, they would bear the indelible stain of infamy for the rest of their lives. They resolved to hold the gates and await the general's arrival, for he was the commander, and such a decision ought to rest with him. "What?" exclaimed a hot-tempered general, grasping a soldier by the collar. "Is it your negligence that has led to this predicament?" The soldier protested, feeling unjustly accused. How could it be his fault that the commander was timid and indecisive? What did this imply? Were they to merely allow the northern barbarians to breach the city? That was inconceivable. Below, the northern onslaught intensified, and the generals atop the city tower paced restlessly, anxiety gnawing at their minds. After a brief interval, the aide-de-camp of Ho Mingxi approached to deliver a new command. However, the content of the order provoked an outcry among the generals. "What is the meaning of this? It is impossible. I, Huang Yu, shall not execute such a thing. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Huang Yu, will steadfastly defend our position." As he spoke, the robust general strode out of the command tent, rallying his troops to resist, joined by several other generals who shared his resolve. Conversely, a few chose to remain obedient to orders, steadfast loyalists of Ho Mingxi, who would not waver even in the face of death. Upon witnessing Wozhang's counterattack, the northern barbarians were not caught off guard. Amidst the formidable barbarian army, a middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned with a thick beard and braided hair, languidly reclined on a fur-covered seat of a horse-drawn cart, laughing boisterously. "Pingyang Pass is already mine, and Luoyang City shall soon follow." Meanwhile, within the general's residence, Ho Mingxi was equally anxious, awaiting news from the front lines. Plans are perpetually outpaced by unforeseen developments. He must acquire timely intelligence to ensure the smooth execution of his strategies. In the courtyard, Bai Xi sensed something amiss. Concealed behind a locked wooden door, she cautiously observed the situation outside. Today, the household servants and maidservants were noticeably fewer, creating an atmosphere that was both quiet and tense. Her right eyelid had been twitching throughout the day, an ominous sign that something was amiss. Should she leave? Yet, upon reflection, the general's residence was the safest place in all of Luoyang City, unlikely to face significant trouble. Even if the city fell, its distance from the city gates would likely spare it from the initial onslaught. Chapter 88. The Battle of Luoyang. Events often unfold unexpectedly. As evening descended, Bai Xi was practicing in the courtyard when a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. The survival rate indicator in the upper right corner plummeted to 43, prompting her to swiftly approach the wall to eavesdrop on the unfolding events. The servants and attendants within the manor appeared frantic, as if fleeing for their lives, their voices trembling with panic as they cried out, "The city has fallen. The barbarians have come. Flee." "The city has fallen?" Bai Xi exclaimed in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. How could Ho Mingxi be so inept as to allow such a calamity? Soon, a chorus of terrified voices echoed around her, the entire city resonating with a low, ominous rumble as the sky began to take on a crimson hue. Had the northern barbarians set fire to the city? What was the purpose of this war? Did it truly necessitate such devastation? In the pursuit of victory, was there nothing that could be forsaken? Swiftly, Bai Xi regained her composure. With the city lost, the situation was likely irreversible. De Jong had succumbed in this confrontation. Her immediate priority was to conceal herself from detection. At this juncture, the high-ranking players from both sides would undoubtedly devise strategies to flush each other out. This was the ultimate aim of player involvement in propelling the war forward. The reality was not far from Bai Xi's conjecture. The northern barbarians' large-scale offensive was not only premeditated but also a desperate response to years of hardship due to inadequate resources. Additionally, several generals, harboring deep-seated animosity towards De Jong, sought to seize this opportunity for plunder and revenge. Haru, a figure plagued by suspicion, was no less cautious than Ho Mingxi and would not easily reveal himself. Only by allowing him to taste sufficient success and become swollen with pride could an opportunity be seized. In the small courtyard, as Bai Xi observed the fluctuating survival rate over the past 20 minutes, she was rendered speechless. Within a mere 3 to 4 hours, the survival rate had plummeted by 6 percentage points, now resting at 37. Bai Xi's heart raced with dread. Was this akin to slaughtering pigs? Did those commoners offer no resistance? If this slaughter continues, it seems the task will be accomplished before dawn. However, venturing outside reveals a landscape teeming with barbarian soldiers. Leaving no refuge for oneself, it would be wiser to remain here. Should the barbarians arrive, there would still be time to flee. Meanwhile, as the marauders indulge in their rampant pillaging and destruction, the defending forces within the city begin to mount a fierce resistance. Although there has been no substantial progress, the mortality rate among the civilians has notably decreased. A closer observation reveals that the resisting soldiers are predominantly ordinary troops. The elite forces of Ho Mingxi have vanished. Yet amidst the chaos of night, this detail has gone unnoticed. After a night of carnage, the bloodshed finally ceased just before dawn. As the marauders grew weary and required rest, the number of resisting soldiers from Luoyang dwindled significantly, nearly annihilated by the northern barbarians, leaving a survival rate of merely 33. Outside the city, Haru received word of the conquest of Luoyang and, unable to contain his impatience, gestured for his troops to enter the city under the cover of darkness. However, upon Haru and his soldiers' entry, the city gates were quietly sealed by a contingent of soldiers that seemed to materialize from nowhere. This was Ho Mingxi's contingency plan, aimed at ensnaring Haru and the northern generals, thus eliminating any future threats. Soon, waves of barbarian troops surrounded the general's residence, rendering it impenetrable. A pall of gloom enveloped the entire estate, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. Ho Mingxi's wife and children were shielded by loyal servants and maidens, the young children, delicate and exquisite, huddling close to their mother, glaring angrily at the encroaching barbarian soldiers. Lady Ho gently patted her child's back, urging him not to fear. Her expression calm as she regarded the besieging barbarian general. At this moment, silence was their best recourse. They had become prisoners and could not afford to provoke their enemies. The barbarian soldiers merely besieged, refraining from any superfluous actions. Lady Ho's facade of strength crumbled, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the very person she had placed her complete trust in, while the child beside her cried out for their father. Unbeknownst to all, a small luminous circle appeared on the corner wall, concealing an individual behind it. This person crouched at the base of the wall, hands pressed against the surface, tilting their mouth, one eye closed while the other peered into the situation within. This individual was Bai Xi. After the barbarian soldiers breached the defenses, she had emerged from the courtyard, where everyone had been driven to this location. Now, apart from the main courtyard, not a soul was to be found elsewhere. Bai Xi seized the opportunity to stealthily approach and satiate her curiosity. She yearned to witness firsthand why the formidable Ho Mingxi, of whom she had heard such tales, had succumbed so swiftly. Had the opposing players truly attained such extraordinary prowess? Inside the wall, Ho Mingxi fought valiantly to reach his wife and child. Yet escaping proved to be a Herculean task. The barbarian soldiers had encircled the courtyard so tightly that it was impenetrable. Bai Xi found herself fortunate, as her position was at the shared wall of 2 courtyards, with a grand garden shielding her from peril. Before long, a robust and resonant voice echoed, as a middle-aged man with braided hair sauntered in. "General Ho, we meet again." Such a scene had played out in his imagination countless times. Yet he never anticipated it would materialize. The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at Ho Mingxi, the gleam of vindictive pleasure evident on his face. To the victor belong the spoils. Ho Mingxi regarded the man before him, who stood in the posture of a triumphant victor and retorted, "Halu," until the final moment. The outcome remains uncertain. The outcome remains uncertain? Ho Mingxi, your army has been annihilated by us overnight. Go and see if there remains a single soldier of the great Yong in the city. A youthful voice echoed, belonging to Ali Han, who regarded Ho Mingxi with a provocative gaze, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. The renowned general of the cavalry is but a shadow of his former self. I wonder if General Ho has ever contemplated the possibility of becoming a prisoner one day. Behind the wall, Bai Xi wore an expression of exhilaration, exclaiming, "Impressive. The generals of the northern barbarians have all assembled. It seems this offensive has been meticulously planned." Just then, another young barbarian general dashed in, proclaiming, "Ho Mingxi, today is your day of reckoning." Without hesitation, he swung a punch directly at Ho Mingxi. Quickly, Ho Mingxi pushed his wife and child aside, deftly evading the heavy blow. "Ho Mingxi, you shall surely perish today." The young barbarian glared at him, fury emanating from his very being. Unfazed, Ho Mingxi retorted, "The greatest regret of my life is allowing you, this little wretch, to escape from the mud pit back then. Only by severing your heads and flaying your skins to display upon the city walls will my wrath be quelled." No sooner had he spoken than the sounds of battle erupted from outside the courtyard. Elite soldiers, emerging from the shadows, surrounded the estate of the cavalry general and systematically dealt with the barbarian soldiers on the periphery. Simultaneously, countless elite troops appeared on the city towers, creating a formidable assault that combined both internal and external forces. Chapter 89, The Battle of the Setting Sun. The fierce clamor of combat outside stunned the northern barbarians. Haoru inwardly cursed, glancing at Ho Mingxi and inquiring, "Have you concealed troops?" Ho Mingxi merely smiled faintly. Haoru stepped back repeatedly, realizing this man was exceedingly formidable. They actually used an entire city to lure him. Over the past few days, they pillaged countless grains, goods, and treasures from the Great Yong, yet he remained impervious, steadfastly pursuing his plan. After a night of arson, slaughter, and plunder, your men must be weary, right? Ho Mingxi stepped forward, and a multitude of soldiers surged in from outside, annihilating the barbarian troops within the courtyard. Indeed, the wheel of fortune has turned. The young barbarian commander, unfazed by the chaos, drew his curved blade and charged at Ho Mingxi, declaring that even if it meant his demise, he would take Ho Mingxi down with him today. Soon, the two were locked in a fierce struggle. Haru also rallied his troops to counterattack, aiming to break through while simultaneously setting his sights on Ho Mingxi's wife and children. Capturing these two would facilitate his escape from the general's residence. However, the soldiers of Luoyang had already stormed in from outside, promptly safeguarding Ho Mingxi's family, thwarting Haru's intentions. Several generals became entangled with Ali Khan, plunging the scene into utter chaos. In a corner, Bai Xi scanned the surroundings, finding no other players. He felt relatively safe and continued to hide in the shadows. Now was the moment for Luoyang to strike back, and the survival rate in the upper right corner continued to dwindle. Meanwhile, mid-level players within Luoyang were relentlessly searching, mercilessly slaughtering anyone they encountered. Any individual suspected of being a player was to be executed without hesitation. It was better to kill wrongly than to let one escape. As the soldiers of Luoyang coordinated their assault, the circle of slaughter grew increasingly confined, transforming the entire city into a sea of blood. The local populace trembled in their homes, quaking at the slightest noise, each sound inciting waves of fear. With a resounding crash, the door was shattered. A young man, battered and bloodied, crashed into the room and lay on the ground, motionless for an extended moment. He feigned a convincing act, nearly deceiving me. A melodious voice of a delicate woman echoed in the air. Clutching a whip adorned with barbs, she swung it at the man, causing him great anguish. Before he could react, the whip ensnared his neck, and as he gasped for breath, it was swiftly extinguished. Without hesitation, the woman collected the fallen cards and cast a fleeting glance at the indigenous person in the corner who was attempting to minimize their presence, before she turned and vanished from the room. Such scenes unfolded incessantly throughout the city of Luoyang. In a small courtyard, Ho Mingxi's men had dispatched the barbaric soldiers. Haru suffered the loss of both hands. Ali Khan had been blinded, and the young man who harbored deep resentment towards Ho Mingxi had become a lifeless corpse. The only child, Ho Han, was petrified by the gruesome spectacle, his face ashen, trembling in his mother's embrace. He struggled to comprehend that the ruthless individual before him was his own father. Ho Mingxi approached his son, bloodied sword in hand. and knelt down to impart a grim lesson. Honor, remember, do not show mercy to the northern barbarians, nor should you hesitate to strike. If the opportunity arises, eradicate them entirely. There can only be one surviving race between Daong and the northern barbarians. Do you understand? Ho-Han nodded, though his understanding was tenuous. Nearby, Haru, upon hearing Ho Mingxi's words, displayed a flicker of alarm on his face. Ho Mingxi, what are you planning? Ho Mingxi fixed his gaze upon Haru, revealing no trace of mercy. To eliminate future threats, I have dispatched men into the grasslands, sparing not the old, the weak, nor women and children. Countless lives have been lost in my Daong. Yet how can your northern barbarians remain unscathed? This time, I demand the annihilation of your entire race. Ho Mingxi, do you dare? Alihan and Halu were filled with terror, struggling to rise and attempting to sink their teeth into Ho Mingxi, only to be firmly restrained by the armored soldiers behind them. Ho Mingxi let out a cold laugh, taunting them. Now you feel anger. But did you ever consider the consequences when you plundered the borders of my dynasty each year, slaughtering our Daong citizens, exterminating my Ho family? And when you thrust a spear at my unborn sister and murdered my fiancée? The more he spoke, the more his fury intensified, the resentment that had long festered within him igniting like a raging inferno. He approached Halu, delivering a vicious kick to his chest, causing Halu to spit out a mouthful of blood. Halu, this time, I want you to witness your kin perish one by one before your very eyes. Behind the wall, Bai Xi was dumbfounded, never having imagined the depth of animosity between Ho Mingxi and the northern barbarians. By the way, I have something else to show you. Ho Mingxi seemed to recall something, instructing the attendant beside him, go fetch the food box from the study. Moments later, the attendant entered carrying a rosewood food box, which Bai Xi instantly recognized as the one she had sent to the city defense camp. Open it for the leader Halu to see. Ho Mingxi fixed his gaze on Halu, eager for the spectacle. The attendant approached Halu and opened the box. Upon seeing the contents, Halu's eyes widened in horror, struggling to glare at Ho Mingxi, wishing nothing more than to devour him. Inside the box lay a circular wooden container, wrapped in a human face that had been peeled away. The visage before us belongs not to a stranger, but rather to Haru's most cherished youngest son, the 14-year-old Mitu Li. Ho Mingxi carefully extracted a wooden box and began to peel away the human face wrapped around it, deliberately tearing it in several places. Upon opening the box, one could discern the features of a human: eyes, ears, a nose, and a mouth. Behold, your son lies here. Ho Mingxi tilted the box slightly for Haru to see. Do you know who sent this? Who? Haru seethed with rage. It was your traitor, the innkeeper Tan Song, who infiltrated my Luoyang city. As Ho Mingxi turned his gaze toward the entrance, the individual in question arrived just then. I did not slay him. It was your incompetent brother who has long been in cahoots with General Ho. Upon hearing of your death on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly rejoice. At that moment, Shurqing strode into the courtyard, eager to clarify. He had no desire to shoulder the blame. He cast a furtive glance toward the corner where Bai Xi was concealed. Bai Xi, overwhelmed by the unfolding narrative, realized that Shurqing was indeed the innkeeper. No wonder he seemed so familiar. Moreover, Shurqing had arrived at Pingyang Pass a day prior, aligning perfectly with the timeline. This individual had disguised himself exceptionally well. A seasoned player indeed. Haru swiftly pieced together the events. Hazer had long coveted his leader's position, desiring to usurp it, yet he had been firmly suppressed. To think he dared to engage in such treachery. Were it not for Hazer, I would not have been able to ascertain the precise locations of your northern barbarians' tribes. He seeks to claim a share of the credit for your clan's annihilation. Ho Mingxi taunted Haru, but upon seeing his deathly pallor, he quickly lost interest. Chapter 90. The Battle of the Setting Sun. And, at this moment, the survival rate had plummeted to 29. Bai Xi quietly lingered in the corner, believing the game had come to an end. Unexpectedly, two men, one tall and one short, burst in. The taller one provocatively gazed at Shurqing, declaring, I told you would be here. This time, you cannot escape. The shorter figure, wielding a dagger, pointed menacingly at Shurqing, stating, It's time to settle our grievances. Upon the arrival of the two, Haru's eyes lit with hope as he hastily pleaded, Wizard, save me. Ho Mingxi was taken aback, not anticipating that the opposing strategist would be so youthful, inwardly marveling at the emergence of talent through the ages. Useless, the short one sneered, not even sparing a glance for Haru. Subsequently, the tall one brandished his long sword while the short one wielded his dagger, charging at Shurqing. The three high-level players engaged in a fierce battle, where each blow was lethal, creating an intensely dramatic scene. "This is the General's mansion. You cannot recklessly slaughter here," he bellowed, waving his hand to summon all elite soldiers towards the fray. With reinforcements, Shurqing felt a considerable relief, managing to hold his ground against the two players from the northern barbarians. Bai Xi, watching from the sidelines, was thoroughly captivated, realizing that this was the true spectacle of high-level players in combat. She noted that all high-level players possessed unique abilities. The short one seemed to have enhanced physical strength, acting like a human shield, impervious to strikes. The tall one was agile, moving with lightning speed, significantly outpacing both Shurqing and the short one. Although Shurqing's abilities were not immediately discernible, he consistently evaded the duo's attacks with remarkable timing. As the three engaged in a fierce struggle, Bai Xi quietly slipped away. With an abundance of cards in her possession, she knew that once these formidable players concluded their battle, the aftermath would inevitably fall upon her. Thus, it was prudent to depart before the chaos unfolded. Although the situation outside the general's mansion was far from ideal, it seemed devoid of high-level players, rendering it relatively safe for Bai Xi. It appeared she had seized the opportune moment, perhaps intending to fish in troubled waters or to join forces with Shurqing to eliminate the two advanced players. Regardless of his intentions, they no longer concerned Bai Xi, for she had already exited the mansion and was cautiously navigating the tumultuous streets. To her dismay, the conditions outside were even worse than she had anticipated. The streets were littered with corpses, men, women, the elderly, and children, a grim tableau of humanity in distress. Every shop along the street had its doors shattered, the contents ruthlessly looted. Not only were the northern barbarians pillaging, but some indigenous people were also seizing the opportunity to wreak havoc and enrich themselves. As Bai Xi hurried forward, she was suddenly confronted by three players. "Bai Xi, it has been a while. We've been searching for you. And what a surprise to find you here." The trio before her consisted of the very players she had encountered at Pingong Pass. To her astonishment, only three remained. Bai Xi regarded them with composure. "What do you want from me?" "Oh, it's nothing much. We merely wish to borrow a few cards from you," replied the portly man on the left, rubbing his chubby hands together as he gazed at her with avarice. "Hand over the cards, and we might spare your life. After all, we are all players here. There's no need to die over a few cards, is there?" added another robust, square-faced man. "Sister, what are you waiting for? Hand over the cards." This young man, barely in his 20s, had one eye larger than the other and a crooked mouth, distinctly lacking the allure one might expect from an enhanced player. If he looked this unappealing after enhancement, one can only imagine the depths of his unattractiveness prior. Bai Xi studied him for a moment, not out of disdain for his appearance, but out of curiosity regarding the peculiar and extraordinary visage that even a game could not redeem. "What if I refuse?" Bai Xi stepped forward a few paces, drawing the trio into her 2-meter radius. "Then do not expect us to show any mercy." With that, the three lunged towards her. Yet, Bai Xi did not flinch. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips as a white dagger, devoid of a blade, materialized in her hand. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from her position. Before the trio could comprehend the unfolding events, the square-faced man let out a cry, his breath extinguished. In that fleeting moment of shock for the fat man and the young man, Bai Xi reappeared behind the ladder. Although he reacted swiftly, evading the strike aimed at the back of his head, the dagger inexplicably found its way to his throat, blood splattering onto the fat man. With two companions lost in quick succession, the fat man was engulfed by terror, trembling as he turned to flee. However, Bai Xi materialized before him once more, playing with the dagger in her hand, and spoke with measured calmness. "Now, hand over the cards." She was curious to know if a player willingly surrendering their cards would yield more than those forcibly taken. The fat man swallowed hard. He had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. This individual was at least a mid-level player, nearing the advanced tier, and her speed was astonishing. His legs weakened, succumbing to the ground as he knelt and pleaded. I will. Please, I beg you, do not kill me." He trembled as he retrieved his cards from the gaming realm, a green power card, a gray healing card, and a gray cash card, which could yield 100,000 cash in the task world. Bai Xi furrowed his brow, swiftly dispatching the hefty foe with a flick of his dagger. Indeed, the rotund man had kept something up his sleeve, for he had dropped a blue card. The game notifications chimed in promptly. Player Bai Xi has eliminated C-class novice players Zhang Qian, Li Si, and Tong Lin, earning score rewards, to be calculated at the conclusion of the game. Subsequently, Bai Xi hastily collected the cards dropped by the other two and fled the scene, seeking refuge in a secluded corner. There, he encountered a lowly shack, and before even approaching, a foul stench wafted through the air. It was clearly a place frequented by beggars. Yet, Bai Xi felt no disdain and slipped inside. Such a place was ideal. No one would suspect that a player could be hidden within such a repugnant location. Ensuring he was out of sight from the outside, Bai Xi began to inspect his recent acquisitions. The blue card dropped by the hefty man proved to be quite valuable. The other two had been rather impoverished, leaving behind only 3 cards, a green hearing card, which enhanced hearing by 30 for 10 minutes, and 2 white cards, a card for plain rice and a card depicting a crude stone, which was guaranteed to trip the target. Thereafter, Bai Xi remained concealed in the stench-ridden lowly shack. Throughout this time, numerous individuals passed by, yet none discovered Bai Xi hidden within. The current round of the game has concluded. Chapter 91. Promotion. Detected that the player possesses an item card. Would you like to use it? No need, Bai Xi declined. Commencing the settlement of this round's game rewards. Settlement complete. In this round, player Bai Xi achieved a remarkable feat by defeating C-level mid-tier players Alia, Malida, and Zhuamu, earning a kill reward of 30 points, alongside an additional 30 points for surpassing the rank. Player Bai Xi also vanquished 3 novice players, Zhang Qian, Li Si, and Tong Lin, receiving a reward of 30 points. The completion reward for this round is 10 points. The completion degree for side and hidden quests is rated as excellent, granting an additional 10 points. In total, player Bai Xi has accrued 110 points, which have been automatically converted into comprehensive attributes. Following this, a new message appeared on the game screen. Player Bai Xi, congratulations. You have successfully completed the 3 novice tasks, becoming a formal player and advancing to C-level mid-tier status. The game will now unlock the player forum and friend features, allowing for unrestricted trading among players. Please explore the specific functionalities and gameplay at your leisure. In recognition of your outstanding performance in the novice tasks and your repeated triumph over mid-tier players, the game has granted you an additional 2 points in comprehensive attributes. Please check your rewards. The next round will commence in 10 days. Please prepare accordingly. Wow, I am now a mid-tier player. Her excitement was short-lived as a beeping sound filled her ears, and the game interface illuminated once more. Someone had sent her a message. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from Tian Tian and her brother, sent a day prior. Tian Tian, Sister Bai. MOMO, and I have successfully completed the 3rd round of the game. Tian Tian, MOMO's abilities have improved, and I have also grown a little. Thank you for agreeing to team up with us. MOMO, and I have been together throughout these 2 rounds. Tian Tian, Sister Bai, are you alright? Tian Tian, Sister Bai, have you not yet cleared the 3rd game? I'm so worried about you. But, I still remember you, so you should be fine. Tian Tian, oh. Right. That blue telepathy card is a thank you gift for you. Please accept it. Several messages in a row were left by Tian Tian. Bai Xi felt somewhat peculiar. Hadn't she just unlocked the player forum? How could Tian Tian have left her messages a day ago? After searching for quite some time, she discovered an explanation in a particularly small corner. After a player is selected and enters the game, their personal information account is established. In addition, since Bai Xi and Tian Tian are siblings in the same team, they naturally have the authority to leave messages for each other. The player forum is simple, roughly divided into 3 modules: leaderboards, discussion area, where players can communicate and post various threads, and the player's own friends module. The first module is the 2 leaderboards. The ability ranking only displays the real-time rankings of the top 5,000 players. The top 3 are Ye Xiao, Fu Qin, and Shi Sheng. Bai Xi searched for Shi Qing's name on the ability ranking and found him in 8th place. He truly is a high-level player. Then, she searched for the rankings of the other players in the team, which made her eyes blur. Finally, she found the rankings of a few people: Mu Yage, 789, Yan Mo, 812, Liang Cheng, 890, Shan Xian, 1156, Yuan Xiao, 1289. Unexpectedly, Yage, who appears gentle and frail, is actually the 2nd strongest in the team. Appearances can be deceiving. Bai Xi reaffirmed her theory of aesthetics. Those with high attractiveness in the game also possess commendable skills. Before she could delve into the potential rankings, a newly posted thread in the discussion area erupted, the notifications instantly soaring to 999. A phenomenon of a newcomer emerges in the game. Is this yet another dark horse, or merely a fleeting moment? We shall see. The title of the post was captivating. and the comments below were a cacophony of opinions, both laudatory and disparaging. Wow, this newly emerged player is impressive. Their potential is undeniably rated S, and they've even made it onto the skill leaderboard. After just 3 rounds of novice gameplay, they VE catapulted to mid-tier status. How many foes did they vanquish during the tasks? Such a player is undoubtedly a thorn in the side of mid to high-tier participants. Rest assured, those seasoned players will not allow them to flourish and eventually become a threat. As for me, I could not care less. My potential is merely a dash. Do I really need to alter my path for such a player? Is this Bai Xi a male or female? The name suggests femininity. Not necessarily. Can a male not be named Bai Xi? After skimming through a few comments, Bai Xi was taken aback. Were they discussing her? She quickly navigated to the potential leaderboard. The top 3 positions were unmistakably occupied by Qi Sheng, Ye Xiao, and Shi Qing. Ye Xiao firmly held the first place in the skill leaderboard and second in potential. Scrolling further down, she found the 4th position claimed by Fu Qin, who was second on the skill leaderboard, while Bai Xi herself ranked 7th. Clicking on her name on the leaderboard revealed a succinct overview of her basic information. Bai Xi, a triad player, classified as C-level intermediate, with an ability ranking of 4,658 and a potential level of S. The specific calculation method for potential value has not been disclosed by the game. It only hints that it is assessed based on the player's overall attributes, ability growth, and performance within the game. The potential levels are categorized from highest to lowest into 6 main tiers: SSS, SS, S, A, B, and C. Each main tier is further divided into 4 sublevels, indicated as dash, etc. Additionally, the personal avatars in Bai Xi's friends list now display altered personal information. Bai Xi's details are as follows: level, C-level player, intermediate. Ability ranking, 4658, potential ranking, 7, S. Overall attributes, 91, 91. Ability level, level 1 spatial ability, storage space, 3 cubic meters, space jump, 2 meters. Items, 1. Red level, resurrection card 1, binding card 1, 2. Blue level, truth card 1, item card 1, disguise card 1, 3. Green level, invisibility card 1, hearing card 2. Speed card 1, strength card 1, white moon dagger. 4. Gray level, black gold dagger, stamina potion 1, healing card 2, cash card, 100, 000, 1. 5. White level, food card, white rice, 2, stone card 1. Status, 3 team overall attribute bonus, currently unavailable, points, 0 lottery chances. 0 Bai Xi noticed that her personal attribute panel has been updated to include ability and potential rankings, while points and lottery chances have been relocated to the end of the attributes. Furthermore, her overall attributes have reached 91, and with just 9 more points, she will surpass human limits. During each training session, witnessing Ye Xiao and the other seemingly superhuman training methods filled Bai Xi with envy. Now, her envy has dissipated. With a maximum of 3 more rounds of games, Bai Xi is confident that her overall attributes will surpass 100 points. Chapter 92, Dream Eater Bai Xi, Tian Tian. I received your message and the card. Thank you. The telepathy card allows one to briefly perceive the thoughts of others. Since Tian Mo's ability is the same, this card is somewhat redundant for the siblings. Bai Xi accepted it nonetheless. Shortly after, Tian Tian's message arrived. Tian Tian. Yes, yes. Sister Bai, you're amazing. You're 7th on the potential list. Bai Xi, it's nothing special. Tian Tian, I need to go make a record now. Let's chat in detail tonight. Tian Tian, okay. Dismissing the player forum, Bai Xi dashed into the bathroom for a quick shower. She hadn't bathed in over 10 days and had spent the better part of a day in the beggar's den, leaving her in a rather unhygienic state. After showering and changing into clean clothes, she entered the archive room to meticulously document her experiences from this round of the game. As she emerged from the archive room, she was intercepted by Liang Cheng and the others, who had come upon hearing the news. Liang Cheng nudged Bai Xi's arm with his elbow and chuckled, "Little sister. Who would have thought? You're so formidable. 7th on the potential list, and you even made it onto the ability list. Indeed. Girl, you're too impressive," Shan Xian exclaimed, gazing at Bai Xi with admiration and a hint of envy. A potential rating of S. Even Ye Ji's initial rating was only A, and the captain was only S. You're a whole sub-level higher than the captain. Over beside them, Yuan Xiao nodded repeatedly, concurring with everyone's sentiments. Mu Yage and Yin Imo looked at Bai Xi, smiling silently. Hearing everyone's words, Bai Xi realized that she seemed quite formidable. Is it actually possible for potential levels to increase? She wondered. Ye Xiao currently firmly occupies the top spot on the potential ranking, indicating that his current potential level is certainly higher than Bai Xi's. Yet his initial value wasn't as high as hers, hence her inquiry. Of course, Yan Mo explained with a smile. Potential level is merely an assessment made by the game based on the data you've currently exhibited. It's not necessarily your true potential level. In the later stages, the potential levels of the vast majority of people will increase to varying degrees. Bai Xi learned another tidbit of everyday game knowledge. The meeting will commence in the conference room in half an hour. Ye Xiao's composed voice came from behind. He was walking towards the group from the elevator entrance, leaving behind those words as he entered the archives room. Hey, did you and the captain not get assigned to the same round this time? Liang Cheng asked quietly. Bai Xi shook her head. How could we be assigned together every time? By the way, you're an official player now, right? Come on, what's your ID? Let's add each other as friends. In case we get assigned to the same round in the future, we can easily contact each other, Sean Xian suggested. Yes. With your luck, we should definitely interact more, so that I can also share in your good fortune, Liang Cheng chimed in. Bai Xi summoned the player forum, opened her personal information page, and shared her ID with everyone. After adding each other as friends, Liang Cheng then shared Ye Xiao's ID with Bai Xi. After Bai Xi sent a friend request to Ye Xiao, she followed the crowd into the conference room, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Half an hour later, in the third-floor conference room, Ye Xiao recounted his experiences within the game in detail. While most of his experiences were rather mundane, one peculiar creature captured everyone's attention. This entity feasts upon human dreams. Once it sets its sights on an individual, they are ensnared in an endless realm of terrifying nightmares, ultimately leading to their demise. Is there a way to combat this creature? Yan Mo inquired. During its initial invasion, this creature will craft a beautiful dream for you. At this juncture, it is crucial not to become entranced, nor should you allow it to approach your dream self. You must find a way to conquer it within the dream. Should you become entrapped in its allure, you will gradually lose control over your dream, allowing it to consume you bit by bit. Ye Xiao's words cast a pall of concern over the group. This is exceedingly difficult. If it is a beautiful dream, it surely embodies our deepest desires. Escaping from such a captivating illusion is far from simple, Mu Yage remarked, biting her lip. But she nodded in agreement, pondering how. If she were to experience a delightful dream, she would certainly wish never to awaken from it. This is my first encounter with such a creature. The likelihood of you encountering it is quite slim. Just exercise caution, Ye Xiao reassured them. The group acknowledged this and etched the information into their minds. Afterward, Ye Xiao turned his gaze toward Bai Xi. Now, please share your situation. Bai Xi recounted her circumstances, and upon hearing that she had entered a competitive game, the others shook their heads in astonishment. Sister, your luck is truly remarkable. The competitive game is one of the most perilous types for players. Yet you managed to evade the most treacherous areas throughout. How could you possibly encounter Shirqing? Your luck is truly unparalleled. Bai Xi. She found herself perplexed. Having eliminated 6 players and personally participated in a battle, it was indeed quite dangerous. The most terrifying aspect of competitive games is that players often wear a veil of authenticity, and if one does not reveal their true identity, it remains undetectable. Moreover, you initially crossed paths with a seasoned player, and fortunately, it was the well-regarded Shirqing. Liang Cheng lamented. Their little team member's fortune had truly transcended the ordinary. Shirqing is one of the rare high-level players in the game, possessing a commendable character. He never engages in senseless slaughter. Yet he does not extend a helping hand unprompted. Not only have you received his protection this time, but he also kindly offered you a warning. This is no trivial favor. Yuan Qiu remarked quietly. Furthermore, he had already discerned your player identity but chose not to act against you. He is indeed someone worth befriending. Mu Yage held Shirqing in high esteem. I suppose I must have revealed myself at Pingyang Pass, right? I couldn't help but speak a few words then. Bai Xi speculated. He was already aware of your identity while you were at the inn, Ye Xiao asserted. Yes, Bai Xi nodded. That note was only seen by him and you, correct? Dan Xian inquired. Bai Xi nodded once more. The others appeared to understand, while Bai Xi remained utterly bewildered. Sister, you have already exposed yourself at this point. In the task world, we players communicate without barriers, regardless of whether it is in written form or spoken language. It will automatically transform into content that we can comprehend. What is presented to you is undoubtedly the script of their world. If you truly were a native, those characters would be incomprehensible to you. Such intricate stratagems? Bai Xi was left in a state of astonishment, realizing that she was indeed still quite naive. She would need to exercise greater caution in the future and remain vigilant. After all, should she encounter another seasoned player, they might not possess the same benevolence as Si Qing. Mu Ye advised. Bai Xi nodded repeatedly, committing the wisdom to memory. Chapter 93, Affluence. Since we are discussing tactics, let us note some common methods to identify players, Ye Xiao suggested. Bai Xi promptly retrieved her notebook and began to jot down notes. Aside from those who are self-destructive and arrogant, who are relatively easy to recognize, one must also pay particular attention to individuals with clear objectives. Additionally, there exists another type who appears to be devoid of desire yet observes everything keenly. They are the most challenging to identify. If you ever encounter such a person, regardless of whether you ascertain they are a player, it is best to retreat swiftly. In the realm of the game, the most effective disguise is to adhere to the character persona provided by the game, as this minimizes the risk of exposure. Furthermore, once Ye Xiao finished speaking, Bai Xi busily filled pages with notes. Oh, I have obtained a binding card. Whom should I bind it to? Bai Xi inquired. Everyone turned their gaze towards Ye Xiao, as binding him was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. The fusion of strength and fortune is the optimal selection. Bind me, Ye Xiao responded. Very well. Bai Xi summoned the friend interface and used a binding card to connect with Ye Xiao, their names glowing softly in red within each other's friend lists. I acquired a green-level dagger in the game, rendering my previous gray-level weapon obsolete. Is there anyone among you who still lacks a weapon? I would like to gift this to you, Bai Xi inquired, glancing at Liang Cheng and the others. She was aware that Ye Xiao had no need for it, as his ice abilities could conjure countless weapons. Yan Mo already possessed a gray-level longsword, which was of superior quality compared to her black-gold dagger. Only Liang Cheng's group was still equipped with white-level weapons. I do not require it, Mu Ye replied first. Given my strength, I would prefer a weapon akin to a hammer. I am not adept with daggers. Shan Xian and Liang Cheng also shook their heads. Our white-level weapons are of commendable quality, nearing gray level. Let us give it to Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao did not hesitate to accept, saying, all right. I will trade you a speed card for it. No need. I possess numerous cards, Bai Xi responded, shaking her head. She understood that drawing cards was challenging for Liang Cheng and his companions, while it was easier for her. Everyone usually took good care of one another, so gifting a dagger was no burden. You're merely a newcomer with 3 rounds under your belt. How many cards could you possibly have? Accepted. Shan Xian insisted. I truly have many cards. Bai Xi then shared her card interface with the group, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. How do you have so many green and blue cards? And even a resurrection card? What is the purpose of this resurrection card? Bai Xi asked. The resurrection card provides an additional life during advancement tasks, Liang Cheng replied, gazing at Bai Xi with envy. Sister, have you not utilized any cards throughout these 3 rounds? Curiosity enveloped the group as they pondered how one could amass such wealth. But you have to use them, right? When you defeat other players, don't they drop cards? Bai Xi was perplexed by their inquiries. How many can you acquire at once? Is it a guarantee each time? Mu Ye probed further. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Oh heavens! Why must you be so unjust? Liang Cheng lamented. After countless rounds of play, he had only collected 10 cards, while Bai Xi, a mere novice with just 3 rounds under her belt, possessed nearly double that amount. The onlookers silently surveyed their own card repositories, sighing inwardly, realizing they still had much to strive for. Even a newcomer like the young girl surpassed them. Ye Xiao had an abundance of cards, yet regrettably, their quality was dismally low, devoid of blue cards, and with only a meager few green ones. Your collection is your own affair. Either we trade, or I shall forsake this dagger, Yuan Xiao asserted firmly. Bai Xi's impressive card collection was a testament to her skill. It would be inappropriate to take advantage of the young girl. Accepted. Otherwise, we may hesitate to accept your offerings in the future, Yanemo urged gently, smiling. The trust this young girl placed in those she regarded highly was truly heartfelt, and he resolved to offer her guidance to avoid future misfortunes. Very well. With the consensus of the group, Bai Xi felt compelled to acquiesce and exchanged cards with Yuan Xiao through the friend interface. Subsequently, Yang Qing provided Bai Xi with several sessions of psychological support. She discovered that Bai Xi's condition was far better than she had anticipated, encouraging her to maintain her current mindset and not to let external circumstances sway her. As Bai Xi had formed a bond with Ye Xiao, the two began training together, nurturing their synergy. Bai Xi's daily routine had transformed into daytime training and evening theoretical lessons. In the training room on the first floor, Ye Xiao beckoned her with a gesture, but Bai Xi clung to the sandbag like an octopus, shaking her head vehemently, utterly refusing to comply. The onlookers, including Liang Qing and his companions, were in stitches, urging Bai Xi on. "Don't be afraid, girl. Go for it. Don't hesitate." With a pitiful expression, Bai Xi lamented, "Captain, please spare me. I've been training all day. I can't endure any more, truly." She had no intention of heeding Liang Qing and the others' words. They merely offered flippant remarks, oblivious to the pain she was enduring. If they had felt her struggles firsthand, they would understand. For several days, Ye Xiao had insisted on her training, asserting that her composite attribute had reached 91 and that she needed to keep pace. Bai Xi was utterly exhausted, collapsing into bed each night, falling asleep within seconds. This clearly illustrated the intensity of her training. Observing her weariness, Ye Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. Glancing at the clock, it was already 5:30. "All right then. That's enough for today." With that, he departed from the training ground. Bai Xi slumped to the floor, resembling a heap of mush, feeling as if her entire body might disintegrate, her arms covered in bruises. Liang Qing and his friends gathered around her, squatting in a circle. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It's the first time I've seen the captain fail to complete his scheduled training plan. Sister, you have no idea. When we first joined the team, we were truly pushed to our limits. Have you ever experienced that sensation of falling asleep while standing? I can relate. If you give me a bed now, I would fall asleep immediately." Bai Xi expressed understanding toward the predicaments of the 4 individuals from Liang City. However, they collectively shook their heads in unison, insisting, "No, you do not comprehend." They began to recount their heart-wrenching experiences akin to spilling beans, leaving Bai Xi in a state of bewilderment. A sense of foreboding enveloped her as she contemplated the arduous journey that lay ahead. Could it be true? After all, I am a girl. I cannot be compared to you men. Surely the captain wouldn't be that merciless? No. Do not harbor any illusions. You are now a mid-tier player with an overall competency of 91, surpassing the majority of men. You can no longer categorize yourself within the realm of ordinary girls. Sean Xin shook his finger, wearing an expression that conveyed your youth and naivety, which left Bai Xi feeling psychologically intimidated. Chapter 94. Coastal Survival 1 on the bustling beach. The gentle sea breeze caressed the golden sands, as tourists reveled in joyous play, and a myriad of swimsuit-clad beauties dazzled the onlookers. Bai Xi sat on a lounge chair outside the hotel, engrossed in the information regarding the current game. This round featured 125,560 participants, with 1,000 players actively engaged. Strive to survive and become part of the final 10 of survivors. The game was set in Nanyang City. A special note highlighted, this is a picturesque coastal city, replete with diverse natural landscapes and intricate geological conditions. After perusing the special reminder, she grasped the essence of this round. It was likely a natural disaster. However, the coastal region could witness a multitude of natural calamities, such as tsunamis, typhoons, earthquakes, and even volcanic eruptions, all possibilities to consider. The ebb and flow of people surrounded Bai Xi, yet none paid heed to her dazed expression. Only an occasional passerby cast a fleeting, astonished glance her way. Bai Xi summoned her personal friend list. As she was bound to Ye Xiao, there was an 80 probability that they would be paired together in this round of the game. However, to her surprise, she discovered that her friend list had turned gray. A message promptly appeared. To maintain game balance, players must independently seek their binding partners. Was it truly so exaggerated? A mere binding could disrupt the balance of the game? Reluctantly, Bai Xi decided to postpone her search for Ye Xiao. Given the game's nature, it was certain that their paths would not converge easily. After rummaging through her belongings, she could only locate a single room card, with nothing else to be found. The hotel was vast, and after wandering for quite some time and inquiring with several attendants, she finally located her room, an adequately appointed single room. From the balcony, she could gaze upon the azure sea, with the beach laid out before her. As she familiarized herself with the room, she rummaged through her belongings. 10 minutes later, she sprawled across the bed in a starfish position, internally berating the game for its stinginess. Did securing accommodation mean they would withhold funds? Observing the tidy and bright room, Bai Xi held on to a flicker of hope regarding the game. She sat up, grasped the room card, and dashed toward the hotel front desk. It soon became evident that her concerns were unfounded. The game was indeed unforgiving. Not only was her room booked for just 4 days, but the daily spending limit was a mere 300 yuan. While that might sound ample, the reality was that this was a tourist city with exorbitant living costs. A modest breakfast costs 56 yuan, while a fulfilling lunch with a balanced combination of meat and vegetables amounts to a minimum of 176 yuan. To top it off, the least expensive dinner option stands at 68 yuan. In total, that sums up to precisely 300 yuan. Furthermore, this money cannot be withdrawn. It is exclusively usable within the hotel. Thus, even if Bai Xi were to abstain from food and drink, she could only stockpile provisions for a mere 4 days. Based on her experiences from the previous 3 rounds of the game, each round typically lasts over 10 days. With only 4 days' worth of supplies, what is to be done for the remaining 6 days? Shall she subsist on nothing but the cold wind? A few minutes later, Bai Xi emerged from the hotel restroom. Clutching a brand new bank card, she hailed a taxi at the entrance, directing it towards the city's largest shopping center. This card was obtained from the gray-level cash card she acquired during the last game round. Before leaving, Bai Xi had loaded an additional 20,000 yuan into her account, requesting the hotel to prepare some takeout for her. After enduring several rounds of games where she nearly grew tired of dry rations, fresh meals were undoubtedly her first choice. Once inside the vehicle, the driver engaged in a lively conversation. Bai Xi, seated behind the driver, listened intently while observing the scenery along the route, occasionally chiming in to affirm the driver's remarks. Our city, though not widely renowned at present and with a relatively low influx of tourists, boasts a splendid environment. The nearby sea is crystal clear, and the coral reefs flourish beautifully, making snorkeling an excellent choice. Aside from the resort hotels, are there any other attractions in your area? Bai Xi took the opportunity to inquire. Oh, there are plenty of activities. To the south, there is a volcano that you can visit. To the north, there are spots for paragliding, and they even host competitions from time to time. The driver spoke incessantly throughout the journey, imparting a wealth of information to Bai Xi. Firstly, the city is located by the ocean, boasting abundant fishery resources. Secondly, it is currently undergoing a transformation, primarily focusing on tourism, with a flourishing service economy, while the traditional manufacturing sector is experiencing a decline. Furthermore, the climate here is quite pleasant, neither too hot nor too cold, with a suitable temperature and minimal occurrences of natural disasters. However, given that the game has chosen this locale, possibilities that were once deemed improbable are now within the realm of reality. Presently, the most likely threats appear to be earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons, with volcanic eruptions also a possibility. Nonetheless, phenomena such as tsunamis and typhoons can typically be predicted in advance, whereas earthquakes and volcanic eruptions are relatively challenging to forecast. Half an hour later, Bai Xi arrived at the shopping center. The streets were adorned with promotional advertisements showcasing the city's favorable climate, abundant tourism resources, and the warmth of its residents. It was uncertain whether the absence of natural disasters over the years had led to complacency among the local government or the populace. Astonishingly, in a coastal city, there seemed to be a lack of basic disaster preparedness education prior to any calamity. The local residents exhibited little awareness of necessary precautions. Upon entering the shopping center, Bai Xi prioritized purchasing warm clothing, considering the potential drop in temperature during a typhoon. She also prepared an outfit for Ye Xiao, opting for the largest size due to uncertainty regarding his measurements. Additionally, she ventured to the supermarket and various stores on the basement level to acquire essential survival supplies, including water, non-perishable food, necessary medications, and lighters, among other vital necessities. A practical yet discreet backpack was naturally on her list. Initially, she contemplated renting a vehicle. However, lacking a driver's license and identification, she ultimately abandoned that idea. Subsequently, Bai Xi made her way into an internet CAF. Having expended a considerable sum to ensure the network administrator remained oblivious to the identity used, Bai Xi secured access to a computer. Upon initiating a search, she ascertained that the technological sophistication of this world mirrored that of her own. Further online inquiries led her to news pertaining to the city of Nanyuan. Amidst the customary promotional articles for tourism, a report from 3 days prior piqued Bai Xi's interest. Recently, Shenanha, a distinguished professor of seismology from the capital, journeyed to Nanyuan City with his students and team to investigate the dormant, yet potentially active volcano and its geological attributes on Mount Pyong. Could this presage an actual seismic event? Bai Xi mused. Should an earthquake occur, the potential for a subsequent tsunami looms, and tectonic shifts could precipitate a volcanic eruption. Consequently, Seeking refuge in elevated and leeward locations would be prudent. She promptly sought out the highest peak in Nanyang City, only to discover, disconcertingly, that it was Mount Piyang itself. Are the players and native inhabitants being deliberately led to their doom? She wondered. Subsequently, Bai Xi explored the possibility of alternative, safer havens, and was fortunate enough to identify two promising locations. One was the gliding field situated north of the city, as mentioned by the driver earlier, and the other was the city's tallest edifice, the Morningstar Commercial Office Tower. However, uncertainty regarding the potential magnitude of a tsunami lingered. What if the building were to collapse? Bai Xi's primary objective remained the gliding field atop Mount Qingyi, the second highest peak. Given the mountain's substantial base, it offered greater security than a high-rise, and its elevation should suffice to withstand a tsunami of several dozen meters. Having compiled the necessary information, Bai Xi had barely exited the internet CAF when the inaugural task of this game's cycle presented itself. Side quest: Journey to Boyang Mountain. Boyang Mountain is a prominent attraction in Nanyang City. How could one possibly miss it? Players are required to spend a full 12 hours at Boyang Mountain. Task reward: one chance to participate in a lottery. Heading to Boyang Mountain, one must indeed remain for a full 12 hours. Bai Xi lowered her gaze in contemplation. Since she was to go, it would be prudent to do so without delay. The longer she postponed, the greater the uncertainty. The first day of the game is relatively safe. However, should she delay until tomorrow, circumstances may very well change. With the necessity of spending 12 hours at Boyang Mountain in mind, Bai Xi ventured back into the shopping mall. Under the guidance of a sales associate, she procured a tent, a sleeping bag, and related equipment, and even acquired an inflatable boat. In a coastal city, the likelihood of needing a boat is significantly high. The quicker one can escape, the better. Even a bicycle would suffice in the absence of a car. The primary advantage of a bicycle is its ability to be folded and conveniently stored in her space. She needed to first secure her takeaway, ensuring her basic sustenance, before embarking on her journey to Boyang Mountain. The proximity to the sea posed a risk. In the event of a tsunami, escape would be nearly impossible. It would be fortuitous to encounter Ye Xiao sooner, as that would enhance her safety. Once the waiter departed, she swiftly stored the takeaway in her storage space and then hailed a taxi directly to Boyang Mountain. Boyang Mountain, a makeshift campsite. Several figures were bustling about. A middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, scrutinized data reports on his computer with a furrowed brow. "Teacher Shin, what is the situation?" inquired Tan Lin, a student beside the bespectacled man. After a moment of silence, Shin Anha instructed, "Have them conduct several more rounds of testing. We shall assess the situation thereafter. Science cannot rely on mere conjecture." Upon receiving the directive, Tan Lin approached a fellow student responsible for monitoring, imparting the necessary details. Meanwhile, Shunin and he diligently sifted through the newly acquired data, juxtaposing and analyzing it against previous records. As a renowned tourist attraction in Nanyang City, Poyang Mountain boasted well-maintained pathways, all lined with neatly arranged bluestone slabs. Upon reaching Poyang Mountain, Bai Xi ascended the stone path, only to find the temperature rising with each step, beads of perspiration beginning to form on her forehead. After an hour and a half, she arrived at the summit of Poyang Mountain. Standing behind the safety railing, Bai Xi gazed into the depths of the volcanic crater, where bubbling magma continued to churn, accompanied by an overwhelming and nauseating odor. If it were to erupt, the entirety of Nanyang City would surely suffer the consequences. She circumnavigated the rim of the crater, familiarizing herself with the terrain. Suddenly, a noise erupted from afar, prompting Bai Xi to swiftly conceal herself behind a nearby boulder, holding her breath as she strained to discern the source of the commotion. Moments later, a man and a woman appeared in the distance. The woman, with an Asian visage and a captivating figure, possessed long, flowing black hair that danced elegantly in the breeze. The man, of Western descent, was tall and robust, with fair skin and deeply set eyes that bore a hint of coolness. Approaching the railing, the woman picked up a stone and cast it into the abyss below. In an instant, the stone vanished into the seething magma. The heat was intense. This volcano is highly active. It seems we are facing a trifecta of volcanic activity, earthquakes, and tsunamis, the woman speculated. The man, with golden hair, shook his head in response, "Not necessarily. Do you recall the previous port? It too was a coastal city. Yet the primary concern was defending against the mutated sea beasts. Then we should prepare for both scenarios," the woman suggested. After observing the surroundings for a while, The two individuals descended the mountain along the path they had taken. Behind a stone, Bai Xi let out a soft sigh, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky, lost in thought. These two appeared to be seasoned players, and their words carried a certain weight. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? Yet, with her limited experience, even if she were mistaken, she was at a loss for what to do next. Thus, she chose to remain a passive observer, focusing on her task, as she had already come this far. Having formulated a plan, Bai Xi stood up and made her way down the mountain. The task only required her to remain within the bounds of Boyang Mountain, and it was the same whether she was at the top or the bottom. Being at a lower elevation would allow her to escape swiftly should anything amiss occur with the volcano during the night. As she reached the mid-slope, Bai Xi stumbled upon a campsite and stealthily observed for a moment. This must be the team led by Professor Shannon, as mentioned online. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she retrieved her backpack and approached. "Hello, is there something I can assist you with?" The students at the campsite, unfazed by her presence, stepped forward to inquire. "I am a tourist," Bai Xi replied with a smile. "I heard there is a volcano here and wanted to take a look." Noticing the bustle among the camp members, she inquired curiously, "Are you a research institution?" "We are students of Professor Shun, here to collect data on this volcano," they explained. "Oh, I was just at the summit and noticed it bubbling inside. Could this volcano erupt?" Bai Xi asked, seizing the opportunity. One of the students chuckled and clarified. "It is unlikely. Although the volcano has shown signs of activity, it has not reached that level yet." As two individuals engaged in conversation, a man adorned with black-rimmed glasses abruptly rose, causing the stool beneath him to topple onto the ground. He directed his gaze towards the student operating the equipment and exclaimed loudly, "Is the new data ready?" "Just a few more minutes," came the response. However, Professor Shun, unable to contain his impatience, approached directly, taking the student's place to operate the machinery himself. Observing Professor Shun's adept and swift maneuvers, the surrounding students gazed in awe, their eyes fixed intently on the screen, fearful of missing a valuable learning opportunity. Bai Xi quietly followed, positioning herself behind the crowd, tiptoeing to peer inside. The waves undulating on the screen appeared incomprehensible, akin to an ancient script. After a flurry of vigorous activity, Shen Anha suddenly fell silent, his gaze fixed on the screen in a daze. Chapter 96, Coastal Survival 3. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet. All eyes were riveted on the screen, motionless. Bai Xi, though unable to comprehend, noted the perplexed expressions on the faces of the nearby students, their mouths slightly agape in bewilderment. With a serious demeanor, Shen Anha copied the data and instructed the group to continue collecting information before retreating into the tent. The others exchanged bewildered glances, resuming their tasks. The student who had previously conversed with Bai Xi approached, apologizing, "I'm sorry. We understand. We didn't mean to intrude." Bai Xi comprehended immediately and chose to vacate the camp. Yet, her mission remained unfulfilled. How could she truly depart from Boyang Mountain? Moreover, the presence of numerous individuals enhanced safety, rendering it an ideal location for an overnight stay. The art of concealment had been imparted to her by the horticulturist Qian Zhongmin. Despite dedicating considerable effort, Bai Xi had only mastered a fraction of the task at hand, yet it sufficed for the moment. With 8 hours remaining in the countdown, the temperature on the mountain began to drop swiftly. Though daylight lingered, a chill had already begun to settle in. After consuming a meal prepared by the hotel, she retrieved her sleeping bag and nestled herself within it. Alone on the sparse grass, she gazed up at the sky, with a large stone above her shielding her from the wind, while the distant camp buzzed with activity. In that moment, Bai Xi felt as though the heavens were her blanket and the earth her bed, a sense of nonchalance and freedom enveloping her. It seemed that nothing could confine her spirit. Gently closing her eyes, she melded with her surroundings, acutely aware of everything within a 2-meter radius. Even the subtle traces of air movement were vividly perceptible. She could almost predict where the air would flow next. This sensation was extraordinary. It was even more comforting than being in her mother's womb, and Bai Xi found herself increasingly enamored with this sense of ease. As night fell gradually, the atmosphere grew quieter, and the distant camp seemed to enter slumber. At 10 past midnight, Bai Xi suddenly awoke in silence. Shortly thereafter, small pebbles around her began to shift, producing faint sounds of collision. An earthquake occurred. This tremor lasted merely a second or two, so fleeting that hardly anyone noticed the subtle disturbance. Glancing at the countdown clock in the upper right corner of her vision, she saw 6 hours remained. Bai Xi closed her eyes once more, returning to her rest. Meanwhile, In a residential building somewhere in Nanyang City, Ye Xiao also awoke, yet nonchalantly resumed his slumber. On the second day of the game, the survival rate stood at a perfect 100. The morning mist lingered, the air heavy with the briny tang of the sea and a subtle hint of sulfur. Was it time to depart? Bai Xi crouched behind the large rock that had sheltered her the previous night, observing the distant campsite. All the equipment outside the camp had been packed away, and several large tents had already been dismantled, with smaller ones still being taken down. Shenanha, his brow furrowed and dark circles under his eyes, stared at a tablet. Wireless earbuds in place, seemingly engaged in a phone call. Too far away to hear his words, Bai Xi surmised from his expression that something perplexing was afoot. Upon further reflection, she guessed it had something to do with the previous night's earthquake or the volcano itself. Regardless, matters were undoubtedly complex. Once the research team had left, Bai Xi tidied up her own refuse and prepared to leave as well. She had awakened to find her task completed, and fortune had once again smiled upon her, granting her a green-level healing card. Descending the mountain, she found that Shun Anha and his team had vanished. Unhurried, Bai Xi retrieved her trusty bicycle and pedaled briskly toward the city. 2 hours later, Bai Xi, drenched in sweat, sat astride her bicycle, feet on the ground, gazing at the distant skyscrapers. A relieved smile graced her lips. She was utterly exhausted. The journey had been arduous, her first time cycling such a long distance. En route, Providence once again favored her. A blue SUV with tinted windows pulled up beside her. The black window rolled down, and a dashing young man looked at Bai Xi, inquiring with a smile, "Where are you headed, beautiful?" The vehicle was enveloped in one-way reflective film, and aside from the charmingly roguish young man engaging in conversation, there were presumably 2 others within, one at the wheel and another in the rear seat. Yet, these 2 remained utterly silent, the individual in the back even deliberately quieted, rendering the interior completely invisible from Bai Xi's perspective. Their vigilance was remarkable. In such a world, this was a prudent habit that could very well safeguard one's life. The roguish young man was exceedingly affable, his eyes sparkling as they met Bai Xi's, though the corners of his eyes bore no curvature. How distant! No sooner had he uttered these words than the rear door swung open. Seated inside was a youth of about 17 or 18, wearing a stiff smile and gesturing for Bai Xi to hasten into the car. The driver, a man with a close-cropped hairstyle obscuring his features, appeared rather slender. Upon Bai Xi's entry, he maintained a subtle vigilance, observing her through the rearview mirror. The interior was decorated in a cozy manner, exuding a sense of elegance and sophistication, quite uncharacteristic of a man's vehicle. "Beautiful lady, what brings you to traverse such a desolate path alone? How perilous!" The roguish young man was quite extroverted, chattering away as soon as she entered, inquiring about various matters. "Sister, with your beauty, aren't you afraid others may harbor ill intentions?" The youth regarded Bai Xi with curiosity, instinctively licking his lips. "What have I to fear? If anything, it should be others who ought to feel apprehensive," Bai Xi replied nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders as her gaze fell upon a pink figurine adorning the dashboard. Following her line of sight, the roguish young man noticed the little figure. "Do you like it? It's yours now." The charmingly roguish young man picked up the doll and presented it before Bai Xi, his expression brimming with anticipation. However, Bai Xi declined to accept it, instead directing her curiosity towards the youth beside her, inquiring, "Is this doll from the previous unfortunate soul?" The young man appeared momentarily taken aback, while the slender man, who had been silently driving, erupted into hearty laughter. "How clever!" The roguish young man, filled with delight, gazed at Bai Xi with fervent admiration. "You are the first to notice," he exclaimed. "Miss, is this your first time? Among us 3, you may choose anyone." The youth quickly regained his composure, revealing a particularly radiant smile that sent chills down one's spine. "However, you'd better choose me, or I might just get angry. If I end up hurting you, don't say I didn't warn you." Chapter 97. Coastal Survival 4. Bai Xi maintained an expression of calmness, offering a slight smile, though inwardly she rolled her eyes in exasperation. How could she not realize she had encountered a deviant? These individuals exhibited such heightened vigilance, yet casually picked up strangers on the road, brimming with enthusiasm. Something was amiss. Nevertheless, such individuals intrigued her. She felt no remorse when it came to eliminating threats, experiencing a certain joy in ridding society of its scourges. "Are you all deviants? I have a penchant for dealing with deviants," Bai Xi declared, a moonlight-hued dagger materializing in her hand as she curiously regarded the trio. For a brief moment, they were taken aback, not anticipating such a formidable encounter. Yet, the beautiful and smiling Bai Xi appeared to pose little threat, and although the three had grown cautious, they did not take her too seriously. After all, can three burly men truly rival a petite girl? How intriguing. I have a penchant for playful kittens. Licking the wound that bled, the pain only heightened the boy's excitement, his gaze toward Bai Xi growing increasingly ravenous and fierce. Yet, Bai Xi remained unfazed. Glancing at the time displayed on the digital clock ahead, a full day had passed in this round of the game. She furrowed her brow and murmured softly to herself, realizing she could not afford any delays as preparations awaited her attention. Beside her, the young man and the charming rogue gaped in disbelief, their hands clutching their throats, unable to contain the torrent of blood that splattered throughout the vehicle. The frail man in the driver's seat turned ashen, his body going rigid. He swallowed hard, acutely aware that this woman was alarmingly swift and lethal, leaving them no time for resistance or mental preparation. He vowed not to resort to throat slashing again. It was simply too gruesome. The overwhelming scent of blood made Bai Xi uneasy, prompting her to lean slightly forward and address the frail man in the driver's seat. So, how do you wish to meet your demise? No sooner had the words left her lips than the frail man slammed on the brakes, the screeching sound echoing as Bai Xi nearly lurched forward. Before she could react, he unbuckled his seatbelt and flung open the car door, executing the movement in one fluid motion, darting out in under 3 seconds. Bai Xi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure as she hurled the dagger. Bai Yu toward him. Within mere meters of his escape, blood erupted from his neck, the scene frozen in time as he collapsed forward. The door of the vehicle slammed shut with a resounding thud. Bai Xi alighted from the vehicle and approached the frail man, retrieving the 2 cards he had dropped, one a strength card and the other a cash card worth 10,000. Before her, a system notification materialized. Player Bai Xi has defeated C-level player Ye Xiao in the 5th round. The disparity in strength is too great, thus no points will be awarded. To her astonishment, the 2 individuals in the car were not players. It was Ye Xiao, who had narrowly escaped. That was indeed a player. I wish to contest this, she exclaimed. He has already reached the 5th round, while I am still in the 4th. Why should I not receive any points? Bai Xi was deeply dissatisfied with the game's ruling. Losing points at such an early stage would significantly impede her growth, directly affecting her survival rate in the game. Life and death were paramount, and every moment must be fiercely contested. As an intermediate player, Bai Xi's strength far surpassed that of the defeated Ye Xiao, yet she received no points as per the game's ruling. But I am only in the 4th round, she pleaded. This is unfair. The difficulty is too great. The translucent notification reappeared. In light of player Bai Xi's unique circumstances, the game has awarded a compensatory gift pack. Please check to receive it. It was a delightful surprise. Initially, Bai Xi had merely been testing the waters, not expecting success. She promptly claimed the compensatory gift pack. Player Bai Xi has received 5 permanent comprehensive attribute points. The reward takes effect immediately upon usage. Bai Xi eagerly checked her personal attributes. Bai Xi level, C-class player, intermediate, ability ranking, 45-23 potential ranking, 7S. Overall attributes, 96, ability level, level 1 spatial ability, storage space of 3 cubic meters, spatial jump of 2 meters, items, 1, red level, resurrection card 1-2, blue level, truth card 1, item card 1, disguise card 1, telepathy card 1-3, green level, invisibility card 1, hearing card 2, speed card 2, strength card 2, healing card 1, white moon dagger 4, gray level, stamina potion 1, healing card 2, cash card 10,00015, white level, food card, white rice 2, stone card 1 status, 3 team overall attribute bonus, currently unavailable, score 0 lottery attempts, 0 having achieved an overall attribute of 96. Bai Xi was pleasantly surprised to find her ranking on the ability list had also improved. Previously ranked 4658, she now stood at 4523, a commendable rise of 135 places. The competition was fierce. A mere 5 points in overall attributes had allowed her to surpass over 100 competitors. However, amidst her search for useful items, she unearthed numerous girls' bags, clothing, and personal belongings, all stained with blood and other unidentified substances. Infuriated, Bai Xi nearly dragged the 3 scoundrels out to exact vengeance. Gazing at the fierce flames before her, Bai Xi remained remarkably calm as she rode her bicycle towards the city. The journey ahead was devoid of further mishaps. nor did any kind-hearted souls offer her a ride. Around 11 in the morning, the reactions of Shannon and her team illuminated the grim reality that this game was likely to encompass a multitude of natural disasters. An earthquake had already struck, and a tsunami could not be far behind. As for when a volcano might erupt, who could say? The sheer magnitude of these calamities was beyond Bai Xi's imagination. Even in her own world, she had never faced such cataclysmic events, let alone in a mission realm where 90% of lives could be lost. At that moment, Bai Xi felt an urgent need to locate Ye Xiao, whose experience would undoubtedly equip him to handle the situation more adeptly. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the city was home to over 100,000 people. How could she possibly find Ye Xiao? She certainly could not post a missing person notice on television. Moreover, as the top-ranked combatant, Ye Xiao would undoubtedly have numerous adversaries. Such an overt action could endanger him and potentially expose her own whereabouts. Chapter 98. Coastal Survival 5. Before Bai Xi could spring into action, the surrounding animals suddenly went into a frenzy, darting about in every direction. The streets were teeming with pets, cats, and dogs that had slipped their leashes, while timid mice scurried from the sewers in a wild escape. Birds soared high above, fearful of landing on the ground. Panic surged within her. Bai Xi hastily made her way toward an open area. Yet, after only a few steps, the earth began to tremble violently, as if an enormous hand were gripping her, preventing her from fleeing. Nearby buildings swayed noticeably. Many individuals were unable to maintain their balance, tumbling to the ground, while loose debris fell sporadically from above. Chaos reigned for a brief moment, but the earthquake was swift, both in its onset and cessation. After a mere 10 to 20 seconds, the tremors subsided. The injured were hastily transported to the hospital, while the startled pedestrians and tourists quickly returned to a semblance of normalcy. Bai Xi sat by the roadside, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by, her mind engrossed in contemplation of what to do next. Who could predict when the next earthquake might strike? Would there be landslides, mudflows, or falling rocks to contend with? Thus, Bai Xi resolved to pitch a tent in the city square, choosing to reside there temporarily. Her rationale for this location was twofold. Firstly, it was situated far from the sea. Should a tsunami indeed approach, the considerable distance would afford her ample time to flee and adapt. Secondly, the terrain was broad and level, with no towering edifices nearby. There was little concern about the risk of high-rise collapses, and the wide roads would facilitate swift escape in case of an emergency. Bai Xi was not alone in her thinking. Many local residents also brought their families to this makeshift refuge. The ordinarily desolate square was now bustling with people and rudimentary tents. Some had no tents at all, opting instead for a bamboo mat and a coil of mosquito repellent as their makeshift shelter. With a cheerful disposition, Bai Xi began erecting her tent. The presence of many was reassuring. Not only did it enhance safety and liveliness, but it also offered a veil of anonymity for her identity as a player. On the third day of the game, the survival rate stood at 100. Several aftershocks had occurred the previous night, yet none were severe, apart from a few incidental injuries. There were virtually no casualties or financial losses. Early this morning, nearly all the open space in the square was occupied, with many individuals playing educational videos on earthquake preparedness on their mobile phones. Seated on a small stool she had purchased for 30 yuan in front of her tent, Bai Xi savored the steaming meal just delivered by a delivery person. Next door resides a couple in their 30s, blessed with a mischievous son of around 10 years old. This unruly child is notorious for his antics, whether it be striking another child or shattering someone else's belongings, creating chaos wherever he goes. Many harbor a quiet disdain for this boy. At that moment, a ball soared past Bai Xi, landing in the pot of soup belonging to a neighboring household, scattering kanji everywhere. What a wretched little creature. Can't he see? The elderly woman, who was simmering the soup, exploded in anger. Why bother arguing with a child? He doesn't understand. Someone remarked. I toiled all morning to prepare this nutritious kanji. Is it really necessary? The elderly woman retorted, gesturing towards the overturned pot. The young wife glanced at the spilled kanji, scoffed lightly, and insisted, it's merely a pot of kanji. I can order you takeout. What's the big deal? Encouraged by his parents' defense, the unruly child felt no fear nor remorse for his actions. Instead, he cheekily made a face at the elderly woman. Indeed, like begets like, those born of beasts will inevitably mirror their parents' nature. The elderly woman, incensed, unleashed her wrath, and those around her, who shared disdain for the couple, felt a sense of relief. With fingers pointed in accusation, the young couple's faces turned sour. Is it necessary to insult us just because we accidentally spilled a bowl of kanji? They protested. I will insult you. What's it to you? Who asked you to have children without the ability to educate them? The elderly woman, exuding confidence, directed her tirade at the negligent parents. Due to the formidable stature of the 4 sons of the elderly lady, each robust and imposing, some adorned with elaborate tattoos on their arms, they appeared quite fearsome. This minor incident did not produce a significant impact. The young couple, wary of possible retribution from the lady's sons, kept the mischievous child close at hand. However, the young rascal could not be contained for long and vanished within half an hour. After their meal, upon closer inspection, the child was discovered engaged in the cruel act of burning ants, leaving a vast expanse of lifeless ants scattered across the ground. Bai Xi delivered a sharp reprimand to him. Ouch! The young scamp exclaimed, clutching his head and glaring at Bai Xi, retorting, Why did you hit me? Be careful, or I'll have my dad teach you a lesson. What are you doing? Bai Xi inquired. The child, unrestrained, needed a thorough reprimand lest he squander his life away. Look at these dead ants. They were perfectly fine yesterday, and now they are suddenly dead. As he spoke, a hint of anger surfaced in his voice. It must be Zhang Bao and his gang's doing. I gave them a beating yesterday, and now they've killed my ants and my prize cattle. He pointed to a nearby lifeless 1,000-pound insect, declaring, Next time I see them, I will surely give them a good thrashing. Bai Xi shook her head and resumed her run. The child, disregarding her warnings, continued to crouch before the pile of ants, curiously poking at them. Big tremors cannot escape. Small tremors need not flee. After changing into fresh attire in the tent, Bai Xi sat on a stool, contemplating how to confront the impending dangers that might arise. A fit of coughing interrupted her thoughts. The elderly lady next door was coughing violently, a handkerchief pressed to her mouth, while her eldest son supported her, gently soothing her back. Mother, perhaps you should visit the hospital? Didn't you recover from that chronic ailment? Why the sudden ailment? The matron shook her head, imbibed some water, and swallowed her medication, waving her hand dismissively. You yourself have acknowledged it's a chronic condition. What could possibly be amiss? A couple of pills will suffice. You should attend to your affairs. Mother, should anything transpire, you must contact me without delay, understood? The eldest son glanced at his mobile device, seemingly receiving another work-related communication. Observing that his mother was genuinely not in dire straits, he entreated her. Understood. Now be on your way. The matron, cognizant of her son's numerous commitments, did not wish to impede him, as her chronic ailment was of little consequence. Should anything transpire, you must contact me without delay. At that moment, the eldest son's mobile device emitted another ringtone. He answered the call, and an urgent voice emanated from the other end. After the eldest son departed, the matron coughed a few more times and settled onto a stool, commencing the task of sewing shoe soles. The weather today was rather torrid, and the plaza lacked verdant shade, compelling the populace to seek refuge in the adjacent groves. Bai Xi followed suit. With no current assignments, she dared not wander aimlessly, deeming it prudent to remain in place. The recent aftershocks had resulted in injuries to numerous individuals from falling debris, and it was rumored that several had perished, instilling a sense of unease among the populace. Adjacent to the plaza, a temporary information center had been established by the local sub-district office, and a loudspeaker incessantly broadcast earthquake safety protocols. Around 11 o'clock in the forenoon, a contingent of volunteer recruiters arrived. At present, hospitals and disaster relief teams are experiencing a critical shortage of personnel. Consequently, a cohort of volunteers is being enlisted, with the hope that individuals will enthusiastically register to assist in restoring order to the city. A middle-aged man stood upon a bench, brandishing a megaphone, repeatedly proclaiming his message. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. This earthquake has claimed numerous lives. While visiting the hospital may not pose much of a risk, being assigned to rescue operations could prove perilous. Indeed, aftershocks can strike unexpectedly. Many old buildings are perilously unstable and could collapse at any moment. Most individuals harbored reservations, hesitating over whether to volunteer. Yet, some spirited young souls stepped forward, approaching the man to enlist. I will volunteer. So will I. If I can contribute even a little, then I shall. With one person leading the charge, those who had been wavering found their resolve and joined the ranks of the volunteers. A lengthy line formed as prospective volunteers awaited registration, and Bai Xi found herself among them, her gaze fixed on the luminous game interface before her. Side quest, the Noble Volunteer. Players are encouraged to become a volunteer and receive 10 heartfelt expressions of gratitude. along with the camaraderie of fellow volunteers. Task reward: a chance to win a lottery. This particular task took Bai Xi by surprise. Previous missions had involved either clocking in at a location or acquiring certain items, but this time it entailed assisting others. To earn the admiration of others as a volunteer, one must surely achieve tangible results. She wondered if it was feasible to complete the task within such a short span of time. After registering her information, Bai Xi tidied her belongings and followed the volunteer contingent away from the square. Shortly after 1 o'clock, Bai Xi and a few other girls were assigned to the Central Hospital of Nanyan City. The entrance to the hospital bustled with activity. Every healthcare professional clad in a white coat hurriedly navigates through the bustling environment. The distant wail of ambulances punctuating the air as critically injured patients are swiftly placed onto stretchers. In the waiting hall, a multitude of individuals, their heads or limbs swathed in bandages, gaze absently at the unfolding scene, clearly desensitized from having witnessed it on numerous occasions. Your role is to assist the medical staff and attend to those with minor injuries. Beyond medical aid, they require emotional solace. Simultaneously, it is imperative to uphold the order of the hospital, ensuring that patients do not create disturbances that may impede the treatment of more severely injured individuals. The volunteer team leader advised Bai Xi and her companions. Understood, team leader. They responded, rest assured, we will manage it. Subsequently, the leader distributed volunteer uniforms and armbands, guiding them to their respective posts while meticulously reiterating their responsibilities before departing. Bai Xi's assignment was in the waiting hall, primarily providing guidance to newly arrived patients to facilitate their prompt consultation. Accompanying her were 2 other girls, one named Gao Shan, with long hair and a heart-shaped face, tall and slender, the other, Yu Meng, with short hair and a round face, bright eyes sparkling with clarity. From the time they commenced their duties around 1 o'clock in the afternoon until after 6, Bai Xi remained incessantly active. She and her fellow volunteers took turns escorting disoriented elderly patients to the appropriate clinics or treatment rooms. At the entrance of a treatment room, Bai Xi gently guided an elderly woman with a head of white hair, saying, "Grandma, this is the place. Once you enter, simply hand the payment slip to the doctor." The elderly gentleman arrived at the hospital alone, his children absent from his side. This morning, he suddenly felt discomfort in his breathing and decided to seek medical attention. He wandered the waiting hall for an extended period, while a young lady named Bai Xi assisted him by running errands, helping with registration, and guiding him to the consultation room. Her attentiveness could rival that of his own children. "Thank you, my dear," the elderly man said, patting Bai Xi's hand with a warm smile. "You're welcome," she replied, her smile faltering for a brief moment before she sighed softly, gently releasing her hold on him while maintaining her cheerful demeanor. "Grandma, please wait here for a moment. When your number is called, you can go in. I have other responsibilities at the service desk, so I must leave you now." The elderly man paused, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. "But it's almost my turn. Why don't you wait until I finish my examination?" Bai Xi felt a chill in her heart, but replied with a smile. "The examination is nearly complete. Only one last step remains, so there's no need for me to stay. I must attend to other tasks at the service desk. Goodbye, Grandma." With that, Bai Xi turned and departed. The elderly man's expression shifted, and he muttered under his breath, finding a seat to quietly await his turn. Observing this, other patients nearby could no longer remain silent. "Auntie, that's not a fair comment. That young lady is a volunteer, not your granddaughter. Her willingness to assist you is commendable. Indeed, if you choose not to express gratitude, that is one thing, but to speak ill of her behind her back is unnecessary." At this moment, the elderly man was brimming with vitality, and it was none of their business. What a meddlesome intrusion. Bystanders collectively rolled their eyes, choosing to disregard the unreasonable individual. Returning to the volunteer service desk, Bai Xi secretly lamented as she gazed at the incomplete tasks before her. This assignment had thoroughly acquainted her with the concepts of feigned smiles, insincere words, and the disparity between outward appearances and inner sentiments. Since her tenure began, she had tirelessly assisted numerous patients, if not hundreds, certainly around 50. Yet, the heartfelt gratitude she received was a mere handful, scarcely 5. Most individuals, after receiving assistance, would politely utter a thank you, but such words often lacked sincerity, failing to resonate with genuine appreciation. Exhausted from her relentless efforts, she found herself bereft of even a single sincere expression of thanks. How disheartening. The 2 girls working alongside her deemed Bai Xi somewhat foolish. Although they were volunteers, there was no need for such earnestness. How many times had she run back and forth this afternoon? Was she not weary? Bai Xi, take a break, one suggested. Indeed. You've already made so many trips. Your diligence may not even be acknowledged, another chimed in. Gao Shan handed a cup of water to Bai Xi, urging her to drink and rest for a moment. When someone arrives next, we'll take over. You stay put, Yu Meng said with a caring smile. Thank you. Accepting the cup from Gao Shan, Bai Xi pretended to take a sip, barely moistening her lips. At this point, the number of patients had significantly dwindled, granting the trio some leisure time to converse and strengthen their bond. Unexpectedly, Bai Xi found herself garnering the friendship of the two girls. Bai Xi, do not be so naive. Those individuals may appear courteous on the surface, but one can only wonder how they truly perceive you behind closed doors. Your genuine intention to escort them to a doctor resulted in them turning around to file a complaint against you, accusing you of indifference and negligence. After toiling throughout the afternoon, how many sincerely appreciate your efforts? While the two young women do not agree with Bai Xi's approach, they hold a favorable impression of her, deeming her a person of integrity. It's merely a job, after all. Yet, deep within, she bears the weight of her own anguish. Is she unaware of their insincerity? Alas, there is no choice. To fulfill her duties, she must seize every opportunity. If circumstances were to shift unexpectedly, the likelihood of accomplishing her task would diminish even further. Observing Bai Xi's stony demeanor, the two women exchanged glances and chose to remain silent. Before long, a nurse from the hospital delivered a meal to them, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, accompanied by a seaweed soup. As they began to eat, Yu Ming gently nudged Bai Xi's elbow, gesturing towards the entrance. Xi, someone in need of your assistance has arrived. Following her gaze, Bai Xi beheld a middle-aged man with a weathered complexion, clad in military green canvas shoes. He surveyed the waiting area and then glanced at his mud-stained shoes. From his pocket, he retrieved several pieces of paper, cautiously wiping the dirt from the edges of his footwear. Setting down her meal, Bai Xi approached him. Hello. How may I assist you? The middle-aged man lifted his gaze to meet hers, appearing somewhat uneasy. He had inadvertently scratched his arm and sought a doctor to tend to the wound. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a gruesome injury. Upon a closer inspection of the young arm, one could discern a wound measuring an inch in length, with the flesh grotesquely turned outward. The dried blood around the injury had formed a seal, yet it could not stem the persistent trickle of fresh blood. Hastily, Bai Xi ushered the individual inside, guiding him to the emergency room, where a duty doctor was occupied tending to other patients. Dr. Qin, come quickly. Upon hearing Bai Xi's urgent call, the young physician lifted his gaze, immediately noticing the middle-aged man's wound. Swiftly, he changed the dressings for the patient before him and commenced treatment for the middle-aged man's injury. With sterilized tweezers, he carefully extracted large fragments of debris lodged in the wound, followed by a thorough cleansing with alcohol, absorbing the excess with sterile cotton. The middle-aged man grimaced in pain, veins bulging, yet he remained resolutely silent. How did this happen? The doctor inquired while continuing his meticulous work. I am part of a rescue team. This afternoon, due to an aftershock, a building collapsed, and I was inadvertently cut by a window pane that fell from the 2nd floor. Quite the stroke of luck, the doctor remarked, casting a surprised glance at the middle-aged man before returning his attention to the wound. Which rescue team do you belong to? Bai Xi asked with curiosity, aiming to gather information while diverting the man's focus, allowing the doctor to concentrate on his task. We are from East District 1. East District 1? Bai Xi responded. Today, many of the injured have come from that area. She had attended to numerous patients from that direction throughout the day. The locality was densely populated with older buildings, resulting in a higher number of casualties compared to other regions. The middle-aged man continued, engaging in the conversation without boasting about the arduous and challenging nature of his work. All done. Please be cautious in the coming days. Avoid getting the wound wet and refrain from engaging in any vigorous activities, as this may cause the wound to reopen. The doctor advised. Thank you, doctor, expressed the middle-aged man, turning to Bai Xi with gratitude, and thank you to the volunteers. It's nothing, Bai Xi replied. Casting a glance at the task progress in the upper right corner, the number transitioned from 5 to 6, and her smile broadened. With the evening bringing a significant decrease in patients, Bai Xi redirected her efforts towards assisting the hospitalized individuals, performing tasks within her capability, such as aiding an elderly woman to the restroom, calling a nurse for medication changes, and assisting with 4 replacements. She persevered until midnight, drenched in sweat, finally completing the last 4 expressions of gratitude. Congratulations to player Bai Xi for completing the side quest, glorious volunteer, earning one lottery chance. As she gazed at the game interface before her, Bai Xi slumped into a chair in the hospital, taking a deep, satisfying breath. On the fourth day of the game, the survival rate stood at 99. Today had been as bustling as yesterday. In the middle of the night, another aftershock occurred, and numerous injured individuals were brought in that morning. Bai Xi and her companions were temporarily reassigned to assist the doctors and nurses in the emergency room, soothing those with minor injuries who were waiting for treatment. "We need 2 more people to help," the head nurse called out as she entered. "Coming," Bai Xi exclaimed, setting down what she was holding and swiftly making her way outside. "Wait, Bai Xi, I'm coming too." Yu Ming, who had a bit of free time, followed her out. Outside the hospital, 4 ambulances with flashing lights were stationed at the entrance, and several bloodied patients were being carried down. Bai Xi and Yu Ming hastened over, not to assist in carrying the injured, as such specialized tasks were beyond their expertise. Their role was to maintain order, ensuring medical personnel could administer aid unhindered. Suddenly, the surrounding doors, windows, streetlights, and signposts began to shake violently. Bai Xi found herself unable to maintain her footing, and Yu Ming nearly fell, were it not for Bai Xi's timely intervention. Others were less fortunate, succumbing to the ground one by one. The tremors intensified, toppling shared bicycles and electric scooters in a domino effect. Debris cascaded from above, striking the vehicles below with resounding thuds and shattering impacts. After approximately a minute, the shaking ceased. Medical personnel were the first to react, attempting to rush the injured toward the hospital. However, a deep, ominous sound reverberated as a visible fissure appeared on the hospital building. Sharp-eyed observers cried out in alarm, pointing to cracks also forming in the ground. Entering the hospital was deemed perilous, as the structural integrity was compromised. A dilemma ensued among the medical staff outside. The urgency of the situation was palpable, with numerous patients requiring immediate care. Indecision hung heavy until the head of the emergency department stepped forward, decreeing that patients requiring immediate surgery be carried inside, while those with less critical injuries would have to wait outside the emergency room. At that moment, a nearby 30-year-old building collapsed with a deafening roar, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Many passers-by were buried beneath the rubble, while others were struck by flying debris, some fatally. Chapter 101. Coastal Survival 8. The already panicked crowd became even more terrified as the old building collapsed with a resounding crash. "Run!" someone shouted. "The building is going to fall." Those quick to react fled in haste. Human instinct is to follow. Once one person succumbs to their fear and begins to escape, a multitude will follow suit. In an instant, the streets were filled with frantic pedestrians and the cacophony of their terrified cries, accompanied by the ominous rumble of the throng. The already precarious windows and hanging objects fell in the chaos of the running crowd, indiscriminately injuring many. The situation spiraled further out of control. "Oh my God!" Bai Xi urgently pulled Yu Ming towards the hospital building, daring not to venture too far inside, opting instead to remain near the entrance hall. At that moment, those within the hospital were largely unaware of the dire reality. Many had yet to comprehend the situation. The frenzied crowd outside seemed far more terrifying than the possibility of the building collapsing. At the hospital entrance, a mass of people surged forward like headless flies. Some, lagging behind, were jostled from behind and stumbled. Just as one attempted to rise, another's foot landed upon them. The fallen cried out in agony. But in the midst of this chaos, everyone was preoccupied with their own escape, rushing forward without a thought for others. As they drew near, those who might have helped found themselves unable to stop in time, instead trampling over the fallen. The anguished screams of the injured only served to heighten the collective panic, exacerbating the congestion of the crowd. Before long, the unfortunate soul lay bloodied and motionless, leaving behind a gruesome scene that was barely recognizable. Heavens! At the entrance of the hospital, upon witnessing the scene, Yu Ming drew in a sharp breath, her petite face paling significantly. Had Bai Xi not pulled her away moments ago, would she have been among those who fell? Xi, thank you. She expressed her gratitude to Bai Xi, filled with trepidation. "It's nothing." Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as a window pane from the adjacent old residential building shattered, sending shards of glass flying like explosive sparks, injuring those below. "Ah, it hurts my eyes. I'm bleeding, help me please." The panic among the crowd intensified. A mother, her head bloodied, could only clutch her terrified 3- or 4-year-old child tightly. "This place is no longer safe. We must leave swiftly," Bai Xi stated firmly, regaining her composure. "All right. I'll go fetch Shan Shan," Yu Ming nodded in agreement. I'm coming. Gao Shan emerged from within, her hands stained with fresh blood, her uniform soiled. What happened to you? Yu Ming gasped in astonishment. A patient was struck dead by falling glass right in front of me, Gao Shan explained calmly. Bai Xi discreetly furrowed her brow, sensing that Gao Shan was not entirely truthful and perhaps too composed for the situation. We need to hurry, Bai Xi urged, recognizing that this was not the time for deliberation. The three hastened out of the hospital, walking along the roadside, avoiding the chaotic and panicked crowd. Many patients too realized the hospital was no longer a sanctuary and rushed to escape. Patients with mobility difficulties and the elderly, exerting every ounce of strength to move outward, cried out in desperation, yearning for assistance. Yet, at that moment, everyone was preoccupied with their own escape. No one cared for unfamiliar strangers. Moreover, the hospital building was on the verge of collapse. The ominous sounds of shifting steel and concrete, accompanied by the thud of heavy objects falling, incessantly bombarded their ears, aggravating already frayed nerves. Please, young man, help me. A woman, injured and sprawled on the ground, clung to the thigh of a passing young man, pleading earnestly. Let go. I cannot save you, he replied, attempting to free his leg, unwilling to bear the burden of another. I have money, I have plenty of it. Just take me away, and I will give you everything, she insisted, desperately gripping the young man's leg, her body pressed against him in a fervent plea. For a fleeting moment, he was tempted. Confusion flickered across his face as he kicked forcefully, trying to dislodge the woman clinging to him, but to no avail. Even when pain surged through his chest from the impact of his kicks, she remained resolute, clutching on to her only lifeline. Damn it, let go. A falling concrete slab crushed a nearby fleeing individual into a pulp, igniting the young man's panic. In a fit of frustration, he slapped the woman across the face. The building's collapse grew increasingly dire. Debris rained down like a storm. Faced with imminent danger, the young man lashed out at the woman, striking her with fists and feet. Yet, her grip tightened, her expression a mixture of humiliation, despair, and malice. Having cast aside her dignity to plead for aid, she was met with such treatment. Fine. If I cannot survive, neither shall you. The woman clung to the young man with unwavering tenacity, even sinking her teeth into his thigh, as if yearning to tear away a piece of flesh. A deafening roar erupted as the hospital edifice crumbled into ruin. Bai Xi and her companions halted their frantic escape, transfixed by the billowing dust cloud that enveloped them, their minds reeling from the cataclysmic event. Beneath the debris, rivulets of blood mingled with mud, staining the dust-laden streets with a crimson hue. Countless individuals succumbed to the ground, their mournful cries echoing through the desolation. A lament for the departed and a lament for their own shattered lives. Others desperately clawed at the wreckage, their futile attempts to unearth the entombed souls a testament to their anguish. There must have been thousands trapped inside, Yu Ming exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief and horror. As if the heavens sought to deny any respite, another tremor seized the land, its intensity surpassing the previous quakes. Asphalt roadways were rent asunder, fissures tearing through their surfaces, swallowing refuse receptacles and verdant foliage into the abyss. Sections of the earth, along with their unfortunate inhabitants, plummeted into the depths, while adjacent segments of the road were thrust skyward, towering several meters above the ground. Automobiles careened uncontrollably, plunging into the newly formed chasms. By heavens, Bai Xi cried, pivoting on her heels and fleeing with extraordinary alacrity, her feet seemingly imbued with supernatural swiftness. Yu Ming and Gao Shan, spurred by the same primal instinct, remained close behind Bai Xi, their legs pumping in a desperate race against annihilation. Amidst the chaos and peril of the ravaged streets, the trio fled in disarray. Their destination unknown, their sanctuary uncertain. Residential buildings swayed precariously, while the roads undulated like tempestuous waves. This frantic sprint is unsustainable. We must procure a vehicle, Bai Xi declared, her voice cutting through the cacophony of destruction. As Bai Xi ran, her eyes scanned the nearby vehicles. Over there, Gao Shan pointed to a distant white SUV, the driver's head penetrated by a fist-sized fragment of concrete. The three swiftly approached, and Bai Xi yanked the unfortunate driver down, his misfortune inadvertently aiding the trio. Chapter 102, Coastal Survival 9, Second Update. Glancing at the ground that was continuously collapsing behind them, Yu Ming urgently shouted, Shi, hurry, hurry. The ground is giving way. Engaging the clutch, shifting gears, releasing the handbrake, and pressing the accelerator, Bai Xi executed her movements seamlessly. The tires screeched against the pavement as the car surged forward, the scenery on either side rapidly receding. Noticing the collapsing earth retreating further away, Yu Ming let out a sigh of relief, collapsing into the back seat. My goodness, that scared me to death. Where shall we go next? Gao Shan inquired, glancing at Bai Xi in the driver's seat. She remained far more composed and seasoned than Yu Ming. How about the seaside? We wouldn't need to worry about the ground collapsing there, and I can operate a boat. Yu Ming suggested. No, absolutely not. Bai Xi and Gao Shan replied in unison, dismissing Yu Ming's proposal. All right then. Yu Ming pouted, recognizing that everyone disagreed. She chose not to insist further. Bai Xi was taken aback by Gao Shan's reaction mirroring her own, slightly furrowing her brows while casting a sidelong glance at Gao Shan. Gao Shan, equally surprised, alternated between shaking her head and nodding at Bai Xi. Both recognized each other as players, driving the salvaged vehicle. The trio headed towards the outskirts of the city, though their journey was fraught with difficulties. Many individuals drive their vehicles in a chaotic manner, akin to headless flies. Some charging directly into dead ends, becoming immobilized, while others come to a halt in the middle of the road. The thoroughfare is in disarray, rendering it nearly impossible to find a clear passage. Fortunately, while Bai Xi's driving skills may not be exceptional, they are certainly adequate, even amidst the challenging terrain. She navigates with determination. She ahead. Suddenly, Yu Ming exclaims. They observe that the elevated road above has abruptly collapsed, and cars are hurtling towards them. Gao Shan instinctively swallows hard, forcing herself to remain composed. She glances at Bai Xi and then at Yu Ming behind her, advising, fasten your seatbelts and hold on tight. Yu Ming quickly grasps the overhead handle, taking a deep breath, bracing for impact. Bai Xi remains silent, composed and focused, rapidly assessing the situation. The road ahead is completely blocked, yet the left lane remains clear, although there are honking horns approaching. In a split second, Bai Xi decisively turns the steering wheel to the left, maneuvering into the adjacent lane, the rear of the car narrowly brushing against the fallen overpass. However, upon entering the left lane, a speeding fuel tanker appears head-on, the driver's horn blaring, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Ah! Yu Ming cries out, and Gao Shan instinctively inhales sharply, succumbing to panic. In truth, Bai Xi is equally terrified, yet as danger looms closer, she finds herself more composed. This is because Ye Xiao has repeatedly advised her, in the face of adversity, do not panic. Once panic sets in, you risk missing the final opportunity. The incessant honking from the opposing lane heightens the tension within the car for the three of them. In a fleeting instant, Bai Xi perceived a deceleration in the surrounding world, the oncoming tanker transforming into a slow-motion spectacle. Promptly, she veered the steering wheel to the right, maneuvering the car into the narrow gap between the recently collapsed overpass and the road, the vehicle's roof scraping against the overpass's underbelly, producing a grating screech. Alas, the tanker, narrowly missing the trio, collided with an electric car that had abruptly darted out. A resounding crash ensued, puncturing a gaping hole in the tanker's fuel line. Bai Xi, at the helm, steered the car from beneath the overpass, flooring the accelerator in a desperate surge forward. Good heavens! She accelerate. That tanker is about to explode. Yu Ming exclaimed, her voice laced with trepidation, having never before encountered such a harrowing experience. Temporarily escaping imminent danger, Bai Xi exhaled a breath of relief, her expression betraying lingering fear. Composed on the surface, her inner turmoil raged. Heavens above! That was terrifying, utterly frightening. Captain, where are you? Another ordeal like that, and I'm done for. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Yu Ming gazed at Bai Xi with admiration. She, you're amazing. Are you a secret agent? The kind who can scale walls and survive in a hail of bullets, like in the movies. Gao Shan shared the sentiment of admiration. She wasn't certain she could have fared as well as Bai Xi. At that moment, the seismic activity seemed to abate. The roads ceased their fissures, and no further sinking or elevation occurred. However, the nearby high-rise buildings, particularly the older structures, were in a state of dilapidation, teetering precariously. Bai Xi cautiously advanced along the street, while Gao Shan, leaning against the car window, observed the dramatically altered cityscape with a sense of poignancy. After this ordeal, I wonder how much time and effort it will take to return to our former state. Yu Ming gazed out the window, pondering intently, and remarked, it will undoubtedly cost a fortune, but alas, natural disasters are unforeseeable. We're simply unfortunate to have encountered one. Gao Shan glanced at Yu Ming in the back seat, smiling. Perhaps we proactively sought it out. That would be utterly tragic. Who would willingly chase after a natural disaster? Only a fool would, Yu Ming responded nonchalantly. Bai Xi and Gao Shan exchanged glances, feeling slightly affronted. This girl's words were quite cutting. Ming, where are you from? Gao Shan inquired. She was now certain that Bai Xi was a player, and one who was no less skilled than herself. However, Yu Ming seemed to be a mere native resident, which presented a challenge. Bai Xi glanced at the survival rate in the upper right corner, which stood at 84. In just a short while, nearly 20,000 people had perished. Initially, she had assumed this would be a slow-paced event, but the mortality rate had caught up within a mere 2 or 3 hours. The following days were unlikely to be peaceful. What does that mean? Yu Ming asked, perplexed. Yu Ming wore a distressed expression, utterly dejected. I won't die here, will I? I haven't even reassured my mother yet. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone, intending to call home, but there was no signal. Why is there no signal? Did the earthquake sever the connection? Yu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. The base stations have long been damaged. Did you expect to have a signal to call for help? Gao Shan remarked, finding the girl's naivete rather amusing. Oh, woe is me. Yu Ming's round face instantly puffed up, and she began to sob, much to Gao Shan's amusement. Pausing before a quaint general store, converted from a rural house, Bai Xi remarked, unsure of the duration of our stay, I propose we procure some provisions. The edifice, seemingly erected in recent years, stood stalwartly, exhibiting only superficial fissures in its facade. The interior was in disarray, with shelves askew and merchandise strewn across the floor. Some containers ruptured. Is anyone present? Yu Ming inquired from the threshold, yet her entreaties were met with silence. Presumably, the proprietor is absent. Let us gather what remains salvageable. I possess currency, Gao Shan offered, producing a wad of verdant banknotes, her allotment for this iteration of the game. Observing the cash, Bai Xi recalled Gao Shan's previous rounds, where she, too, had access to monetary resources now absent. Could it be that seasoned players are afforded diminished stipends? Why do you carry such a substantial amount of cash? Would a mobile device not be more convenient? Yu Ming, in astonishment, retrieved her cellular device, attempting to scan the quick response code affixed to the counter. Gao Shan was taken aback. Bai Xi stifled a giggle, amused by her companion's naivete. Most participants lack identification, precluding access to cellular devices. Furthermore, the game invariably disrupts signals within the designated area, rendering such devices superfluous. Hence, most players do not actively seek them out, instead relying on alternative means of information gathering. Gao Shan's reliance on physical currency is the standard practice among players. In this modern society, where information flourishes, such a situation appears somewhat antiquated. Which is why Yu Ming was so astonished. After scanning for a long while, her phone failed to recognize the QR code, and she pouted in confusion, questioning, why is the internet so slow? Noticing her struggle, Bai Xi kindly reminded her, isn't it because there's no signal? Yu Ming paused for a brief moment, realizing, oh right, no signal means no internet. Are we buying something? During this exchange, the shopkeeper emerged from inside the store, a man in his 30s, his attire somewhat wrinkled, and his hair disheveled like a bird's nest. He casually ran his fingers through his hair and chuckled. The earthquake has left my home in disarray. I simply tidied up a bit. We would like to purchase some food, Bai Xi replied coolly. Having noticed the scratches on the man's neck and the bloodstains, he discreetly wiped away behind his back. Everything you need is over there. Feel free to take whatever you want. Just pay what you think is fair, the shopkeeper said with a friendly smile, glancing at the three of them. Shan. Ming, why don't you grab some instant noodles, milk, and biscuits for sustenance? I'll cover the expenses, Bai Xi instructed, exchanging a knowing glance with Gao Shan, signaling her to act swiftly. Meanwhile, Bai Xi engaged the shopkeeper in casual conversation, all the while observing him closely. At that moment, vehicles began to emerge from the city, and numerous individuals, upon discovering the small shop, drove over directly. Gao Shan and the others filled 2 bags with provisions and some water, handing over 500 yuan before departing. After boarding the vehicle, Bai Xi did not proceed further, but rather sought a spacious and level area to pause and rest. The expanse of Nanyuan City is neither particularly vast nor notably small, encompassing not only the urban precincts, but also 3 or 4 surrounding townships. However, Bai Xi was reluctant to take any risks by probing the boundaries of the mission's designated area. Exceeding the confines set by the game would incur severe penalties, the lightest of which would result in a 60 reduction in her overall attributes for that round. With a total of only 96 points in comprehensive attributes, a decrement of 60 would certainly spell her demise in this round. A mere 30 or 40 points in attributes would render her as fragile as a sickly waif, easily dispatched even by an ordinary native, let alone other players. This location seemed quite suitable. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would be better prepared to respond. Observing the surroundings, Gao Shan was quite pleased with the spot chosen by Bai Xi, reaffirming in her mind that this serendipitously encountered girl was undoubtedly a seasoned player. In truth, Bai Xi's experience was not as profound as it seemed. She simply approached her studies with diligence. Whenever Ye Xiao and the other veteran players discussed key points during their lessons, she never dared to lose focus. Even if she couldn't recall everything at the moment, she would diligently note it down in her notebook for repeated review. This also highlighted the advantages of teamwork, as the 7 members of their squad had converged from all corners of the nation. Moreover, in player squads, they fought not as a mere handful, but as a formidable collective. This was also a reason why Liang Cheng, despite facing considerable misfortune, had managed to survive until now. Bai Xi felt quite content with the place and casually selected a spot to sit down and rest. The opportunity for a lottery draw from her volunteer task remained unutilized, and seizing the moment of leisure, she decided to partake in it. Summoning the lottery wheel, she silently implored with heartfelt sincerity, and then clicked to initiate the draw. As anticipated, she won yet another prize. Congratulations, player Bai Xi, you have drawn a blue reward in this round, granting you an antidote card. It can neutralize all neurotoxins and carbon-based life forms, with a detoxification duration of 10 minutes. What is this intriguing item? It was yet another new card, and Bai Xi was thoroughly intrigued. However, with other players present, it would be imprudent to examine it further, so she temporarily set it aside. Shi, Shan, come quickly. Yu Meng called out loudly from the bank of the stream, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. What happened? Gao Shan, who was preparing to boil water for instant noodles, placed down the stone she was holding and approached, while Bai Xi also rose to join her. There are countless dead insects here. Yu Meng pointed towards the grass by the stream. As the two approached for a closer look, they indeed found an abundance of insects. Even a mere disturbance of the grass revealed deceased creatures. How could there be so many dead insects? Gao Shan exclaimed in astonishment. The sight of the lifeless bugs reminded Bai Xi of the earlier words of a mischievous child. Those ants had also perished overnight, along with his large longhorn beetle. Could an earthquake cause such a massive die-off of insects? Bai Xi inquired. I haven't heard of anything like that. Gao Shan replied, uncertain. Surely not. Small animals are quite perceptive. Don't they usually flee in advance? Yu Meng, having attentively absorbed knowledge from previous discussions, was aware of certain information. In search of the unusual, the trio wandered along the stream, uncovering a plethora of lifeless insects, yet no other anomalies presented themselves. Could it truly be a consequence of an earthquake? Gao Shan pondered aloud. Might the stream's water be toxic? Yu Meng noted that the dead insects were most abundant near the water's edge. Bai Xi, lost in contemplation, shook her head, deeming that unlikely, for there had also been inexplicably deceased insects near the city square previously. Could it be a fluctuation in the magnetic field? Were these creatures struck down by some form of radiation? Yu Meng's imagination began to wander, vocalizing her thoughts as they came. If it were indeed radiation, how could we stand here so calmly? Gao Shan dismissed Yu Meng's conjecture. The two speculated on countless possibilities, even entertaining the notion of an alien invasion. As their theories grew increasingly absurd, Bai Xi silently crouched down, wielding a small stick, and began to sift through the carcasses of the deceased insects. While she found no peculiarities, the stench nearly overwhelmed her, almost inducing a fit of nausea. Cici, what's wrong with you? Yu Meng and Gao Shan inquired, noticing Bai Xi's expression of utter disgust. I've never encountered such a foul odor in my life, Bai Xi exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment, clearly incredulous that such a repugnant scent could exist in the world. Intrigued, Yu Meng leaned closer, using her stick to nudge several insect remains onto a large leaf. And then, with trepidation, inhaled deeply. Overwhelmed by the repugnant odor, she nearly fainted, hastily discarding the large leaf and insects from her grasp. Heavens! What could this vile thing be? How could anything exude such an atrocious stench, far surpassing even excrement? Is it truly that malodorous? Intrigued, yet apprehensive by their reactions, Gao Shan hesitated, a mixture of anticipation and reservation swirling within her. You've undoubtedly never encountered such an offensive odor in your entire existence. To forego this experience would be a regrettable omission, Yu Meng declared with utmost seriousness. Bai Xi nodded in agreement, her countenance reflecting the sentiment. Are you, perhaps, attempting to deceive me? Gao Shan questioned, her body subtly recoiling as she regarded them with suspicion. Ah, heh. Am I the sort of person to engage in such trickery? Would I, Yu Ming, stoop to such a level? Yu Ming proclaimed, patting her chest with unwavering conviction. Gao Shan scrutinized Yu Ming with skepticism, then turned her gaze towards Bai Xi. The embers of her inquisitive spirit began to ignite. The inherent human inclination towards curiosity, coupled with Bai Xi and Yu Ming's exaggerated reactions, had piqued her interest. Furthermore, their shared experiences had subtly eroded Gao Shan's initial apprehension. Encouraged by Bai Xi and Yu Ming, Gao Shan cautiously approached and inhaled the pungent aroma. In that singular moment, her complexion underwent a dramatic transformation. After a valiant struggle, she succumbed to the overwhelming urge and dashed towards a nearby tree, clutching its trunk as she convulsed with retching. Ha ha ha, an unforgettable experience, wouldn't you agree? Bai Xi exclaimed, her laughter unrestrained and gleeful. Shan Shan shall undoubtedly never forget this, Yu Ming added, equally amused, her mirth causing her abdomen to ache and her head to spin. As Gao Shan continued to vomit, she cast resentful glances at her companions. Amidst the playful jesting, the bonds of their camaraderie subtly strengthened. Do you think these insects died from the stench? Yu Ming asked as she swept a long branch across the wild grass by the roadside, revealing a cluster of deceased bugs. You might as well say they perished from stupidity, Gao Shan retorted, feeling a newfound closeness to Bai Xi after the earlier commotion. While Bai Xi remained silent throughout, something felt amiss. Why was there such a foul odor emanating from these lifeless insects? The stench was not overpowering, only detectable upon closer proximity. Normally, dead insects should not emit such a pungent smell. What could possibly be the source of it? Noticing Bai Xi frowning in confusion, Gao Shan inquired, Bai Xi, are you still pondering the issue of the odor? Bai Xi articulated her concerns, yet they found no answers. If we do not know, so be it. When the time comes, we shall understand. Yu Ming appeared more carefree, embodying a buoyant spirit. Indeed, there is no use in fretting. It's better to let it be. Perhaps we will discover the truth at some point. Gao Shan chose not to dwell on the matter, believing that the crux of their current endeavor should focus on natural disasters. Bai Xi, not wanting to get stuck in her thoughts, helped to construct a makeshift stone stove, boiling water for a simple meal of instant noodles, thus resolving their dinner. They lowered the rear seats of the vehicle and laid down a thin blanket, creating a rudimentary bed. Observing Bai Xi's actions, Yu Ming felt a sense of novelty, realizing that the back of the vehicle could serve as a sleeping space. In this type of SUV, the rear seats could almost be completely flattened. Bai Xi took the small cushion from the car and placed it on the little bed, turning to Yu Ming and saying, you and Gao Shan will sleep in the back. I will take the front and keep watch. Let's rotate shifts. Just like in the hospital. You can watch until 11, then I will take over, and during the early hours, Ming will take her turn. Gao Shan replied, all right, no problem. Yu Ming gave an okay sign, accustomed to rising early, often waking around 4 or 5 in the morning. As night fell, Yu Ming and Gao Shan seized the opportunity to rest while Bai Xi sat in the driver's seat, vigilant for any movements in the darkness, always prepared to drive away if necessary. In another part of the city, Ye Xiao moved swiftly through the shadows, his tall and agile figure illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an air of mystery and strength. He glanced back at the 4 followers tailing him, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned into a narrow alley. The 4 figures trailed behind, arriving at the alley's entrance, only to find it empty. Where is he? We must secure the item, otherwise we shall await the organization's assassination order. Split up and search. Even if the sky falls, we must find him. As the 4 prepared to disperse, a tall silhouette emerged from the darkness of the alley. Ye Xiao held a USB drive between his fingers, looking at the group with mockery. You chased me all this way just for this. Hand it over, and I might grant you a quicker death. The 4 men in black fixed their gazes on Ye Xiao, their determination to seize the object unwavering. This item is mine now, Ye Xiao stated coldly. Do you even know what is contained within that USB drive? Such technology is worth billions, even if you possess the means to acquire it. You would lack the vitality to utilize it. The leader of the black-clad individuals scoffed. Indeed, Ye Xiao casually extended his left hand, and 4 icy daggers flew forth at an astonishing speed, piercing the hearts of the 4 men. In the narrow alley, the sound of heavy bodies collapsing resonated one after another. Ye Xiao cast a cold glance, secured the USB drive, and continued his sprint towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 105, Coastal Survival 12. On the 5th day of the game, the survival rate stood at 77. The previous night passed quietly, devoid of any unexpected events, save for the occasional echoes of buildings collapsing from the direction of the city. Those who failed to escape in time yesterday, how did they fare throughout the night? Today, more individuals emerged from the city compared to the day before yesterday. Each time they passed, those individuals regarded Bai Xi and her companions with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. The fact that 3 young women managed to exit the city promptly and find such a secure location, unharmed, was truly remarkable. In the distance, 2 cars, one black and one white, approached and halted not far from Bai Xi's camp. 6 individuals disembarked from the vehicles, 4 men and 2 women. Leading them was a strikingly handsome man in his 30s, clad in a black short-sleeved t-shirt and gray long trousers. He boasted a muscular build, sun-kissed skin, and eyes that glimmered with intensity. The other 3 men included 2 casually dressed young men, likely in their early 20s, and a portly middle-aged man in his 40s. Among the 2 women, one was quite young, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. Another woman in her 30s, with cascading red waves of hair and a curvaceous figure, exuded the charm of maturity. Upon disembarking, the 6 individuals began to survey their surroundings. Why are there dead insects here as well? This is utterly vexing. How can one rest in such a foul stench? A young girl, noticing the insects by the stream, pinched her nose in disgust and distanced herself. Ruah, given the circumstances, we must endure for now, gently reassured the elegant mature woman beside her. The girl pouted, rolled her eyes, and disregarded the woman's concern, running over to her brother, the leader of the group. Brother, why must we stay here? It reeks. Couldn't we have chosen that inn from before? She implored, tugging at his arm and pouting in a self-assuredly adorable manner. The inn is not safe. This area is open, distant from the mountains, and the roads are accessible. In case of an emergency, we will have more options to respond, he explained, frowning slightly, his patience wearing thin. All right then. The girl, albeit reluctantly, accepted his reasoning, knowing her brother's decisions were final and unchangeable. She could only sulk alone by the tent. The man glanced at her, shook his head, and approached a resourceful young man in the group, exchanging a few words. Subsequently, the young man retrieved a box of bread from the trunk and approached Bai Xi and the others. I apologize. We may need to rest here for a while, and we appreciate your hospitality. If we are causing any inconvenience, I sincerely apologize in advance. The young man, exuding politeness, offered the box to Bai Xi with a smile, saying, this is a token of gratitude. Bai Xi shook her head, declining, this place does not belong to us. Anyone is free to stay. If you wish to remain, do so without informing us. She had no desire to engage with these individuals, as the man at the forefront of the group exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thus, Bai Xi believed it best for all parties to coexist peacefully, without interference. Seeing Bai Xi decisively turn away, the young man was somewhat taken aback. At such a time, there were still those who would refuse supplies. Yu Ming approached and sat beside her, earnestly cautioning, Xi, these individuals are rather formidable. We must exercise caution. Why do you say that? Bai Xi inquired, curious about Yu Ming's assessment. This naive girl could discern their strength. Had her previous demeanor been mere pretense? Yu Ming, wearing an expression of incredulity, discreetly pointed to the leader across from them, saying, look at that man. His physique is impressive, and it's evident he engages in regular training. His hands are not only large but also bear thick calluses, suggesting considerable strength. Furthermore, he maintains a consistently stern demeanor. Others fear him, and even his sister dares not provoke him. Most importantly, he possesses a firearm. A firearm? Are you certain? Yu Ming covered her face, somewhat bashful, and replied, he is quite handsome. I've been secretly observing him. I happened to see it when his sister tugged at him just now. Bai Xi was astonished. In such a tourist city, how could one procure a firearm? Remarkable. She would need to reevaluate the strengths of both parties and their potential interactions. As Bai Xi and Yu Ming openly scrutinized the group, they drew the attention of their counterparts, who responded with disdain. The young woman scoffed derisively. A toad lusting after a swan. Ming, is she referring to you? Bai Xi inquired of Yu Ming, feigning incredulity. Yu Ming responded, bewildered, is she talking about me? Why not you? She refused to accept the toad comparison. At worst, she was an endearing little duckling. Ah, Bai Xi said knowingly, she must be talking about herself. It is often the unattractive who are the most affected. Indeed, Yu Ming chimed in, her face a mixture of indignation and disdain. She should take a look at herself. She's as dark as charcoal, yet she dares to look down on us 2 little fairies. The girl, overhearing Bai Xi and Yu Meng's candid exchange, seethed with rage. She detested being called dark-skinned. It was one thing for her brother to be dark, that was considered masculine, but for her, it made her an ugly duckling. She had often been called darky as a child. The girl stomped over, her anger palpable. Bai Xi, however, maintained an air of defiance, though her attention was primarily on the girl's older brother. Petty squabbles between girls rarely escalate to life-threatening situations, and this served as an adequate probe. With a few quick strides, the girl confronted Bai Xi and Yu Meng, pointing an accusatory finger and demanding, "Who are you calling ugly?" Bai Xi glanced at the girl's brother, who seemed oblivious to the situation. Instead, he was crouched down, staring intently at something. The abundance of dead insects had clearly caught his attention. "You little brat, I'll tear your mouth apart." The girl, unable to contain her frustration, resorted to physical confrontation, attempting to grasp Yu Meng's mouth. However, Yu Meng was not one to yield easily. She rolled up her sleeves and engaged in a brawl with the girl. Pulling at clothes and tugging at hair was a trivial matter for either of them. Thanks to her extensive experience, Yu Meng emerged victorious in the end. The girl's hair was left in disarray, resembling a bird's nest, and she glared at the two with indignation, threatening, "Just wait. I will summon my brother to deal with you." "Very well. Let the crowd be the judge and determine who is unreasonable and who is causing the commotion." Bai Xi provoked the girl further. The trio's farcical altercation did not go unnoticed by their companions. Another young man along with a sophisticated woman approached. Chapter 106, Coastal Survival 13. With allies at her back, the girl regained her bravado, declaring, "You will all regret this. We are far from finished." The newcomers seemed well aware of the girl's temperament, not responding with immediate fury. "What seems to be the trouble?" the elegant woman inquired with a smile, while the young man beside her stood resolutely by the girl's side, saying nothing. "They say I'm ugly and assert that we have no right to stay here." The girl preempted, seizing the moral high ground. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who has denied you the right to remain here? It was you who mocked us first." Bai Xi interjected, nodding vigorously in agreement like a delicate flower, all the while discreetly observing the reactions of the opposing group. Upon hearing Yu Meng's voice, the leader of the group lifted his gaze in their direction. The young man who had previously delivered supplies had retrieved a large box from the vehicle, displaying little concern for the unfolding situation. A middle-aged man approached the leader of the group and exchanged a few words, both furrowing their brows. It was evident that their conversation did not revolve around the quarrel. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions towards my brother." The girl shot a disdainful glance at Bai Xi and her companion, mockingly stating, "Dream on. My brother would never look at you." "Huh? Do you believe your brother is a treasure adored by all?" While the girl's brother was indeed handsome, Bai Xi had encountered far more dashing men. Among the gentlemen in their base, none were inferior to him. Even if some of the older men were not conventionally attractive, their charisma was undeniable, exuding an impressive presence that could only be described as charmingly distinguished. In comparison, the girl's brother hardly seemed remarkable in Bai Xi's eyes. Words and actions do not align. The girl rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of Bai Xi's assertions. The woman and the young man beside her exchanged glances, somewhat speechless at the situation. Was it truly worth stirring up such trouble over something so trivial? They were all seeking refuge. Trivial matters should not be taken to heart. The woman attempted to defuse the tension, clearly reluctant to escalate the situation. Despite being outnumbered by 3 girls, their calm demeanor and ability to maintain composure in adversity indicated they were not simple-minded individuals. "Life is challenging for everyone. Let us coexist amicably," the young man chuckled. "Indeed, we are all struggling to survive in these dire circumstances. Mutual understanding is essential." Bai Xi and Yu Meng were not naive. Given the other party's willingness to seek peace, there was no need to persist in hostility. With a numerical advantage and 4 strong laborers on their side, maintaining a harmonious rapport would undoubtedly be the wisest course of action. Following the minor disturbance, interactions ensued primarily between Bai Xi and the young man who delivered the items. She sought to gain further insight into their circumstances, while they, presumably, aimed to assess their capabilities. With their respective objectives in mind, they seized opportunities to exchange certain particulars. Bai Xi discerned that their leader was named Su Hanfeng, and the young woman was Su Ro, his biological sister. The young man who delivered their supplies was known as Yu Yan, the middle-aged man as Lu Duo, and the sophisticated woman as Fu Jingting. The young man who accompanied her was named Hu Mingxiu. According to Yu Yan's account, they had encountered each other en route, but Bai Xi remained skeptical. The individuals exhibited a remarkable synergy, indicative of a long-standing, well-honed team rather than a hastily assembled group. Moreover, the veracity of their given names was questionable, and their statements were a mixture of truth and falsehood, rendering their reliability dubious. It was reasonably certain that the other party wished to avoid animosity, as evidenced by their proactive engagement through Yu Yan. However, the possibility remained that this was a calculated maneuver to lull them into a false sense of security, preparatory to a surprise assault. Bai Xi, while outwardly appearing affable and approachable, harbored deep reservations about the group. On the opposing camp's side, Fu Jingying approached Yu Yan as he prepared to partake in a meal, inquiring, "Well, how did it go?" "Not particularly fruitful," Yu Yan remarked, tearing open a loaf of bread. After a few chews, he swallowed and continued, "She seems amiable, but exercises caution at every turn, divulging no critical information whatsoever." As expected, Fu Jingting replied, "From the outset, the girl has regarded us with suspicion, and the other two girls heed her counsel." Fu Jingtian retrieved a small stool and settled down. Observing Bai Xi across from her, she remarked, "This temporary assembly is surprisingly harmonious." Yu Yan also cast a glance at the opposing camp, where three vigilant yet undaunted girls caught his attention, prompting him to regard them with newfound respect. However, they were ultimately three girls. In a true conflict, victory would inevitably be theirs. Both parties harbored their own reservations and considerations, leading them to tacitly agree to coexist peacefully. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky. The number of people streaming out of the city increased, each appearing disheveled and weary, occasionally coughing, embodying the visage of refugees. Suddenly, the crowd became agitated. Those who had been meandering now began to sprint. A low, ominous rumble echoed, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. The masses turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing a throng of people, densely packed like swarming ants, hastily advancing in their direction. "Is the sky falling?" Gao Shan pondered as she beheld the rapidly approaching crowd, which numbered at least tens of thousands and stretched wide across the horizon. Her expression a mix of confusion and concern. "Quickly, get in the car and leave," Bai Xi shouted from beside the vehicle, urging her companions to flee before the tide of humanity arrived, lest they be trampled into oblivion. The opposing camp began to gather their belongings, preparing to depart as well. Before boarding, Bai Xi stole another glance at the crowd, spotting a figure far ahead, moving in the opposite direction, growing increasingly distant. Captain, over here," Bai Xi exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. She swiftly climbed atop the vehicle, raising her voice in a fervent shout. The location of Ye Xiao was inaccessible by car, compelling her to summon every ounce of strength to call out loudly, striving to capture his attention. "Captain, look at me, over here." In the distance, Ye Xiao was sprinting desperately when he suddenly heard a faint yet familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw Bai Xi standing atop a vehicle, vigorously waving at him. A glimmer of joy spread across Ye Xiao's face as he hastily altered his course towards Bai Xi. After searching for her for 4 or 5 days, he was astonished to encounter her here. Upon realizing that Ye Xiao had spotted her, Bai Xi quickly signaled Yu Ming and the others to get into the car. Yu Ming, still bewildered by the situation, was pulled into the back seat by Gao Shan, while Bai Xi hurriedly took her place in the passenger seat. As soon as Ye Xiao arrived, they swiftly departed. The trio glanced at the crowd in the distance and noticed a broad, luminous white line emerging on the horizon. Goodness, a tsunami is truly upon us. Chapter 107. Coastal Survival 14. Captain, the keys. As Ye Xiao approached, Bai Xi tossed the car keys to him. Ye Xiao caught the keys deftly, braced himself against the hood of the car, swiftly maneuvered over the front, and skillfully slid into the driver's seat. He inserted the key and ignited the engine. The tires screeched against the asphalt, emitting a faint wisp of smoke as they bolted forward. Observing the frantic crowd behind them and the impending tsunami, Bai Xi felt a sense of calm wash over her as she glanced at the composed Ye Xiao. "Captain, are we heading to Qingye Mountain?" she inquired, noticing that Ye Xiao had chosen the western route. "Yes," Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly. Bai Xi nodded in agreement, having no objections. Since Ye Xiao had decided to go to Qingye Mountain, it was undoubtedly the right choice. In the back seat, Yu Ming and Gao Shan looked at Ye Xiao with curiosity, particularly Yu Ming. Being someone who was captivated by appearances, she gazed at the strikingly handsome Ye Xiao with starry eyes, especially since he was acquainted with Bai Xi. This piqued Yu Ming's curiosity even further. Gao Shan, however, had more considerations. Since Bai Xi was a player, the people she knew must also be players. Moreover, judging by Bai Xi's excited demeanor. The captain she spoke of was likely quite remarkable. Xi, Yu Ming softly called out to Bai Xi and gestured towards Ye Xiao. Ah, allow me to introduce you. This is my captain, Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao was a pseudonym that Ye Xiao occasionally used in the game. Bai Xi first introduced Ye Xiao to the two of them, and then introduced Yu Ming and Gao Shan to Ye Xiao. Greetings, Captain Yi, Yu Ming said. Please take care of us, Captain Yi, Gao Shan added. The two greeted Ye Xiao warmly. The display of skill Ye Xiao had just exhibited was truly impressive, clean, and swift. Both felt that Ye Xiao surpassed Bai Xi in prowess. Hello, Ye Xiao replied. At that moment, the vehicle suddenly jolted as a black sedan collided with their car. Ye Xiao, long time no see. Su Hanfeng called out, resting his arms on the window, greeting Ye Xiao while curiously glancing at Bai Xi. How come you're still alive? Ye Xiao retorted without a hint of politeness, his gaze unwavering. If you're still alive, how could I possibly be dead? Su Hanfeng replied, though his eyes remained fixed on Bai Xi, his expression a mix of jest and surprise. Bai Xi found Su Hanfeng intriguing. It was evident that he and Ye Xiao were already acquainted, and it seemed they were rivals. My goodness, is this an attempt to wipe out an entire city in one go? Came the astonished exclamations from the back seat, as Yu Ming and Gao Shan were momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, the broad, luminous white streak that had graced the horizon had dissipated entirely. The already precarious edifices of the city succumbed to the relentless assault of the towering waves, cresting at heights of 30 to 40 meters, collapsing with a resounding crash. The throngs of people, in a desperate flight for survival, were engulfed by the surging waters, becoming mere specks amidst the tumultuous waves. The three young women were astounded, for they had believed the preceding earthquake to be the epitome of terror. Yet, this cataclysmic tsunami proved to be even more profoundly shocking. In the face of such formidable natural forces, all human endeavors seemed to pale into insignificance. The two vehicles belonging to Su Hanfeng's team, which had been closely tailing Bai Xi's group, accelerated to keep pace. Observing the relentless advance of the tsunami behind them, they witnessed the colossal waves crashing against the towering structures, unleashing a torrent of spray. The buildings, dislodged by the force of the water, gradually toppled, causing adjacent structures to collapse and generating even more spray that battered the surrounding damaged buildings. Even Yu Yin and Lu Duo, veterans of numerous games, were profoundly shaken by the spectacle. The survival rate displayed in the upper right corner of their vision rapidly plummeted to 38, indicating the loss of tens of thousands of lives in a mere half-day. The three vehicles raced along the highway, driven by an urgent imperative. Approximately 1 kilometer behind them, a convoy of vehicles that had escaped from the city shared the same objective, the elevated sanctuary of Mount Qingya. The immediate priority was to evade the encroaching tsunami. Regardless of the potential for further seismic activity, the seawater relentlessly pursued the fleeing convoy. Vehicles at the rear were swallowed by the advancing deluge, while those ahead pressed on with unwavering determination. Considerations of courtesy or precedence were abandoned as slower or smaller vehicles were mercilessly rammed aside. Bai Xi and her companions successfully navigated onto the highway leading to Mount Qingya, even as the formidable waves drew ever closer. Ye Xiao calmly glanced at the approaching waves through the rearview mirror, while Bai Xi, seated in the passenger seat, inhaled deeply, her face betraying terror. Ahead lay the first sharp bend of the mountain road, and at their current speed, they would surely be unable to navigate the turn, potentially veering off the edge. In the back seat, Yu Ming and Gao Shan shut their eyes tightly, fully aware of the exhilarating danger they faced. Yet, Ye Xiao remained unfazed, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle. As they approached the bend, a powerful centrifugal force threatened to hurl Bai Xi from the car. The automobile surged towards the road's edge, barely skimming the guardrail. Yet it managed to navigate the sharp curve with resilience. Once past the bend, the vehicle stabilized, and Bai Xi released a sigh of relief, only to see the ocean now perilously close. At the foot of the mountain, the trailing convoy had also entered the winding road. But the first sharp turn had already eliminated a significant portion of the vehicles. As Bai Xi and her companions faced the second formidable bend, Ye Xiao's exemplary driving skills ensured they passed through it with grace. In the back seat, Gao Shan and Yu Ming secured their seatbelts and grasped the overhead handles, too frightened to move an inch, lest their slightest action disrupt Ye Xiao's control. At this point, they had reached the mid-slope of Qingya Mountain, with the ocean merely 30 meters below them. The remaining convoy dwindled to a mere 30 or so vehicles. In the distance, another colossal wave surged forth, engulfing those few remaining cars. However, 6 vehicles soon emerged from the white froth, racing to safety. Tragically, 2 cars failed to navigate the sudden sharp turn ahead, plunging directly into the tumultuous waves. On the winding mountain road above, Bai Xi and her companions slowed their pace, leaving the waves far behind. This time, they had narrowly escaped a cataclysmic tsunami. The summit of Qingye Mountain had been leveled, transformed into a platform for paragliding, where 7 vehicles were parked in disarray. A dozen or so survivors gazed in silence at the city that had become an ocean, with only a handful of tall buildings defiantly standing against the horizon. At that moment, the survival rate had plummeted once more, now resting at a mere 33. Damn it, how can this be fair? Frustration welled within him as he reflected on the loss of half their number in just a few hours, with no time to react. Must it always be so abrupt? The other survivors shared his anger and fear, having narrowly evaded death multiple times, their apprehension palpable. A group cast a glance at the man venting his frustrations, silently branding him a fool. Who would so recklessly reveal their identity as a player right from the outset? Did he wish for a swifter demise? The remaining 20 or so individuals had clearly divided into 5 factions. Bai Xi and her 3 companions formed one group, while Su Hanfeng and his companions constituted another. The team of the irate man formed yet another faction, alongside a group that looked down upon them. There was also a duo who remained silent since their arrival, their gaze fixed intently on Ye Xiao. Chapter 108. Coastal Survival 15. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken tension. Bai Xi stood beside Ye Xiao, discreetly surveying the scene. She surmised that 80% of the survivors were players. Apart from Su Hanfeng and his 6 companions, the other 3 factions seemed to share this concern, refraining from any rash actions. Just when the silence enveloped them all, Su Hanfeng suddenly made a move, launching a punch towards Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao raised his hand to block, swiftly striking Su Hanfeng's chin with the other, the speed so rapid it seemed to occur in the blink of an eye. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Ye Xiao's speed was evidently superior, relentlessly pressuring Su Hanfeng. Yet Bai Xi noticed that Ye Xiao refrained from delivering lethal blows. Each strike was forceful, yet not fatal, though the scene appeared quite severe. Observers from the duo's team frowned, their expressions tinged with concern. In this moment, Ye Xiao delivered a powerful kick that sent Su Hanfeng sprawling, immediately following up with a punch. "Stop. Leader Yi, I concede. I admit defeat," Su Hanfeng implored, raising his hand to halt Ye Xiao's onslaught. His abrupt surrender left the onlookers momentarily stunned, while Gao Shan was filled with admiration. What a divine clash! How can a human speed reach such extraordinary heights? Yu Ming was utterly captivated, questioning her own existence as she struggled to comprehend how Captain Ye's swiftness rendered his movements nearly invisible. Bai Xi, equally bewildered, had previously assumed that Su Hanfeng and Ye Xiao were bitter rivals, yet it appeared otherwise. Su Hanfeng executed a nimble roll, rising to his feet and approaching Ye Xiao and the others, a mixture of envy and admiration in his gaze. "We are both contemporaries. Yet how am I so inferior to you? There's a gap of over 20 ranks between us," he lamented. Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly, leaving Su Hanfeng at a loss for words. Bai Xi, standing behind Ye Xiao, stifled her laughter, unable to contain her amusement. She had not anticipated Ye Xiao's sharp tongue. She understood his implication, that his ranking surpassed Su Hanfeng's by more than 20 places. The underlying message pierced deeply. Not only are you inferior to me, but to many others as well. Su Hanfeng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and hastily attempted to divert the conversation. He noticed Bai Xi, who was stifling a laugh, and then glanced at Ye Xiao, whose protective demeanor was quite apparent. With a playful tone, he inquired, "Is she your person?" Bai Xi immediately straightened her posture, adopting a serious expression that conveyed her self-assuredness. Given that Ye Xiao held the esteemed position of number 1 on the ability leaderboard, it was only fitting that his team members matched his prowess. Although Su Hanfeng found himself languishing at the bottom of the rankings, he understood the importance of maintaining a formidable presence to avoid tarnishing his captain's reputation. Ye Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xi, a subtle smile gracing his features as he acknowledged her with a nod. Su Hanfeng raised his brow in surprise. It was quite remarkable that Ye Xiao had officially recognized this young girl as part of his entourage. It was worth noting that both he and Ye Xiao had entered the game around the same time, and they had encountered each other on several occasions, forging a bond through their skirmishes. Ye Xiao was known for his solitary nature, rarely forming alliances with others. Except for the occasional companion who seemed to be a team member, he had always been indifferent to others and kept them at arm's length. Even his former teammates had not received such protection from him. Was he undergoing a transformation? Observing Bai Xi's charmingly pristine appearance and her large, restless eyes that darted around, Su Hafeng began to entertain a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Ye Xiao had developed feelings? Surely not. To be noticed by the illustrious Ye Xiao would be akin to soaring to the heavens on a rocket. Unbeknownst to Ye Xiao, Su Hafeng was grappling with a whirlwind of astonishment and speculation. All he comprehended was that Bai Xi was a member of his team, thoughtful, intelligent, and aware of her surroundings. She was genuine with her fellow teammates, devoid of ulterior motives, and her luck with draws was remarkable. In truth, Bai Xi held a position in Ye Xiao's heart that surpassed even his own, because he cannot obtain the item cards. No matter how formidable he is or how many games he conquers, he offers little significant assistance to the nation. Their civilization can only thrive and gradually accumulate depth to withstand the games, protecting themselves from becoming mere tasks to be harvested at will. Before the nation and its people, Ye Xiao has never dared to harbor personal emotions, nor can he. Yet, Bai Xi appears to him as an unexpected anomaly, a serendipitous occurrence that allows for duality. Behind him, Bai Xi remains oblivious to Ye Xiao's thoughts, but the envious gaze of Su Hafeng fills her with a sense of pride. How remarkable! Each member of our captain's team is so exceptional. Isn't it quite humbling? She notices that the previously wary girl, who had been hesitant to engage, now boldly meets her gaze. Su Hafeng cannot help but reflect. It is indeed pleasant to bask in the shade of a great tree. Having a strong backing is truly advantageous. Nonetheless, this girl is impressive in her own right. Brave, meticulous, and unflinching in the face of challenges. She is commendable. For the first time, Su Hafeng offers praise. This girl, leading two others, has managed to exit the city ahead of many seasoned players, demonstrating her capability. However, this journey is long, and such initial successes are merely a drop in the ocean. Far greater hardships await her. Su Hafeng's seemingly nonsensical remark leaves Bai Xi perplexed. Is she suggesting the game is difficult? She has always been aware of this. Ye Xiao and Liang Cheng have reiterated this to her countless times while providing her with guidance, to the point where her ears feel calloused from the repetition. Your reminders are unnecessary. Ye Xiao's voice carries a chill. His team does not require external instruction, for he will lead her forth. With his presence, Bai Xi shall remain unscathed. Indeed, I was meddling. Su Hafeng gestured helplessly. The reaction was excessively vehement. His own people were beyond reproach. He glanced at the two individuals who were fixated on Ye Xiao and murmured, "Alas, we've reached the denouement. Shall we unite forces for a final surge? Those two will not relent. They have laid eyes upon your prodigy. Should they encounter her in isolation during a subsequent round, her growth may be prematurely curtailed." Su Hafeng then waggled his eyebrows at Bai Xi, attempting to intimidate her. However, Bai Xi, a semi-veteran who had dispatched numerous players even during her novice phase, was not so easily daunted. She turned her gaze towards the two individuals standing apart. The twins possessed unremarkable visages, of middling attractiveness, with similar builds and appearances, even donning identical attire. Upon noticing Bai Xi's scrutiny, they offered amicable smiles, appearing remarkably simple and honest, albeit with a touch of stiffness. Bai Xi furrowed her brow, her heart filled with trepidation at this inexplicably affable demeanor. In the realm of games, such players often harbor profoundly dark intentions, similar to a certain individual encountered during the initial round, who feigned amiability while secretly plotting one's demise. Just as in this round, regardless of the time Bai Xi had spent with Yu Meng and Gao Shan, she had maintained her guard and had not truly relinquished her vigilance, even concealing her true identity. The same held true now. With a mere glance, Bai Xi consigned the twins to her personal catalog of perilous adversaries. Well then, have you deliberated? Su Hafeng gazed expectantly at Ye Xiao. If Ye Xiao could agree, today he would possess a greater array of attributes. In truth, even without Su Hafeng's reminder, Ye Xiao had already intended to proceed in this manner. He disregarded the presence of the mid to low-tier players. If he were to encounter Bai Xi, the outcome was uncertain. However, the situation was markedly different when it came to high-tier players. The disparity between mid-tier and high-tier players was exponentially greater than that between low-tier and mid-tier players. In fact, the gap between two high-tier players could surpass that between a low-tier player and the lowest-ranking high-tier player. It could be posited that the top 100 players, when united, could easily vanquish the remaining 900 players. To ascend to high-tier status, one must not only possess formidable strength, but also exhibit cunning, astuteness, and exceptional strategic acumen. Compared to her contemporaries, Bai Xi was indeed commendable, yet, in comparison to high-tier players, she still had much ground to cover. Very well, Ye Xiao acquiesced. Since he was to undertake this task, he would ensure absolute success. Excellent. Su Hanfeng was utterly elated. The thought of the little girl wielding such formidable influence prompted Ye Xiao to personally eliminate potential hazards for her. In future missions, they could engage in more collaboration, allowing her to encourage Ye Xiao to partner with her more frequently, thereby enhancing her overall attributes. Ye Xiao's alliance with Su Hanfeng was noteworthy. The twins were no fools either, having secured their own allies, comprising 2 additional groups. The team of the man who had been critical comprised 4 members, while another group consisted of 7, bringing the total to 13 when combined with the twins. In contrast, Bai Xi's group only numbered 10, half of whom were female, significantly diminishing their imposing presence. As the 2 sides prepared to confront one another, the twins focused their attention on Ye Xiao and Su Hanfeng, whose visages have the you brethren purloined this time, and was consent duly obtained. Su Hanfeng commenced with sardonic derision. The fraternal duo, notorious for their enigmatic ability to pilfer countenances, habitually donned new visages each round. Curiously, they exclusively selected the faces of monozygotic twins. Consequently, despite their true appearances remaining unseen by any player, they were universally perceived as twins, leading to frequent recognition. Yu Sheng, tilting his head, responded with a strained smile. What concern is it of yours? You possess no face for me to appropriate. Shall we engage in fisticuffs? Yu Li, Yu Sheng's brother, wore a smile that, while gentler, still evoked unease. The man who had previously voiced his discontent stepped forward, gesturing towards Yu Yin and his companions, proclaiming, "Let the advanced players engage amongst themselves. We intermediate and lower-level players shall consort together. I harbor an affinity for comely maidens. Let us partake in convivial amusement." Another man, of considerable stature and adorned with a copious beard, leered lasciviously at the women, his saliva nearly overflowing at the sight of the alluring Fu Jingting. Su Ruoro's eyes nearly rolled skyward in exasperation, such individuals filling her with utter revulsion. Fu Jingting's lips tightened, her smile faltering, her hands clenching into fists, her posture assuming an offensive stance. "Miming, are you adept at pugilism?" Bai Xi inquired of Yu Ming in a hushed tone. Yu Ming swiftly shook her head, admitting her inability to even slaughter a chicken, let alone engage in genuine physical altercations. Then, in the ensuing moments, ensure you maintain a safe distance. Do you comprehend? They kill without a flicker of an eyelid. If you inadvertently fall into their clutches, the consequences could be dire. Bai Xi cautioned Yu Ming, who promptly nodded in agreement. Keeping her distance, do you still have the presence of mind to worry about others? Perhaps you should prioritize your own safety, remarked a somewhat handsome, yet acerbic young man across from them. No sooner had he spoken than a shiver coursed through him, raising goosebumps all over his body. Ye Xiao cast a glance at the young man, then leaned toward Bai Xi and said, "We cannot afford to lose against these individuals. Do you recall the key points I shared with you in class?" "Rest assured, Captain, I remember them all," Bai Xi replied confidently. Dealing with a few mid-level thugs should pose no challenge, especially given her extensive practical experience. Let us proceed. Ye Xiao directed his gaze toward the twin brothers opposite them, his eyes sharpening with intensity, while Su Hanfeng beside him also prepared for action. However, despite the 13 individuals arrayed before them, only a handful seemed genuinely eager for a confrontation. The others appeared reluctant, even bewildered. Had they not been fleeing for their lives? How had the situation escalated into a fight to the death? Our grievances have nothing to do with you. If you wish to abstain from this conflict, kindly step aside. Bai Xi addressed the few bewildered individuals, likely locals. They exchanged glances with Bai Xi, then with the impressively formidable Ye Xiao, and finally with Yu Ming, who had retreated to the sidelines to observe. After a brief moment of hesitation, 5 of the opposing individuals stepped back, distancing themselves from the fray. "We merely sought refuge and wished to avoid enmity with anyone. Resolve your own disputes," they declared. The man who had previously complained cast a glance at several individuals, as if he were beholding the pitiful version of himself from the past, his face contorted with disdain and loathing. He spat out angrily, "Damn it. What a bunch of useless fools. Such a splendid opportunity, and you fail to seize it. If you were to win, these women, whom you wouldn't dare to even dream about, would be yours." Su Ruo was incensed by his words, retorting, "With a worthless scoundrel like you, even if you became a player, you would still remain trash." Bai Xi's expression also turned cold. The sting of verbal humiliation was truly unbearable. The opposing party remained brazen, dismissing the women entirely, sneering as he taunted, "Little firecracker, the spicier you are, the more you scream. When my brother shows you affection, you ought to call out just like that. Today, I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome." Furious, Su Ruo conjured a long sword and charged at him. Hu Mingxiu quickly followed suit to shield her. At that moment, Ye Xiao and Su Hanfeng also sprang into action, darting swiftly towards the Yu brothers. Bai Xi, along with the others, confronted the remaining 5 adversaries. These 5 men exhibited remarkable speed and reflexes, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, and their weapons were unmistakably crafted for gaming. Bai Xi was the first to engage a large, rotund man. He regarded her with a foolish, greasy grin. Instead of evading as Bai Xi approached, the hefty man extended his arms, inviting her in. Bai Xi relished the opportunity to deal with those who underestimated her. With Bai Yu materializing in her grasp, she held the hilt of her almost transparent blade, nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. As she neared, the large man attempted to seize her, only to be deftly evaded by her, as she swiftly retaliated with a slash to his arm. Chapter 110. Coastal Survival 17. What weapon do you possess? It is capable of breaching my defenses. The rotund man, momentarily taken aback by the pain radiating from his arm, gazed at the bloodstains with astonishment. Your strength is considerable. Your overall attributes must surely exceed 85. His expressions of surprise grew more pronounced. Bai Xi's gaze sharpened. This corpulent individual undoubtedly harbored some extraordinary ability. With each blow he endured, he seemed to glean insights about her, threatening to unveil her secrets. "Come on, continue," he beckoned, as if he could see right through her. Observing the beckoning figure before her, Bai Xi promptly recalibrated her strategy. This man was peculiar. It would be prudent to eliminate him swiftly rather than test her skills against him. With a decisive stride, she surged forward and delivered a kick directly at him. The rotund man crossed his arms defensively, thwarting her assault with a peculiar grin. "Are you an esper?" Bai Xi felt an urge to curse. What extraordinary power did this man possess that allowed him to discern her secrets? She had not even employed her abilities. The surrounding energy should not have exhibited any unusual fluctuations. How could he possibly know? "Come again," he urged, his excitement mounting as he lured Bai Xi into further attacks. However, she refrained from recklessly engaging him again. Instead, she composed herself, meticulously analyzing the situation. This individual continually provoked her into striking. Could it be that he was utilizing physical contact to uncover other secrets? Or perhaps he had some bizarre method beyond her comprehension. "Why have you ceased your assault? Are you fearful that I might uncover your secrets? Show me what your abilities entail." Seeing that Bai Xi no longer launched an attack, the stout man smiled at her, exuding an air of confidence. Bai Xi quickly glanced around. The others were preoccupied with their own targets. Ye Xiao was engaged with Yu Li, while Su Hanfeng faced Yu Shang. The 4 of them fought fiercely, and Bai Xi found it challenging to discern their movements. Meanwhile, Su Ruo and Hu Mingxiu were driving a man back repeatedly, indicating his impending defeat. Gao Shan was occupied with a tall and slender man. The 2 locked in a stalemate. In another area, several others were engaged in a team battle, with Yu Yin and his companions holding a slight advantage. With everyone too engrossed in their own skirmishes to notice her, Bai Xi utilized a speed card, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to the stout man. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for her. Suddenly, her speed surged, and the stout man noticed, adjusting his movements to match hers. Likely having used a speed card of his own. This time, he chose to take the offensive, charging at her like a rapidly moving mountain, his momentum formidable. He swung his fist at Bai Xi, combining power with remarkable speed. She barely managed to evade it by a hair's breadth. "Have you just advanced to the intermediate level? It's a pity I've been at this level for quite some time, making me a bit stronger than you. The gap between us is far greater than you can imagine." Bai Xi extended her hands to block, only to be forcefully rebounded, leaving a noticeable mark on the ground as she skidded backwards. Raising her gaze to the stout man, she realized he was more formidable than anticipated, surpassing her in both speed and strength. Moreover, he was now wary of her, making it increasingly difficult for her to catch him off guard. "What's the matter, little girl? Are you brave enough to unleash your powers?" The stout man sneered at Bai Xi with disdain. Bai Xi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The hefty adversary before her seemed formidable, and she was uncertain whether she could vanquish him. Previously, she had relied on surprise, but this time the portly figure instilled doubts within her. What if her strike was not lethal? That would complicate matters. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Xi resolved to confront the challenge head-on. In an instant, she charged forward, and the rotund man rushed towards her, swinging his fist. Calculating the 2-meter distance, Bai Xi vanished from his sight the next moment, reappearing behind him, a sharp dagger poised to pierce the back of his skull. Yet, the man's reflexes were remarkably swift, just as she was about to strike. He tilted his head and pivoted, launching a punch in her direction. Bai Xi was unable to evade in time and was struck by his blow, simultaneously slashing her dagger across his neck. Blood erupted forth like a fountain. Clutching his throat in terror, the man gazed at Bai Xi, bewildered by her abilities. As Bai Xi landed, she coughed, feeling the immense power of the hefty man's punch reverberate through her, as if her insides were about to shatter. Once the flow of blood from the man had diminished, indicating he lacked the strength to resist, Bai Xi rose and delivered another thrust to his heart. Player Bai Xi is slain C-rank intermediate player Pang Shan, earning points, which will be calculated at the conclusion of the game. Meanwhile, others continued to engage in fierce combat. Witnessing Bai Xi's swift defeat of the hefty foe left Pang Shan's companions in shock. Several onlookers were utterly astonished. Good heavens! Who are these individuals? How are they so powerful? How could that girl move so instantaneously? What method did she employ to slay that man? The onlookers failed to discern Bai Xi's actions. They only recognized that she had slashed the neck of the rotund man. Bai Xi herself felt a surge of relief. Grateful for the new skill she had acquired in the previous game, the ability to partially fold space had significantly heightened her speed, allowing for nearly instantaneous transitions. What one might perceive as a strike aimed at their arm was, in truth, a lethal assault directed at their neck, heart, or even the back of their head. This exemplifies Bai Xi's absolute mastery over a 2-meter radius around her, where she could manipulate space and distance at will. Had she engaged in a full-bodied leap, her velocity would have been considerably diminished. Furthermore, if her speed were insufficient while her opponent reacted swiftly, they could easily evade her, much like the rotund man had done. However, by merely folding a portion of space, she could execute feints and genuine attacks with almost negligible time intervals between them. This conferred her a decisive advantage in combat. After collecting the 2 cards dropped by the rotund man and stowing them away, Bai Xi turned her gaze towards Ye Xiao and the others. Ye Xiao was grappling with the remaining opponent, Yuli, who was using a speed card and proved to be equally swift, making the battle arduous for Ye Xiao. Captain, you can do it, Bai Xi called out, sprinting towards the clash. Ye Xiao immediately grasped her intent and dashed towards Yuli. Stopping at a distance of 1.5 meters from the 2 combatants, Bai Xi observed as they exchanged a few blows. At that moment, both fighters charged towards one another, and before they could close the distance, Ye Xiao unleashed his ice sword. Yuli's face drained of color as he clutched his bleeding abdomen, from which his intestines were spilling, collapsing to the ground in astonishment as he gazed at Ye Xiao. "What is this ability of yours?" he exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Brother Yi, what kind of skill is this? Telekinesis?" Su Hanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Sheng rushed over, eager to save Yuli, but Su Hanfeng stood in his way, denying him any opportunity. Ye Xiao stepped forward, swiftly ending Yuli's life with a single stroke of his sword. In an instant, Yu Sheng clutched his head in anguish, his eyes ablaze with rage. Resembling a frenzied beast. Chapter 111. Survival by the Coast. 18. Damn it, you are all doomed. Yu Sheng roared, clawing at the flesh on his face, tearing it away as other patches of exposed skin peeled off in grotesque clumps, leaving a sticky, unpleasant sight. Beneath the shedding skin lay a layer of dark, ashen flesh, revealing Yu Sheng's true form, a creature devoid of hair, resembling both human and beast. Its forelimbs were elongated and covered in black barbs, while its hind legs were thick and bent, akin to those of a coiled feline, exhibiting tremendous explosive power. Its bald head lacked external ears, and its large, bell-like black eyes fixated intensely on the onlookers. Its nose resembled 2 valves that could open and close at will, and its gaping maw stretched grotesquely back to its ears. "What the hell? Is this even human?" Su Hafeng exclaimed in disbelief. These twin brothers were among the top players in the ability rankings, known to many. Yet, astonishingly, they were not human. Could it be that there were indeed non-human players in the game? What exactly was this game filtering? All eyes turned to Yu Sheng in shock, especially the players who had allied with the brothers, who looked utterly bewildered. However, Bai Xi remained composed, for she had long been aware that players included not only humans, but also other humanoid beings. In the previous round of the game, she had encountered and slain 3 such humanoid players. Ye Xiao was not particularly surprised, for the luminous screen before him displayed new information. Player Ye Xiao has slain C-rank advanced player Yu Shengli, earning a point reward to be calculated upon the conclusion of the game. He glanced at the deceased Yu Li and the evidently non-human Yu Sheng, yet the game screen indicated that the fallen individual was named Yu Shengli. It seemed that a clandestine secret lay between this individual and the creature. The deceased must indeed be Yu Shengli. While the entity referred to as Yu Sheng was clearly not a player, the game's record solely acknowledged Yu Shengli from beginning to end, indicating a misunderstanding among the players. The Yu brothers always appeared as inseparable companions, leading everyone to believe that Yu Shengli on the leaderboard referred to both Yu Sheng and Yu Li. In truth, there was no Yu Sheng and Yu Li. It was merely speculation from onlookers. The genuine Yu Shengli and this creature, in order to conceal their secret, had tacitly accepted this nomenclature. What remained unclear was the nature of their connection. This creature could follow players into various quest worlds, and the game showed no reaction to this phenomenon. Whether it was an acknowledgement of such behavior or simply an oversight was uncertain. However, the latter seemed improbable, as the game monitored all players and quest worlds. Contemplating this, Ye Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of urgency and suffocation. The situation was far more intricate than anticipated, and the civilization that created the game was so powerful that humanity, even after countless millennia of development, might never rival it. The creature was soon to shed its skin, and with resolute eyes, Ye Xiao brandished his sword, advancing to strike down this beast named Yu Sheng. Since the game cannot be resisted, let us adapt to it and diligently gather information. Only by knowing ourselves and our adversaries can we emerge unscathed from every battle. Su Hanfeng followed closely behind, determined that this monstrous entity must not escape today. The creature Yu Sheng also noticed the movements of Ye Xiao and Su Hanfeng, and turned to the allied players beside it, luring them with the promise, "Assist me in blocking them, and I shall elevate you to advanced players." Soon, four players chose to join the fray, attempting to hinder Ye Xiao and his companion. Yet, who were Ye Xiao and Su Hanfeng? One was ranked first on the ability leaderboard, while the other was in the top 20. In the realm of this game, they were formidable figures, and no mere mid-tier players could stand against them. Consequently, Su Hanfeng dealt with the four players, while Ye Xiao launched an assault on the monster Yu Sheng. With Bai Xi providing support from behind, the yet to fully transform Yu Sheng was swiftly reduced to a state of near defeat at Ye Xiao's hands. The four players fared no better. Battered and on the brink of collapse, Ruo Ruo, Yu Yin, Uncle Lu, it's your turn to handle them, Su Hanfeng instructed, glancing at his teammates before turning to Bai Xi with a smile. Little girl, why don't you take one for yourself? Me? Bai Xi pointed to herself in surprise. What connection did she have to the players Su Hanfeng was dealing with? It seemed somewhat inappropriate to claim a share of the spoils for herself. Su Hanfeng nodded affirmatively. Ruo